Hell's Handbook. Chapter 0, Summary. Sujin, an ordinary poor young man from the countryside working overtime every day to make ends meet in the city to support his family, finds himself in the possession of a book only known as Hell's Handbook. The Handbook universe initially seems like a video game as it proceeds to throw him into a different world every month, each world filled with supernatural beings, mythical creatures, and deities, and even includes a complete points system along with weapons and special skills. Surviving these challenges is not easy, but it comes with great rewards. But he soon realizes that all of this is real. The monetary rewards and magical items he receives from Hell's Handbook can be used in the real world, but in the same way, every person who dies during a challenge dies in the real world too. As Sujin desperately tries to survive each challenge he is thrown into, he slowly starts to uncover the truth behind Hell's Handbook. Who is behind Hell's Handbook and its horror-filled challenges? Each challenge reveals a new truth about the world Sujin lives in, bringing new people into his life even as the world around him becomes harder and harder to trust, and perhaps, even a greater mission in life. Chapter 1, Hell's Handbook. Sujin whacked his forehead a few times tiredly. The force exerted by his hand reminded him that he was still alive. He wasn't dead, of course, but since he was such a poor and lowly person in this city, he thought that he probably wasn't much different from a dead person. After graduating from university, he hadn't been willing to return to his poverty-stricken hometown. He wanted to change his fate and increase his family's standard of living. That was why he had chosen to remain in S City in the hope that his hard work would eventually lead to success. But after working for some time, he began to find that his original intentions were really naive. S City seemed to be filled with life and hope, but in reality, it was just a cold and ruthless city. Hard work was considered cheap and worthless. My sister's in her final year of high school already. Her school fees, her textbooks, and her meals have to be paid for, he said to himself with a sigh. All the kids who lived in the mountain villages longed for the day they could leave the mountain, and the only way to do that was through getting a good education. Sujin hoped that his younger sister could leave the mountain someday too. His family had initially wanted his sister to drop out of school and intended to either make her help with the farm or find some work for the extra money. That would have helped to relieve the financial burden on the family. But he had protested against that decision, and thus, his sister had been allowed to continue studying. The only condition was that he would have to be the one to provide for her expenses, including her allowance and textbooks. His salary wasn't high, but he had to split up his salary into several parts. One part went to his family, one part went to his younger sister, and the last part went to his rent and food. He was always left with almost nothing at the end of the month. After he tidied up his office desk, he left for the day. It was 10 p.m., and there were some stars in the sky. That was quite a rare sight to see in such polluted city skies. We're having a company gathering in 3 days' time, and we're expected to pay for our own share. But it's the end of the month, so I don't have any money left for that. Maybe I should just pretend to be sick and skip the gathering altogether. Sujin mumbled to himself. This sort of thing was really just a burden to a poor person like him. There was no way he could afford such luxuries. One had to spend money in order to upkeep relationships with others in this society, but the harsh reality was that Sujin just didn't have money to spare at the end of the month. The office wasn't very far from the apartment that Sujin was renting. He didn't rent the entire apartment, though. The landlord had split the apartment into separate rooms so that he could rent it to more people, and Sujin rented the narrow cellar of the building. But even though the rent for the cellar was much lower than the rooms, it was still difficult for him to cough up the rent every month. S City was an expensive place to live in. The cost of living in this city was seriously insane. It was autumn, so the weather was getting a little chilly. Sujin instinctively pulled his jacket around him a little tighter. His cellar was just around the corner, so he started walking faster. But just before he made it around the corner, he noticed a small makeshift stall selling books. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, wearing a hat that covered half of his face, so it was hard to see what he looked like. He kept rubbing his hands together and seemed to be feeling cold. Sujin casually glanced at the books the stall owner had put up for sale. Most of them were old issues of magazines, and there were also a few novels here and there. "Hello there, how much are you selling these books for?" $10 for 2 books, pick anything you like, replied the stall owner as he continued rubbing his hands together. That was very cheap. Even plain paper costs more than that these days. Sujin picked a few books randomly, waved them at the stall owner, and said, "I'll take 5 books. Could I have all of them for $20? The stall owner looked ready to close shop for the day, so he just nodded, took the $20 from Sujin, and started packing everything up. Sujin returned to his place with the books in hand. The cellar he was living in measured only slightly more than 10 square meters. Furthermore, it was divided into 2 sections, the first being his bedroom, and the other a tiny bathroom. After he washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel really lost. The reflection he saw in the mirror wasn't the most handsome, but he had pretty decent features, and if nobody explicitly said anything about his origins, others would never have guessed that he actually hailed from the mountainside. He sat down exhaustedly on the bed and picked up the books he had bought earlier. His gaze froze for a moment when he flipped through them. Didn't he only buy 5 books? Why were there 6 books now? Did I take one more by accident? Sujin shook his head. Even though these books were being sold really cheaply, the stall owner had sold them to him at a discount, and he had actually taken one more by mistake. The extra book had a black leather cover and felt slightly textured. It was a really nice cover. There's no title. The entire cover was black and didn't have any words on it. That was very strange. He was about to open the book when he suddenly shivered, and he even felt goosebumps on his arms. His first thought was that he might have caught a chill, but this didn't stop his hand from flipping the book open anyway. Immediately after he flipped it open, white smoke suddenly rose from around his body, and a creepy voice started narrating inside his head. Fengzi Town was originally a scenic place, but a few decades ago, the villagers of Fengzi Town disappeared overnight. From then on one night every decade, the extinguished lights of Fengzi Town would light up once more in anticipation of the crazy night to come. And today, you shall experience this crazy night for yourself. The creepy voice rang in Sujin's head for a long time. The voice was maniacal, unfeeling, cruel, violent, and seemed to be a combination of every negative emotion known to mankind. Every syllable it uttered made his head hurt terribly. What is this place? Just then, a woman's voice rang out, and Sujin suddenly realized that he was no longer on his own bed. Instead, he was seated next to sheaves of grain. Besides himself, there were 4 other men and 2 other women. He was immediately thrown into confusion, and he wondered if he was just dreaming. But everything here was a little too realistic for him to be merely dreaming. I'm sure all of you already have the answer. Remember the voice you heard in your heads just now? One of the men leaned against the sheaves as he spoke. His hair was entirely white, but he looked very young. He wore a black suit and sounded both distant and aloof. But what he said reminded everyone of the hair-raising voice they had heard in their heads earlier. "Do you mean, we're in Fengzi Town?" asked another man a little puzzledly. This was a middle-aged man who was a little plump and showed signs of balding. The suit he wore looked extremely expensive, so it was clear from his appearance that he was pretty well off. "That's right. We're in Fengzi Town, and this is where tonight's activities will be happening," said the other woman. She seemed to be barely 20 years old and looked rather sweet and friendly. The faint smile on her face made her seem approachable. "Tonight's activities? What's that supposed to mean? Is it some party? But I was eating at home just a few moments ago." The middle-aged man was still puzzled by this whole situation. "I was reading just now." "Me too." The other 2 men piped up after hearing what the middle-aged man said. The 2 of them looked like students. One looked like he was in his late teens, while the other one looked a little younger, probably 15 or 16. I was reading too, said the woman who exclaimed earlier. This woman looked like she was in her 20s. Her makeup was meticulously done, but there was also something provocative in the way she dressed. Oh, that's right. I was reading a book while drinking my soup, said the middle-aged man as he smacked his forehead. After listening to their accounts, Sujin remembered that this happened immediately after he flipped open the book that he had just bought. Since everyone had been doing the same thing before arriving in this place, there was definitely some sort of connection here. I know all of you have a lot of questions on your mind, but I don't have the time to answer all of them now because we are going to start in about 10 minutes or so. So, listen up, said the younger woman to everyone. All of you have suddenly appeared here because of the book all of you are holding right now. We call it Hell's Handbook. Sujin suddenly realized that he was still holding on to that book he flipped open earlier. The previously blank black cover of the book now had 2 large words written in a bloody red color, Hell's Handbook. Everyone else besides the aloof young man was rather taken aback, but the young lady continued speaking. Nobody knows who came up with Hell's Handbook, but it undoubtedly carries a tremendous power. Every handbook owner will have to go through countless nightmares. If you're lucky, you might get the chance to escape from it. I don't know why you're bothering to talk to these people. They're obviously all new, and I highly doubt they'll survive the night, said the aloof man emotionlessly. Are you Mr. Zhang? Asked the middle-aged man a little hesitantly. He seemed to have recognized the younger man. The aloof man was a little surprised as he heard this, and he asked, Do we know each other? Oh, I'm not surprised that you don't know who I am, since I'm not anybody particularly important. I've come into contact with your company for business, that's all, said the middle-aged man with a cordial laugh. Since we're business partners, then you can be on my team. If you're lucky, you might survive, said the aloof man with a nod. Then he eyed the young lady and said, If you want to continue talking to these people, go ahead. I'm not sticking around. After saying that, he walked away. The middle-aged man had no idea what was going on, but he followed after the younger man anyway. The young lady watched the aloof man walk off and shrugged resignedly. She turned back to the rest of the confused people in front of her and continued, There's no point in saying so much, and we don't have time for this anyway, so I'll just leave you with a few pieces of advice. Firstly, always keep an eye on your copy of the handbook carefully, it will be your key to surviving this place. Secondly, you must never go beyond the borders of Fengzi town. You're definitely going to die if you do that. Thirdly, try your best to survive this, and you'll get a huge reward at the end. Sorry, miss, but are you sure this isn't just some reality show or some elaborate TV prank? Asked the older student. The young lady laughed and shrugged his comment off. If that's what you think this is, you're going to die very tragically. How may I address you? Asked Sujin. Regardless of what situation they were in, this young woman clearly seemed to know a lot more about what was going on. It was better to get to know her instead. My name is Lu Yingying, said Lu Yingying as she looked a little surprisedly at Sujin. Even though Sujin also looked confused like the rest, he also looked a lot calmer than everyone else. You seem to know a lot more than we do. How do you know all this? Asked Sujin. He didn't even remember how he got here, and the rest obviously had no clue either. In that case, any information this young lady had was vital to them. But the young lady just shook her head at his question and replied, There are some things you wouldn't believe even if I told you, so you guys can go experience it for yourselves. Bye, everyone. Then she turned and left. Sujin ran after her, but she had already gone out of sight and disappeared into the darkness that shrouded the rest of Fengzi town. Everyone else was still feeling uneasy inside, so the meticulously dressed-up woman turned to everyone and said, Hello, my name's Zhang Jing, and I'm in sales. I don't know what's going on, but I guess it'll be great if we all looked out for one another. The eerie atmosphere made Zhang Jing seem very afraid and instinctively turned to the 3 men in front of her for support. Sujin also agreed that it was best that all of them stick together, so he nodded and introduced himself. I'm Sujin, and I'm just a low-level office worker. I think it's best if we all stuck together and looked out for one another too. My name's Chu Yi, and I'm a student. But I'm not attending a regular high school. I'm in a martial arts academy. Chu Yi was the older boy and was extremely muscular, so it was obvious that he was someone who worked out often. My name's Yang Zikan, and I'm in my freshman year, said the younger boy timidly. He wore a pair of glasses and looked like the type who always stayed out of trouble. Sujin looked down at the handbook he was holding. Lu Yingying said earlier that this book was going to help them to survive, so he flipped it open. Every page was empty except for the first page, and the content was about Fengzi town. Sheaves, plural sheaf, singular, a bundle of grain stalks laid lengthways and tied together after reaping. Chapter 2, Fengzi town. The page started off with the large words Fengzi town right on top, followed by the words that everyone heard in their heads before being transported to this place. The rest of the page was entirely blank after that, and it looked like it was purposely left that way. Sujin turned to the next page and realized that the words difficulty level, B were written at the bottom of the page. Difficulty level? Is that referring to how dangerous this is going to be, thought Sujin. There were clearly varying levels of difficulty, but he had no idea what that actually entailed. He read every word on the first page very carefully, afraid that he would miss something. Lu Yingying had told him that this book would help them to survive, so perhaps there were some details hidden in these words. Everyone, take a look at your own handbooks and see if there are any differences in the content, said Sujin to the other three. They opened their own copy and compared it across all 4 copies, but the content in all the books was completely identical. Zhang Jing asked Sujin, "It's all the same. Do you see anything special in these words? According to the handbook, something happened to Fengzi town 50 years ago. It just says that all the villagers disappeared overnight, but it doesn't state whether they died or not. Every 10 years, the extinguished lights of Fengzi town light up again. Does that mean the villagers of Fengzi town will return? Or does it mean that the thing that caused the villagers to disappear back then is going to appear again tonight? Also, the crazy night here definitely refers to the danger we're about to face, but what does night itself mean? Is it referring to the time between sunset and sunrise, or is it referring to an event that happens at night? There are too many unanswered questions here. If we don't get a better understanding of all these things, we'll be forced into a lot of unwanted situations." The other 3 who were listening to Sujin talk, were completely stumped. "And of them," Chu Yi said, "it's just a few lines, but you're able to analyze them so much? You're amazing." "Oh, I like solving mysteries like these in my free time, that's all," said Sujin with a laugh. When he was a student, he actually set up a club in school with a few other friends who liked these sorts of things. They weren't great sleuths, but it wasn't difficult for them to pick up a few clues from any text given to them. He also figured out that the aloof young man earlier and Lu Yingying had probably discovered these clues pretty easily too. "So, what do we do now?" Yang Zikan's eyes were filled with fear as he said these words. And it wasn't really surprising that a teenager would be scared in such a situation. The fact that he didn't just burst out crying was already a sign of how brave he was trying to be. Chu Yi was trained in martial arts, so he was a little less timid compared to Yang Zikan. It was clear that the other 3 looked towards Sujin as their leader, but Sujin was usually the more easygoing sort of person and had never taken up a leadership position before. However, he couldn't really push this responsibility to someone else since the rest of the people on the team included 2 teenagers and a frightened young lady. Just now, Lu Yingying mentioned that it's going to start in about 10 minutes, so during this time, we're probably safe. But those 10 minutes are almost up, so I think we'd better enter the village first. Both Lu Yingying and the aloof young man had headed straight for the village ahead, and it was also obvious from the way they spoke that this wasn't the first time that this was happening to them. In other words, they were veterans. And if the veterans chose to enter Fengzi town immediately, newbies like Sujin and the rest should also logically follow in their footsteps. "Do we really have to go in? It seems safe here," so why don't we just stay here until daybreak? After she glanced at the sheaves next to her, the village ahead, which was illuminated with bright lights, terrified Zhang Jing even more. It was as if the village was a gigantic wild beast that was baring its fangs and was ready to gobble up anybody who came close. Sujin shook his head and said, if this place were safe, the two veterans wouldn't have been in such a hurry to enter the village. I'm afraid that once whatever is going to starts, something terrible will happen to us if we remain here. And so, all four of them started walking towards the village. The entire place was brightly lit, but there was no sign of life at all. As they walked towards the village, Sujin said to them, if 6 a.m. is the time when most people consider the night to be over, then we'll have to stay here for around 8 hours or so. 8 hours? Not 6, asked Yang Zikin timidly after blinking in surprise. It was around 10 p.m. when I got here, so it's 8 hours to 6 am, said Chu Yi matter-of-factly. But Yang Zikin replied, that doesn't sound right. It should have been around midnight when I got here. I was doing some revision for school and got tired of my textbooks, so I reached for some books on my shelf and ended up with this handbook. Midnight. Why do I remember that the time I came here was still only 4 p.m.? Zhang Jing exclaimed. Sujin stared at them for a moment, then asked, we're all from the same country, right? All three of them nodded. Sujin frowned and pondered this matter for a while before saying, since we're all from the same country and our country doesn't have different time zones, then, perhaps the handbook has the ability to warp time somehow, so even though we were transported here at different times, the time here is controlled by the handbook and starts running again only when all of us have arrived. That's why we entered the handbook's world at different times but appeared in Fengzi town at the same time. Or perhaps the handbook has control over our consciousness, so it makes us lose our consciousness and wakes us up only when everybody has arrived here. But because nobody is able to tell how much time has passed accurately while you're asleep, we all think that we appeared in this place instantly. Sujin's explanation wasn't the best, but at least it was plausible. Besides, what everyone wanted was an answer that could make them feel less worried, and not necessarily the real answer. The unknown is the most terrifying thing, after all. Fengzi town was rather large, so it would be pretty difficult to run into the aloof young man and Lu Yingying if they didn't purposely try to look for the two of them. Also, it was definitely unsafe to walk around the town right now. Why don't we find somewhere to hide for the time being, suggested Chu Yi. They didn't dare enter the village itself, so they found a house outside the border of the village that seemed fairly clean. This house was also not too far from the border of the town, so if they did run into any danger, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to run from it. The gate wasn't locked, so it only took a gentle push to open it, and the gate swung from its hinge, into the front yard of the house. An oil lamp lit up the house, and the dim flickering of the light from it made the place seem somewhat surreal. Hey, look! There's dinner on the table. Is the owner of this house at home? Chu Yi was the first one to enter the house, and he found that there was food on the dining table. It was just simple fare, but the most surprising part was that the food was still steaming, which indicated that it had been prepared not too long ago. Sujin looked around and shook his head. That doesn't sound right. Look at the amount of dust in the house, especially around the table. The house was covered with a thick layer of dust, besides where the four of them had passed through as they entered the house. The area around the table, in particular, had accumulated so much dust that it nearly covered the entire leg of the table, and it even looked fluffy. The top of the table was also covered in a layer of dust. Only the cutlery seemed clean. What's going on? Are you saying that a ghost cooked this? Zhang Jing started trembling fearfully. I'm afraid that the rest of the town looks just like this. Never mind that for now, let's look around and see if we can find any other clues. Let's see if we can find any good weapons too. Sujin was also feeling scared, but this was not a good time to start panicking. He had to remain calm in such situations in order to stay safe. After searching the house for a bit, Chu Yi and Yang Zikin found 3 knives, but they were all chef's knives. Plus, every knife was covered in a layer of rust, but it was still better than having no weapons at all. Zhang Jing took one first. As the only female among them, having a weapon on hand might help her feel a little more secure. Chu Yi took one of the knives as well. He was young, but he was trained in martial arts, so he was probably the best among them at wielding one. They wanted to give the last one to Yang Zikan, but to their surprise, he refused to take it. "I don't know what to do with a knife, so I'll just follow you guys." Yang Zikan still seemed very jittery, but Sujin felt that this boy was actually really brave inside. He just needed to go through a few ordeals in life, and he would definitely be able to make it big in the future. Since Yang Zikan wasn't going to take the knife, Sujin took it. He got Chu Yi to look for a bottle, and Chu Yi quickly returned with an empty glass bottle that looked like it used to contain sauce. Sujin found some kerosene and matches in the kitchen, so he poured the kerosene into the glass bottle before stuffing a piece of torn curtain fabric and passed it to Yang Zikan. "You can hold on to this. But you've got to be careful with it, because this is the only ammunition that we've got," said Sujin with a smile as he patted Yang Zikan on the shoulder, hoping it would give the younger boy some courage. Yang Zikan didn't refuse this time. He carefully held the bottle and kept the matches properly in his pants pocket. Just then, Zhang Jing's stomach started growling. She grinned sheepishly at the rest of them and said, "Sorry guys, I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I can't help it. Do you think we could eat the food on the table?" Chu Yi asked Sujin. Sujin frowned and said to Zhang Jing, "Bear with it for the time being. I don't know where any of these things came from, so I think it's better not to touch them." Zhang Jing was disappointed, but even though she was hungry, she knew that it was better to stay far away from all of these strange things since they were in a really creepy town right now. "Zhang Jing, if you're hungry, you can have this." Yang Zikan suddenly pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and held it out to Zhang Jing a little shyly. She immediately grabbed it and said to him, "Thank you so much. Once we get out of this creepy place, I'll treat you to a good meal." Yang Zikan didn't say anything and just nodded bashfully. Time slowly ticked by, and the silence was suddenly broken by the sound of bells ringing. Everyone jumped up in shock. Sujin quickly ran out to the front yard. The sound came from the northern side of the village, and it wasn't too far from them. The bell rang a total of 12 times. "It's midnight," said Zhang Jing before Sujin could say anything. Since the bells rang 12 times, it probably meant that it was midnight right now, which also meant that all the different times that each of them had remembered before coming here were wrong. But none of that was important now. The bells probably signaled the beginning of the crazy night mentioned in the handbook. "Everyone, stay alert," said Sujin as he walked back into the house. "Ahh!" Yang Zikan suddenly exclaimed as he pointed in horror at the dining table and stammered in fear, Someone's eating." The cutlery on the table started moving as if someone was really eating the food on the table, even though they still couldn't see anybody. None of them dared to make any sound, and they could even hear the sound of someone chewing on the food. Crunch! Crunch! A sleuth is a detective / someone who investigates crimes. Fare is another word for food. Chapter 3, Attacked by a Ghost. The terrifying scene in front of them, coupled with the eerie chewing sounds, struck fear deep into their hearts. Sujin quietly told the other three to make their way out of the house and into the front yard. If there really was something else in here that they couldn't see, it was too dangerous to remain in this small house. But just as they turned to walk out of the house, the door suddenly slammed shut. A picture frame that was hanging on the back of the door shook violently from how hard the door had slammed shut. The frame creaked noisily as it swung from side to side, but along with this, the chewing noises at the table had abruptly come to a halt. Yang Zikan and Zhang Jing were clearly on the verge of a nervous breakdown. They were both trembling all over, and their pupils had constricted in terror. They were convinced that if they remained in this place for one more second, they might lose their marbles. Sujin gave Chu Yi a knowing glance. Chu Yi saw it, and they both started ramming at the door together. But to their shock and horror, the door that had supposedly gone through several decades of weathering refused to give way even though two grown men were ramming their bodies into it so hard. Wong! A fork came flying from the dining table and landed itself in Chu Yi's shoulder. Chu Yi winced, and his eyes were suddenly filled with a look of horror. Everyone was too frightened to move, and only Chu Yi kept flailing about. He kept making strangled noises, as if someone was actually strangling him. Sujin quickly snapped out of his initial shock and ran over to pull Chu Yi up from the floor, but Chu Yi was struggling so hard that Sujin simply couldn't get him to his feet. He then noticed the fork in Chu Yi's shoulder and felt that Chu Yi's odd behavior probably had something to do with this fork, so he grabbed hold of the fork in the hope of getting it out of Chu Yi's shoulder. But the moment he touched the fork, his eyes widened. He could now see a man whose body was half rotting, using his hands to strangle Chu Yi's neck. Sujin's first instinct was to let go of the fork. And as he did that, the rotting man immediately disappeared from his vision. But at the same time, Chu Yi's eyes were beginning to roll upwards, and his limbs weren't moving as vigorously as before. So even though it was terrifying, Sujin knew that he had to save Chu Yi. He grabbed hold of the fork, and the rotting man appeared again, but this time, Sujin ignored him and used all his strength to pull the fork out. The fork finally came out, and the rotting man let go of Chu Yi, but suddenly pounced towards Sujin instead. The man opened his mouth to roar soundlessly, as if he was going to tear Sujin to pieces. Sujin quickly threw the fork in his hands away. The moment the fork left his hand, the rotting man also disappeared. Cold sweat dripped down Sujin's forehead while Chu Yi was panting heavily. Sujin said to the rest, "We've got to find a way to open this door. We can't stay here any longer." Everyone else agreed with Sujin's opinion, but the old, rugged door of the house simply refused to budge. Suddenly, Sujin heard the sound of metal clinking against each other coming from behind them. He turned and saw that all the cutlery on the dining table were starting to move slowly. "Move aside," yelled Sujin loudly. He pulled his knife out and used it to hack at the door, which successfully chipped off some of the wood. When Zhang Jing and Chu Yi saw that, they immediately pulled their knives out and began hacking away at the door too. The cutlery on the dining table behind them started moving more and more vigorously, as if they would fly at the four of them again like the fork earlier. When Chu Yi saw that they had made several cuts in the door, he raised his foot and kicked a hole right through the door. He leaped out of the door while holding on to Zhang Jing and Yang Zikan. Sujin was about to leap out as well when he felt a chilling presence right behind him. Sujin grabbed a piece of the broken door and flung it behind him without even looking back, and then leaped out of the house. He could hear the sound of the broken wood smashing and the sound of several metallic objects crashing. After he made it out of the house, he noticed that all the cutleries had fallen to the floor just in front of the door, as if there were an invisible screen that prevented the cutlery from making it out of the house. "Brother Su, are you all right?" asked Chu Yi concernedly. Sujin nodded, then motioned to the rest to move away from the house before he narrowed his eyes to look back inside the house. He could see that the dining table was still moving, but the kerosene lamp in the house was quite dim, so he couldn't see very clearly. What was that?" Zhang Jing looked terrified. Everything happened very quickly, but the entire situation that just happened was just way too horrifying for words to explain. Sujin and Chu Yi looked at each other. The two of them were the only ones who saw exactly what had happened earlier, and even they couldn't believe if that was seriously a ghost or if they had just been seeing things. "Brother Su, you saw that too, right?" asked Chu Yi quietly. Sujin nodded and said, "A man with rotting flesh, right? It's got something to do with that fork. It seems like only those who touch the fork can see him." Chu Yi nodded, then thanked Sujin, "Thanks for saving my life. If you hadn't done that, I'd be dead by now." Sujin patted Chu Yi on the shoulder. Even though that had happened in mere seconds, it had nearly cost Chu Yi his life. Sujin now believed what Lu Yingying said earlier. It was true that there was something in this town that could potentially kill them at any minute. After what happened just now, nobody dared to stick around anymore. But there wasn't anywhere around them where they felt safe to stay in. It was probably really dangerous to simply wander about too. Wait a minute. Yang Zikin, what's that you're holding? Sujin noticed something in Yang Zikin's hands. He quickly replied, oh, I happened to grab it earlier while looking for a weapon. I had totally forgotten that I was still holding onto it. Sujin took it from Yang Zikin and found that it was actually a painting. It depicted a family of 3 embracing an angel, so the owner of the house was probably a Christian. The picture was simple, but it was badly painted. The brush strokes were crude, and it was clear that it was definitely not painted by some famous artist. It looked more like it had been painted by a beginner. The picture seems simple. It's just a family of 3 embracing an angel, murmured Sujin to himself before handing it back to Yang Zikin. But Yang Zikin stared at Sujin in shock. Sujin, the 3 in the painting, they aren't embracing the angel, they're attacking the angel, said Yang Zikin as he pointed in horror at the painting. Sujin looked at Yang Zikin confusedly, and looked at the painting again, but didn't see what Yang Zikin was seeing. Yang Zikin said, turn it 180 degrees. Rotate the painting. Sujin quickly turned the painting around and realized what Yang Zikin had been talking about. The painting was completely different once it had been rotated. The crude-looking lines had made the painting such that it looked like the 3 people were embracing the angel when seen from one direction, but once rotated, the same 3 people were actually on top of the angel and were tearing the angel apart. Now that the picture was different, the meaning it carried also changed. The first interpretation of the picture embodied goodness, but now it embodied pure evil. Why would an ordinary family have such a painting? What did it really represent? Could the people of Fengzi town believe in the occult? Asked Chu Yi. Everyone exchanged unsure glances, but Chu Yi's guess was highly possible. There was no other reason why an ordinary family would own such a creepy painting. Sujin started to panic a little inside. If there was an unseen power controlling all of this, then it was probably impossible for them to get through the night without any mishaps. There was simply nowhere in Fengzi town that was safe. What should we do next? Asked Zhang Jing helplessly as she hugged her arms with a despairing look on her face. All of them fell silent, and even Sujin felt lost now. He thought that he shouldn't have let the aloof guy and Lu Yingying walk away like that then. If they had a veteran with them, they would be able to get some direction, at least. Everyone, watch your surroundings carefully. We met danger because Chu Yi and I came into contact with that fork, so. I think the dangers in Fengzi town are all the triggered type, said Sujin. The triggered type? What does that mean? Zhang Jing couldn't understand. Have you played RPGs, role-playing games, before? For most players, quests within the game do not appear automatically. The player needs to come into contact with an NPC or an item of sorts to trigger something else. Fengzi town seems to work this way too. Most people around this age would have played such video games before, so they understood Sujin's explanation very quickly. Does that mean that we won't run into any danger if we don't touch anything? Asked Yang Zikin. Sujin shook his head helplessly. I can't answer you definitively because I don't have enough information. I can't even try to predict what might happen next. The situation might change as time goes by. Nobody knows. The situation might change as time goes by? What makes you think so? Asked Zhang Jing puzzledly as she looked at Sujin with a confused expression. It's because we've got to spend the entire night here. Think about it. If you were to design a game with stages and levels that need to be cleared, would you put everything you've got right at the start of the game? You've got an entire night to play with, so you would spread everything out, wouldn't you? Sujin used his index finger to tap his nose out of habit. The other 3 fell into deep thought as they agreed with what Sujin had just said. In the past, they merely controlled a game character and never thought about these things. But when they were like characters in a game themselves, all they felt were terror and despair. Hey, it looks like there's someone over there, said Yang Zikin as he suddenly straightened up and tugged at Sujin's shirt. Sujin turned to see what Yang Zikin was looking at and saw that a woman was standing some distance away from them and was staring rather nervously at them. Chu Yi and Zhang Jing turned to look at her too. Both sides were stunned, but while the woman in the distance looked a little nervous, Sujin and the rest felt pure terror slowly spread through their bodies. A woman had suddenly appeared out of absolutely nowhere in this terrifying town which didn't seem to have a single living human being in it. It was only natural for them to be fearful. Are all of you alive?" the woman suddenly asked them. They were even more taken aback by her question. Chu Yi quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, we are." "Who are you?" "I'm a resident of this town." "Why did you come here tonight?" "Come with me." "It's not safe to stay here," said the woman anxiously once she had confirmed that all of them were still alive. The four of them exchanged glances before turning to Sujin. Sujin was still hesitating when something in the houses around them began shaking, as if some unknown force was about to rush out of the houses. "Hurry up! Would you rather die here?" yelled the woman anxiously. "Let's go," said Sujin as he gritted his teeth and nodded. Whether this woman was a friend or foe didn't matter now. They had to get away from this present danger first. The occult usually refers to mystical, supernatural, or magical powers, practices, or phenomena. The meaning here is basically something like an evil cult. Chapter 4: The Living People of the Town. The four of them ran with the woman for a long time and pretty much traveled across half the entire town. "My name's Lin Yu, and I'm a resident of Fengzi Town." "What are your names?" Lin Yu looked around the same age as Zhang Jing. "My name is Sujin, and this is Yang Zikin, Chu Yi, and Zhang Jing." We're tourists." Sujin lied about who they were because he wasn't going to tell her anything about Hell's Handbook. "Tourists? And you dared to come to Fengzi Town at this time? Haven't any of you heard about the legend surrounding this place?" Lin Yu stared at them as if they were nutcases. "The legend surrounding this place? You mean the story of what happened 50 years ago?" asked Zhang Jing. "Since you know about that story, then you shouldn't be here. Tisk, it's just a legend. Besides, you're perfectly fine, aren't you?" "It's just an urban legend," said Sujin with a laugh. He pretended to look unbothered by this legend, as if he didn't believe it at all. Lin Yu shook her head sternly at Sujin. "No, the legend is true. As for why I'm fine, it's probably because I was born and bred here. If the legend is true, then what should we do next?" asked Sujin. "Leave this place. You will be able to walk out of the town via that narrow path there, and you'll be out in about 10 minutes or so," said Lin Yu very seriously to them as she pointed out a small path ahead of them. There was no way the four of them were going to leave the town. Lu Yingying had warned them earlier never to go beyond the borders of the town. After experiencing supernatural event after supernatural event, the four of them were beginning to take the handbook very seriously. Even though they really wished they could leave, they didn't dare to try. "It's so late now, so I don't think it's safe even if we leave now," said Sujin as he shook his head helplessly while secretly observing Lin Yu's expression. He wasn't going to trust a woman who had suddenly appeared in a place like Fengzi Town so easily. "In that case, you can stay at my place for the time being." After thinking about what to do for a while, Lin Yu decided to invite them over to her place. The other three instinctively glanced at Sujin, and he nodded slightly. He wasn't sure if Lin Yu was reliable or safe to be with, but nowhere in this town was safe either. If there was a 50% chance they might die from staying with Lin Yu, at least there was another 50% chance that they would make it. "We'll have to trouble you then," Sujin thanked Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. They walked for another 10-odd minutes, and the four of them nearly stopped breathing during this walk. The town had become even more eerie and cold now. Sujin even noticed a bloodied woman floating above one of the houses and staring down at them with a chilling look in her eyes, and he could see other things moving in the houses although it was a little too dark to see them clearly. Zhang Jing hid herself in the middle of the group and was trembling all over. Thankfully, they reached Lin Yu's place quite quickly. It was a small house with a yard that was surrounded by a wooden fence, and there were other people in the yard. Here's where I live. Besides my parents and my younger brother, there's also Auntie Lee and her family. After Lin Yu opened the wooden gate, a boy who looked around 13 or 14 years old ran over and smiled when he saw Lin Yu. Sis! You're back! This boy was Lin Yu's younger brother. Run along, let's all go in first. Lin Yu motioned to the rest of the people to walk in with her. Everyone else sitting in the front yard approached their new visitors. Lin Yu, who are these people? A middle-aged man frowned and didn't look too happy that Sujin and his companions were here. Dad, they're tourists. You know what day it is today? I saw them wandering around the town, so I brought them back, explained Lin Yu in a low voice. What a busybody! They should know better than to be here. Why did you create trouble for yourself over some people who are obviously here to court death? Lin Yu's father scoffed in disdain and marched back to his room. A middle-aged lady who looked like her mother quickly ran in after him. Lin Yu, your father is right. You know how dangerous it is tonight. It's tough enough for us to protect ourselves. We can't protect other people too, said the other middle-aged lady in the front yard. It was clear that she was very unhappy that Lin Yu had brought the four of them here too. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly at the other middle-aged lady, then motioned to the four of them to follow her. She led them to a place that resembled a storeroom of sorts. I'm sorry, it's a rather special day today, so everyone is a little uptight. It's all right, we're the ones who are imposing on you, after all. But, the lady earlier was Auntie Lee, right? What did she mean when she said that it's hard enough for you guys to protect yourselves, asked Sujin. Just ignore her. Oh. I remember there are some stools and other things inside here, so you can make yourselves comfortable. I'll go get all of you some food. We don't have anything fancy, so I hope you don't mind. Lin Yu avoided answering Sujin's question and left after saying this. After Lin Yu left, all four of them immediately huddled together. Chu Yi said, it seems safe here. Games usually have a safe zone, right? Could this place be the safe zone of Fengzi Town, asked Zhang Jing. Sujin shook his head. He didn't think so. Have you ever been able to advance through a game by just sitting it out in the safe zone? I'm not sure if this place is a safe zone, and even if it were, I don't think it's going to be safe for long. Sujin looked around the room and pulled out a few stools for everyone to sit on and rest. It had been nearly an hour since they arrived in Fengzi Town, and even though it wasn't really a long time, the physical and mental stress on their bodies was now beginning to take its toll. You guys rest here, I'll go outside and take a peek. Sujin walked out of the room to look around. He was feeling extremely uneasy, and he needed a lot more information in order to analyze their current situation. After he walked out, he noticed Auntie Lee muttering to herself as she sat in the front yard. Once she noticed him, she got up and returned to her room without giving him the chance to even speak. He started walking around the front yard casually. This estate was probably very old, and the bottom of the wooden fence was covered with a thick layer of plants. The house itself was built with bricks, and there was a layer of limestone on the outside, but a lot of it had already flaked off. What's this? He narrowed his eyes slightly as he noticed that there were certain parts of the fence that had been repaired before. After looking more carefully at the repaired areas, he realized that these were places where the fence had been broken before. Based on the cracks in the wood, someone had broken the fence from the inside. What are you looking at? A boy's voice rang out from behind Sujin. Sujin was terribly startled. He hadn't sensed anybody walking up to him at all. He turned around to see that it was actually Lin Yu's younger brother. Oh, I dropped something around here, so I came out to look for it, replied Sujin with a smile. Lin Yu's younger brother had a sullen expression on his face, and Sujin wasn't sure of what he was thinking about. Her younger brother turned to walk back in just as Lin Yu emerged from the house with a bamboo basket in hand. Why are you out here? Go back and look after Grandma. Lin Yu scolded her younger brother. Oh, your grandmother lives here too?" asked Sujin with a smile. "That's right. But she's in poor health and needs to be taken care of. I got some bread for everyone, so you can have some if you're hungry. Remember to leave first thing tomorrow morning." The two of them returned to the storeroom. Lin Yu put the basket of bread down, told them not to wander about, then left. Zhang Jing was really hungry, so she grabbed a slice of bread and was ready to bite into it. "If I were you, I'd just bear with it. You're just missing dinner for the night, so you're not going to die from that," said Sujin to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing hesitated for a while before eventually throwing the bread back into the basket. She wailed sadly, "I can't eat anything? Could I at least sleep for a while? If you're asking for my opinion, I'd suggest that you don't sleep either. Nobody knows what's going to happen next, so if something happens while you're half asleep, you're going to be in terrible danger." Zhang Jing shook her head in dismay. The four of them had no choice but to stay seated and look at each other. Meanwhile, Sujin continued to think through all the information he had on hand now. He wasn't some genius, and the information he had wasn't enough for him to reach any conclusions, but he tried his best to connect the dots anyway. But Zhang Jing was really tired. Even though she said that she wasn't going to sleep, she started getting really sleepy. She leaned against a pile of things inside the storeroom and her eyelids closed against her will. All of a sudden, Zhang Jing felt something behind her. But before she realized what was going on, she was dragged backwards, and a terrifying face appeared before her. "Ah!" shrieked Zhang Jing as she continued getting dragged backwards. It didn't cross any of their minds that there was someone else in the room. Then again, nobody was sure if it was a human or a ghost either. They were too confused to figure out what was happening. "Help!" screamed Zhang Jing. She hadn't been dragged very far out, but she had been dragged into a dark corner where the light of the kerosene lamp couldn't reach. Gulp! They heard the sound of someone swallowing saliva, followed by Zhang Jing's even more intense screaming. The three men finally realized that Zhang Jing was in trouble. Surprisingly, the first one to run to her was actually Yang Zikan. He was the closest to Zhang Jing and had already dashed into the darkness, with Chu Yi close behind him. Sujin didn't rush over with them. Instead, he grabbed hold of the kerosene lamp first and approached the dark corner. Whatever dragged Zhang Jing away seemed very afraid of light, so when the light from the lamp shone on Zhang Jing, that thing released its grip on her and ran further into the darkness. "Don't go after it," shouted Sujin when he saw that Chu Yi actually intended to run after that thing. Chu Yi was a gutsy boy from his martial arts training, but running after an unknown thing in the dark was too dangerous. "Let's check if Zhang Jing's alright first." Sujin approached Zhang Jing with the lamp while Yang Zikan tried to pull her up, but failed even after several attempts. When the light shone on her face, their eyes widened. Her entire face was covered with some black liquid, as if she had just washed her face in petroleum. Gulp! Gulp! The thing that attacked Zhang Jing earlier started making some weird noise again from within the darkness, as if it might run out at any moment and attack the rest of them again. Chapter 5, Unexpected Change. Sujin pulled his knife out and stood in front of Zhang Jing alongside Chu Yi. Yang Zikan removed his jacket and helped to wipe the black liquid off Zhang Jing's face. "Watch out, everyone!" Sujin remained cautious as he held the lamp out in front of him to see where the sound was coming from. But each time he shifted the light, that thing would shift its position as well, so Sujin couldn't see what it looked like at all. The tension in the air made it almost impossible for any of them to breathe. Just then, someone opened the door to the storeroom. Lin Yu's younger brother ran in with a white piece of cloth in his hand. He ran into the darkness without saying a word, but before Chu Yi could tell him to watch out, he emerged from the dark corner again. But this time, the white cloth came walking out behind the brother too. He had used the white cloth he was holding earlier to cover something. "It's the thing that attacked Zhang Jing just now." It didn't take a genius to guess what was beneath that white cloth. The brother had entered the room and left the room in silence, and none of them had the courage to ask him anything. The thing under the white cloth made them fear for their lives, and they couldn't wait for it to leave the room. Sujin made sure that the door to the storeroom was left slightly ajar. That way, they could escape more easily if something like that happened again. What do we do now? Should we go and ask Lin Yu for help? Asked Chu Yi. Sujin nodded. There was no other option but to look for Lin Yu for help now. He said to the two other boys, "Take care of Zhongjing and look for me immediately if you sense anything amiss about her." He walked out of the storeroom again and came face to face with Lin Yu immediately after he stepped out of the room. She was staring straight at them, and the look in her eyes startled Sujin. "Why are you here?" Sujin sounded like he was asking casually, but he was wary of her and hid his knife behind him. "My grandmother died." "What?" Sujin didn't expect that answer. "I said, my grandmother's dead. The four of you are the ones who caused her death." "It's the four of you." Lin Yu's expression suddenly turned nasty as she shouted viciously at Sujin. "I don't know what you're talking about." Sujin took a small step backwards as he looked at her warily. Lin Yu took a step forward and gritted her teeth as she said, "You're a bunch of ingrates. I was kind enough to save you, but you killed my grandmother instead. I'm going to make all of you pay with your lives." "Calm down. We've never even met your grandmother before, so how could we have killed her?" Sujin got himself ready to defend himself anytime in case Lin Yu attacked him. You've never seen her before." Lin Yu's expression suddenly calmed down as she slowly considered Sujin's words. Then she smiled apologetically at Sujin and said, "I'm sorry, I was too agitated." "You're right. You've never seen my grandmother before, so how could you have killed her?" Sujin breathed a long sigh of relief and thanked his lucky stars. But they couldn't stay here anymore, he thought. The way Lin Yu behaved earlier had been way too terrifying. Who knew when she might suddenly become like that again? Just then, Sujin heard the sound of the bells ringing again. He looked towards where the sound was coming from and failed to notice that Lin Yu's expression had turned menacing again. "Where is the sound of the bells coming from?" asked Sujin as he turned back to Lin Yu, only to see her pounce towards him with her mouth wide open, as if she was going to bite into his neck. He raised an arm to block her attack, and then used his body to shove her aside before running back into the storeroom and slamming himself against the back of the door. When Chu Yi saw how panicked Sujin looked, he quickly asked, "Brother Su, what's wrong? There's a problem with this place. We've got to help Zhongjing regain her consciousness fast because we've got to get out of here as soon as possible." Sujin yelled at the other two. "We can't get her to wake up." "Why don't I carry her instead?" suggested Chu Yi. "We'll do that. We can't go out through this door anymore, so check if we can make it out of the windows," instructed Sujin as he continued to lean against the storeroom door. The way Lin Yu was ramming against the door from outside made it hard for Sujin to believe that all that strength came from a woman her size. Chu Yi passed Zhongjing over to Yang Zikan before climbing up to the window on the other side. But before he could steady himself on the window ledge, a head that was completely white suddenly appeared outside the window. "Oh my god!" Chu Yi gasped and nearly fell from the ledge. The white head rammed against the window repeatedly without stopping and was soon covered with blood. Its features also slowly revealed a creepy smile. "What are you waiting for?" yelled Sujin. "Bro, this side's even worse." Chu Yi really felt like crying now. Even though he was brave in a fight, he was afraid when it came to such supernatural beings. Sujin had no idea what Chu Yi was talking about. He used all his strength to finally lock the storeroom door from the inside and collapsed onto the floor as he panted heavily. "Brother Su, what's happening on your side?" Chu Yi was still squatting on the ledge and looking out, watching the white head smash itself against the window repeatedly. "It's Lin Yu, she seems to have gone mad and was trying to attack me." "That's nothing. I've got a flying head here." "A flying head? What flying head?" Sujin stared at Chu Yi before he quickly noticed a white head flying at the window pane from outside in an attempt to get into the storeroom. "Brother Su! Brother Chu!" "There's something strange about Zhang Jing," yelled Yang Zikan. By this time, Yang Zikan had already wiped off the black liquid that had been on Zhang Jing's face, but he noticed that Zhang Jing's face kept contorting, as if she was making funny faces at him. However, after he yelled for the other two men's attention, she suddenly opened her eyes. "I'm so glad you're all right, Zhang Jing." Yang Zikan breathed a sigh of relief. But Zhang Jing suddenly sat up and lunged for Yang Zikan's throat. As Yang Zikan was very near to Zhang Jing and couldn't dodge her in time, her teeth sank right into his throat. Sujin and Chu Yi were shocked by this and ran over immediately to try to pull Zhang Jing off Yang Zikan. But Zhang Jing's teeth seemed to have taken root in Yang Zikan's neck and simply couldn't be pulled away from Yang Zikan. Sujin had no choice but to take his knife out and stab it into Zhang Jing's thigh, hoping that the pain would make her loosen her bite. But Zhang Jing didn't seem to feel any pain whatsoever and didn't let go of Yang Zikan. Yang Zikan's eyes were as wide as saucers, and he was clearly in a lot of pain. Chu Yi decided to elbow Zhang Jing hard in the face since she refused to let go of Yang Zikan. There was a loud bam as Zhang Jing was finally separated from Yang Zikan, but the scary part was that they were separated not because Zhang Jing had let go of Yang Zikan, but because she had bitten right through Yang Zikan's throat and went flying backwards with a large piece of his flesh in her mouth. Both Sujin and Chu Yi almost lost their minds when they saw what had happened. Zhang Jing swallowed the flesh in her mouth down and pounced towards Yang Zikan again. The poor boy was already lying in a pool of his own blood, and his limbs were convulsing slightly. It was pretty obvious from his state that he wasn't going to make it. Chu Yi grabbed hold of Yang Zikan and dragged him backwards so that Zhang Jing couldn't pounce on him, while Sujin used both arms to hold Zhang Jing back and pulled her backwards as well. Find a rope. There were a lot of random things in the storeroom, so it didn't take Chu Yi long to find one. It took the two men every bit of energy left inside them to finally tie her down properly. After they had tied her up securely, they went back to check on Yang Zikan. Unfortunately, Yang Zikan was no longer breathing. His entire Adam's apple had been swallowed by Zhang Jing just now, so even if he were still alive, he wouldn't have lived for much longer. As they looked at Yang Zikan's widened eyes, both Sujin and Chu Yi looked terribly sad. But there was also clear traces of terror and despair in their eyes apart from their obvious sadness. From the moment they arrived in Fengzi town, Lu Yingying had already warned them that they might die here. But when someone among them had actually died, both of them realized that they weren't prepared for it to happen at all. It was so hard to accept this reality. Sujin ran his hand over Yang Zikan's face to close his eyelids, then, he gently patted Chu Yi's shoulder. Chu Yi turned to him and gave him a bitter smile before both of them turned to look towards Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's face was still contorted, and her mouth was making weird noises. They could still see some bloodstains on her teeth. Blood that once belonged to Yang Zikan. What's going on? Why did things suddenly turn out this way? Chu Yi slumped back down on one of the stools. The flying head outside was still trying to smash through the window, while Lin Yu was still trying to break the door down. Both of them were still in danger. I have no idea, but all of this could be connected to the sound of the bells. Sujin's mind was still quite alert. Lin Yu's sudden attack, the flying head outside the window, and Zhang Jing's sudden outburst had all happened right after the bells had sounded. And it's not only this time. The last time we got attacked by a ghost, it also happened after the bells sounded. Sujin suddenly realized with a start that both attacks had occurred after the sound of the bells. You're right. Could the strange events in Fengzi town be linked to the place where the bells are ringing, said Chu Yi puzzledly. I would think so. I think, if we want to survive the night, we've got two options. One is to keep running and escape any dangers that come our way. But it seems like taking that path is not going to be easy. One of them had died, and another had gone mad. Sujin didn't think they might be able to keep doing this until daybreak. What's our other option? Find the source of this problem and resolve it. Chu Yi fell silent. But his training in martial arts had taught him to tackle dangers head-on, so he gritted his teeth and came to a decision. Fine, we'll stop running. We didn't do anything until now, and we've already lost one companion. If we keep running, we might not survive either, so we might as well try to solve the root of the problem once and for all. Sujin was also thinking along the same lines. When it came to supernatural beings, just running away from them blindly was a stupid thing to do. One just had to look at the characters of a horror movie. Those who just ran for it tended to die the earliest. Did those two know about this right from the start? Was that why they headed that way immediately? Sujin suddenly thought about the first thing the aloof young man and Lu Yingying had done earlier. But what do we do with Zhang Jing? Do we bring her along? Asked Chu Yi. Sujin glanced at the struggling Zhang Jing and shook his head sadly. That's impossible. If we bring her along, we're definitely going to die. And I'm pretty sure she's not going to make it either. So, you're saying we should just abandon her here? Chu Yi was a little hesitant. Zhang Jing had completely lost her mind, but she was still one of their companions. But at the same time, he also agreed with Sujin. If they had to bring Zhang Jing around in this state, all three of them were going to die. But it didn't seem right to leave her here to die either. Just then, they heard the sound of something breaking. The flying head had finally broken through the window and had landed on the floor beside them. To pay respects to fallen comrades. First casualties of the novel, probably many, many more to come. Chapter 6, The Hunter and His Dog. After the white head flew into the storeroom, the two of them realized that the head was actually connected to something that was flat and white like a piece of paper. At one glance, it looked like a large rectangular piece of paper with a white lantern hanging from one side. Perhaps because they had been frightened too many times in a short period of time, but they weren't really that scared to see that the head had made it into the storeroom. Chu Yi even picked up a wooden bat and started hacking at the head. But the wooden bat went right through the head, as if the head wasn't real. The two of them froze and didn't know what to do anymore. They had no idea what to do with a ghost. Just then, Zhang Jing started to struggle even more violently than before. She seemed very excited to see this ghost. The rope around her limbs quickly began to snap, and she managed to break free. But after she had broken the ropes around herself, she ignored Sujin and Chu Yi completely and pounced towards the ghost instead. The ghost seemed very afraid of her and turned in horror as it tried to fly out of the window again. But Zhang Jing was faster than the ghost. Her mouth bit down on the paper-like body of the ghost, then, she breathed in so hard that she managed to swallow the ghost down. Boom! The door to the storeroom slammed open. Besides Lin Yu, her parents and her younger brother were also outside the door. The four of them glowered straight at the two inside the room. Sujin was suddenly hit by a wave of despair. It looked impossible to escape such a situation. But Chu Yi didn't give up. He whispered to Sujin, "Brother Su, just run for it, I'll cover you." "What the hell are you saying? I'm a grown man. I should be the one covering you, rather than letting a child cover my ass." Sujin hailed from a family of farmers in the mountains and was proud of growing up as a brave and loyal kid. He wasn't going to abandon Chu Yi just to save his own skin. "You might not be as good a fighter as I am, you know. Let's compete then. No matter what, if we can survive this, we're going to survive it together. And if we're going to die, we'll die together." The two of them had only known each other for barely 2 hours, but the crises that they had gone through during this short period of time were more than all the ordeals that they had gone through their entire lives. The both of them knew very well that even if only one of them did actually manage to escape, it was hard for one person to survive by himself too. "Shut up, both of you. Nobody is getting away." The gentleness that Lin Yu possessed earlier had vanished, and she seemed like a different person now. Her gaze seemed too threatening. After she said that, both her father and younger brother pounced towards Sujin and Chu Yi. They quickly got into a fighting stance because there was no way that they were going to let themselves be killed without putting up a fight. Besides, their attackers were humans and not ghosts, so they still stood a chance. But before they could start fighting, they felt a pain in the back of their necks before losing consciousness. Before fainting, Sujin realized that they had both forgotten about the crazed Zhongjing behind them. "Grandma, you've become so young," said Lin Yu with a big smile as she walked towards Zhongjing. Zhongjing was a lot friendlier now, and she smiled devilishly at Lin Yu and her parents. After some time, Sujin slowly regained consciousness. He didn't feel anything else besides a dull ache at the back of his head. But he couldn't move about freely, so he guessed that he had been tied up. He opened his eyes very slightly and didn't make any noise as he secretly observed his surroundings. He seemed to be tied up in the room that belonged to Auntie Li, and Auntie Li herself was sitting right in front of him. She sat on a low wooden stool as she sharpened a knife that looked like it was meant for slaughtering animals on a sharpening stone. Chu Yi wasn't too far from him and was also tied to a pole like he was. He noticed that Chu Yi's eyelid twitched a little as Chu Yi glanced at him stealthily. He had regained consciousness too, but he was also pretending to be unconscious like Sujin was. "Are you preparing to kill us both?" Sujin decided to stop playing dead and asked Auntie Li. Auntie Li seemed to know that Sujin was already awake, so she wasn't surprised and continued sharpening her knife patiently. And as she heard what Sujin said, she replied without any expression on her face, "You're mistaken. I'm not the one who wants to kill you, so don't put the blame on me once you're dead." "Oh? But you're spending so much time and effort into sharpening your knife. It would be such a waste if you didn't use it to kill someone," laughed Sujin. Auntie Li put the knife down, glanced at Sujin, then turned and pulled aside the large plastic sheet behind her. Once she removed that plastic sheet, a foul smell instantly hit Sujin's nose. It was so gross that Sujin furrowed his brow, and even Chu Yi's eyelids started twitching despite his best efforts to look like he was still unconscious. "You killed those people?" Sujin looked at what was behind the plastic sheet, and saw that there was a pile of around 20 skulls or so scattered here and there. In other words, at least 20 people had died in this tiny room. "As I said earlier, I don't do any killing. I just help them chop up the bodies." Auntie Li's eyes flickered for a moment, and then she went back to sharpening her knife again. "Who are those people? Aren't you in the same camp as them?" asked Sujin in a low voice. He could sense something odd about Auntie Li's behavior. She shook her head. "They're hunters, while I'm just their dog. Have you ever met a hunter who treats their dog as their equal? If I do anything that goes against their will, they'll kill me and eat me without hesitation too. If they're hunters, does that make us their prey?" Sujin continued with another question. "You too? I would say that everything in Fengzi town are prey for them." "You two just came at a time you shouldn't have," Auntie Li replied to Sujin's question without any reluctance. Since she seemed so cooperative, Sujin quickly seized the chance to gather more information. Even though it seemed useless for them to know more in this situation, it was still better to find out more anyway. "Why are you telling me so much? Aren't you afraid that they'll kill you too?" "It doesn't matter. Both of you are going to die soon, anyway. Once they've killed you, the two of you will be turned into human jerky. How much you know before you die is inconsequential," Auntie Li said as she threw him a mocking smile. Sujin's lips twitched as he tried to sort and put the most useful information he had together. After looking around, he asked, "By the way, when we were tricked into coming here, we heard that you were living here with your family. Where are the rest of your family?" "Right next to you." Auntie Li casually pointed to an area next to Sujin. He turned, and his eyes widened. There were two more similar poles next to him with one large skeleton and one smaller skeleton tied to them. "They killed the rest of your family?" She didn't reply to him and just quietly nodded as she continued sharpening that knife, even though the knife was clearly sharp enough to slice through human flesh already. "Why don't you take revenge?" "Take revenge? Have you ever come across an adult dog taking revenge on its owner for killing its child? You're a clever one. So by becoming a loyal dog to them, you've been able to stay alive, and you're both fed and kept safe here. Compared to the two who are already dead and useless, this is a better choice. Sujin's expression was solemn, as if he really agreed with Auntie Lee's decision. Auntie Lee got up and walked over to Sujin with the knife. She held the knife against his neck and glared angrily at him as she said, "I've never had to kill one of the hunter's prey, so don't force me to break that now. Haha. You're a person who doesn't even dare to avenge your dead family members. So how could you dare to break the hunter's rules?" "What a joke," sneered Sujin with a mocking look on his face. It seemed like Sujin's attitude had really angered Auntie Lee. The blade was about to cut into Sujin's skin, so he tried his best to stretch his neck away from the sharp knife. "Don't get so agitated. You should know what you can do, what you can't do, and what we can help you do," said Sujin in a low voice. He had purposely agitated Auntie Lee not because he was hoping to get killed, but to try and rile up her anger towards Lin Yu and her family for killing her family members. That was the only way to make an obedient and loyal dog turn on its owners. Auntie Lee clearly understood what Sujin was implying. She kept the knife away and stared straight into his eyes. "What do you mean?" "Simple. Help us to get out of this place, and we'll help you take revenge," said Sujin in a serious voice. She stared at him in surprise for a while before scoffing. "The two of you? Help me? If you were capable of dealing with the hunters, you wouldn't end up in this state now. No, you're mistaken. We ended up like this not because we were incapable of dealing with them, but because we didn't get a chance to show what we were capable of. You just need to do us a small favor, and you'll get the chance to take revenge. That's a really good deal for you." Sujin seemed to have become a wily salesman as he tried to tempt Auntie Lee into striking a deal with him. "It's a small favor in terms of what I have to do, but it could cost me my life. And if my life's at stake, it's not a good deal anymore." Auntie Lee shook her head and didn't seem convinced. Sujin smiled as he stretched his neck nonchalantly and said, "Looks like you still don't realize how much you're worth. Think about it. If a hunter had a group of hunting dogs and one of them made a mistake, the hunter would definitely punish that dog. But if the hunters only had one dog, what does Auntie Lee think the hunters would do?" Auntie Lee froze for a moment and seemed to waver, so Sujin quickly continued, "I know you're not very confident of us, but at least you have got a chance now. If you miss this chance, who knows how long you'll have to wait for another chance to come by. Would you even get another chance?" She remained silent for a moment and seemed to be struggling internally. After some time, she suddenly looked up and said to Sujin, "They've gone hunting around town, so you two don't have a lot of time to run. Also, if you two get caught, you must never say that I was the one who let you go." Sujin secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he nodded and said, "Don't worry, we have no reason to drag you down with us." She nodded and used the knife in her hands to cut through the ropes around Sujin's limbs. Then she went over to cut the ones around Chu Yi's limbs and said with a sneer, "You can stop pretending. You regained consciousness earlier than he did, didn't you?" Chu Yi stopped pretending to be unconscious and opened his eyes to smile sheepishly at Sujin. After the two of them were freed, she said to them, "You know what to say if you get caught, right? Don't worry about that. You were ambushed by us, and that's how we got away." Sujin nodded and said to Chu Yi, "Knock her out." While Chu Yi was hesitating about whether he should knock out an older lady like Auntie Lee said, "They'll return once the bells start ringing again, so you only have around 20 minutes at best. I suggest you check their rooms to see if there's anything that could be of help to you." "Thanks for the suggestion. But do you know what the bells in Fengzi town represent?" Sujin was really puzzled about the ringing of these bells and what they signified. "I'm not sure either. I just know that every time the bells ring, both the hunters and the town will go through a change of some kind." She then nodded at Chu Yi to go ahead and knock her out. After she gave him permission to do so, Chu Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He struck her on the back of her neck, and she collapsed onto the floor immediately. "We've got to hurry. Let's go to Lin Yu's room first," said Sujin to Chu Yi before running out of Auntie Lee's room. Chapter 7, Information in the Diary. Sujin and Chu Yi carefully made their way into the rooms that belonged to Lin Yu and her family members. Chu Yi just wanted to leave the place as soon as possible, but Sujin insisted on looking through the rooms first. "Bro, they'll be back anytime now. If we don't leave now, we won't make it," said Chu Yi anxiously. Sujin was a lot steadier with his thoughts than Chu Yi was. Sujin knew that it would be safer if they ran away now, but Auntie Li's talk about the hunters really bothered him. He had a strange feeling inside that these hunters could be the key to their survival. "Relax, it won't take a long time for us to look through this room. Let's move quickly and leave as soon as possible." Once Sujin was done assuring Chu Yi, he focused all his attention on searching the room. A few minutes later, the two had combed through the fairly small rooms once, and Sujin now held onto 2 notebooks. The owners of these 2 notebooks were Lin Yu and her younger brother. They didn't find anything else of value in these rooms. "Let's go." As Sujin and Chu Yi quickly left, Sujin glanced one more time at the part of the wooden fence that had been repaired before. He realized that it had probably broken when someone who had been captured by Lin Yu and her family had tried to escape. But he had no idea if they were successful. Once they got out, the two of them ran as far away from the house as they could and finally stopped to discuss a few things. They couldn't leave Fengzi town, so as they decided, instead of running all the time, it was probably better to look for the source of the problem. Their chances of survival would probably be greater if they did that, plus Sujin guessed that the 2 veterans were probably not too far from that place. "I've made some rough calculations. We've heard the bells twice, and it's about 2 hours in between each one. It won't be long before the bells ring a 3rd time, which means that we've already stayed in this town for 4 hours. The handbook needs us to stay here for 1 night, and most people define 6 a.m. to be the end of night time. In other words, we just need to survive the next 2 hours, and we'll make it out of here alive." Sujin and Chu Yi continued their journey towards the location where the sound of the bells were coming from. "Are you certain that everything will be over once the bells ring for the 4th time?" "I can't be certain. It's just my guess. But even if it's not the end yet, at least it's a possibility." "What makes you so sure?" asked Chu Yi puzzledly. Sujin used his right index finger to tap his nose absent-mindedly and explained, "Think about it this way. After the bells rang the 1st time, the situation in the house we were hiding in suddenly became dangerous. When the bells rang a 2nd time, Lin Yu, Zhang Jing, and that whitehead started going crazy at the same time. Auntie Li said just now that the hunters will return when the bells ring for the 3rd time. Based on that, I'm sure that the bells represent a limit of sorts, and everything within Fengzi town has to respect those limits during this time. So, what you're saying is, everything in Fengzi town happens according to these limits, so when the bells ring for the 4th time, everything will come to an end." Chu Yi seemed to understand Sujin's logic. But Sujin didn't nod. He stopped walking and said, "I'm really not sure if everything will come to an end or not, but when the bells ring for the 4th time, we should be able to unravel this mystery." Dong! Just then, the bells began to ring for the 3rd time. The entire town resonated with the sound of the bells ringing. Sujin and Chu Yi turned to look nervously at Lin Yu's house from afar and saw that some people had just walked into the house. And it didn't take long for the howls of Auntie Li to pierce through the air. "What have they done to Auntie Li?" Chu Yi widened his eyes. Sujin's expression was grim. Auntie Li had been punished, after all, he thought. Then, he started tugging at Chu Yi to start walking again. It was better to move further away from there. To their surprise, their journey was quiet even after they had covered some distance. None of the strange paranormal things they had seen earlier appeared again. Instead, some places they passed through were in a mess, and from the marks left on the floor, it looked like a fight had happened in these areas not too long ago. Auntie Li said that everything in Fengzi town are prey, so this must have been where Lin Yu and her family hunted, thought Sujin to himself. But it wasn't a bad thing either. If Lin Yu and her family hadn't cleared this path for them, their journey towards the bells might not have been this smooth. Sujin opened one of the notebooks, and it was Lin Yu's younger brother's diary. The entries stopped halfway through the notebook. The entries, in the beginning, were normal, but they started to change after July 15, 1967. Sujin couldn't glean much from the contents, but he could understand the terror that the brother felt from the way he wrote. Most of the entries were about how he hid in his father's room and refused to see anyone, as if he was hiding from something. 1967, that's 50 years ago. In other words, Lin Yu's younger brother is actually past 60. It was hard for Sujin and Chuyi to imagine that the strange boy they had met earlier was actually an old man. If Lin Yu's younger brother is past 60, doesn't that mean Lin Yu herself is nearly 80? Her parents have to be over 100 by now, right? Do none of them grow old at all, remarked Chuyi. Sujin ignored Chuyi and went on to read Lin Yu's diary. Compared to her brother, her entries were a lot clearer. The entries also started becoming strange around the same date. Something had clearly happened to the town during that time. July 15, cloudy. Our neighbor, Auntie Lee, and her family have returned from the capital city. They left many years ago, apparently before I was born. But they've come back because they said they couldn't get used to city life. But a lot of the villagers are saying that they probably couldn't survive in the city. After all, here, you can literally find food by digging in the vegetable patches, but you can't do that in the city. Speaking of digging up stuff, a bunch of people dug out a black-colored stone from the area behind the shrine. It looks really scary, and it looks like a gigantic black eyeball. July 16, cloudy. The Catholic priest said that the black eyeball was demonic and told us to hand it to him. The deist priest also said that that thing was unlucky and even performed a rite. Even the monk from the Buddhist temple came to take a look at it. Actually, it seems like Fengzi town didn't have any such priests and monks in the past. These people only suddenly appeared some years back. But they're all good people who take care of the old folks in the village who don't have anybody else to rely on, so everyone's quite happy. July 17, drizzle. I heard something bad happened. The black stone that looks like an eyeball was placed in the shrine, but this morning, everything in the shrine had been broken, and Uncle Wu, the old man who keeps watch over the shrine by himself, is dead too. Nobody can find that black eyeball stone either. Today was such a mess. July 18, drizzle. Grandpa isn't in very good physical health, and he seems to be out of it too. He keeps talking about gods and ghosts, and he even kneeled in front of the altar in the house the whole morning. Neither Mom nor Dad could get him to get up, and Grandma was the one who finally managed to persuade him. After eating lunch, he went into his own room to sleep and never came out again. July 19, cloudy. The black eyeball stone has been found, and I heard they dug it out from Uncle Wu's mouth. How gross. Grandpa's health doesn't seem to have gotten any better, and he even needs Grandma to bring his food into the room. Also, the Catholic priest, the deist priest, and the Buddhist monk have all stopped coming to the town. Everyone's faces are grim, and nobody knows what's going on anymore. The diary entries continued all the way until the end of August, and most of it was about how her grandfather wasn't in good health and how her grandmother had to take care of him, as well as how Auntie Lee was a nice person who gave Lin Yu things she bought from the capital city. The creepiest part was how several people died one after another, and it always had something to do with that black stone that resembled an eyeball. The villagers were able to pry that stone from the mouths of every person who died, but it didn't make sense. There was only one black stone, but they had pulled it out from more than a dozen people's mouths. Lin Yu's entries also became more and more frantic, and the last entry was on August 30. August 30, partly cloudy. Grandpa passed away this morning, but I think it's more like a release for him. My brother's behaving more and more strangely. He kept hiding in Dad's room and refused to come out even when we told him that Grandpa had breathed his last. Also, I'm really scared. The black stone has already killed more than a dozen people, and nobody knows who's next. Grandma consoled me by saying that I don't have to be afraid since we have the protection of God, but that's crazy. Neither the Catholic priest, the deist priest, nor the Buddhist monk comes to the town anymore, so what god is going to protect me? I heard that they had all moved to the top of the mountain on the west side of town, but I don't know why they did that. Also, Grandma was really depressed over Grandpa's death, so she kept all of his hand-rolled cigarettes, saying that she wanted them as a memento. It seemed like there were more entries after that, but they had been torn out. There were probably another 10-odd pages that had been torn out of the diary. But whatever Sujin had read contained a lot of information already. A black stone that looked like an eyeball, a Catholic priest, a Daoist priest, a Buddhist monk, and Lin Yu's dead grandfather. Sujin began tapping his nose with his index finger out of habit again. It wasn't quite possible for him to draw a link between all these pieces of information yet, so he had to put them aside for the moment. Wait, a Buddhist temple, a Daoist temple, and a Catholic church would all have bells. Sujin's eyes lit up suddenly. The bells they had been hearing all this time had probably come from one of these places. The diary mentioned that all three religious men had moved to the top of the mountain on the west side of town, so he looked towards the west and saw that there was indeed a low mountain located over there. The mountain wasn't too far off, so it was probably still within Fengzi town's boundaries. Now Sujin had a destination to head for. But just then, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned to see someone wrapped entirely in a cloak holding a longbow made from white bones. The bowstring had been pulled back and had shiny sparkles gathered on it. Sujin and Chu Yi felt all their hair stand on end. Something told them that those sparkles were very dangerous, as if they would die on the spot if just one of the sparkles hit them. Run! Run up that mountain, yelled Sujin before the two of them quickly ran in two different directions instinctively. Ha ha! Hey hey! Hee hee, ha ha! The person covered in the cloak started laughing creepily as he released his hand, and the sparkles shot out, heading straight for Sujin's back. Sujin didn't need to turn around to know that the sparkles were headed for him, because the flying sparkles were accompanied by a roaring sound. He quickly jumped to the side and rolled on the ground. But some of the sparkles still brushed past his arm. He felt a sudden pain in his arm before his entire arm turned to ash and vanished into the air. In case it's confusing, the first bell was the one that was heard at midnight, which signified the beginning of the challenge. Then they heard another one 2 hours later, and Sujin says that the third one would ring in a bit of time. So then, it would be 4 hours. Bruh. Chapter 8, Murder. Sujin's entire left arm had literally turned to nothing but dust, which seemed really unreal. If not for the intense pain that followed after, Sujin would have thought that he was just dreaming. The terrible pain made Sujin curl up into a ball on the ground, but his rational side told him he couldn't just lie here because the monster with the longbow was still around. Stopping to rest now would definitely result in his own death. His survival instinct made him continue running despite the immense pain he felt. He looked like a mess, but when one's life was at stake, who cared if you looked cool or not? His arm didn't bleed, which was probably a blessing in disguise. For some reason, after those sparkles turned his arm into ash, the wound looked like it had been cauterized, so it didn't bleed at all. Otherwise, the amount of blood that he would lose from such a large wound would have sent him into shock, and he probably would have died from the sheer loss of blood. But that monster didn't run after Sujin. He just pointed at Sujin, and two people in black appeared from behind him and began running towards Sujin. At the same time, two others in black were also running after Chu Yi. The monster just continued walking along at a leisurely pace. Sujin was panting heavily, and he could barely catch his breath, but he didn't dare to stop. The pain in his shoulder seemed to have hit its maximum, so it actually didn't seem as unbearable as before. I can't just keep running like this. My body won't be able to take it much longer, and I'm doomed if I suddenly collapse after running out of energy. I've got to find a place to rest. Sujin knew his own body well. The last time he ran more than a mile was when he was still a student. Over the past 2 years, all he had done was either work overtime in the office or sleep in his cellar, so his physical health was in terrible shape. The fact that he had been able to run for so long despite the major injury he suffered surprised even himself. The two people chasing after him were still hot on his heels, so he had no choice but to keep running. Thankfully, there was a barn up ahead. After years of weathering, the barn was only left with its frame, but that was enough to block their view of him. He quickly turned and entered the barn. He had barely caught his balance when he heard the two behind him catch up with him. When he hid in a corner and peeked out, he realized that he knew the two who had been running after him. It was Lin Yu and her father. "It's not that monster," he thought to himself as he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the ones chasing him were like that monster, he was probably doomed. After he quietly took in 2 deep breaths to calm down, he whipped his knife out. This wasn't that blunt and rusty knife that he got from the first house they were in. This was that sharp knife that Auntie Lee had been sharpening the entire time he had been unconscious. He now had a knife sharp enough to kill, so he narrowed his eyes to watch what the other two were doing. After Sujin suddenly disappeared in front of them, they immediately focused their attention on the barn. The two of them stood further apart in case Sujin suddenly made a surprise attack. But after they both walked into the barn, they frowned, because they couldn't find Sujin anywhere at all. The barn was empty, and there wasn't any place around them to hide at all. "I'll go out and take a look, you search for him here," Lin Yu said to her father. Her tone of voice was so emotionless. It was as if two robots were speaking to one another. Lin Yu left the barn, while her father started walking aimlessly around the barn. But when he got to one corner of the barn, he stopped walking because there was a small pile of hay there. An eerie smile spread across his face as he walked quietly towards that pile of hay and swung his arms to warm up. But just when he bent over to remove the hay, he felt something land on his back and something cold on his neck. Something started flowing out from his neck, and his fingers weren't enough to stop the flow. Sujin licked his lips as he glanced around outside to make sure Lin Yu hadn't discovered what just happened in the barn. Before the two had entered the barn earlier, he had managed to climb onto the roof of the barn in order to escape their detection. He held the knife with his mouth and used his one arm and 2 legs to hang onto the beams of the roof. The beams were rotting away from years of weathering, so Sujin felt that if he had to stay up there any longer, he would have landed right in front of them. Thankfully, one of them left the barn, so he quickly took this chance to jump down and kill the father. Auntie Lee's knife was really sharp and killed him very quickly. He was initially afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill the father quickly and quietly, since he could only use one arm. If there was a commotion here and Lin Yu came back in, he wouldn't be able to deal with both of them at once, and would definitely be the one to die instead. But it only took one knife and one slit of the throat. Lin Yu's father couldn't even fight back and collapsed quickly onto the ground. Sujin noticed the green liquid on the blade and frowned. Even though he already guessed that Lin Yu and his family weren't humans, the green liquid proved his conjecture was right. Sujin didn't intend to fight Lin Yu head-on. He had been lucky enough to kill her father, since he had been caught unawares. Sujin didn't have the confidence to fight Lin Yu in a one-on-one fight. He held the knife with his mouth, climbed up the barn again, picked up a rock and flung it hard against one of the pillars. The loud thud sound it made attracted Lin Yu's attention, and she walked into the barn. He took this chance to quickly climb down the other side of the barn while keeping himself out of her line of sight. At the same time, Lin Yu had discovered her father's body. "He's gotten away." There was no sorrow in Lin Yu's eyes at all. She walked out of the barn without even looking back. Once she had ascertained which direction Sujin had escaped in, she started running after him again. Thanks to that short break, Sujin had regained a bit of energy. The head start he had gotten also meant that he didn't have to run so hard anymore either. That was the first time Sujin had killed anybody, and normally, it should have been very hard for him to come to terms with what he had done. But when faced with a life-and-death situation, he had to force himself to accept this reality by telling himself that the one he killed just now was a monster that was no longer human. After a short while, Sujin arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain wasn't very high, and it was probably less than 300 feet to the peak. He could roughly make out the silhouette of a temple in the moonlight. He didn't waste any more time and started running up the mountain. Shortly after he started his ascent, he heard some footsteps behind him. He held his knife in his hand and hid behind a large tree. The sound of the footsteps came closer and closer. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him, and Sujin raised his knife but didn't bring it down because he realized that this person was actually Chu Yi. Chu Yi. Brother Su. You're okay? Chu Yi looked pleasantly surprised. He had seen how Sujin's arm had literally turned to ashes, and he thought that Sujin was doomed for sure. He was happy to see that Sujin had not only survived but had also arrived at the mountain ahead of him. Not gonna die so quickly. Was someone running after you just now? Asked Sujin. Chu Yi nodded, and his gaze lost its focus. Sujin noticed a familiar-looking green liquid on his arms and patted his shoulder. You got rid of them. There were two of them, Lin Yu's mother and younger brother. I lured them to an open field, then I killed them both, said Chu Yi as his expression faltered and went into a daze. Taking the life of another person for the first time was something that struck fear into a person, regardless of whether that person had been trained in combat or not. No. Lin Yu's mother and younger brother were they were both very weak, they were just an ordinary teenager and middle-aged lady with no technique or strength, so it didn't take a lot of effort, said Chu Yi sadly. If the two of them had been powerful monsters, he might not have felt so guilty about taking their lives. Killing two monsters who were weaker than himself and still looked like humans threw Chu Yi into emotional turmoil, because he felt like he had seriously just killed a child and a woman. I don't know what they are, but they're definitely not human. Have you ever seen a human with green blood? Have you ever seen any humans who don't age or die even after decades have passed? Besides, they were trying to kill you, so you had to defend yourself. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Sujin patted Chu Yi's face and hoped that Chu Yi could pull himself together. Brother Su, how's your arm doing? Chu Yi looked at Sujin's shoulder and was surprised that the wound looked like that. The blackened wound where an arm should have been looked really frightening. Sujin smiled bitterly and shook his head, then held out his knife to Chu Yi. You can hold on to this. I only have one arm now, so I can't get much done. Chu Yi hesitated, but after Sujin nodded at him to take it, he took the knife from Sujin. So, do we continue going up the mountain? Yeah. I hope the two veterans are already up there. It's not cool, but looking for someone else to protect us is our only option now. Sujin knew how bad his own condition was. If he left his wound to fester, it was definitely going to get worse. It was already bad enough, so if it got worse, he was going to die from an infection instead. As Chu Yi helped him up the mountain, Sujin started reading the handbook again. He had taken it out several times throughout the night, but there wasn't any change in the contents. But this time, his eyes immediately lit up because there was something new written inside. The sound of the bells. It is the sound of death, but it is also the sound of hope. The shadow in the darkness is an attacker, but he is also a victim. How should one walk down this path that goes up and down and round and round? The additional content that had appeared in the handbook wasn't much, but it was still something. However, the content was a little abstract and looked more like a riddle of sorts. What's the point of this? Is it a riddle? Chu Yi sounded defeated because he had hoped that the handbook would give them clear information on how to survive the night. But Sujin had never counted on the handbook to give them any clear and direct answers. Besides, the new content in the handbook did give him a few clues. He started to break these words down as much as possible. The bells mentioned were probably referring to the sound of the bells that came from the temple on the mountain. Sound of death probably referred to the sudden and frightening changes that happened within Fengzi town, while sound of hope was probably exactly what Sujin had guessed earlier. Once the bells rang for the fourth time, this crazy night was going to finally end. Since the first two lines carried a deeper meaning, the last two lines probably meant something too. The attacker was also a victim? Sujin's eyes slowly began to light up, as if he had managed to make sense of this mystery. How's your arm doing, how do you think? He doesn't have one anymore. Man's really a clown fr. Chapter 9, Zhongli. The attacker and the victim, could it be that, but there's still something missing. If I can't close this loop, then all my assumptions will not be able to stand. Sujin felt that he had more or less figured the whole thing out, but he needed some more information to prove that his conjecture was right. Just then, Chu Yi suddenly pulled Sujin behind him. Lin Yu had caught up with them and was only a short distance away. When she spotted them, she started running towards them immediately. Her movements resembled a hungry wild beast much more than a human. Chu Yi was already prepared to fight, and she came within less than 10 meters from them in seconds. Suddenly, a green flash shot through the air and went right through Lin Yu's shoulder. Both Chu Yi and Sujin were stunned because they didn't expect that to happen at all. That green flash had rained down from the sky but had hit Lin Yu very accurately, so Sujin was certain that it was no coincidental strike of lightning or anything like that. And just like what he thought, someone walked out from behind the both of them. Sujin breathed a small sigh of relief when he saw who it was. It was that aloof young man who had been with them when they first arrived here. You guys are still alive? Not bad, complimented the aloof man as he nodded at them before marching towards Lin Yu. Sujin turned to look at Lin Yu and realized that the flash that had pierced Lin Yu's shoulder earlier was actually a spear, but he didn't recall the aloof man holding onto any weapon like that earlier. Lin Yu had been pinned to the ground by the spear, but she was still struggling non-stop, as if she couldn't feel any pain at all. Are you going to kill her? Sujin asked. The aloof man didn't answer Sujin's question. He bent over, and his face came very close to Lin Yu's as he snapped, Yeah, you've got that smell. Were you the one who killed my guy? Lin Yu opened her mouth in an attempt to bite him since his face was so close to hers, but he had kept a sufficient distance from her to prevent this from happening. After Sujin heard what the aloof man had said to Lin Yu, he belatedly realized that the middle-aged man wasn't with him, so he guessed that the middle-aged man had probably perished. What's happened? Did the older guy with you die? Asked Sujin. This time, the aloof man replied to Sujin's question in a frosty voice, he was asking for it. An idiot will not survive a handbook challenge for long. I see. Sujin shrugged and didn't probe any further. Your shoulder, who did that to you? The aloof man's eyes lit up when he finally noticed Sujin's missing arm and asked about it. Thanks for the concern, replied Sujin sarcastically. But he could see that the aloof man was very intrigued by his injury and a thought hit him. He asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my wound? My guy had the same sort of wound on him, replied the aloof man. Sujin realized why the aloof man was staring so intently at his injury and said, In that case, you've gotten the wrong person. The one who did this to my arm wasn't this woman. It was a strange creature who wore a cloak that covered its entire body and carried a longbow that was completely made from bones. This woman just follows its instructions, that's all. The aloof man didn't question Sujin's words. He glanced at Lin Yu, then said, Come with me to look for that creature. That's as good as sending me to my grave. If you stay close to me, you won't die. That's ridiculous. What's going on now? Are you hoping to avenge your friend? Retorted Sujin. The atmosphere between them instantly grew tense and awkward, and Chu Yi didn't know what to say either. That was just an accident. It happened because he refused to listen to me. The usually confident man actually started stammering, and Sujin could even see the awkwardness in his expression. I'm sorry, but I can't bring you to that thing because it's really too powerful for me. Even if you promise to protect me, it's still risky. I'm just a newbie around here, so I just want to survive tonight. Sujin was apologetic, but at the same time, he was hoping for protection from further harm. Choosing to follow a madman blinded by revenge was definitely a bad idea. You still don't get it. This is a level B challenge, so nowhere is safe in a challenge like that. Not even someone like me is confident of getting through it. It's actually safer if the two of you follow me instead, the aloof man said to the other two. Sujin fell silent for a while before asking, I'm very curious. What does this level B difficulty refer to? Is there an actual scale of sorts to the handbook's missions? The challenges are split into 4 levels from A to D, with D being the simplest. In general, a trained soldier from the special forces will have more than a 50% chance of getting through it as long as he has enough ammunition on hand. At level C, someone as powerful as maybe Batman would have a higher than 50% chance of getting through as long as he's fully equipped. Level B is not a level that ordinary humans can deal with easily because this level comes with enemies with supernatural powers. Even veterans will not be able to say for sure if they'd get through. As for level A, you will face a level of destruction that can destroy the whole world or face a threat to your life so great that it is almost impossible to protect yourself against it. You'd have to play dirty and hope that you're lucky enough to get through it. But to be honest, it's very rare to get such a high-level challenge. However, if you do get it, just start praying. The aloof man answered Sujin's question in great detail this time. But this made Sujin frown as he exclaimed, if even the easiest level is too hard for ordinary people like us, then isn't it unreasonable to give newbies like us a level B challenge? I see you've finally realized it, said the aloof man as a strange smile spread across his face. Sujin froze for a while before he smacked his own forehead and looked like he had a eureka moment. I see. The difficulty of the challenge rises as time goes by, which means to say that the actual level B danger will only arise towards the last part of the challenge. But if it only appears during the last part of the challenge, it won't be long before the challenge comes to an end. If the remaining time is too short, then the chances of surviving the challenge itself will increase. Besides, this challenge is probably aimed at veterans like you guys and is probably meant to be just an experience for the newbies, right? The aloof man was very surprised. He didn't expect Sujin to connect the dots so quickly. He nodded slightly and said, that's right. So even though this challenge may sound very dangerous for a newbie, it's not entirely impossible for you guys to get through it. In that case, that's all the more reason I shouldn't go with you. Sujin glared at the aloof man and said, if this challenge is for veterans like you, then I should stay as far away from you as possible, shouldn't I? The aloof man was stunned by Sujin's response. He didn't think Sujin would come to such a conclusion. He quickly said, it's too late to hide now, don't you think? This woman was coming after the both of you, and your arm has already been injured by that strange creature, so it's clear that you're a target now. I'm afraid their current priority is you and not the veterans. You have a point, said Sujin with a nod. He asked, is the temple safe? At the moment, it is. Lu Yingying is already there making preparations, the aloof man replied with a slight nod. Chu Yi, head over to the temple now. Sujin said to Chu Yi. What about you? Aren't you coming with me? Sujin shook his head. You heard him. I'm their target now, so nowhere is safe for me to hide. But they came after us at the same time. Doesn't that make me a target as well? Don't argue with me. If we run separate ways, each of us has only a 50% chance of being discovered. So, let's promise each other now that whoever gets discovered will help to stall for time, okay? Sujin glared hard at Chu Yi, then he whispered, besides, if we hang on to a more powerful person each, we'd probably be safer. The aloof man was amused by what Sujin was saying, but he didn't make any comments. He just wanted one person to help him find that creature. Bringing a second person would only become a burden to him. Chu Yi didn't know what else to say, so he nodded and passed the knife in his hands back to Sujin. Bro, I think you'd better take this to protect yourself. Sujin took the knife from Chu Yi and nodded before hurrying Chu Yi towards the temple. After Chu Yi had left, Sujin said to the aloof man, what's your name? Zhongli. My name's Sujin. Actually, you aren't really looking for that monster for the sake of revenge, right? Asked Sujin. Zhongli froze for 2 seconds before pulling the spear out from Lin Yu's shoulder, and then, he used the spear to break her 4 limbs. But even as Lin Yu lay paralyzed on the ground, she was still screaming and growling at them. As Sujin looked at her writhing on the ground, he found it hard to imagine how this woman had once looked so gentle and approachable when he had first met her. Did I ever say it was for revenge? Zhongli returned the question with his own question. Sujin laughed and started walking away from the mountain as he said, "Let me make it clear that the monster we're looking for is extremely powerful. The longbow he carries can shoot these sparkly particles, and my left arm became like this because a tiny bit of the particles hit it. Drink this down." Zhongli handed a thumb-sized glass bottle that had a purple liquid inside it to Sujin. Sujin shook the glass bottle and poured everything into his mouth without hesitation. Once the purple liquid entered his stomach, he felt a cool sensation spread through his body. The area where it hurt terribly earlier felt instant relief, which energized Sujin greatly. Wow! Sujin exhaled deeply before continuing what he was saying earlier. "I'm not too sure about the rest, because I'll need to prove some of my guesses right first." "Well, you seem to be a smart one. Such people have a higher chance of surviving the handbook's challenges. Thanks for the compliment. But first, let's get through tonight. Ho ho, you'd better start praying hard now." "I trust my own brain more than prayers," said Sujin as he pointed at his head. His plans and actions had all been purely reactive ones because he knew too little about Fengzi town. He strongly believed that if he had enough information about what was going on, his chances of surviving the night would increase dramatically. Zhongli didn't disagree. "It's good to believe in yourself, but you must understand that while some things require more brain power, other things require more physical strength. And tonight in Fengzi town, brawn is more important than brain." "That's not necessarily true. I'm almost there, just let me find a few more clues, and I'll piece this puzzle together," murmured Sujin to himself. He took a deep breath and said to Zhongli, "Since you're not doing this for revenge and I don't think you're hoping to die either, I suppose the only other reason would be that you're doing this for some sort of benefit." Chapter 10, Understanding. Zhongli stopped walking and looked Sujin up and down with a frown before he said, "You know, I know an asshole who's just like you. I've already punched him a number of times." "Oh, he's not as handsome as me, I assume," said Sujin with a laugh. "You're a really confident one, aren't you?" "Not particularly. But you haven't punched me yet, so that must be the reason, right?" said Sujin with a smug smile, which really amused Zhongli. As Zhongli continued walking, he said, "Every challenge that the handbook poses is extremely dangerous. Possessing some intelligence will help you to survive longer, but I want you to understand one thing. Do not use this good brain of yours to scheme against me. If I find out that you're plotting against me, believe me, I'll be a bigger threat to you than any of the enemies you've faced so far." The way Zhongli spoke was so imposing and so domineering that Sujin felt as though someone was holding him by the throat. "Got it. Besides, I'm counting on you to protect me, so I won't be stupid enough to plot against you," said Sujin meekly as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Zhongli was satisfied with Sujin's response and gave a pleased nod. The terrifying aura he exuded disappeared as well. "Excellent. All right then, you may ask me questions about Hell's Handbook. I'll try to answer you as best as I can. That'll be your reward for bringing me to that creature." Okay. "What's the biggest difference between a newbie like me and a veteran like you?" asked Sujin with almost no hesitation. "You are an irritating fellow, after all. Trying to sniff out my weaknesses with your very first question." After giving it a thought, Zhongli said, "Veterans here are generally defined as owners of the handbook who have activated their spirit power. So, the difference between them and a newbie would be spirit power." Sujin's first question was actually a really intelligent one. He didn't ask specifically about a particular detail, and while the answer to this question seemed really direct, the answer would also carry a lot of other information along with it. For example, if you asked your neighbor if there was any difference between buying the onions from the supermarket and buying from the farmer's market, the other party would go on to list all the differences, like the difference in freshness, the difference in price, taste, etc. But Zhang Li's answer was extremely simple. If he had been given the question about onions, this answer would be as good as replying with, "The ones I buy are nicer than yours." The only new information Zhang Li supplied was the existence of spirit power and pretty much nothing else. It sounded like Zhang Li was giving useless answers on purpose, but it wasn't like there was anything Sujin could do about that. What's this spirit power? Sujin didn't bother thinking about whether Zhang Li was purposely answering him this way or not. Instead, he continued asking because even though Zhang Li's answer didn't contain a lot of detail, he mentioned something very important, so Sujin had to probe further. This is spirit power. Zhang Li spread his palm out, and a green gas swirled continuously around the middle of his palm, like a green-colored mist. What is this? Spirit power? Hey, you're going too far now. I thought you said you're going to answer my questions as best as you can, protested Sujin. It was fine if Zhang Li gave him stupid answers once or twice, but if Zhang Li's attitude towards his questions was going to be like this, he wasn't going to get much information out of Zhang Li. Zhang Li knew that he had gone a little too far too, so he rubbed his nose and said, all right. Spirit power is a power that handbook owners possess. If I had to compare it to something, I would say that it's like the inner chi that those martial arts movies like to talk about. In short, it's an energy within your body that you can control and can use to increase your capabilities. How do I activate mine? Sujin quickly asked. If veterans managed to survive by relying on spirit power, then that was definitely something he needed to lay his hands on as soon as possible. But Zhang Li eyed Sujin somewhat mockingly and shook his head. I'm seriously not trying to withhold information from you this time. The truth is, no handbook owner can tell you exactly how their spirit power was activated. But you don't have to worry about whether you can get it activated or not. As long as you manage to get through 10 challenges consecutively without dying, the handbook will make sure you get spirit power. 10 challenges consecutively? What are the chances of that happening? Your chances of getting through 10 challenges as you are right now, aren't really high, but it's not zero either. Also, every challenge will include some special characters who can help you to activate your spirit power. But of course, that totally depends on your luck, said Zhang Li with a smile. Sujin felt like the situation was hopeless. He had seen the sort of dangers a challenge could put him through. He had lost one arm, and out of his other 2 companions besides Chu Yi, he wasn't sure if one of them was still alive, while the other one had died very early on. Worst of all, nothing that had happened so far was actually at level B yet. How was he going to survive 10 such challenges? Is there a way to get out of this handbook universe? Yes, replied Zhang Li very confidently. How? Sujin asked hurriedly. How? It's simple. Survive 100 challenges, and you can get out of this. Or the other way would be to amass 1,000,000 points, said Zhang Li calmly. 100 challenges, Sujin repeated those words to himself as he gasped. He didn't know the point system that was employed, so he couldn't speak for that. But this first challenge had already made him nearly break down in despair. It was almost impossible to imagine that anyone would be able to survive 100 challenges. Are you wondering if it's even possible? I think it's almost impossible too. I've already survived 13 challenges, and I'm already one of the best among the other handbook owners I've met, so I think 100 times is pretty much impossible. The look in Zhang Li's eyes dimmed as he spoke. It was clear that even someone as powerful as himself didn't have any confidence that he would make it either. Sujin was a little discouraged, but he wasn't the type to despair at something he hadn't even tried doing before. No matter how impossible it seemed, he was going to give it a shot anyway. It had seemed impossible for him to leave his farming village in the mountains back then for the great metropolitan city too, but he had made it anyway. What about those points you mentioned? What do they do? How do I earn them? Every time a challenge is completed, the survivors will get 1,000 points each. If you've completed any special missions or if you've killed any enemies you were supposed to, you will also get some points for that, explained Zhongli. Oh. So that's why you want me to help you to track down that monster. But where does one get these missions from? Asked Sujin curiously. Zhongli said, you can forget about it. Newbies will not get to choose any missions. The first challenge is really just to let you experience what it's like in here. But if you're unlucky and you die on your first challenge, then it's just too bad. Is that considered a sort of protection for newbies? In that case, can I check if your handbook also has hints like these? Sujin opened his copy and showed the additional lines that appeared later to Zhongli. Zhongli glanced at it and shook his head. Nope, I don't have that. That's something extra you got as a newbie. But once this challenge ends, you won't get hints like these anymore. You'll have to figure it out on your own. In that case, do we accumulate points purely to get out of this situation? Sujin fell into deep thought. If the points were purely put towards ending this situation, then that would overlap with the 100 challenge requirement. The only difference was that someone who could accumulate points quickly would be able to get out of this earlier. Of course, that's not its only use. But it's pointless for me to tell you all this now. Once you survive this challenge, you'll understand the importance of the points. Alright, enough. I've answered a lot of your questions. Now, bring me to that monster. Zhongli was clearly not going to answer any more questions. Sujin nodded while still thinking about everything Zhongli had said. Zhongli had already given him a lot of information, and he had a rough understanding of this handbook now. And it was also true that everything else could wait until he actually survived the night. They weren't walking very quickly, but Sujin knew where to go. He led Zhongli towards Lin Yu's house because he believed that the monster was most likely to be there. And just as Sujin had expected, they ran into the monster as they got closer to Lin Yu's house. It was completely covered in a cloak, and it had the longbow in its hands. It stretched the bowstring as it took aim at Sujin and Zhongli. With the release of the bowstring, the sparkly arrow shot out from the longbow and pierced through the air. Sujin felt goosebumps cover his back in fear. He had had a taste of what that arrow could do already. He was sure that if that destructive thing hit someone's body, that person was dead meat. Zhongli took a step forward to stand in front of Sujin. He said in a stern voice, "Don't stray more than 10 meters from me. I'll protect you." "Roger that. I'm counting on you." Once Sujin was safely behind Zhongli, the despair he felt instantly dissipated. He believed that Zhongli could really defeat this creature in a fight. As the arrow flew towards him, Zhongli's expression turned grim, and he raised his spear. Sujin couldn't see what was happening, but he heard a loud roaring sound, followed by a huge cloud of dust. It was hard to see clearly through the dust, but he could see that Zhongli had dashed out. "Damn it! What happened to the 10-meter radius we talked about just now?" grumbled Sujin as he secretly grabbed hold of his knife as well. Zhongli had promised to protect him, but Sujin wasn't going to really leave his life in Zhongli's hands entirely. Zhongli charged towards the monster and the spear in his hand shot out green beam after green beam. The glow of the spear made Zhongli look like a god that had transcended to the earth as he covered more than 50 meters in a second. The monster didn't move and let the green beams stab into its body. The only thing it did was to hold up its longbow again. Once the bowstring had been pulled back, sparkles gathered once more in the shape of an arrow. But this time, the arrow was a lot larger than the previous one. It was so big and bright that Sujin could make out the contorted face beneath the cloak from afar. Wong! The bowstring was released, and the arrow flew out just as the spear in Zhongli's hand stabbed through the monster. The arrow flew out with a roar and went right through Zhongli as well. Shit! They're both going to die together. Sujin was flabbergasted. He had been so confident that Zhongli would win, but now, both parties were going to die at the same time. "It's you." Sujin's pupils constricted as he stared at the monster that Zhongli had just stabbed. Chapter 11, Smiling in Death. Sujin was already mentally prepared to see this face before him, but when he was actually faced with this person, he was still filled with fury. The person in the cloak was actually Zhang Jing. She immediately looked aggrieved as she stretched her hands out towards Sujin and wailed miserably, "Why did you abandon me? Why did all of you abandon me?" Sujin's expression grew even more furious as he roared angrily at her, "That's quite enough. Did you think you could fool me with that face? What should I call you? Grandma? Or Grandpa? How did you know?" Zhang Jing's expression instantly turned nasty as she yelled, "What do you know? How did you find out? How did I find out? You've got to thank your granddaughter and grandson's diaries. Their entries weren't very detailed, but after I saw your face, I figured it out. The one who died back then wasn't Grandpa, but Grandma, wasn't it?" spat Sujin frostily. Both Lin Yu and her younger brother had mentioned their grandfather's passing and also talked about how their grandmother started behaving strangely after that. Lin Yu had attributed it to her grandmother being depressed from losing her spouse, and Sujin hadn't paid it much attention either when he read it first either. But once he saw that this person was now using Zhang Jing's face and body, Sujin realized what must have happened. "If my guess is right, you have the ability to shift your soul to another body or something along those lines, right? Back then, you shifted your soul to your wife and continued living as Lin Yu's grandmother, and that's why Lin Yu found it strange that her grandmother had picked up smoking. When you attacked Zhang Jing in the storeroom earlier, your intention was not to kill her, but to take over her body. So when your grandson walked in, he basically dragged away an empty shell you used to occupy, right?" explained Sujin as he glanced at where Zhongli ought to be standing. But to his surprise, Zhongli was nowhere to be found. "He's a veteran all right. So, he's chosen to escape after all," thought Sujin to himself as he continued talking to the monster in front of him. "Is Zhang Jing still alive? Alive? Ha ha! I am her and she is me. As long as I'm alive, she'll stay alive. But if I die, then you know what will happen to her, right?" said the monster with a maniacal laugh. After Zhongli stabbed its chest with his spear, green liquid kept flowing out, but it didn't seem to care. "Are you threatening me now?" said Sujin in an icy voice. His expression was no longer as menacing, but his tone of voice remained the same. "In that case, you can go to hell." "What?" The monster didn't expect that. At that exact same moment, a spear stabbed right through his body once more. While Sujin and the monster were conversing earlier, Zhongli had taken the chance to creep up behind the monster to deliver this fatal blow. The monster turned around stiffly to look emotionlessly at Zhongli before laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, as long as my god still lives, I will live too. The ones who will have to die are the both of you." Then, he collapsed with a thud onto the ground. "I can't believe a dying thing like you could utter so much nonsense." Zhongli wiped away the green liquid on his spear. He did sustain some injuries in his waist area that looked similar to Sujin's in that it looked burnt too, but it wasn't too serious. Zhongli had been hit by the monster's arrow after all. But Sujin had an uneasy feeling about what the monster had said before it collapsed. The monster didn't seem to care that it was on the verge of destruction at all. "Wait, what? My mission isn't considered complete," muttered Zhongli in surprise. He just checked his handbook, only to find that there were no new kills recorded inside. He didn't die, he just left this body, that's all. Initially, Sujin thought that this monster had to come into contact with another body in order to transfer its soul, but it seemed like that wasn't the case after all. But that sounds odd too. If it doesn't have to touch the body to transfer its soul, then why did it attack Zhang Jing? Which part of this am I getting wrong? Sujin smacked his head a few times, wondering if he had missed anything. Zhongli squatted down to look at Zhang Jing and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey! This woman's not dead yet." "What?" Sujin was surprised to hear that. He ran over and bent down to see that Zhang Jing was still breathing and her eyes were slowly beginning to respond, which meant that she was actually somewhat conscious. "Can she be saved?" Those 2 stabs of my spear have essentially destroyed all her internal organs, so unless you have something on hand that can bring her back to life, she's going to die, said Zhongli as he shook his head. Sujin looked helplessly at Zhang Jing. He did feel a little guilty towards her since he and Chu Yi did abandon her, like what the monster had said earlier. It was true that they had left her behind because they didn't have much choice. Trying to save her would definitely have sent them to the netherworld instead, but the 2 of them might have been Zhang Jing's only hope. We can't save her, that's for sure, but I can help her to recover her consciousness for a short period of time. I think you might be able to get some information out of her, given your level of intelligence. Zhongli glanced at Sujin, then continued, but judging from your expression, I guess we ought to just let her die. No, help her to regain her consciousness, please, Sujin pleaded to Zhongli with a determined look in his eyes. Zhongli had noticed the guilty look on Sujin's face too, so he was surprised that Sujin would still want him to help her regain her consciousness. Zhongli didn't refuse Sujin's request. He shot out a beam of green light from his fingertips into her nostrils and she slowly opened her eyes after a few seconds. I'm so sorry. Sujin felt apologetic towards her, but he didn't think that he had made the wrong decision to leave her behind. They didn't know each other before this, so it was only normal for him to prioritize saving his own skin in that sort of situation and when faced with such enemies. You don't have to apologize. I should thank you, actually. Her face was extremely pale, but she looked like she was having a moment of terminal lucidity. She smiled gently at Sujin and said, I've finally realized that the scariest thing that could happen to a person isn't death. It's having your body possessed by an old man. Just thinking about having to live the rest of my life like that really makes me prefer death, actually. Sujin smiled bitterly back at her. Zhang Jing's ability to let go made him feel even guiltier now. He said to her, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You can leave in peace. I hope so too. When that old man took over my body, I could sense a few things from him. There is something within Fengzi town that can decide his fate and is powerful enough to make him worship it. Her consciousness had been suppressed when she didn't have control over her own body, so she didn't really know that much. Sujin nodded with a furrowed brow as he thanked her, thank you. This is very important information to us. Don't look so upset. I don't want the last thing I see on earth to be a grouchy face, said Zhang Jing to Sujin with a smile. Sujin blinked for a moment before turning to look at Zhongli. Zhongli glanced back at him with his usual aloof expression and said to Zhang Jing self-deprecatingly, in this sort of situation, a smile is really a luxury. A smile is especially important in such situations. Zhang Jing's eyes seemed to be slowly losing focus. Zhang Li's powers were not able to keep her alive for much longer. She said to Sujin, actually, I was doing that sort of job. You know, a club hostess. Sujin didn't expect Zhang Jing to tell him such things and Zhang Jing didn't seem to be expecting him to respond to her either as she continued speaking, it is a despised job and that's how I lived as well. It always seemed like everyone felt that they had the right to criticize me, and even those who had slept with me suddenly became saints once they had put their pants back on, as if they had nothing to do with the filth they were accusing me of. That sort of life was really tiring. It was so tiring that I wished that I could close my eyes one day and never open them again. But life had to go on. So I learned to smile in all circumstances. No matter what I was facing, I would always smile. I always told myself that life would be so miserable if one couldn't even smile. Sujin didn't say anything and quietly listened to her talk. Even Zhongli didn't try to hurry her as he just sat there. But Zhang Jing's talking soon came to an end as her body went limp and her pupils dilated. Sujin gently closed Zhang Jing's eyes. Even as she passed away, she still had a smile on her face. In this sinister, terrifying and despairing town, her smile was like a light in the darkness that warmed the hearts of others. In fact, Sujin's own expression was slowly beginning to transform too. His sorrowful gaze started to relax and his pursed lips slowly curved upwards into a natural smile. Zhang Jing was gone, but before she departed, she left Sujin a smile and a quote to remember. Life would be so miserable if one couldn't even smile. Sujin quietly repeated those words to himself before turning to Zhongli with a smile. Let's go. You still have a mission to complete, don't you? What about you? Are you going to take revenge? Asked Zhongli with a smile. His smile didn't seem as mirthless as before. Oh yes. She's taught me such an important lesson, so I've got to repay her for doing so. Sujin nodded. His lips were smiling, but the look in his eyes was malicious. I'm really hoping that you'll survive now. What a coincidence. I'm hoping for that too, replied Sujin with a laugh before heading straight for Lin Yu's house. Before this, he had only guessed that the monster Lin Yu's grandfather had become would appear there. But now, he was very sure that the monster was waiting for them in Lin Yu's house itself. It didn't take them long to arrive at the house. A figure wrapped entirely in a cloak was already waiting for them outside the gate. But before either of them could say anything, it removed the cloak to reveal yet another face familiar to Sujin. I get it now. So if you want to possess a living person, you've got to come into contact with that person. But if you want to possess a dead person's body, it's a lot less troublesome, hey. Sujin figured it out immediately once he saw that he was now faced with Yang Zikin's face instead. You've guessed it right. Let me reward you by sending you straight to hell, cackled the monster in a cheeky voice. Sujin held up a familiar longbow made from bones that he had been hiding behind his back and waved it at the monster. Your weapon is now in the hands of someone else and you're still so arrogant? Are you really going to be okay? Chapter 12, A Conjecture. I am God's hunter. Those who do not pledge their allegiance to God and disrespect God are my targets. You shall suffer my God's wrath, roared the monster who called himself God's hunter. At the same time, the longbow in Sujin's hands began to tremble violently, as if it was struggling to get out of Sujin's grip. What the heck? You're missing an Adam's apple, but you can still yell so loudly. Sujin wasn't going to return that longbow to the hunter. He looked at Zhongli, but Zhongli didn't need Sujin to tell him anything. He was already prepared to attack. Zhongli left a green light trail behind him as he suddenly appeared again behind the hunter and used his spear to rain small droplets of light on the hunter. The hunter knew how powerful Zhongli could be, so he opened his mouth and let a roar that caused so many sparkles to flow out from his nose, his mouth, and even the gaping hole in his throat. The sparkles immediately came together to form a large shield that blocked Zhongli's attack. Sujin was finding it more and more difficult to keep his grip on the longbow with just one hand, so he used both of his feet to step on the longbow and took the sharp boning knife out. Since he couldn't keep it under control, he was going to hack it into pieces. How dare you! The hunter roared angrily at Sujin when he saw that Sujin was preparing to destroy the longbow. The hunter charged at Sujin to stop him from doing that. But Zhongli wasn't going to let the hunter have his way. He held the spear horizontally and the green glow around his body reached its maximum intensity before gathering around the spear. Immediately after that, the spear, which now seemed to have a life of its own, became like a green python that shot out and took aim at the hunter's chest. They were confident that if the hunter didn't dodge this attack, his entire body would explode into bits once the spear hit him. But to everyone's surprise, the hunter didn't dodge at all and remained focused on trying to salvage the longbow beneath Sujin's feet. Bam! There was a terrible bang as Zhongli's spear caused the hunter's body to explode just before he reached Sujin. Pieces of flesh and green blood started raining from above. Sujin couldn't avoid the explosion, so he could only use his one remaining arm to cover his head and allowed the disgusting mess of flesh and blood to rain down all over himself. He took off his jacket after that, but he still got some of the green liquid on his skin. That was terrible, sighed Sujin. Yang Zikin had already died but his body still had to go through such an ordeal. He quickly checked with Zhongli, have you completed your mission? Nope, he's not dead yet. Zhongli's brows were deeply furrowed. He had attempted to kill that hunter twice in a row but still failed to kill him completely. This mission was going to be difficult to complete. Hurry up and run for it. The hunter of God is immortal, so if he finds the both of you again, you'll definitely die, a voice suddenly called out from the front yard. Sujin looked up and realized that the voice belonged to the one who had allowed Chu Yi and himself to escape. But he now looked at Auntie Li with a grim expression on his face. Besides that hunter and Lin Yu, the rest of her family's already dead. Would you say that we've upheld our end of the bargain? Asked Sujin quietly. Auntie Li nodded calmly. Yes, thank you. And that's also why I've come to tell you to leave quickly. Don't let the hunter find you. The longbow in your hands is the hunter's weapon, so you need to destroy it quickly. Otherwise, he will be able to find you no matter where you go. Sujin suddenly chuckled before bowing politely at Auntie Li. Do you seriously intend to continue this act, Auntie Li? Or should I call you God? Zhang Li's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly snapped out of it and looked warily at Auntie Li as he whispered, Are you sure she's the god in this challenge? I'm pretty sure of it, said Sujin with a slight nod. But Auntie Li shook her head expressionlessly and said, God? If I were God, I would have been able to keep my family alive and I definitely wouldn't have been kept here like a dog. How can there be a god who can't even control his own fate? You've got to be kidding. When you let us go, you specifically reminded me to search Lin Yu's room. I was pretty puzzled by that, and after I finished reading Lin Yu's diary, I was even more puzzled. The information I had was still too random and I couldn't piece them together until the hunter appeared, said Sujin slowly. Auntie Li's previously emotionless eyes flickered a little. She looked at Sujin and said, Until the hunter appeared? He provided you with vital information. Of course, said Sujin with a confident nod. Do you want to hear me tell a story? I'm all ears. Auntie Li nodded. Zhang Li was getting a bit annoyed by how these two were talking in riddles, but he still quietly stood there and listened to Sujin tell his story anyway. Our story starts in a place called Fengzi Town. This town is very secluded and has very little contact with the outside world. Almost everyone in this town has never gone outside its borders. But as times change, even the most secluded of places eventually come into contact with the outside world. Let's go back to 50 years ago. Fengzi Town is no longer that secluded town that nobody has ever heard of or cares about anymore. A huge number of cultures has arrived in town, pushing it into an abyss that it would eventually never recover from. What affected the town the most? Economics? Culture? Perhaps it was a mix of both. But one thing that made a big impact on the town was religion. Christianity, Daoism, and Buddhism wanted a slice of the Fengzi town pie, so they sent their evangelists to this small town, which resulted in churches, Daoist temples, and Buddhist temples to be built here. But actually, the people of Fengzi town had their own belief. But then again, how powerful could the god of a tiny, secluded town be? These three major world religions were religions with centuries of history. The influence they had on their believers was something that surpassed anything a small town religion could possibly attain. And so, the people of Fengzi town decided to betray the god they used to worship and turned to the three major religions instead. But that poor god they turned their backs on was still a god after all. He wanted to take revenge on these believers who had abandoned their faith. This revenge plan started with the first one to actually leave Fengzi town. That was a woman whose surname was Li. She left the town a few decades ago to make a living in the capital city. The god took her life and took over her identity, then returned to Fengzi town. First, he killed a few people to warn his believers, but his believers didn't pick up the hint. The angered god decided not to hold back anymore. He turned all those who still believe in him into his hunters. And on that fateful night 50 years ago, they went on a massacre to kill every believer who had turned their backs on this god. After Sujin finished saying these things, he turned to look at Auntie Li, but she shook her head and said, This is all just your conjecture, right? If that god really wanted to destroy Fengzi town, why leave a few of them alive? The war isn't over yet, so you still need soldiers to fight. Sujin used his right index finger to tap on his nose and said, the three major religions are your real enemies. Before you took revenge, they were your enemies. And after you had taken revenge, they still are. Back then, the three religions had discovered your existence, but they were only ordinary humans. How could ordinary humans fight a god? They had to come together and combine their powers from where their places of worship are built, in order to keep you under control. That night replays itself once every 10 years in Fengzi town, and that's your only chance. You kept Lin Yu and her family alive because you've been waiting for a chance to finally break free from the control of the three religions. Am I right in saying that? Auntie Li looked at Sujin quietly and seemed a little interested now. Your story is very exciting, but this is nothing but your own imagination, isn't it? Of course, of course. But none of that is important. All we need to do now is to wait for the bells to ring again and everything will come to an end. You might still stand a chance 10 years later, but that will have nothing to do with us, said Sujin with a smile. His story might be accurate, but that didn't matter. The challenge didn't require him to solve any mystery. What an interesting human you are. That's exactly why I was so fascinated by these tiny things called humans. Tell me, even though these are just your guesses, I'm sure you already have the most fundamental information on hand already, right? Auntie Li's expression grew serious. Zhang Li suddenly felt a terrifying aura fill the air. He grabbed his spear tightly and stared warily at the woman in the front yard. Only a wooden fence separated them, after all. But Sujin didn't seem affected at all. Actually, it wasn't very hard to guess all this. Most of the information came from Lin Yu and her brother's diaries, while some actually came from you. Oh? When did I provide you with any information? Auntie Li was surprised. You did. You said that you were a dog to Lin Yu's family. Sujin took a while to sort his thoughts out before continuing. When the hunter first took over Zhang Jing's body, I saw him swallow an evil soul, which means that the hunter is the archenemy of wayward souls. As for the hunting you talked about, if my guess is right, you're referring to how once every 10 years, the hunters will help you to get past the forces that hold you back and hunt down any wayward souls in the town. Auntie Li didn't say anything and quietly waited for Sujin to continue. After the bells rang for the third time, the hunters tried to hunt me down too. When I think about the situation then, it seemed like Lin Yu and her family were even more like hunting dogs than you were. They suit that metaphor a lot better than you do. I mean, have you ever seen a hunter go out to hunt and leave his hunting dog to rest at home? Of course, this wasn't enough to help me piece together the story I told just now, until the hunter blocked us twice as we made our way to this place. Let's make a guess. Why did he decide to stop hunting and wait here for us instead? Said Sujin slowly. Auntie Li suddenly started smiling as she nodded at Sujin and said, "You're just making guesses, but you actually got this far. Not bad. But, who says my hunter has given up hunting?" Sujin froze for a moment before his eyes darted around and he started tapping his index finger on his nose even faster than before. Then he laughed and said, "Oh, I get it. You're referring to that other corpse, right? That's right. So instead of saying that he blocked your way 2 times in a row and ended up revealing my real identity, it's more accurate to say that he purposely lured you 2 here so that I could trap you 2 here and make his work easier," said Auntie Li with a smile as a beam of sparkles shot out from her eyes and engulfed Sujin and Zhang Li. "With that body, my hunter can appear at the temple directly and the bells you've been hoping to hear will never ring again. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 13, Elder God. Once Sujin and Zhang Li were engulfed by the sparkles, they couldn't move an inch. They couldn't even move their fingers. It was as if they had completely lost control over their bodies. "The bells will still ring," muttered Sujin. "That's right, the bells will still ring. If that hunter had trouble fighting me, there's no way he can get through Lu Yingying." Sujin was surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Li to think so highly of Lu Yingying. "Well, we'll know in a while whether the bells will ring or not." Despite being trapped here, this god seemed very confident in his own hunter. But Sujin had no confidence at all. An ordinary person had no way of controlling this sort of situation in the first place, so the only thing he could do was to create trouble for the god, and he even needed Zhang Li's help to do that. "Give me the longbow." The god stretched his hand towards Sujin. The longbow broke free from Sujin's grip and flew towards the god. "Now!" Zhang Li suddenly gave a mighty shout as green beams shot out from his body. He had managed to break through the god's control over his body and was able to move on his own again. Once he broke free, he held up his spear and swung it towards the longbow so as to destroy it. The consequences would be very severe if the god managed to get hold of the longbow. "Zhang Li, don't do it," yelled Sujin at the top of his voice. Zhang Li heard Sujin's cry just before his spear was about to hit the longbow. For some reason, Zhang Li decided to trust in Sujin and forcibly stopped the spear from moving forward. The spear that was headed for the longbow instantly came to a stop. Pfft! Zhang Li vomited a mouthful of blood. Sending the spear out had taken a lot out of him, so having to stop it when it had reached maximum speed also took a toll on his body. "If you don't give me a good explanation for stopping me, I'm going to break you like I meant to break that longbow." Zhang Li glared at Sujin and started to regret listening to him. That was their best chance at destroying the longbow. There was no way he would get another chance at destroying it. But Sujin started smiling, because he saw that the longbow had stopped just outside the fence and did not actually fly into the hands of the god. "When I first saw the damage in the wooden fence around this house, I thought that it was caused by those who were tricked into coming in here 10 years ago. But now, I suppose that was done by Lin Yu and her family, right? Or it might have even been yourself," said Sujin calmly. The god's expression turned sinister and didn't look as calm as before. But Sujin continued, "Actually, for as long as we don't walk through this gate on our own, there's nothing you can do about us. The best you can do is to use those sparkles to paralyze us, right? In fact, you might not actually be able to paralyze us with those sparkles for very long either. This wooden fence is actually like your jail cell, isn't it? Your hunters are able to go in and out freely, and even their dogs can do that. Only you, the god, cannot. Is that right?" The god was clearly incensed now. As the fury in his expression intensified, so did the smile on Sujin's face. Sparkles began to flow from the god's body as he grew angrier and angrier. The sparkles from his body gathered above his head to form a menacing-looking face which roared furiously at Sujin, "You foolish little lowlife! Angering me will do you no good. That's not necessarily true. It's quite fun to watch a god get angry." Sujin massaged his shoulders for a bit because they had become numb from the pressure of the paralyzing sparkles earlier. Then he looked at the god and said, "The longbow obviously cannot cross the wooden fence and you have no way of getting it inside either. So, you've done everything in hope of tricking Zhang Li into actually destroying the longbow. Let me guess. As a god, you have the ability to send the longbow to wherever the hunter is, except the longbow has to be destroyed? Or wait. No. Only one longbow may exist at a time. So, if this one is destroyed, then you can create a new one for your hunter, since you're a god. Is that correct?" The god fell silent, and his menacing face continued to tremble angrily. Zhang Li, on the other hand, stared at Sujin like he was a monster. He muttered to himself, "He's just like that asshole. What on earth are their brains made from? Lowly human, you are one of the most outstanding humans I have ever seen. I know what your aim is, and I can help you. But I need you to agree to become one of my devotees." "How about that?" said the god calmly. "You know what our aim is." Zhang Li merely snorted disdainfully. The god turned to look at Zhang Li and said, "I know where all of you come from. It's Hell's Handbook, isn't it?" Zhang Li was stunned, as if he were surprised that the god actually knew about the handbook. His heart pounded wildly and his eyes flew open as he pointed at the god and said, You're an elder god. Oh? You actually know about the elder gods." The god was also surprised that Zhang Li knew anything about this. Zhang Li said, I don't know very much either, but during one of the challenges, I happened to come across some historical writings about the Handbook and the Elder Gods. None of the enemies we face in the challenges will know about the Handbook, except the Elder Gods. They are the only ones who know about the Handbook. Ha, you're right. So, become a devotee of mine and I will grant you strength, the god said loudly to Sujin. Sujin scratched his head and looked like all of this was such a chore. It's not a bad thing to have a religion, but I'm not sure about believing in you. I'm sure those ex-devotees of yours think the same way. So, you're hell-bent on going against me, roared the god as more sparkles poured out of his shoulders to grab onto the wooden fence. But the moment the sparkles hit the wooden fence, they disappeared. We'll take our leave now. Don't be too sad. 10 years isn't a lot to a god like you. Then, Sujin said to Zhongli, you might be confident in Liu Yingying's abilities, but we'd better go over and take a look. Sujin walked up to the fence and picked up the longbow again. You'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this. You've turned down an elder god's invitation, shrieked the god. He continued, as long as you agree to become one of mine, I'll make you my ambassador. You won't just be an ordinary devotee. Sujin ignored the screams and shouts of the god and walked off with Zhongli. Zhongli took his hat off to Sujin for doing that. That was a god, and an elder god at that, an existence that actually knew about the existence of the Handbook. But then again, thought Zhongli, Sujin was just a newbie. There was no way a newbie would know how valuable an elder god really was. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain again, they saw that Lin Yu was dead. There was a hole that pierced right through her forehead, and they could still see some sparkles left behind. Where did your guy die? Asked Sujin. Zhongli pondered for a moment and said, not too far from here. I had already warned him to stay within 10 meters. Stop talking about this stupid 10 meters. I really pity that man. He didn't deserve to die, said Sujin with a sigh. While he agreed that Zhongli was powerful, Zhongli could be a bit dumb sometimes. They walked up the mountain and eventually found the hunter at the entrance to the temple. But the hunter was now hanging from the doorframe like a piece of meat waiting to be smoked. Liu Yingying leaned against the entrance while Chu Yi looked like he had seen a ghost as he stayed far, far away from Liu Yingying. He came running over only when he saw that Sujin was here. Bro! I'm so glad you're alright. Tell me, was Liu Yingying the one who managed to deal with this hunter? Sujin asked Chu Yi in a low voice. Chu Yi immediately nodded, then glanced at the other side of the temple where Zhongli and Liu Yingying were talking. His lips barely moved as he whispered to Sujin, don't cross that woman. She's so vicious, and she doesn't seem human. Oh? Who's so vicious that she doesn't seem human? Asked Liu Yingying with a bright smile on her face as she approached them. Sujin watched as Chu Yi instantly froze before turning around robotically and saying with an awkward laugh, no, I was telling Sujin that he was silly for choosing against coming here to be protected by someone as amazing as you are. Instead, he went to look for a monster to fight, which makes him sound so vicious that he doesn't seem human. Liu Yingying glared at Chu Yi, then smiled at Sujin. You're a big reason why we've managed to get through this challenge, since you managed to delay the time the hunter took to attack the temple. I'm surprised that a newbie could actually get this far. Well, it seems like you guys could have done well without me too. You'd probably be able to settle this challenge all by yourself, said Sujin with a self-deprecating laugh. If he had known that Liu Yingying was this powerful, he wouldn't have allowed himself to take such a big risk. He could have just stayed here and let her protect him. But Liu Yingying shook her head and said very solemnly to Sujin, no, your contribution was indeed substantial. Zhongli has already told me what happened. If that hunter had that longbow with him, I don't think I could have overcome him either. Sujin laughed and was about to speak when the bells started ringing for the 4th time. The dark skies outside immediately began to brighten. It's over, said Liu Yingying quietly. She looked at Sujin and Chu Yi and said, you'll be entering that area for the first time after this, so make your decisions carefully. These could affect your fate in the future. That area. Sujin blinked in confusion. There's no time to explain, I hope we get to work together again. Lu Yingying stuck her hand out at Sujin and he shook her hand. Zhongli glanced at Sujin and said in his usual aloof voice, "You've done a pretty good job this time, but please, don't become like that asshole." "Seriously though, who's this asshole you guys keep mentioning?" asked Sujin curiously. "You'll know when you see that asshole. But it's not going to be that easy to meet that fellow, since there are more than just a few handbook owners out there," said Zhongli. Chu Yi turned to Sujin and said, "Bro, I really have to thank you for everything you've done. Let's have a meal together when we get back, okay?" He rattled off a string of numbers and said, "Call me when you get back." "Miss Lu, what's your number?" "Exchanging numbers? Trust me, it's meaningless." Lu Yingying shook her head. Just then, a bright white light suddenly shone down and flooded the area. Sujin couldn't help but squint from the brightness. By the time the bright light vanished, he realized that he was in a completely different place. There was nothing here, and it was dark except for a flickering flame in the distance. "What place is this?" mumbled Sujin to himself puzzledly, as he looked around him. "This novel is hyping me up too much. Man has no fear." Absolute Chad. Chapter 14, Personal Hell Domain. Welcome to your personal hell domain. You can enjoy the full range of punishments offered by hell here. If you're interested, we also offer some special services such as getting whipped by our demonesses or enjoying a sauna in Menpo's boiling soup. These are services that are exclusive to VIP members. An eerie voice suddenly resounded in this already creepy place. Sujin looked around him but didn't see anybody, so he shouted back, "You can introduce those things to masochists. I'm not one of them. You're not interested? Ah, too bad." The voice sounded disappointed. But before Sujin could say anything, the voice continued, "All right then. Please take a step forward. Don't ask me which way is forward, because this ridiculous place doesn't differentiate which direction is which. Just move in any direction you fancy." Sujin's lips twitched in annoyance at this cheeky voice. But he still took a few steps forward in a random direction anyway. Shortly after he had taken those few steps, the ground in front of him suddenly broke open and lava sprayed out. He instinctively moved 2 steps back while the lava slowly cooled down to form a podium that stood about 3 feet high. A rectangular item was on top of this podium, and upon closer look, he felt that this rectangular item resembled a book cover. After pondering for a moment, he took out his copy of the handbook and tried putting it on top of the rectangular item. It was exactly as he had guessed. This podium was meant for holding his handbook. "Welcome once again to your personal hell domain, or whatever you want to call it. I will answer all basic questions about this space. If you don't know what to ask, I will proceed with giving you the generic introduction that I have been given in advance. You may start asking." The creepy voice started talking again. "Who are you?" "I'm the butler of your personal hell domain. I am in charge of answering any basic questions you have about this place, and I will also help you with using this space." "What's your name?" "That depends on you." "What will be my name?" "Oh, you need me to set this." After thinking about it, Sujin said casually, "I see nothing but black around here, so I'll just call you Blackie." "Okay then." Blackie didn't complain about the name that Sujin had obviously chosen off the top of this head. He didn't seem to know that this name was often used for pets. "Are you actually alive? Or are you nothing but programming?" asked Sujin. "That depends on your definition of these things. If you're asking if I have intelligence, then the answer is yes. If you're asking if I have emotions, then I'm afraid this ability has not been activated for me," answered Blackie. "You don't have emotions? Hey, I clearly remember how sarcastically you spoke just moments ago." Sujin protested. "That was a result of the random personality I was given. If you don't like it, you may change it. But according to my understanding of human emotions, humans are able to differentiate emotions purely based on something you feel inside your body and your analysis of another person's facial expression. If you view that as emotions, then I am able to express all sorts of emotions down to the finest detail. Sujin frowned. Blackie's answer wasn't wrong, but were human emotions really nothing more than a highly accurate yet mechanical analysis? He didn't think so, but he was also surprised that Blackie was able to break it down this way. Alright then, next question. Blackie, do you have a physical body? Sujin continued. No, I don't. But if you want me to have one, you can buy me one in the future, replied Blackie. Sujin had a basic understanding of what Blackie was now. In short, Blackie was a high-functioning AI, much like Iron Man's AI butler, JARVIS. What's this space for? This space is for point calculation, reward exchange, and body restoration after a challenge has ended. There are other functions that will require you to unlock higher levels of access before they will be made available to you. Body restoration. Sujin's eyes lit up. He thought he would have to live with just one arm for the rest of his life. He didn't expect this place to come with such a pleasant surprise. Your left arm has been severely injured. Would you like to activate body restoration? Blackie asked. Yes. Start restoring my body. Sujin nodded immediately. Got it. After Blackie responded, a translucent beam of light shot out from his handbook that was on the podium and engulfed Sujin's entire body. Sujin felt a warmth run through his body, which made him feel very drowsy, and he eventually drifted off to sleep. After some time had passed, Sujin suddenly woke up. He felt really refreshed and energized now. Blackie's voice resounded in his ear again, your body has been fully restored. Besides the injury in your left arm, the rest of your body and other illnesses have also been healed. Oh? How nice of you! Sujin looked down to see that he did have a new left arm, and a long scar that he had on his other arm was gone as well. Besides that, he noticed that his usual aches were gone as well. You can cure cervical spondylosis too. He stretched his neck and realized his neck ache was gone. Ever since he started working, his neck had only gotten stiffer. As long as you're still alive when you enter this place, I'll be able to heal any illnesses and injuries you have. Blackie's voice carried a tinge of pride. I'll be counting on you then. So, that was the body restoration function, right? What about point calculation and reward exchange? What are those about? Asked Sujin excitedly. Please instruct your handbook to begin the point calculation process. Start point calculation, said Sujin to his handbook. A gentle beam of light shot out from the handbook and turned to the end of the first page about Fengzi Town. Black text in a calligraphy font began to appear at the bottom of the page. Level B Challenge Fengzi Town completed, 1000 points. Degree of Challenge Participation, A-500 points. Analysis and Deduction of Challenge, 70%, 600 points. Did not complete Special Mission, did not eliminate special characters, 0 points. Points received, 2100. Total points, 2100. Remaining points, 2100. A bunch of numbers appeared on his handbook. This was basically an assessment of his performance during the challenge. Besides getting no points for completing special missions and eliminating special characters, he received points in the other 3 categories. There are many ways in which you can use these points. You can exchange them for items and rewards, get out of the handbook world, appraise items, and more. I will explain these in detail when we get to it. Is this number of points considered good for a newbie? Or bad for a newbie? Asked Sujin. As a newbie, this is a really good score. Do you want me to proceed with introducing the reward exchange system to you? Asked Blackie. Sujin nodded. Sure. Introduce the reward exchange system to me. Please activate the reward exchange system. Activate the reward exchange system, said Sujin to the handbook. The book opened and flipped through the pages to stop at the last page. The paper on this last page was different from the pages in front. It possessed a whitish glow and looked like highly polished marble. The reward exchange system is a system that is based on your accumulated points. You can use the points you have received from challenges to exchange for various rewards here. However, the rewards available in the system are not fixed and will change with every challenge. You will be allowed to reserve one item each time. So, even if you do not have sufficient points to exchange for this reserved item now, this item will still be available after you complete the next challenge. Please note that you are only allowed to reserve one reward at a time. Besides the rewards that will change with every challenge, the system also has a category of rewards that do not change. You may read the details of each item yourself, so please go ahead and explore the system. The interface works exactly like an app on your phone. If there's anything you are unsure about, please feel free to ask me, Blackie explained patiently to Sujin. Sujin nodded absent-mindedly. His attention was already fixed on the page in front of him. Just like what Blackie said earlier, there were two available categories. One was filled with items that would change after each challenge and the other had items that would not change. He decided to look at the ones that wouldn't change first and was instantly stunned after just taking a quick glance at the items. The rewards were really generous and were mostly extremely valuable luxury items of the real world. There was anything from aged red wine to various art pieces to limited edition branded items. Almost anything under the sun was available. But what really took Sujin's breath away was the very first item. It was an option to exchange his points for actual cash and the exchange rate was unbelievable. 1 point could be exchanged for $100,000 in cash. He had a total of 2,100 points now, which meant that he could exchange all of it for a whopping $210 million. For an ordinary office worker who earned a few thousand a month like himself, this was definitely a huge sum of money. It was huge enough to make his head spin. He forced himself to calm down and started weighing his pros and cons. While the idea of exchanging for cash was tempting, if he exchanged his points for luxury items and resold those items, the amount he earned on it would be higher. A sports car that would have cost a few $100,000 in the real world only required a little under 20 points here. He didn't make any exchanges at this point and went to look into the other category first. There were fewer items in this category, but he jumped even more excitedly at these things. Unlimited ammunition and modified Desert Eagle with higher shooting speeds, 50 points. Ultralight mecha armor, 100 points. Witch's concealing potion, lasts 10 minutes within a challenge, lasts 1 hour outside of a challenge, 150 points. All-purpose healing pill, heals all illnesses besides extensive damage to body, 200 points. Sujin stared at the available items listed in the handbook and suddenly felt like he must be in some fantasy movie of sorts. Everything listed here sounded like it belonged in some fantasy novel. Chapter 15, Exchanging. Do you have any recommendations? Sujin suppressed his urge to make exchanges on the spot and decided to ask Blackie for advice first. I'm sorry, but every decision made will ultimately affect the handbook owner's chances of surviving the next challenge, therefore I am not qualified to recommend you anything. Blackie's reply turned out to be pretty disappointing for Sujin. Sujin had to think about this very carefully. Out of all the items available for exchange, he had to think about the ones that would be changed the next time. He looked through the list again. Every item was extremely valuable, but not many would really be helpful for ensuring his survival in the next round. Having a modified deagle with unlimited ammunition sounds great, but I don't know how to shoot a gun at all, so that's useless. Sujin immediately eliminated the Desert Eagle first. If one knew how to use this gun, it would definitely be a powerful weapon and it didn't need a lot of points either. But Sujin had never even touched a gun before, never mind shooting one. Exchanging his points for a gun wouldn't do him any good. Are you worried about not being able to use a gun? Blackie suddenly asked. Sujin nodded and said, the country where I'm from doesn't allow us to carry guns, so I don't know anything about them. That's not a problem. You can go to the fixed areas for exchange section. There's an option for arms training and it will cost you 10 points each time. Once you've exchanged those points, I'll create a target practice room for you and the best coach will also be present there to guide you. You can stay in there for as long as you like, but once you leave the area, you'll have to exchange another 10 points in order to enter again. Sujin immediately went to check the fixed areas for exchange section. Just like what Blackie described, there was the option to undergo gun training. Besides that, there were all sorts of skills training available, including kickboxing, diving, swimming and even language classes. Almost every skill in the world could be learned here. The cost for each one is the same too. If I weren't limited by how much energy I had, I would really want to try them all. Sujin had a special sort of craving for knowledge. Even after he had graduated and spent hours working overtime in the office, he would still buy all sorts of books to enrich his mind. So, when he saw that he could learn so many things here, he felt the urge to learn everything. You don't have to look so torn. Time here passes differently from the world you come from. Over here, time passes a lot more slowly. 1 minute in your world is one entire day here. If you really want to, you could learn everything available here, said Blackie. Sujin was instantly thrilled by the fact that time passed slower here. This wasn't hell at all. He felt like this place was more like heaven. But I must remind you that even though there's more than enough time, there's a limit to how much energy one has. No matter how much you want to learn here, you have to stop when you have to. There have been handbook owners who survived challenges but ended up dying from exhaustion in one of their training grounds, Blackie warned Sujin very sternly. Sujin sighed quietly. Humans were too limited physically after all. Even though a place like this existed, he was still unable to go beyond his human limits. The ultralight mecha armor only needs 100 points, so I'll take that. Sujin was very interested in such an armor and could understand the description of the item very well too. This armor was made from a high-tech flexible metal alloy, weighed about as much as a typical shirt and had excellent defense properties. It could deflect shots from most guns as long as they didn't keep shooting the exact same spot. There were other better defense items available besides the ultralight mecha armor, but the prices of those items were a little too high. Sujin really wanted those too, but he couldn't afford it. After Sujin confirmed his choice, a white light shot out from the handbook and an ultralight mecha armor floated above the handbook. Sujin reached out to grab the armor. It was extremely light, like how it was described, and there was a silver button on it. He pressed the button, and the armor instantly flew at him and wrapped itself around him. There was a bright flash and the armor disappeared. This was a special effect the armor had. It could make itself look like the user's clothing or even skin, so it was invisible to the naked eye. After making that first exchange, Sujin began looking through the other items. He decided to exchange his points for the all-purpose healing pill. Each one required 200 points and was a little expensive, but the effect it had made it impossible for him to ignore it. Besides, he believed that it would come into good use in future challenges. Once he had thought it through, he exchanged his points for 3 pills, which made his total points drop by 600 immediately. After that, he turned his attention to a low-level body strengthening elixir, which cost 1000 points. The description for this low-level body strengthening elixir was very simple. It just said that the body would be strengthened overall after it was consumed and that the effects would vary depending on the potential of the user, but it would unconditionally help the user to reach at least level D. Blackie, what does level D mean? Asked Sujin. According to human standards, level D is equivalent to the standard of a soldier from the Special Forces, replied Blackie. Since this one is low level, does that mean there's also a mid-level and a high-level version of this? That is correct. But the higher the level, the harder it is to come across one. You're considered pretty lucky to have it among your very first set of items and you actually noticed it too. That's really rare, remarked Blackie. Sujin raised his eyebrow slightly. Even though Blackie said he wasn't going to give the owner any suggestions, the way he talked about this elixir made it sound like he was trying to recommend it to Sujin. So, Sujin didn't hesitate and chose to exchange his points for a low-level body-strengthening elixir. A bottle of green liquid appeared on top of the handbook. He opened the bottle and drank everything down in one shot. It was a little bitter and he didn't feel any difference at first. But after taking a few breaths, he slowly started feeling the difference. His muscles began to tremble slightly, and his heart started pumping faster. His heart continued increasing in rate so much that everything suddenly went black, and he fainted. Quite some time had passed by the time Sujin regained consciousness. He felt achy all over, as if he had engaged in a lot of vigorous exercise earlier. "Blackie, restore my body," said Sujin with a wince. "Got it." Blackie immediately started the restoration process. But this time, Sujin didn't faint. Perhaps this round of restoration wasn't as intensive as the last. Once the restoration was completed, the aches he felt earlier disappeared and was replaced by an energy that he had never felt before. He felt really good now. He tried throwing a few punches and he could even hear the sound of the wind his punches made. "This is a really magical place," exclaimed Sujin. He flipped the pages of the handbook back to where his total points were written. His 2,100 points were now down to just 400, which made him sigh resignedly. "It's magical until you run out of points. I'll take $10 million, please." After thinking about it, Sujin decided to exchange 100 points for $10 million. The items he got earlier were of use to him in the real world too, but the one thing he needed the most was still money. Both his parents and his younger sister needed money. "You can use this card to withdraw cash from any bank you like, and nobody will question where it's from." A debit card floated above the handbook. It was entirely black except for a drawing of flames in a silver color on the border, which made the card look rather sinister somehow. "I still have 300 points, thought Sujin as he looked at his balance. He finally chose to exchange 150 points for a witch's concealing potion and left the last 150 points alone. Points? 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 This place is really scheming. Even though it's written here that you just need 100,000 points to get out of this whole thing, you've got to exchange your points after each round for items to strengthen yourself with and to increase your chances of surviving in the next round. But if I have to keep exchanging at this rate, I'll never get to 100,000 points, muttered Sujin to himself. "Okay, I'm done with the exchanging. Can I go back now?" Sujin asked Blackie. "Sure. But one last thing. There will be a new challenge every month and you can choose when you wish to start the challenge during the course of the month. But if you do not decide when you wish to start the challenge, the handbook will automatically send you into a challenge just before the month is up. Please remember that well," said Blackie. Sujin nodded. "Got it. Please send me back now." "Understood. Please close your eyes, I will send you to your world right now." Sujin closed his eyes and felt a warmth rush through his body. It felt like he had just emerged from the cold waters of a lake and was now seated next to a fireplace. When he slowly opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was back on his bed in his cellar. If not for his torn clothing and the items he had exchanged earlier, he would have wondered if he had really gone to a place called Fengzi Town or if it had all been nothing but a dream. All of it was real. He looked at the things he had brought back to the real world. The black debit card reflected the light and the silver flame design looked like it was really burning. He exhaled deeply before pushing away everything on his desk and getting his laptop out. He turned it on and started typing into Google's search box. Fengzi Town. He hit the enter key and the search engine immediately started looking for results and the list came out in seconds. He scrolled through the results carefully. There were a lot of hits, but most of the results were about other similarly named towns and had nothing to do with the Fengzi town he had been to. But he didn't give up. He continued to sit at his laptop to search for any useful information. His eyes finally lit up after searching for a few hours. He had found something useful. "Fengzi town really exists," murmured Sujin as he clicked on an image on his laptop. Chapter 16, Meet again. An undated photo loaded on Sujin's laptop screen. It was a little yellowish and it was taken from a high vantage point. The layout of the town was the same as the Fengzi town he had just returned from. He could even see where Lin Yu's house was. He looked at the longbow on his bed. This was like a prize he had picked up from the town itself, but Blackie said that it had to be appraised before it could be used. Unfortunately, Sujin didn't have a lot of points and it didn't make sense to use them on appraising an item that he wasn't sure was useful or not, so he decided to just keep it aside for the time being. After that, he made a phone call to his colleague. "Hello, is that Brotherly?" "Yeah, Sujin here. I've got to settle some urgent matters, so could you help me to take leave? I'll need 3 days. 3 days. Sujin, you'd better think about it carefully. If you take those 3 days, you won't get the perfect attendance award money and moreover, you'll miss the gathering too," said the older man on the other end of the line. "It can't be helped, it's really urgent. Tell you what, once I'm done settling this, I'll treat you to dinner." Sujin needed his colleague's help, so he tried his best to plead with Brotherly. In the past, he would never have offered to treat anybody to dinner. After paying the bills and sending money home every month, any money he had left was barely enough to even buy a beer, never mind a meal. Brotherly laughed and said, "You can't fool me with that. I know how tightly you hold those purse strings. There's no way you're going to treat me to a meal. Oh well, that's just part of being poor. But seriously though, I really need you to help me to take leave for the next 3 days. All right. You're actually foregoing your attendance money, so it must be really urgent. Did something happen at home? If you need anything, just let me know. I'll definitely help you where I can," said Brotherly seriously. Sujin felt a warmth in his heart as he thanked Brotherly. "Thanks so much, Brotherly. I'll let you know if you need anything. I'll hang up now, bye." After hanging up, he tried the number that Chu Yi gave him, but the number didn't belong to Chu Yi. He scratched his head and wondered if Chu Yi had remembered his own number wrongly. He lay back down on the bed and fiddled with the black card for a while, then randomly called the customer service hotline of a bank and gave them the card number. Strangely enough, nobody asked him for a PIN or passcode or anything like that. He was surprised that there was no form of protection on this card at all. "Your balance is $10 million. Sujin exhaled deeply as he listened to the automated voice report the balance. Then he tried a few other banks and got the same result. This black card was really usable across banks. The time. Sujin looked at his clock. Besides the time he had taken to research Fengzi town and make a few phone calls, he had actually only left his apartment for only about a minute or so. As he lay on the bed, he thought about the crazy things he had experienced earlier, and everything suddenly seemed unreal. What on earth was this handbook all about? It allowed him to exchange those points for so many magical items and it transported the owner to a terrifying and almost unbelievable world. Compared to all that, body restoration and getting large sums of money didn't seem so out of this world anymore. It was impossible for Sujin to understand everything about the handbook by speculating about it, so he closed his eyes and fell asleep soon after. Sujin considered this one of his superpowers. As long as he wanted to sleep, he would be able to fall asleep in a very short time, regardless of what he was thinking about or worried about. The next day, Sujin woke up early in the morning. After he packed a few things into his bag, he headed straight for the airport and bought a ticket to Z Province. Thankfully, it wasn't peak traveling season. The items he had used his points to exchange for in his personal hell domain and the longbow really gave him a headache. His ultralight mecha armor was invisible to others and was on him at all times, so that wasn't a problem, but it was almost impossible to bring the rest on board a plane. Just when he was running out of ideas on what to do with these items, he casually dumped the handbook on the longbow. All of a sudden, the longbow turned into a flash of light and disappeared. He was stunned at first, then he quickly started flipping through the handbook and found it on the second last page of the handbook. It was now nothing but a drawing in the book. He tried to grab at the longbow and a beam of light shot out as the longbow appeared in his hand again. Now he knew where Zhang Li's spear must have suddenly appeared from. After he practiced how to store and retrieve his items for a while, it became second nature to him. He marveled once again at the handbook. This storage ability was really amazing. On the plane, Sujin continued to search for more information on Fengzi town on his phone, but besides that photo he found, it seemed as though any other information about Fengzi town had been completely erased. He couldn't find anything useful at all. He looked at the photo of Fengzi town that he had saved on his phone. The address of the town was indicated at the bottom right corner of the photo. If not for this photo, he could forget about locating this secluded little town. Once he got out of the plane, he took an intercity bus, then changed to a local bus, but was still unable to reach Fengzi town. After asking around, he found out that the location he was trying to get to was already abandoned years ago, which was why no public transport could reach it. If he wanted to get there, he had to walk. He looked up at the darkening sky. Just getting here had already taken him almost half a day, but he wasn't feeling tired at all. His strengthened body could now endure the sort of training a soldier in the special forces could, so merely traveling wasn't going to tire him out so easily. Since he wasn't tired, he decided to keep going. He purchased a bicycle from the town he was in because a bicycle was definitely faster than walking. Then, he went around to ask the townsfolk about exactly where Fengzi town was. He thought it would be difficult to get information, but it seemed like everyone in the vicinity knew about that town. Fengzi town has been abandoned for a few decades now. "Why do you want to go to such a place?" asked one of the girls he approached. She looked like she was only 15 or 16, yet she knew about Fengzi town. "Oh, I'm the hiking and camping sort of guy, so I like to visit places that are off the beaten track," lied Sujin. Then he asked her curiously, "Since it's been abandoned for a few decades now, how do you know about the place?" "Everyone who lives around here knows about that place. My grandfather used to tell us ghost stories about that place when I was a child," she replied as she rolled her eyes. Then she said, "But what I heard was that something terrible happened a few decades ago that wiped out the entire population overnight and the police cordoned off the town too. Apparently, it was an infectious disease." "Aren't you scared?" "An infectious disease?" Sujin laughed. "Even if it were an infectious disease, it's already been a few decades. That won't be a problem anymore." After he parted ways with the teenager, he started cycling towards where she told him it was. She yelled after him, "It's getting dark. If you go there now, you'll have to spend the night there." "Got it." "Thanks," he replied and waved at her. The road eventually became impossible for a bicycle to get through and the bicycle had now become a burden to him. So, he abandoned it and continued the rest of the way on foot. It was 8 p.m. by the time Sujin could see Fengzi town from afar. This Fengzi town was so different from the town he went to the night before. The houses were damaged, and the grass was half his height. It was obvious that nobody had come here for the past few decades. He pushed the tall grasses aside and continued walking slowly towards Lin Yu's house. He spotted it quite quickly and found it strange that this particular house was in much better shape than the rest around it. There was also a splatter of flesh as well as dried blood in front of the gate. His memories went back to how Zhongli had thrust his spear into the hunter after the hunter had taken possession of Yang Zikin's body, and the spear had blown the body to bits. Sujin sighed quietly and found some abandoned tools nearby. He was much stronger now, so he used those rusty tools to dig a hole of sorts and buried whatever flesh he found. "Yang Zikin, we happened to meet in this place, and although it was only for a short time, we went through life and death situations together. I'm alive partly thanks to you too. I don't know where your home or your family is, so the only thing I can do for you is to bury your body. I hope you won't run into such an unlucky thing in your next life," murmured Sujin to himself. Since the remnant of Yang Zikin's body was here, that meant that everything that happened the night before had actually happened in this abandoned town. He didn't know why the town became so overgrown and run down overnight, but after everything that happened the night before, nothing could really shock Sujin anymore. He bowed a few times respectfully towards this simple grave, then he walked towards the gate of the house. A boning knife had been hidden near the gate and its blade gleamed brightly. He picked up the knife and used it to knock on the gate. "Is anyone there? I've come as promised." Sujin was yelling like a door-to-door salesman as he banged the knife against the wooden fence. Creak. Just then, the sound of a wooden door being opened came from the house inside. A familiar silhouette walked out of the house and stood before Sujin. "You really came." This person was none other than Auntie Lee, the only surviving human other than the Handbook owners who passed the challenge. She was also the god of Fengzi town in human form. Sujin smiled and tapped the fence with his boning knife again. "I'm a man of my word. I was just afraid that you might not have understood my message and that I would have come all the way here for nothing. When you purposely left that boning knife behind, I knew you were going to come back. But it was still a gamble for me," said the god in a low voice. "Why? Were you afraid that I wouldn't come back?" asked Sujin with a grin. "I was more afraid that you wouldn't be able to get back here. As one of the Handbook's challenges, Fengzi town has its own special characteristics. I was supposed to have gone into a deep sleep once the challenge was over and wait for the next challenge to start. I paid a great price in order to wait for you, so if I don't get what I want this time, I will not let you off," said the god as he stared straight at Sujin, as if he might swallow Sujin whole. "I'm someone who might be willing to work with you and you're threatening me? That's not a good start. You've affected my impression of you," said Sujin as he started tapping his nose with his right finger again. He was trying to analyze what the god had just said. After his body had been strengthened by that elixir, he discovered that his mind seemed to have greater clarity as well. It didn't necessarily mean that he had become more intelligent, but it was more like he had gotten a processing chip upgrade and he could process everything much faster now. The god's words contained important information, but Sujin had to put that aside for now. He would need other information to verify his speculations. "You don't have to think so much. You'll eventually find out more. So, how about our deal? Have you decided to become one of my devotees?" The god stretched both arms out, as if he was waiting for Sujin to leap into his embrace. A lot of companies give a bonus to staff who don't miss a day of work. And so the plot thickens. Chapter 17, Deal. "I refuse." Sujin turned down the god in a resolute voice without any hesitation. The god froze for a moment before his entire face turned black and a flood of sparkles flowed out from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, forming a menacing face above Auntie Lee's head. The face roared angrily at Sujin, "Are you taking me for a fool? How dare you play a god? How dare you? Relax. Calm down." Sujin quickly waved his arms at the god and said with a laugh, "Why are you so upset? I'm just not happy with the terms. I didn't say I'm definitely not working with you." What do you mean?" The god was a little confused by Sujin. Even though a god was supposed to be at a much higher level compared to humans, he was now confounded by a lowly human. "It's simple. I don't mind working with you, but I want better terms. Get it now? If you want me on your team, you've got to show some sincerity," said Sujin with a shrug. The god fell silent for a moment before he nodded and said, "Fine. You're a talented man after all. In that case, I can make you my ambassador and my evangelist, which will allow you to use my power. If that's all there is to your sincerity, then I think we don't have to waste time on this anymore. I believe your terms last night were also for me to become your ambassador and evangelist. I gave you a whole day to think about it, but your terms are still just as dissatisfactory." The smile on Sujin's face faded. "Lowly human, do not anger me," said the god in a stern voice as he made himself seem even more imposing in hope of frightening Sujin into submission. But Sujin didn't budge at all. He glanced at the god and said, "What's happened? It's been only one day, and you've become so much weaker already? Didn't you use these sparkles of yours to physically pressurize me into complying? So now you're only able to threaten me with a mean face. Why, you! Sujin's words made the god furious, but he no longer looked as imposing now. The god finally admitted defeat when he saw that Sujin looked completely unbothered. Fine, greedy human. What do you want? Sujin started smiling again when he heard this question. He had already expected this to happen before coming here. Since an elder god could be suppressed by enough ordinary human members of the other major religions, it was clear that this god had lost a lot of his power. Also, last night, the god had been unable to break through and turn the tables on them. That was proof of how weak this god was. If this god weren't so weak, Sujin wouldn't be behaving this way even though he was now a lot stronger than before. These two things were created by you, so could you certify them for me first? Sujin took out the boning knife and the longbow. He didn't use his points to certify the longbow because he figured that he could get the god to do it instead. Points were very precious, so he wanted to save them when he could. The god didn't refuse and waved his arm. The two items now had a golden glow around them. Done. But let me make this clear. I made these two items and that's why I'm able to certify them. If you have other items that need to be certified or appraised, don't ask me to do it. Besides their creators, only Hell's Handbook can do it, the god said to Sujin. Sujin nodded. He picked up the boning knife and the longbow, but they didn't seem any different at one glance. After thinking about it, he decided to keep the boning knife inside the handbook. Once he did that, a string of text appeared below the boning knife. Demon Lord's boning knife. It is a very sharp knife that can cut through most materials. Accompanying skill, Attack of the Demon Lord. Requires 50 spirit power. When used, a breaking effect may be activated, and it will cut through any object in the way. This is seriously like an MMORPG. Even though Sujin had expected some changes to occur after it had been certified, he didn't expect to change so specifically. Also, he was very bothered by the fact that it required 50 spirit power points. He picked up the longbow and kept it inside his handbook as well. A few lines of text quickly appeared below it. Demon Lord's longbow. A longbow made by the Demon Lord, it is capable of launching a very powerful attack. Accompanying skill, Roar of the Demon Lord. Requires 100 dark spirit power. Shooting a Demon Lord's arrow from the longbow will give the arrow destructive power that can swallow anything it touches within a certain radius. Sujin had experienced that Roar of the Demon Lord skill personally. Just a tiny bit had touched him, and his entire left arm disappeared. If he had been hit by that arrow completely, he would have literally vanished into thin air. There's spirit power and there's also dark spirit power. So, there are different types of spirit power. Sujin had noticed the differences in the description of the two items. The boning knife only mentioned spirit power, but the Demon Lord's longbow specifically mentioned that it required dark spirit power. Can you tell me a little more about spirit power? The god in front of him right now was one who had been greatly weakened over the years, but he definitely knew a lot of things, so there was no reason why he wouldn't know anything about spirit power. The god nodded and said, as the owner of a handbook, you would want to survive the challenges for as long as you can, and spirit power will become the most important thing to you. There are many ways to activate spirit power. You can push your limits, go through special training, receive an anointing from someone and, through your faith. Interesting. Is that why you helped me to certify the items without any question? You wanted me to become one of your devotees, huh? Said Sujin with a smile. This is the best option for both of us. If you choose to become one of my devotees, I can help you to activate your spirit power immediately and it would be at a high level as well. That way, you will be able to use the Demon Lord's longbow right away. Believe me, with this spirit power, you will become much more powerful, even more powerful than most veterans. That's the only way you'd get a chance to survive. Only then will you be able to help me. The god continued his sales pitch desperately in hope that Sujin would agree to become a believer immediately. No, I still refuse. Sujin turned down the god's request again without hesitation. I will not become a believer of anyone. I don't care if you're a god or not. Your stubbornness will not do your chances of survival any good, spat the god hatefully. He took a while to calm down and said in a more agreeable tone of voice, fine. Since you won't become one of my devotees, then what else can I do for you? You can activate my spirit power. Are you deaf? I just said that I can only do that if you become one of my devotees. If you refuse to do that, then there's nothing I can do. Didn't you mention some other methods? What did you say? Push my limits? Special training? Getting anointed? We can try one of those instead. I can take it. Time is the problem. There isn't enough time. Besides being anointed, the other two methods require a lot of time. I have to go into a deep sleep soon and I don't have the time to do any of these, said the god helplessly. We'll go with the anointing thing then. Ha ha, if you wish to do so, I don't mind, said the god as he laughed a little too happily. A thought hit Sujin. If you anoint me, I'll become one of your devotees. Is that what will happen? Of course. I'm a god, so I carry that sort of divine power. Another powerful being might be able to pass their power on to another person through anointing without affecting the anointed, but I'm different. As long as you accept power from me, you will be turned into one of my devotees. This is an inevitable part of it, said the god. What a useless god. Sujin shook his head and thought some more. Are there any substitutes for spirit power? Substitutes for spirit power? No, there aren't any. Spirit power is a unique magical power, so there's no way anything can replace it. The god shook his head and was very certain in this reply to Sujin's question. Sujin was getting a little frustrated now. The two items he had on hand could have been his best weapons for future challenges, but if he couldn't use them, then they were worthless to him. Let's put it another way. Is there any way I can use these two weapons without having any spirit power? Sujin decided to try asking from a different angle. The god paused for a while before nodding. If all you want is to use these two weapons, I do have a way of doing that. I can create a spirit power battery that can store my power and you can use it whenever you need to. Phew. Sujin exhaled deeply. I'll take that then. Humph. You've been asking me for a lot, but I thought we were supposed to be working together. Shouldn't we benefit equally from this deal, said the god. Of course. Tell me what you want then. Sujin nodded in agreement. Freedom. I want freedom. Let me out from the challenge that this damned handbook created. The god was practically bellowing these words out in fury. Sujin covered his ears and waited for the god to finish his rant. He frowned and asked, how do I do that? I don't know, replied the god immediately. When he saw the bewildered look on Sujin's face, he quickly explained, the handbook is not some robot that remains the same all the time. Even if I had found a method of escaping before, it wouldn't work now. So, I need you to find a new way of setting me free. This will be very tough, but I will try my best. Sujin nodded and didn't look like he was going to negotiate with the god. That made the god very surprised. From his observations, even if Sujin were willing to help him, Sujin would definitely come up with a long list of conditions and be willing to help only after he had benefited sufficiently. You're not going to make any requests. I need you to understand one thing. The higher my chances of surviving, the higher your chances of attaining freedom. I believe this chance is very hard to come by for you and I don't know when you'll find such a chance again if you miss it this time. If you continue to treat this whole thing as a deal and try to negotiate with me all the time, the one on the losing end is yourself, said Sujin calmly with a faint smile on his face. The god fell silent for a while before nodding. That's right, you're my chance. I might never have a chance like that again. I wasn't just lucky that you've come by. The stars must have aligned themselves last night for this to happen. I can't miss this chance. Sujin narrowed his eyes slightly. He could tell right from the start that this god seemed to think very highly of him, but that was a strange thing in itself. He was pretty sure that there must have been more than one person willing to strike a deal with this god in the past, so why did this god think so highly of him? He didn't know the reason, but since they were going to work together, it was better that the god thought as highly of him as possible. Wait here for a while, there's something I have to pass on to you. The god then turned to return to his room. Man's literally bargaining with a frigging elder god. Absolute Chad. Chapter 18, Trivial Matters. The thing that the god brought out was something that Sujin recognized. Those were the skeletons of Auntie Lee's family members. He brought the skeletons to the wooden fence and broke their skulls apart in front of Sujin. A smooth black stone was hiding in each skull, and these stones looked just like eyeballs. These are the eyes of my real body. Both of us shall have one each, and I will transfer my power into them. In other words, this will serve as the spirit power battery I mentioned earlier. If you run into any dangerous situation, you can break it and it might be able to help you survive, said the god very solemnly to Sujin before throwing one of them out of the gate. Sujin picked up the eye. It felt like it was made from metal and was also pretty heavy. It wasn't as smooth as he thought it would be, and upon closer inspection, this eye was actually translucent. But it was a very dark color, so everyone thought it was a stone. He kept it inside his handbook as well, and some text immediately appeared. Demon Lord's Eye. It contains the Demon Lord's spirit power from the body of a powerful demon. Accompanying skill, Discernment of the Demon Lord. Requires 50 spirit power. Each time you use it, you can retrieve a certain amount of information from the other party and it will be reflected in the handbook. You may use it only once on each person and it cannot be used on other handbook owners. Current spirit power level, 3000/3000. That's a pretty good skill. Sujin was pleased with the accompanying skill that the Demon Lord's Eye came with. He was always happy to have more information because he believed that having sufficient information would increase his chances of surviving future challenges. Discernment of the Demon Lord was a skill that was perfect for him. The amount of spirit power inside isn't much, though. Is 3000 points going to be enough? I guess I'll probably end up using it all. Looks like my plans to become a tycoon aren't going to happen, sighed Sujin. This item was almost perfect, but it couldn't last long. What plans to become a tycoon? The god was rather confused. Nah, it's nothing. Do you have anything else you can give me? Maybe a demon lord's arm or a demon lord's calf or a demon lord's rib. Something like that. Sujin looked the god up and down as if he was hoping to steal a body part from him. The god's expression darkened and started chasing Sujin away. Humph. I've given you everything that I can possibly give. I hope you won't disappoint me. Go look for a way to help me regain freedom. Sujin waved and turned to leave. Since they had finally come to an agreement, there was no point in sticking around. Then he heard the god call out after him, "Remember our deal. Remember, you're dealing with a god. If you dare to cheat me, you will be duly punished." The god's voice grew fainter and finally vanished into the night. Sujin stopped walking and turned around to look back at the house again. The house was still standing, but in the 10-odd seconds he had spent walking away, the entire place had become completely dilapidated and the god was nowhere to be seen. It was as if Sujin had been the only one here all along. "So, this is how you're going to keep me in check." Sujin started playing with the Demon Lord's Eye he held in his hands. The god clearly had a backup plan. He wasn't sure what it was, but he agreed that both of them ought to have a backup plan. Without that, both sides would feel uneasy about the entire deal. He kept the Demon Lord's Eye away in the handbook. This deal was a gamble for both Sujin and the Demon Lord, actually. When Sujin first arrived at Fengzi town earlier, he wasn't really sure if the Demon Lord would be waiting for him here. The Demon Lord himself also seemed unsure if Sujin would turn up. "I think it makes sense for me to be unsure about whether he would turn up or not, but why was he unsure if I would come?" Sujin felt like something wasn't quite right and this was a point of concern. But after thinking it through for a while, he gave up. Trying to find an answer through pure speculation wasn't going to get him the right answer. After he left Fengzi town, he checked into a hotel in a nearby town for the night. His phone started ringing and it turned out to be his younger sister, who was still schooling. "Ching? Why did you suddenly think of calling me?" Sujin lay on the bed in the hotel room and the smell inside the room made him feel a little uncomfortable. His tiny cellar in S City was small, but it was very clean and felt a lot more comfier than this place. "Brother, I suddenly have an additional $5,000 in my account." Sujin's sister, Suching, was still in high school, so she was at the peak of her teenage years. Sujin doted very dearly on this sister who was a number of years younger than himself. "Oh wow! Did some rich man's son fall for my dear sister and he's now trying to impress you with his money?" asked Sujin as he laughed loudly. "Can you be serious? I know the money's from you. Why did you transfer so much money to me? I still have enough for my living expenses, and I've not needed to pay for anything else recently either." Suching chided her brother for being so cheeky. "My company just gave us our bonuses. I figured that you'd be busy studying soon, so I thought I'd just transfer you enough money all at once, then I won't have to disturb you during the year. Plan your own finances and decide what you need yourself." Sujin had transferred this money to Suching's account as well as another $800,000 to her other account, but the card to withdraw from this other account was at home with his parents and not with Suching. He had deposited the money there in case he suddenly died in a challenge. This was money for his family. Suching didn't really find anything amiss about Sujin's answer, but from what she knew about her brother, Sujin was someone who planned his finances very carefully. He wasn't being stingy. Their family was just really very poor. Sujin went on to ask his sister about how school was and life in general, chatting for more than an hour before hanging up. The next morning, Sujin rushed back to S City. Now that he had some money on hand, he wanted to move houses. He didn't have to stay in that tiny basement anymore. S City's property prices could be terrifying. If Sujin had exchanged all his points for money, he might have been able to buy something here. But since he didn't, he decided to just rent a place. "You want to rent a place? No problem. We've got plenty of available rooms and houses on hand. Is there something you're looking for? I'll get you the place that best fits your requirements," said the young middle-aged property agent as she patted her fairly full bosom. "My requirements? It'll be great if it's near to Sea Road, on the quiet side, and as for the size, I just don't want somewhere that's like 10 square meters, said Sujin casually. "You're such a humorous person. Well, even if you wanted to find somewhere that's just 10 square meters, our agency wouldn't have any on hand. But if you want something near Sea Road, it's going to cost you," said the agent with a smile as she looked Sujin up and down. Most people in her profession judged their potential clients' wealth from the clothes they wore. Sujin knew what she was driving at, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry. My company's paying for it, not me." "Oh. In that case, no worries. I've got a few places in mind, so if you've got the time, why don't we go take a look at them now?" The agent was no longer worried once Sujin said that the company was paying the rent and even wanted to bring him around right now. Sujin happily went with her, and they looked at 5 different places in one morning. Every apartment they saw was a place that Sujin could only dream of in the past, but when he actually had to choose one, he wasn't sure anymore. "Mr. Su, what do you think? You don't like these apartments?" asked the agent anxiously when she noticed the perplexed look on Sujin's face. Sujin shook his head and said, "They're not bad, but I don't find them quiet enough. I would like a quiet place." She was a little puzzled for a while. It was common for people to look for a place in a particular area, but it wasn't common to come across someone in the city who wanted somewhere quiet, since it would mean that such a place would be more inaccessible. After thinking about it, she said, "There is a place that's quite quiet around here, but the rent is 3 times the ones we saw earlier, and you need to pay 1 month in advance plus 3 months deposit. I think that will come up to about $60,000 or so. $60,000? No problem. Let's go look at it, said Sujin with a nod. In the past, that would have been equivalent to his company bonus, but money was meaningless to him now. Living his life well was more important, since he really had no idea how long he would live from now. The agent led him further down the road and the area was a lot quieter than where they had walked from. She eventually stopped in front of a double-story bungalow. This bungalow had 6 or 7 rooms, was fully renovated and had a number of well-kept decorative plants in the yard too. Sujin immediately took a liking to this bungalow and said, "This place is not bad. Now the rent sounds cheap. The house is really nice, but the location's a little inaccessible, so it's not very convenient when you need to buy groceries or shop for things. But if you're the type who stays home most of the time, this won't be a problem," said the agent with a smile. Sujin looked around and eventually settled on this place. After paying the initial deposit, the agent said he could move in any time, so he returned to his cellar and packed his things immediately. He realized that he really had very few things. If he ever had to escape for whatever reason, he wouldn't even need a suitcase. He moved into his new house that very night since the house was fully furnished anyway. The next morning, he woke up at his usual time. He had asked Brotherly to help him to apply for 3 days of leave, but surprisingly, everything was settled within just 2 days. Since everything was already settled, he decided to continue going to work. Even though Sujin didn't actually have to work anymore if he didn't want to, he felt that it was better to work anyway. It wasn't really for the money but more for the sake of having some human interaction. When he thought about how his future interactions would either be with handbook owners like himself or some monster in the challenges, having interaction with normal human beings would become very precious to him. But when he arrived at the office, he realized that his entire team was out. He smacked his forehead and muttered under his breath, "You idiot! The company gatherings today. How could I have forgotten?" He quickly called a colleague to get the address of the restaurant they were eating at, and he quickly hopped into a cab to rush there immediately. The moment he entered the restaurant, he saw his direct supervisor, a woman that he and his colleagues nicknamed Your Worst Nightmare, standing in front of him and glaring straight at him. "Good morning, Miss Tang." Sujin greeted her cheerfully. "Do you know what time it is? Don't you know how to call to take a leave on your own? How could you get someone else to take leave for you?" she shouted angrily at him. Your worst nightmare, the original Chinese literally means one whom even a ghost dreads seeing. Chapter 19, Gathering. Tang Ning was Sujin's direct supervisor. Her nickname made her sound really scary, but she was actually a pleasant-looking young lady. She was only around Sujin's age, so there was a rumor within the company that her father had connections with the company management, and that's how she managed to rise to middle management at such a young age. But Tang Ning's expectations of her department's work was very high, and that's why she was nicknamed Your Worst Nightmare. But the thing that gave Sujin a real headache was how she enjoyed planning team meals. Everyone was expected to pay for their own meals at such gatherings, but unlike most of his colleagues, Sujin's salary was split 3 ways, so paying for these meals was no small amount. That was why Sujin avoided these gatherings with every excuse he could find, which made Tang Ning fairly unhappy. "I'm really sorry. I really had something very urgent to attend to. And that's why I'm back ahead of time to apologize and make up for it," said Sujin with a big smile on his face. He was good-natured and mild-mannered, so he was well-liked in the office. Tang Ning was only unhappy about how he always found a way out of gatherings, but she did approve of his work standards. "I'm glad you've realized the error of your ways. Come in quickly. Also, remember to amend your leave form when you get back to the office," said Tang Ning as she glared at Sujin. The restaurant this time round was a fairly nice place that was both a restaurant and a bar. The food was served in an all-you-can-eat buffet style, and there was a bar counter right in the middle that served a wide variety of alcoholic drinks. Unfortunately, the alcoholic drinks weren't part of the buffet, so if anybody wanted to drink, they had to pay for the drinks separately. "Brotherly, thanks for helping me to take leave," said Sujin to a middle-aged man. "I can only afford water, but here's a toast to you anyway. You don't have to thank me. You should be thanking your lucky stars that your worst nightmare didn't fly into a rage. But I'm pretty sure your perfect attendance reward money's gone up in smoke. Why don't you talk to her about it and see if she could give it to you on compassionate grounds?" Lee's Hikai was considered a senior staff in the company, and he knew everyone. He was also an honest and reliable man, plus he was generally nice to the younger staff like Sujin. "We'll talk about that after the gathering," said Sujin with a smile. Actually, Tang Ning enjoyed organizing these gatherings because she meant it as a way of helping everyone get to know each other better. Most of them were youngsters, so giving them the time to chat over food helped to build interpersonal relationships in the department, which in turn helped the team to work together better. As for Sujin, all-you-can-eat buffet restaurants were his favorite type of restaurant. He had grown up extremely poor, so he always felt like he never had enough to eat, or perhaps he never dared to eat enough to be full. Of course, that wasn't really the case, but his family's financial constraints had made him think this way. All-you-can-eat buffets were the one meal that could get around this issue. As he strolled through the sea of food around him, he chatted with his colleagues while munching away. But the ones who chatted with him were almost all males and his female colleagues were nowhere to be seen. He wasn't really surprised by that. He wasn't considered handsome and certainly wasn't rich, so there was nothing about him that could attract women. His female colleagues only approached him and said some nice things when they needed help at work. But he didn't really care either. In the past, he accepted the reality that he wasn't really attractive and making ends meet was more important to him. But now, his life was completely different. Now he was someone who didn't know if he would even survive to see the next day, so there was no need to even try getting a partner. That would make life more difficult for himself and also bring misfortune upon another person for nothing. This peaceful and enjoyable time of chatting and laughing with his colleagues seemed a little surreal to him. He suddenly found it hard to imagine that just 2 nights ago, he was fighting a bunch of monsters and even fought a god. For a moment, he wasn't really sure which of the two was reality. While he was still in a daze, there was a commotion coming from the other side of the restaurant. Everyone turned to look and saw that Tang Ning and a few female colleagues seemed to be having a disagreement with some others. "Look, your friend's the one who offended young Master Lin first, so there's no need for us to be nice to you either." A few young men surrounded Tang Ning and her other female colleagues with nasty looks on their faces. They had clearly gotten into some conflict with these men. Tang Ning and the colleagues with her were around the same age, so they were all young women who would normally panic a little in such a situation. But Tang Ning was holding up pretty well. She stood in front of her colleagues to protect them as she spoke to the nasty men in front of her. "That's not the point. We're all just trying to enjoy a good meal with friends. Why make things so ugly? Besides, you guys were the ones who tried to touch my friend, so you guys were clearly at fault first," said Tang Ning through gritted teeth. She was scared of these men too, but the responsibility she felt as a supervisor to her colleagues made her try to stand up for them. Haha. And so what if young Master Lin was in the wrong? Does that give you the right to splash red wine on him? Who do you even think you are? Sneered one of the men. "I'll compensate him for damaging his clothes then," said one of the ladies hiding behind Tang Ning. She was obviously the one who had splashed red wine on this young Master Lin. "Oh, really? Well, lucky you, this jacket only cost $38,000. Are you paying by card or cash?" said another young man as he walked out from behind his friends. He looked around 24 or 25 years old and was wearing a black suit. But the black suit had a large stain on it now. Red wine was very difficult to wash out, so it was impossible for him to wear this jacket again. Once she heard that the jacket cost $38,000, her face paled. Her salary wasn't very low, but it would still take her half a year of scrimping and saving to buy an item of this value. What's wrong? You can't afford it? No problem. You just need to have a nice meal with me today and have a drink with me tonight. The lecherous smile on young Master Lin's face was a clear sign that he wasn't really interested in just a meal and a drink. Don't push it. I'll compensate you with the money, said Tang Ning to young Master Lin immediately. Young Master Lin glared at her and sneered, "Who do you think you are? You're going to help her pay? Well, you could spend a night with me if you're willing to. Are you not willing to do that? Then get lost. You're a douchebag." Tang Ning was clearly no match for young Master Lin. Her best defense was to call him a douchebag, but that only made young Master Lin's men laugh at her. Young Master Lin was clearly from a wealthy and powerful background, since few would dare to make trouble in a proper establishment like this. So even though Tang Ning's male colleagues were outraged by young Master Lin's behavior, nobody dared to stand up for the ladies. All the female employees started to despise them immediately. These male colleagues of theirs often tried to impress them with their chivalry, as if they were very willing and able to protect them. But when trouble really came their way, all of them just watched on and did nothing. "Look, one of you has to spend the night with me tonight, or else, nobody's leaving this place." Young Master Lin and his men continued to threaten Tang Ning and the rest with their words, which made the girl who offended him in the first place even more panicky. She didn't know what to do. Li's Hikai was like an older brother to everyone here, so he decided to try standing up for the girls. He put on an ingratiating smile and said to young Master Lin, "Hello, Mr. Lin. We're all just here for a good meal, so why make yourselves so unhappy? We'll definitely compensate you for the damage to your clothes, so I hope you can be magnanimous towards us and let this matter go." "Magnanimous towards you? Sure, I'll give you a generous slap on the cheek." Young Master Lin could tell from Li's Hikai's expression and clothing that he was just another ordinary man on the street, so he raised his hand and brought it down hard towards Li's Hikai. Pack! A crisp sound filled the air and Li's Hikai instinctively turned to one side, only to realize that young Master Lin's palm hadn't landed on his cheek. Li's Hikai looked up to see that Sujin was holding a half-peeled prawn in one hand while his other hand had grabbed hold of young Master Lin's downward palm. What the hell? Why are there so many troublemakers here today? Are you tired of living? Young Master Lin was stunned at first because Sujin seemed to have appeared from absolutely nowhere. But once he realized that Sujin was gripping onto his hand, he raised his foot to kick Sujin below the belt. This kick could turn out really nasty, since kicking Sujin there would definitely hurt. But Sujin wasn't bothered by that kick at all. To him, young Master Lin's kick was slow and weak, so it didn't pose a threat to him at all. Thud! Sujin's hand suddenly let go of young Master Lin's wrist, then he slammed it down hard on young Master Lin's oncoming foot. After his hand hit the top of young Master Lin's foot, it bounced back up to grab hold of young Master Lin's wrist again before young Master Lin even had the time to put his arm down. Ow! Young Master Lin yelped in pain. Sujin's had brought his fist down so quickly and so hard that young Master Lin's foot now hurt terribly. He tried to move away from Sujin, but Sujin was still holding onto his wrist, so the only thing he could do was to gasp in pain on the spot. "Why are all of you still standing there? Thrash him!" Everything had happened too quickly, so his friends were still too stunned to move. But once young Master Lin screamed at them, they pounced towards Sujin. Sujin still had one arm around young Master Lin's wrist, and for some strange reason, everyone's movements seemed to have become much slower than before. Actually, this was a benefit of the low-level body strengthening elixir. After Sujin had consumed it, his body had become stronger overall. His eyesight had become sharper, his reflexes and his reaction time were much quicker than an average person now. It wasn't that his opponents had become slower. He was now faster, so they seemed slower in comparison. Sujin continued to hold onto young Master Lin's wrist as he coordinated his other hand and his legs to send young Master Lin's three men sprawling to the floor. The entire process took no more than 15 seconds. Everyone in the restaurant had eyes as wide as saucers. Those who were on close terms with Sujin were the most surprised. All of them knew how Sujin was always such a mild-mannered and amiable person. Nobody expected him to be such a good fighter. He had been attacked by 3 men at the same time, but he had dispatched them so quickly. But at the same time, the 3 men had lost to Sujin mainly because they had no experience in fighting. They had no technique and no strategy or teamwork, so they even got into each other's way at times. Sujin didn't have any experience in fighting either, but he reacted quickly, and his attacks were both powerful and fast. As the saying goes, one expert can fight 10 beginners single-handedly. The 3 of them weren't even as good as beginners. They were no match for Sujin at all. "How dare you? How dare you do this to my men? I'll make sure your dead body lies abandoned in the streets tonight." Even though young Master Lin's wrist was still in Sujin's hand, he remained as arrogant as ever and he tried to threaten Sujin. Sujin laughed and gripped young Master Lin's wrist more tightly, which caused young Master Lin to pale instantly and scream in agony as large beads of sweat started pouring down his face. "Didn't you want one of us to accompany you for the night? They don't have time for you, so why don't I keep you company tonight?" asked Sujin with a cheeky grin. "Let go of my hand. Let go. You're going to break it," screamed young Master Lin desperately. The 3 men had gotten to their feet, but none of them dared to fight Sujin anymore. "Let go of him. Do you know whose son young Master Lin is?" shouted one of the men at Sujin. "Why's this guy being stingy with his money again?" Chapter 20, Unafraid of Trouble. Sujin hated hearing that. That was the problem with today's society. The rich and powerful were willing to fight fairly only for as long as they were on the winning side. Once they realized that they were on the losing end, it was common for them to pull out their ultimate trump card, their fathers. They always imagined that they were never going to lose because they had a powerful father, so while ordinary folks had to work hard to gain recognition and clout, these came easily to those born with a silver spoon in their mouths. "And who's your dad?" Sujin did not loosen his grip on young Master Lin's wrist and smiled sinisterly at young Master Lin. My dad's the mayor of S City, Lin Tianyu." Young Master Lin started feeling a little scared when he saw that sinister smile on Sujin's face, but when he thought about how his father was the one who called the shots in this city, he felt emboldened again. Everyone's hearts sank immediately when they heard that young Master Lin was Lin Tianyu's son. Lin Tianyu was both a capable and tough mayor who had produced good results consistently right from his first day as mayor. In short, he was a mayor that everyone in the city loved, but nobody here was sure if he would still be upright and impartial if a member of his family was on the wrong side of the law. Since this boy was the mayor's son, it meant that he was used to enjoying special privileges. It now made sense to them why he had been so arrogant and seemingly unbothered by any possible consequences. Anyone who came from a less powerful background would usually have no choice but to just suck it up and consider themselves unlucky for offending the wrong person. But Sujin didn't think the same way. He was now a person who had no idea how much longer he could live, so he wasn't afraid of anything. He wasn't even afraid of a god, never mind a mere human. "Oh my! Is Lin Tianyu really that amazing?" sneered Sujin. Then he turned to Tang Ning and said, "Miss Tang, I'm afraid I have to take my leave first. I can't stand how this little boy is throwing his weight around like this, so I'm going to drag him back to his father." "Wait, what?" Tang Ning was too stunned for words. Compared to young Master Lin, Sujin's words sounded even more outrageous. How could he call young Master Lin a little boy? What do you want with my dad?" Young Master Lin felt like his wrist was on the verge of breaking. But even worse than the pain in his wrist was the fact that Sujin didn't seem to care that he was the mayor's son and looked more like an adult trying to bring an errant child back to his parents. "What do I want with your dad? I'm going to ask him if he knows what his son has been doing out here," said Sujin as he yanked young Master Lin along. As he dragged young Master Lin out, he muttered, "I believe the mayor is doing a walkabout in the city this week, right?" Young Master Lin's heart sank as Sujin dragged him along. It was true that he was the mayor's son and he had gotten away with a lot of things on account of his father, but it didn't mean that his father approved of the things he had done. All this time, regardless of what he did, everyone would do him a favor on account of his father. It didn't matter how much trouble he created. Anybody he offended would make it so that the grievances they had gone through were trivial or even sweep it under the carpet. Nothing serious ever reached his father's ears. In fact, his parents always had the impression that their son was a good kid who respected the elderly and took care of those in need. But now, Sujin was going to drag him to his father. Knowing his father, it didn't take a genius to guess how his father would react. His father would not let him off since someone outside the family was involved this time. More importantly, if any of his father's political enemies found out about what he had done and made a big fuss about it or exposed it to the public, his father might have trouble keeping his position as the mayor of S city. Are you quite done? Who sent you here to do this? It's just my luck to run into you. How much did those people pay you? I'll pay you double. Young Master Lin had concluded that Sujin must have been sent by one of his father's political enemies. Sujin glared at him for a second before continuing to walk without saying anything. The three men with young Master Lin didn't dare to help him either. After observing Sujin's reactions to his offer, young Master Lin wasn't sure who Sujin really was anymore. His voice cracked as he pleaded, "Please, sir. I was in the wrong. What do you want? Do you want money? Or are you after my life? I want neither of those. I want justice." Sujin had no idea what young Master Lin was thinking about. He had decided to poke his nose into this matter because he was much stronger than before and wasn't afraid of any consequences that might follow. But he also knew that if he didn't close this case cleanly, Tang Ning and the rest were going to be implicated. That was why he decided to just go all the way to the mayor to make sure this case was resolved properly. Justice. What would you consider justice? Asked young Master Lin as tears welled up in his eyes. I want you to apologize to my colleague. Also, after you had threatened her like this, I'm sure she must have suffered some degree of emotional trauma, so you ought to compensate her for that too, don't you think? Sujin stopped walking when he noticed that young Master Lin looked ready to give in. Young Master Lin was on the verge of bursting into tears. It was true that he was at fault first. After a few drinks, he had noticed that one of Sujin's colleagues had a pretty good figure and touched her, so she immediately grabbed a glass of wine and splashed it on him. He agreed that he deserved it and it was too bad for him, but at the same time, he didn't really do much more than that. In the end, he got hit in return and his wrist was on the verge of breaking. And now, Sujin was actually demanding compensation from him. Such a thing had never happened to him before. But young Master Lin didn't dare let Sujin drag him to see his father, and he couldn't beat Sujin in a fight either. So, he had no choice but to admit defeat and go along with anything Sujin said. Sujin dragged him back into the restaurant once young Master Lin agreed to his conditions, only to see that the owner of the restaurant was arguing with Tang Ning and a few colleagues. The owner immediately hid behind the counter once he spotted Sujin walking back in. What's going on now? Sujin asked Tang Ning. Tang Ning didn't know why Sujin had dragged young Master Lin back into the restaurant, but her immediate response was, "This restaurant is trying to fleece us. When I booked the place, they had agreed to charge us a total bill of $1,000, but now they're demanding $8,000 instead. I didn't know there were still businesses that were so blatant about fleecing their customers." Sujin was rather surprised. He didn't expect Tang Ning to be arguing with the owner over something like that. "Wei Dongxiu. Come out here right now." Before Sujin could say anything, young Master Lin suddenly gave a shout and the owner immediately weaseled out from behind the counter. He looked like he was about to cry. "What the hell is going on now? B-boss. I saw that they were hitting you, so I was just trying to find a way to teach them a lesson for you," replied the owner with a tearful expression on his face. Young Master Lin's first instinct was to kick the owner in anger, but because Sujin had punched him in the foot earlier, This sudden motion nearly brought young Master Lin to his knees. Thankfully, Sujin was still hanging onto him, so he didn't end up on the floor. And who the hell told you to do that? Mind your own business. You don't have to come back here tomorrow, yelled young Master Lin furiously. Sujin quickly put two and two together. He laughed and said, "Oh, so you own this restaurant?" Yeah, that's right. Your meal's on me today, please take it as my way of apology, said young Master Lin with an ingratiating smile on his face, even though he was secretly dying on the inside. He had never had to suffer this sort of loss in his entire life. But he had no choice but to swallow his pride now. Sujin nodded. He had been wondering why someone like young Master Lin would have come to a low-end restaurant like this. So, it was actually a business that young Master Lin ran. In the end, Sujin managed to force young Master Lin to apologize to Tang Ning and his other colleagues. As for the part about the girl being compensated for psychological damage, the girl who splashed red wine on him was too scared to accept it, so she insisted that she didn't need to be compensated. Sujin couldn't do anything about that, so he left it as that. What happened today is between you and me. In the future, if you need to air any grievances, come and look for me directly, you hear me, said Sujin to young Master Lin as he let go of young Master Lin and patted his shoulders. Sujin no longer saw this as a difficult problem that he would rather not have. In fact, if young Master Lin really tried to make life difficult for him, he was ready to teach him a good lesson. Young Master Lin rubbed his painful wrist and said through gritted teeth, "You've got guts. I've lost today, but just you wait. I'll get back at you someday." Sujin nodded and didn't seem bothered by young Master Lin's threat at all. After that, Sujin walked back to join his colleagues and the entire department left the restaurant together. After they had left, one of young Master Lin's underlings asked, "Young Master Lin, do you want me to call the police and get them to deal with him? Are you stupid? Where do you think you are? Some small town where the sheriff panders to you just because you've got a bit of money and clout? We're in S City, one of the most developed and wealthiest cities in this country. Even my father doesn't dare to order the police in this city around. Did you think you were seriously some big shot?" Young Master Lin was already fuming mad, so when he heard one of his underlings say something so stupid, he flew into a rage and slapped that underling hard. After that, he frowned and said, "This guy either comes from some powerful family or he's a nutcase. I don't care which one he is. Find out who he is. Got it?" Meanwhile, after Sujin and his colleagues had walked away from the restaurant, Li Zikai approached Sujin and said, "I didn't know you were so good at fighting. But seriously though, that boy is from a pretty powerful family, so I'm sure he's going to get back at you for doing this to him." "I know, but I had to stop him at some point. I couldn't possibly just stand there and watch my colleagues get bullied like that," said Sujin with a smile on his face, as if what just transpired meant nothing to him. Li Zikai sighed quietly. He too knew that if Sujin hadn't stood up for them and fought back, everyone at the restaurant earlier would have been implicated and he would have been slapped so badly too. Tang Ning walked over with the girl who offended young Master Lin in the first place to thank him. "Sujin, I really want to thank you for today. I didn't think that the manliest guy we have in the office would turn out to be you. All the other guys are such cowards." "Don't say that. Everyone has their own difficulties." "That can't be helped," said Sujin as he shook his head. If the men who threatened the ladies were just a bunch of ordinary ruffians, he was pretty sure someone would have fought them off too. But young Master Lin's background gave him a huge advantage. It hadn't been easy for any of Sujin's colleagues to get a job in this city, so it was only natural for them to stay out of trouble with someone like the mayor's son if they could. But Tang Ning didn't think that way. She tugged at the girl next to her and said, "Li Man, you've really got to thank Sujin for today. If not for him, you'd definitely be in big trouble." Li Man nodded and she looked at Sujin with a pretty smile instead of her usually snobby expression. "Sujin, thank you so much. I'll treat you to coffee next time." "Nah, it's alright, I don't really fancy coffee," said Sujin without even thinking. He genuinely didn't like drinking coffee because he found it too bitter, but these words sounded different to Li Man. As the prettiest girl in the company, she had plenty of admirers lining up just to talk to her. Anyone she agreed to go for coffee with would have been on cloud 9 by now. Nobody would have turned her down like this. Tang Ning and Li Zikai exchanged awkward glances while Sujin didn't seem to have noticed anything at all. Li Man scowled and said, "Fine, forget it then." "Yeah, it's fine." Sujin nodded slightly, which stunned both Tang Ning and Li Zikai. They wondered if Sujin was seriously just obtuse or if Li Man had offended him in the past. But if Li Man had offended him before, why would he bother standing up for her today? Sujin ignored Li Man completely and gave Tang Ning an ingratiating smile as he said, "Miss Tang, on account of my performance today, do you think you could reconsider giving me my perfect attendance reward money?" Tang Ning almost burst out laughing at Sujin's priorities, but she shook her head in the end. "These are company regulations and I'm not able to change those. But you did do a good job today, so I'll reward you on behalf of the company. You'll still get your perfect attendance reward money, just from a different source. Will that work for you?" "Miss Tang, you're the best," cheered Sujin. Money didn't really mean anything to him now, but he liked the feeling of living life the way he used to. "By the way, I didn't know you were so good at fighting. You shouldn't let that go to waste. Come to my office tomorrow morning, I've got a new job for you," said Tang Ning. "Oh? A new job?" Chapter 21, She-Hulk. Sujin arrived in Tang Ning's office the first thing the next morning. She was busy going through a whole pile of documents when he walked in, so she told him to sit down and wait for her for a while. An hour had passed by the time she was done. While she was hard at work, Sujin had just spent the time idling about and she noticed that he had gone into a daze, smiling at himself from time to time. This was the first time she had ever seen someone sit in her office and daydream so openly. She never thought of Sujin as the nonchalant type. "Sorry about that, I've really got a lot of work to attend to," said Tang Ning as she got Sujin a cup of water. "Miss Tang, what new job do you have in mind for me?" Sujin scratched his head as he tried to think of what Tang Ning had in store for him. Could it be that he had displayed too much chivalry the day before and his boss had now fallen in love with him? So, she was using her authority as manager to transfer him to a position that worked closely with her so that they might get together? Tang Ning had no idea what ridiculous ideas were going through Sujin's mind. She looked a little awkward as she said to him, "Well, hear me out first. If you're not willing to take it up, I won't force you to take it either." "Why don't you tell me about it first?" said Sujin with a nod. "It's like this. I have a younger cousin who's run into some issues recently. She has some suicidal tendencies, so I was hoping that you could help look after her for the time being." Tang Ning was clearly a little embarrassed to say these things since this concerned her family and was therefore a private and personal matter. "She? Since your cousin's a girl, isn't it weird for you to get a big guy like me to protect her?" asked Sujin puzzledly. He didn't particularly mind, but he just found it rather strange. Tang Ning wasn't sure how to explain things to Sujin either. She rotated the cup in her hand again and again as she made a face and then said, "I know what you mean, but this cousin of mine is a little on the aggressive side and she can really fight. Most men aren't a match for her, never mind women. I don't know what to do either. My family just told me to find an honest and down-to-earth guy whom I know well and... Ahem. Are you sure you're looking for a bodyguard? Not a son-in-law," teased Sujin as he burst out laughing. To his surprise, Tang Ning smiled at him and actually started nodding away. "That's an option too. She's not getting any younger herself, so if you're able to capture her heart, I'll send both of you my blessings." "No thanks, she's both a she-hulk and an old lady. Not for me." Sujin shook his head, but Tang Ning continued to grin widely at him, which made all his hair stand on end. "I won't force you in that aspect, but you're okay with being a bodyguard, right? I'll pay you double, and you won't need to do anything else besides following my cousin around. If she makes any attempt on her life, you've got to stop her," said Tang Ning sternly. Sujin wasn't so sure about that. How was he supposed to stop someone who was bent on committing suicide? If a person really wanted to die and bit their tongue hard enough for that to happen, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about that. He couldn't possibly tie and gag her either. Tang Ning could see what Sujin was worried about, so she quickly added, "Don't worry. My cousin is leaning in that direction, but she's not trying to hang herself every day. Honestly, we wanted to hire a professional bodyguard too, but we were afraid that doing so might trigger her rebellious side even more, which would make the situation worse. Also, we're looking for someone to be by her side as a last resort, actually. If anything really does happen, my family is mentally prepared for it. You won't be blamed, so you don't have to feel so stressed about that." Sujin was even more puzzled after hearing what Tang Ning said, but since his boss was the one who arranged for him to take up this job, he decided to agree to take it up. If it was really too difficult, he could always tell her that he couldn't continue. He didn't think she would fire him for doing that. Tang Ning was overjoyed when Sujin agreed to take up the job. She handed her work to some colleagues and led Sujin out of the office. Most of the cars parked in the company parking lot belonged to the employees, so there were no luxury cars to be found among them. But Tang Ning led Sujin into the deepest end of the parking lot where a red Ferrari was parked. Sujin didn't know anything about cars, but he knew that a car that looked like this definitely cost a bomb. "Get in." Tang Ning hopped in and told Sujin to get in too. Sujin got in without hesitation and closed his eyes to rest. Tang Ning started the engine and drove out of the company parking lot. After a while, the car stopped outside S City's most luxurious neighborhood. A security guard walked over immediately. "Good morning, Miss Tang. Are you headed to Mr. Yes?" The security guard took a blue card from Tang Ning, scanned it with a machine and smiled at Tang Ning as he spoke. "That's right. Do you need to check the boot?" Tang Ning pointed to her car boot. "No need, I know I can trust you. Please go ahead." The security guard shook his head and opened the gate for her. "Yeah? Isn't that the surname of our company's CEO?" Sujin opened his eyes and looked at the estate they had just entered. This estate was extremely luxurious and was dotted with bungalows. The surroundings were pleasant and luxury cars like the one Tang Ning was driving could be seen driving along the roads. Tang Ning nodded. "Yeah. He's my uncle from my mother's side." "Oh, so the rumors are real." "Yup, they're real. You know what I'm talking about." "Of course, I know. Did you think I wouldn't know what you guys talk about all the time? It's just that there's actually no untruth in it, so I can't defend myself and say that what you guys just said is not true. I've been working so hard all this time precisely because I want to prove that I didn't make it here only because my uncle owns the company. I'm capable on my own too," said Tang Ning in a fiercely independent voice. Sujin nodded. Tang Ning was indeed capable, and everyone could see that. But her way of thinking was still a little too naive. The ones who spoke ill of her behind her back didn't care about whether she was capable or not. As long as her uncle was the CEO of the company, her capabilities were inconsequential, and the gossiping would never stop. But Sujin wasn't going to tell Tang Ning all this. During their conversation, Tang Ning had driven the car to one of the bungalows and parked outside the door. Once they got out of the car, a valet came over to help Tang Ning park the car in the designated parking lot. "Come with me," Tang Ning said to Sujin before heading straight into the bungalow in front of them. This bungalow was huge and the one that Sujin had rented recently was nothing compared to it. It took them a good 3 minutes just to cross the front yard and get to the Konoha main door of the house. "A bungalow like this in this particular part of town has got to be really expensive, right?" said Sujin as they walked together. Tang Ning laughed and said, "Of course it's expensive. But it's not just a matter of money. You've got to be somebody if you want a place in this neighborhood." Sujin grinned. "Of course you've got to be somebody. As long as you're human, you're somebody. Get it? Tang Ning rolled her eyes at him and couldn't be bothered with his lousy joke. Just then, an older well-dressed man approached them, and Sujin thought that this man was the CEO of the company. But the man bowed slightly at Tang Ning and greeted her, "Good morning, Miss Tang. The master knows you're here and he's waiting for you inside with Madam." The man looked like he was in his 50s, not a single strand of his hair was out of place and his suit was definitely expensive. If he walked around on the streets, nobody would ever imagine that he was only a servant. "Thanks, Uncle Yu." Tang Ning seemed very polite to this man, so it was obvious that this Uncle Yu wasn't an ordinary servant of this household. After they walked further into the house, they saw a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman seated on the couch. Their faces immediately lit up when they saw Tang Ning walk in. "Tang Ning. You're here. How have you been? Let me check if you've lost any weight." The middle-aged woman welcomed Tang Ning warmly. Tang Ning walked over to hug her, then hooked her arm and asked eagerly, "So? What's the verdict? Did I lose any weight?" "I think so. Yes. I've finally lost weight." "You're already so skinny and you want to lose some more weight? That's terrible," said the older lady with a frown at Tang Ning. Tang Ning just stuck her tongue out cheekily and grinned back without saying anything. "Didn't you know? Young ladies these days are so obsessed with their weight. If you dare to say that she's gained weight, she'll fall out with you," said the older man with a laugh. He glanced at Sujin and nodded slightly with a smile to greet Sujin. Tang Ning noticed that and quickly introduced her uncle and aunt to Sujin. "Oh yes. This is Sujin, he works at our company and I've brought him here to introduce him to both of you. Sujin, this is my uncle, Yeshayashi, CEO of Stellar Skies, and my aunt, Sun Tong. Hello, Mr. CEO. Hello, Mrs. CEO." Sujin quickly nodded at both of them and greeted them politely. "You work at our company? I haven't been to the office in a long while. Looks like I've got to take a look one of these days, otherwise I'll have no idea that we've gotten some new and handsome young lads." Yeshayashi carried a smile all the time and seemed very easygoing. Tang Ning said, "Uncle, about Xiaoyun, is she still like that?" This Xiaoyun was obviously referring to Tang Ning's cousin. The moment Tang Ning mentioned her, the smiles on everyone's faces faded and they had grim expressions on their faces. Sun Tong's eyes reddened as she nodded at Tang Ning. "You're one of us, so we won't hide anything from you. Xiaoyun has been behaving more and more oddly recently and I'm really afraid that she'll... We have a visitor," Yeshayashi reminded his wife with a frown. But at the same time, he looked equally at a loss as to what to do. "Xiaoyun's situation is pretty bad and you know about it. Since you're here, why don't you go upstairs and talk to her? She responds so much better to you." Tang Ning nodded, then said, "Uncle, didn't you say you wanted to find someone around Xiaoyun's age to look after her? I think Sujin's very suitable. He's good at fighting and he's an honest and reliable person too. The people in the company can vouch for that. Is that so? You're trained in martial arts?" Yeshayashi turned to ask Sujin curiously after hearing what Tang Ning said. "I learned a thing or two from one of my uncles when I was younger." But of course, Sujin had never been trained in martial arts before. His reflexes, strength, and speed had increased tremendously purely because he had consumed that elixir. If he had to fight someone trained in martial arts, he was probably going to get himself injured. "Oh? He looks amiable and he's honest and reliable too? Not bad. Tell you what. Why don't you go upstairs with Tang Ning and talk to that daughter of mine first? I'll just say you're a distant relative of mine, so just focus on befriending her first. We'll talk about the rest later." Yeshayashi was the CEO of a big company after all, so he immediately started delegating work to Sujin. Sujin wasn't bothered by Yeshayashi's tone. He nodded and Tang Ning brought him upstairs. Once they had gone upstairs, Sun Tong said worriedly to her husband, "Do you think that's going to work? What if he's up to no good? What are you afraid of?" You know what our daughter's capable of. Even if he does try something funny, he might be the one who ends up getting injured. Also, did you think just anyone can do whatever they like in my house? She raised an eyebrow and gave off an imposing air that he seemed to be born with. The original title literally means Barbie King Kong, a term that first referred to Russian female bodybuilders with sweet doll-like facial features but muscles that could kill. Yet, not so Chad anymore. The original says that the butler literally greets Tang Ning as Miss Cousin / Young Mistress Cousin. Which generation you belong to, and family relations are very clearly spelled out, especially for the servant class in Chinese cultures, but it sounds really strange in English. But that's how Sujin knows that Tang Ning meant it when she said that she's a niece of the CEO. Chapter 22, Parallel Universes. Sujin followed Tang Ning up to the second floor and couldn't help but marvel silently at the house. It was luxuriously furnished, but attention was paid to every detail to ensure that the house still looked elegant and classy, so it didn't look like the owners were just desperately trying to show their wealth off. Everything was just opulent enough without going too overboard. Wait outside first, I'll go in and take a look. Tang Ning stopped Sujin outside the door and stepped into the room first. Sujin leaned lazily against the wall beside the door, and he realized that he could hear the conversation inside even though they weren't speaking loudly. After taking that body-strengthening elixir, not only had his bodily strength increased, but his hearing and sense of smell had also been heightened. Once he leaned against the door itself, he could hear every single word the two girls inside were saying very clearly. Yayun, are you sure you don't need to get your head checked? Can you stop this nonsense? Your parents are almost going mad. Why do you make them worry so much for you? Said Tang Ning in a vexed voice. Sis, there are some things that you don't understand. I really find life very meaningless. If I weren't afraid that my parents would be heartbroken, I would have decided to die a long time ago. The other voice in the room was very sweet and pleasant, so Sujin immediately concluded that this voice must belong to a pretty and demure girl. Otherwise, that would be such a waste of this voice. Tang Ning retorted, what are you talking about? What do you mean by you would have decided to die a long time ago? Look, if you dare to kill yourself again, I'll kill myself too. Ningug, Yayun dragged Tang Ning's name out and sounded equally vexed by Tang Ning's response, but she also sounded comforted by the fact that Tang Ning cared for her so much. There's no point in trying to act cutesy around me, I'm not buying it. We've got a guest in the house today, so don't be rude to him, said Tang Ning before opening the door to see Sujin leaning against the door frame. She tugged at him and said, come on in. Sujin walked into the room and looked around. This was a stereotypical girl's room that had been painted mostly pink with some white and other pastel colors to give it a soft and adorable look. Xiaoyun, this is your, cousin, Sujin, said Tang Ning to Yayun. When Yayun walked over, Sujin instantly went into a daze. His judgment earlier was about how that sweet voice definitely belonged to a pretty girl, but Yayun was way prettier than he had imagined. Her complexion was a little pale and her eyes were slightly reddened, which was a sign that she had been staying up very late. Her dark hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, but the ends were a little dry. However, none of these affected her beauty. Instead, they made her look a little frail and in great need of protection. Hello, Su, wait, if he's a cousin, shouldn't he be a Yet or a Tang? Why is his surname, Su? Yayun glared at Tang Ning with those large and bright eyes of hers. Sujin felt like if Yayun stared at him that way, he wouldn't be able to lie to her. But Tang Ning was clearly immune to these pair of eyes. She rapped her knuckles on Yayun's head and said, he's a distant relative. Some things happened at home and so he's changed his surname to Su. Oh! Yayun clutched the part of her head that had been knocked with a pitiful expression on her face before greeting Sujin. Hello cousin Sujin. He, lo, siku, sinwayet, yun. Sujin snapped out of his daze but stammered over his words. After saying that, Sujin felt like slapping himself for being such an embarrassment. Oh dear, Sujin, do you have a stuttering problem? Asked Yayun curiously. Tang Ning nearly burst out laughing at Sujin's reaction, so she cleared her throat and said, "That's nonsense. He's meeting you for the first time, so he's just a little awkward. He'll be fine once you two get to know each other better. Sujin, come with me for a while." She walked out of the room and motioned to Sujin to follow her. Sujin threw Yayun a smile before quickly walking out of the room as well. After they had walked away, Tang Ning had a huge grin on her face as she just stared at Sujin without saying anything. Sujin felt a little awkward from her staring and rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Did I look a bit dumb just now? Tang Ning nodded without hesitation. Not just a bit. Very dumb. Haha. My cousin's really pretty, isn't she? Yeah, she is, said Sujin with a laugh. But the only thing he could do now was to just admire her beauty. He was in no position to go after anybody, and if he managed to win her heart, that would bring her misfortune more than happiness. Look, my uncle doesn't really care about family background and all that jazz. As long as you're a nice boy and my cousin likes you, he'll accept you. So, work hard and you might get a chance in the future, said Tang Ning with a smile as she patted his shoulders. Oh, so I should really go for it, hi. Sujin laughed along. But his heart sighed resignedly. Ever since he had been chosen to become a handbook owner, he was destined to never lead the life of a normal human being ever again. Enough of this useless chatter. I've already introduced the two of you, so help me to look after her, okay? I'm counting on you, said Tang Ning earnestly to Sujin as her expression became serious. Don't worry, you're paying me, so I'll definitely do a good job, said Sujin as he saluted Tang Ning. She rolled her eyes at him, then walked back to the room and said, Xiaoyun, I need to go, the company's calling me to go back to handle some urgent matters and I can't stay here to chat with you. Sujin's just arrived in S City and your parents are also busy, so help to bring him around, okay? Sujin, if you've got any questions, you can just ask Xiaoyun. We're all family, so don't be shy. Tang Ning turned and winked at Sujin. Sujin suddenly felt like he had walked into a trap. He never realized that this usually well-organized and efficient boss of his could also come up with crazy ideas like this. Once Tang Ning had walked away, only Sujin and Yayun were left in the room. Yayun peeked her head out to make sure that Tang Ning had left before turning to Sujin. You're not my cousin. That's right, I'm not your cousin, said Sujin with a nod. He had felt that Tang Ning and Yayun's parents had been too idealistic right from the beginning. As long as Yayun wasn't dumb, she would be able to tell that Sujin wasn't really her cousin. And from the looks of it, Yayun was actually very intelligent. My parents hired you to come here. Yayun lay on her stomach on the bed and used her hands to prop her face up while she stared at Sujin like there was nothing he could hide from her. Since she was being so direct, he decided to be honest with her. That's right. Your cousin was afraid that you might do something silly, so she wanted me to look after you. Sometimes, I can't believe my folks. If I really wanted to die, they wouldn't be able to stop me, and neither would you. She glanced at him and sighed. Oh, forget it, you can stay here since it makes all of them feel more assured. Seriously though, what's the real problem here? Are you just going through a rebellious stage? Trying to be a goth? Or, you've got dreams of becoming a rock star? Now that Sujin had already decided that he was not going to try to woo Yayun, he stopped being so reserved around her and spoke his mind. As he spoke, he picked up a photo frame on the table. Yayun snatched the photo frame away from him and rolled her eyes at him. What do you take me as? A stupid teeny bopper? I've got my own reasons. It's just, living is too tiring. You're a rich man's daughter, so your life couldn't be more tiring than ordinary folks like me, struggling to make ends meet on a daily basis. But we're all still alive and well, so why are you trying so hard to end your life? Sujin sighed. Before becoming a handbook owner, his life had really been draining. The only thing that occupied his mind was how to make enough money to support his family, and he always ate the plainest and cheapest food he could find. But even so, ending his life never crossed his mind. It's different. That's different. There are many things about you which nobody else besides yourself would understand, so I'm the only one who would understand why I want to die, said Yayun with an equally heavy sigh. Sujin chuckled. You've got to think carefully before you really decide to die. We're not in some online video game where you can just delete that account and start a new one in a new domain. If you end your life, you'd really be gone forever. Do you think death is really the end? Could it also be a new beginning for you? Yayun asked Sujin excitedly. Are you sure you're not just going through some teenage angst phase? Your outlook on life sounds pretty delusionary, said Sujin with a laugh. Hey! I'm sure you're some gaming addict, so you're no better than me. Besides, even if you delete an account in an MMORPG, you don't have to start a new one in a different server. If you want to continue to play with the players you used to play with, you can just restart by creating a new character in the same server, said Yayun as she grumbled about Sujin with a smile. Sujin was about to laugh in response when an idea suddenly hit him. He seemed to have understood something. He asked Yayun, What did you just say? Can you repeat that? About you being a gaming addict. Not that part. The last bit. Just create a new character. That's it. So that's what it is. I can't believe I couldn't get it for so long. If that's how it works, then everything makes sense, mumbled Sujin to himself. Back when they were in Fengzi town, Lu Yingying said that it was pointless for Chu Yi to leave his number behind, and when Sujin tried Chu Yi's number after he completed the challenge, Chu Yi's number turned out to belong to someone else. Lu Yingying and Zhongli didn't leave any contact information behind, and the Demon Lord had also mentioned that he had been very unsure if Sujin would still be able to come back to look for him, and that waiting for Sujin had been very risky. Sujin had been thinking about these things all this time and couldn't figure it out, but now, everything seemed as clear as day. If humans could create MMORPGs, then someone else could have created the world that humans lived in, like an MMORPG universe. If that was the case, the existence of the Handbook's world would make more sense now. And if all those hypotheses held true, then would that mean that the world also had servers like MMORPGs? If Chu Yi, Zhongli, Lu Yingying, and himself belonged to different servers and were only put together in the same place when a challenge began, then every time they completed a challenge, they would return to their original servers and would have no way of contacting one another. Is that how it works? Is my guess right? Sujin felt his heart palpitate. He seemed to have understood the truth of the matter, but this truth only made his hair stand on end and was quite difficult to accept even for him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yayun noticed that Sujin had gone into a daze, so she waved her hand in front of his face. He snapped out of his daze immediately and took a deep breath. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. You have understood the existence of parallel universes, so you get the mark of a leader. That was a voice that he expected to hear only when he was in his personal hell domain, because that was Blackie's voice. At the same time, he felt like one of the pockets in his jacket was very warm. That was where he had kept his handbook. Sorry, I need to go to the washroom. Sujin smiled apologetically at Yayun. Oh, sure. It's the third door on your left, said Yayun as she pointed to one of the doors along the corridor. Sujin immediately walked out in that direction. After he had walked out, Yayun looked up at the ceiling, then yanked at one of her pillows. She pulled a black book out from under one of them. Once one is under its control, is there still any meaning in being alive or dying? Yayun sighed. I have lost all respect for the man now. The plot thickens, again. Chapter 23, Team Function Activated. Once inside the bathroom, Sujin sat on the toilet bowl with his handbook in hand. The entire book was covered in a slight reddish glow. Blackie, is that you? Sujin asked the book. That's right, said Blackie. Sujin was really surprised and asked puzzledly, I'm not within my personal hell domain, but you can still talk to me. In most cases, I can't because you haven't actually unlocked that function yet. But because you understood the secret of parallel universes just now, I'm able to speak to you like this temporarily, explained Blackie. Parallel universes. So, my hypothesis is actually real, murmured Sujin as if he were talking to himself. Everything he surmised earlier was terribly frightening to him. It's not entirely accurate, but to a certain extent, the parallel universes do work like the MMORPGs you were thinking about. Every universe is separate, so without the power of Hell's Handbook, there's no way the people from these universes would be connected, said Blackie. I want to know everything about these parallel universes, said Sujin. I'm sorry, but you have not reached that level of access yet. I can only explain to you what you are allowed to know at this level. Even though Sujin was his master, Blackie refused to answer Sujin. Sujin's level of access still governed Blackie's decisions. Sujin sighed but didn't intend to argue with Blackie. Blackie was merely an AI that followed the rules of the system, so arguing with a robot was a complete waste of time. All right, just tell me everything you are able to tell me then, commanded Sujin. Sure. Blackie slowly started explaining. Parallel universes refer to smaller universes that originate from a parent universe. The parent universe is the universe that appeared first and is the source of all life. When the parent universe reaches a certain size, its excess capacity can be used as a blueprint for new universes, and those new universes based on the parent universe are termed as child universes. So, child universes are just imagined and aren't real, asked Sujin puzzledly. They are real. For example, if the parent universe is a tree branch, then child universes are the leaves growing from the branches. Those leaves are real and each one is a little different from the other. Child universes are the same. After being created, each child universe walks down its own path, so besides a few details which have been specially controlled, they work just like the parent universe, explained Blackie patiently. If the parent universe is a tree branch, then what are the tree trunk and the tree roots? Sujin suddenly asked. But Blackie fell silent again. After a moment, he said, I'm sorry, but your level of access is too low. I cannot answer this question. So, it's not that you don't know, but you can't answer my question. In that case, besides these parallel universes, Hell's Handbook contains many more other mysteries, muttered Sujin to himself. From Blackie's answers, he could sense that there was more to this than just parallel universes. And if parallel universes were just one part of the full mystery behind Hell's Handbook, then what else was there? How much crazier must a concept be in order to require a higher level of access than parallel universes? Sujin simply couldn't imagine what it could be, and the thought of something like that existing alone gave him the creeps. In other words, Chu Yi and the others who were with me during the challenge belong to different child universes. Do the other child universes have planet Earth and humans too? Sujin couldn't figure this out. The birth of planet Earth and humans in this vast universe should have been purely by coincidence. If one could go back in time and let matter regroup itself again, humans might not exist, and Earth might not exist either. If that was the case, then it seemed impossible for other child universes to have humans and Earth as well. Like I said, there are some details that have been specially dealt with. So, since Earth and humans are unique, that also means the parent universe has Earth and humans too. The Earth and humans in child universes are a copy of what already exists in the parent universe, right? Sujin let out a soft whistle. Blackie hadn't said a lot, but everything he said contained a lot of information which could be discovered once one read between the lines. I will not answer your question. The answer to your question is way beyond your level of access. Instead of just saying that Sujin's level of access wasn't high enough, Blackie said that he wasn't going to answer at all. You're a really advanced AI system, aren't you? This is a very human-like change in emotions, said Sujin with a grin. If necessary, I am capable of functioning just like a highly intelligent organism. But remaining like this is more suitable for work, replied Blackie in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. Hey, is it just me? I feel like you've become a lot more serious than when you first talked to me. What's going on? I thought that you did not like the type of personality I had before, so I have automatically switched to a serious work mode personality instead. Do you want me to switch back? Asked Blackie. It's not necessary. Sujin didn't want Blackie to switch back to his cheeky personality. Even though that made Blackie seem more human, it was going to be hard to get reliable information from a more sarcastic and playful Blackie. It was easier when Blackie was serious and explained everything as it was. So, what is this mark of a leader about then? Asked Sujin. Please look at the cover of your handbook. There is a special drawing on it. That is the mark of a leader. Sujin looked at the book in his hands. There was indeed a new drawing at the bottom right-hand corner of the cover that wasn't there before. It was a triangle with a flame inside to represent hell, while a few hands were drawn around the fire like they were holding hands. What does this do? Sujin continued to ask. Owners who have the mark of a leader will now be able to gather your own team. If you manage to persuade other owners to join your team and they become part of your team, all members of your team can participate in team challenges. As the team leader, you will be able to create a hell domain for your team. After your team levels up, you will get access to more team functions. Sujin was stunned for a moment. He soon realized that this new function was actually very valuable. When Blackie mentioned that team members would be able to participate in team challenges, his assumption was that all members of his team would be able to participate in the same challenge at the same time. During the Fengzi Town challenge, Sujin had already noticed that all the owners present in the challenge had been randomly chosen. The only condition was probably the ratio of newbies to veterans. Since the owners in the same challenge as himself would be randomly picked, if he was lucky enough to get a bunch of veterans and newbies who were smart and could fight, then their chances of passing a challenge would increase. But similarly, if he got a bunch of people who weren't very good at this, then it was possible for the entire group to perish together. But having his own team would be different. Every person who was allowed to join the team would have been vetted by him and he would make sure that every member was capable. That way, he could ensure that he was going into challenges with capable members, which in turn increased the chances of him getting through the challenge itself. As for the team getting their own space, this sounded trivial, but it was also quite valuable. Sujin remembered how he had been badly injured in Fengzi Town and Zhongli had given him some potion to drink, which made him feel better immediately. In other words, all the items that individuals exchanged their points for in their personal hell domains did not have to be owned and used by themselves alone. They could give it to someone else too. If he passed a challenge and was presented with new items for exchange that were different from his other members, then there was a possibility that another member would be offered an item that he needed urgently. In other words, a team could use this to their advantage by exchanging their points for all the items that the team needed. That would definitely boost the chances of the team surviving each challenge. Since we'll have a shared space, does that mean that the items offered to us at the end of each challenge will also be the same? Sujin decided to confirm this with Blackie. No. Every owner's handbook will get a random set of new items. Also, since your team has its own space, the team will also get an additional handbook. There is a higher chance of getting more powerful items with this additional handbook and only the team leader is allowed to exchange for them. That's a benefit of being a leader as well, said Blackie. Sujin's heart instantly leaped for joy. This mark of a leader was a great thing to have because it came with many useful and powerful functions. The most important thing to do now was to find suitable and powerful teammates. You mentioned something about a team leveling up. What's that about? Asked Sujin. A newly formed team will be a level D team, which is the lowest level. After the team completes 5 challenges, it will level up to become a level C team. After the team completes 10 challenges after leveling up, it will become a level B team. After the team completes another 15 challenges after leveling up, it will become a level A team. The challenges start accumulating only after the team has at least 3 people in it. After leveling up, the team will receive more benefits and access to more functions, Blackie explained in detail. Sujin made a quick calculation. The team would have to get through 30 challenges in total if they wanted to move from level D to level A. That was going to be tough, so there was no need for him to think too much about that for the time being. That's all the information I have regarding the mark of a leader for the time being. There is more information and other functions available as well, but you will need to uncover them in a challenge, said Blackie. Sujin nodded slightly. He wanted to ask more questions, but the reddish glow around his handbook slowly faded and Blackie didn't respond to him anymore. That's it. Sujin shook his head disappointedly. But this mark of a leader had been a really pleasant surprise. As long as he used it wisely, his chances of surviving a challenge were definitely much higher than before. When he got back to Yayun's room, he noticed that her window was wide open, and she was looking down from her window while sitting on the ledge. His heart nearly skipped a beat in fright, but he quickly calmed down again. This room was only about 10 feet above the ground, and it overlooked a well-tended garden. Even if Yayun were to jump down, the worst that could happen would be that she'd probably break a couple of limbs and get disfigured. She wasn't going to die so easily from jumping down at this height. Were you constipated or something? Why were you gone for so long? Yayun didn't turn back and continued staring down at the garden downstairs. Sujin had a sheepish smile on his face. It was true that he had been in the bathroom for a long time. So, he laughed awkwardly and said, I've never seen such a fancy bathroom before, so I took some time just to look around. By the way, is the toilet bowl made from real gold? I would have tried biting into it, but I didn't think it was a good idea to bite a toilet bowl. Yayun burst out laughing. She turned and said, of course it's not made from real gold. I don't think anyone would do that, no matter how much they wanted to flaunt their wealth. She hopped off the ledge and said to Sujin, I feel like going out for a walk. Do you want to come along? Chapter 24, Yayun. Sure. Sujin was now employed by the Ye family, so he was going to go with anything his new boss said. Come with me then. Yayun curled her finger at Sujin to come towards her before she suddenly leaped right out of the window. Sujin got a terrible shock. He didn't expect a frail-looking young lady like Yayun to be this wild. They were only on the second story, so it wasn't too high, but that girl was in a skirt. Well, I don't have a choice. Boss. Wait up. Sujin made a leap and jumped out of the window as well. After he landed, he realized that Yayun was more than 30 meters away from him already. She's good. Sujin couldn't help but marvel. She wasn't only a fast runner, but she could actually run so fast in a long and fitting skirt, as though she were dressed in track pants. That wasn't easy. Uncle Yu, I'm off to run after Yayun, please help me tell Uncle and Auntie Ye. After Sujin started running after Yayun, he spotted Uncle Yu in the front yard looking on calmly in the direction where Yayun had run off to, so Sujin thought he'd let Uncle Yu know that they were going out. Sure, I'll let them know. Uncle Yu seemed very unfazed. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time this was happening. Sujin ran with all his might after Yayun. He wasn't good at fighting, but his stamina and speed was better than the average human. Yet, he couldn't catch up with Yayun at all. He was lagging behind, and the fact that he managed to keep her within his sight was already a feat. She's so fast. Does this girl train professionally or something? Grumbled Sujin. Thankfully, Yayun finally stopped after some time. She stood next to a man-made lake and Sujin slowed down as he finally caught up with her. Now that you're done running, you want to go swimming. You've got pretty good stamina. It's hard to find someone who doesn't lose sight of me almost immediately at this speed, Yayun complimented Sujin. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Looks like I'm not the first person hired to watch over you. Technically you're the first person hired just to do this. Before you came, my parents got one of the servants to do it. The first person who was tasked with this job was Uncle Yu. He lost sight of me after running for just 10 seconds. When I got home that night, I saw that he was crying, so I felt pretty bad about it, said Yayun a little embarrassedly, and she stuck her tongue out cheekily. Sujin's heart nearly skipped a beat from being mesmerized by her playful expression. He was glad that she wasn't able to hear the way his heart pounded now. I come from a family of farmers, and I grew up running up and down mountains and rivers, so my stamina's really good. But I don't think it's a good idea for you to run around like this all the time too, right? Why don't we try and reach an agreement? You promise not to run about like this, and we can all get along. How's that? Sujin tried to negotiate with Yayun. But she shook her head and started hopping from tile to tile on the pavement with her hands behind her back. If you just want to make sure that I don't make any attempts on my life, I can promise you for the time being that I'll be fine. I'll be fine even if you didn't manage to catch up with me. But as for anything else, don't bother. I don't know what will happen either. You seem to be in some difficulty. Why don't you tell me about it? He still had no idea what was going on with her and felt that this whole thing was very strange. She seemed to be facing some trouble that she couldn't talk about. But she shook her head again, looked around her, then said to Sujin, "Come and walk around with me. I want to see more of this world. You know, when you talk like that, I would really think you're going to try killing yourself." Sujin laughed bitterly. The things this girl said could really be terrifying. It was as if she might suddenly jump into the lake in front of them and sink to the bottom any minute if he took his eye off her for just 1 second. She ignored what he said and continued walking ahead. He had no choice but to continue following behind her. They kept a distance between them, so they looked more like two strangers who happened to be headed the same way. Their surroundings were really pretty, and it had been a long time since Sujin had seen such lovely scenery around S City. He was in a pretty good mood because he was taking a nice afternoon stroll with a beauty, but at the same time, the way he followed her around at a distance made him resemble a stalker of sorts, which made him feel uncomfortable. The air in autumn was a little chilly and the sun wasn't as bright. The gentle ray shone through the trees that swayed slightly in the breeze. Yayun basked in the moving sunlight and didn't seem real for a moment. "Do you believe in the supernatural?" Yayun suddenly stopped walking and turned to ask Sujin this question. He replied, "Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't." "What does that mean?" She was puzzled by his reply. "When I've done a good deed, I hope that there's a God out there who will reward me for the things I've done. But when I do something bad, I don't believe in such things and just hope that life goes on as per normal. So that's why sometimes I believe in these things and sometimes I don't," he replied with a laugh. He was talking nonsense, but she had asked him a silly question first. "You're a very realistic person, huh? You only pick what's beneficial to yourself." "That's terrible," she burst out laughing after hearing his answer. He said, "Well, things that already exist will not suddenly cease to exist just because you don't believe in them. If they exist, they do. If they don't exist, then they don't. This has nothing to do with your personal belief. You had an answer when you asked me this question, so my response doesn't matter at all. I guess you're right." Yayun looked down thoughtfully and continued walking and thinking with her head down. Since she was so deep in thought, Sujin just walked behind her without disrupting her. But immediately after she turned the corner, he heard the sound of a car screeching to a halt. His heart nearly stopped. They had walked away from the residential area and had reached the main road. If Yayun had walked out without looking onto the road and gotten knocked down by a car, that would be terrible. However, the scene that greeted him next made his jaw drop to the ground. A black sports car had stopped in the middle of the road, and it was slanted, while a lamp post had been broken from the impact and half of the post was lying at least 5 meters away from the car. The black tire marks on the road went on for at least 30 meters too. This black sports car must have been driving at a very high speed. Meanwhile, he couldn't see Yayun anywhere, because she was actually squatting on top of the car. Yayun was squatting on the roof of the sports car like an agile little stray cat. She pressed her hands down on her feet and peeked into the car to see if anyone was hurt. "Are you all right?" Sujin ran over to take a look at Yayun. His view had been blocked by a street light when everything happened and he wasn't really sure exactly what happened earlier. But from the looks of it, Yayun was perfectly fine, so he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine. You'd better check if the people in the car are all right," she said anxiously. He nodded and turned to check the inside of the car, but before he could get closer, someone hopped out from inside. "What the hell is going on? Are you tired of living? If I see you standing there one more time, I'll bloody mow you down." The owner of the car started cursing as he walked towards Sujin. But once he saw Sujin, his expression fell instantly, while Sujin's expression grew strange too. "Hello there, young Master Lin. We meet again." Sujin wasn't sure if he ought to laugh or cry. Of all the people in the world, the owner of this sports car had actually turned out to be that same boy he had taught a lesson just the day before, the son of the mayor of S City. Young Master Lin's expression grew furious as he thought to himself, if he had noticed that the fellow standing in the way of his car was this guy, he wouldn't have slammed the brakes. He would have just knocked Sujin down and just consider it a traffic accident. It was the perfect chance to take revenge and he had missed it. Sujin noticed young Master Lin's expression and could guess what he was thinking about. He laughed and said, "Don't look at me like that. The one standing in the middle of the road just now wasn't me, so even if you had knocked that person down, the one who would die wouldn't be me either. It wasn't you." Young Master Lin stared at Sujin in shock, because he didn't see anybody else around. Could that person have flown out from the impact or was his body lying in pieces on the road? "Look at the roof of your car." Sujin pointed to young Master Lin's car. Young Master Lin turned around and looked. "What's on my car roof?" "Your car roof? Wait, what?" Sujin was stunned too. There was nothing on top of young Master Lin's car and Yayun was nowhere to be seen. "Look, the previous time, it was my fault, so I'll take responsibility for that. But this time, you popped out of absolutely nowhere. I don't care whether you're tired of living or not, but don't implicate me along the way," snarled young Master Lin hatefully. But Sujin was in no mood to talk to young Master Lin. He looked around the car but didn't see Yayun anywhere at all. Young Master Lin snapped, "You've got to compensate me for the damages to my car." Sujin continued to ignore him and quickly walked around the car again, but Yayun was still nowhere to be found. There weren't any buildings nearby and it was easy to spot a person since it wasn't crowded either. Even if Yayun had made a run for it, his eyesight wasn't so bad that he would be unable to spot her from afar. When young Master Lin noticed that Sujin was ignoring him, he became even angrier and barked, "You're not going to compensate me. Wait right here, I'm going to call the police." But just when young Master Lin pulled his phone out to make that call, a slim and pretty hand suddenly caught hold of his phone. "There's no need to call the police. I was the one who suddenly walked onto the road just now, not him. How much do you want in compensation?" "I'll compensate you," said Yayun as she helped young Master Lin to hang up. Both Sujin and young Master Lin were stunned by this woman who had appeared from nowhere. But before they could say anything, Yayun continued, "I live over there in Yeshayashi's house. You can send someone to my father to tell him about what happened and he will compensate you." Where did you go just now?" asked Sujin. "Oh. I went into the car to see if anybody else was injured," she replied, as though the answer was obvious. Sujin scratched his head. What she said did make sense. If she had entered the car while he was talking to young Master Lin, he might not have seen her. Also, when he was walking around the car to look for her, he didn't try looking inside the car either. "Yeshayashi? You mean the CEO of Stellar Skies?" asked young Master Lin. Yayun nodded and held a name card out to him. "You can take this card and claim compensation from my father." After she said that, she called Sujin along and walked away. Sujin thought it was rather interesting that he had run into this young Master Lin twice in 2 days, so he turned to wave at the other young man before catching up with Yayun. Only young Master Lin was left in the middle of the road with a dented car and a broken lamp post. And because Sujin was busy waving to young Master Lin, he did not notice that Yayun had put a book back into her jacket. She used a blue hair tie to bun her hair up and exhaled deeply. She looked a little exhausted now. Sujin was very puzzled. Why did she suddenly seem so tired? Are you feeling tired? Why don't we go back? Sujin said to her. I am a little tired. Let's go back then. I'm beginning to miss my parents, Yayun replied without thinking. Chapter 25, Konoha. When Sujin and Yayun returned to the house, Uncle Yu was standing at the gate and looking out for them. When he spotted the both of them walking towards the gate, he exhaled deeply in relief and mumbled to himself as he showed them back into the house. After they walked into the house, Yashayashi glared hard at Yayun, as if he was about to gobble her whole. But at the same time, he didn't look as upset anymore since his daughter had returned home safely. Dad, could you cook for me? I really miss your cooking. Yayun quickly hopped over to her scowling father and tugged at his arm playfully while whining adorably at him. Sujin figured that nobody would be able to stay angry for long with a girl like Yayun, especially if she started speaking in a cute voice like that. And just as he had guessed, Yashayashi couldn't stay angry at his daughter after she spoke so endearingly to him. She just had to whine for a short while and he agreed to cook all the dishes that she loved to eat. Sujin was also kind of disappointed that he wasn't going to be able to see Yashayashi discipline his daughter after all. Yayun happily skipped all the way back to her room after she had successfully convinced her father to cook for her. Meanwhile, Sujin was still puzzled as to how Yayun's mood and energy had suddenly picked up again despite looking so tired on the way home. He could only conclude that it was true that the minds of women could be really hard to read at times. Sujin. Yayun's become so much happier after taking a walk with you, so why don't you live here from now on? Sun Tong noticed that her daughter's mood had suddenly improved, so she immediately gave Sujin the credit. No, it's not what it looks like. I'm just trying to do my job, lady boss. Sujin stared at Sun Tong in alarm. He was still trying to figure out why Yayun's mood had suddenly improved. Lady boss. Sun Tong looked at Sujin puzzledly for a moment before bursting into laughter. She turned to Yashayashi and said, my goodness, this employee of yours is really humorous. That's probably how he made Yayun happy, isn't it? Sujin, why don't you just stay here from now on? My wife and I are leaving for the US in a few days, and we asked Yayun to come with us but no matter how hard we tried, she still refuses to come along. But if you're here to accompany her, I won't have to worry about her. Yashayashi patted Sujin's shoulders hard and looked like he really thought very highly of Sujin. Sujin decided to give up explaining himself since it seemed impossible. He could only smile awkwardly at them as he said, I've just signed a new rental contract 2 days ago, so I don't need a new place to stay. Just leave that for the time being. Pack your things and stay here until we return from overseas at least. Yashayashi had been the CEO of his own company for a long time and often gave orders that left no room for negotiation. Even though he sounded like he was compromising by getting Sujin to move over temporarily, that still meant that Sujin had to move. Well, I guess, alright then. Sujin glanced up at the second story and figured that his house would be fine even if he were staying here for the time being. That's great. That's great. Go back and pack your things, then come back here. Also, take this card too, otherwise you're going to have trouble getting into the estate later. Yashayashi gave Sujin a pleased nod as he handed a blue card to Sujin. Since he had already agreed, he accepted the card and returned to his place after taking his leave. After walking out of the estate, he didn't take a cab and started jogging back instead. He wasn't doing this to save money. He was doing this because he could sense that someone was following him. From the moment he had stepped out of the estate, he had sensed something amiss. He could sense that there was someone not far away from him who kept following him. But the moment he turned around, that person would look just like any other pedestrian. It was obvious that this person was an expert at following others. Sujin wasn't jogging very quickly either, since the streets were quite crowded. But the crowd slowly thinned out as Sujin chose to go down smaller alleys. Then he suddenly picked up speed, jumped over a fence, ran into a maze of small roads, before turning towards a completely different direction towards the busy city center. After he had suddenly increased his speed and switched directions, he was pretty sure that he had shaken that person off his tail. He quickly hailed a cab and got in. After the car had driven out of sight, the person following Sujin finally arrived at where he had boarded the cab. He's a really vigilant one. Her nose twitched slightly, and she looked at the watch on her wrist with a laugh. But too bad, that's not going to be enough to get rid of me. When Sujin got home, his expression fell immediately after he opened the door. Someone was sitting on his living room couch and was even holding a cup of water in her hands. Ho ho, looks like you ran into a jam on the way home. I've actually arrived earlier than you did. She stood up and Sujin was finally able to see what she looked like. The woman in his living room looked like she was in her 20s, and she was of Asian descent. She was dressed in a black suit and wore a pair of thin black framed spectacles. This outfit made her look both intelligent and sexy at the same time. Are you Japanese? Sujin narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly pulled his handbook out. He kept his fingers on the book because that way, he could take the Demon Lord's boning knife or the Demon Lord's longbow out of the handbook with just a thought. Is it that obvious? I didn't expect you to identify my country of origin so specifically, she said as she used her fourth finger to push some of her hair behind her ears, which seemed like a fairly flirtatious move. Sujin grinned and shrugged as he said, well, I've seen a lot of Japanese action movies, so while I'm not always certain about the men, I'm certain about the women. Why would you be certain about the women and not the men? She seemed a little confused. Why don't you guess? Sujin raised his eyebrow. She suddenly realized what he was talking about and laughed with a hand over her mouth. I didn't expect you to be so interested in that sort of thing. But then again, there's nothing unusual about that. All right, enough of this idle chatter. Where you're from doesn't matter, but I don't think it's appropriate for you to enter a home when the owner of the house isn't around, right? And from the looks of it, you were following me. Sujin's expression suddenly grew serious as he spoke sternly to her. She got up slowly and bowed at him politely. My name is Konoha, and I would like to be your teammate. My teammate? Sujin frowned. Konoha got up and took something out from her jacket. It turned out to be the same thing that Sujin was holding. She had a handbook too. Hell's handbook. You own this thing too. Sujin connected the dots immediately once he saw that she owned a handbook as well. This woman was clearly here to form a team. But at the same time, Sujin was surprised to run into another owner so quickly. That's right. I've made it through 7 challenges. She nodded and opened her handbook so that Sujin could verify this for himself. The handbook had records of every challenge its owner had been through and the assessment that followed, so Sujin would be able to see if she was telling the truth or not once he looked through her handbook. But he didn't take it from her and just nodded. After all, if she had really survived 7 challenges, she might have some other tricks up her sleeve. He wasn't sure if she was a friend or a foe yet. Why do you want to become my teammate? Asked Sujin as he maintained the same expression as before. Konoha blinked several times, then smiled and said, that's because you have the mark of a leader. Once I become part of your team, I'd be able to enjoy benefits that only teams can enjoy. If I enter a challenge with a team, my chances of survival will increase dramatically, and I really want to make sure I can live on for as long as possible. Oh? But I didn't tell anybody that I have this mark of a leader and it's only been a few hours since I got it. How would you have found out about it? Japan is hours away from here. Sujin started tapping his nose again. Did the handbook send out a public announcement after he received the mark of a leader? Is that how she knew about it so quickly? That's because I've got this. Konoha showed him the extremely intricately designed watch on her wrist. She explained, this is an item I purposely exchanged my points for the last time. This is a team-finding watch. As long as an owner with the mark of a leader appears within a certain radius, it will notify me. I happened to be in S City for a holiday and didn't think I would be able to find anybody here. Sujin scratched his head. The variety of items that the handbook offered was immense, so it was possible for something like that to be available for exchange. Konomai's explanation seemed very reasonable, so Sujin actually let his guard down a little. Have you come across many other owners? Sujin sat down on the couch and motioned to Konomai to sit down as well so that they could speak face to face comfortably. Konomai thought about it for a while and said, I've seen quite a number, but the death rate of each challenge is way too high, so after seeing some of them 1 or 2 times, I've not seen them anymore. Are there a lot who have the mark of a leader? Sujin continued to ask. Before I found you, I wondered if this thing was just a toy. And if I hadn't run into an owner with the mark of a leader during one of my challenges, I would have thought this whole thing was a sham, said Konomai as she laughed and shook her head. Is it that rare? Sujin was rather surprised. It wasn't easy to come to a realization that there were actually multiple parallel universes, but he was quite sure that any owner who managed to survive a number of challenges and gathered sufficient information would be able to arrive at the same conclusion as he did. Perhaps there aren't many where I come from. I'm not sure if there are many owners with the mark of a leader in other countries, said Konomai. Sujin nodded thoughtfully, then looked up at her and said, well, if you would like to become part of my team, then I'd need you to introduce yourself in greater detail. He didn't mind having someone on his team, but he needed to know more about any potential team member. He had to establish her identity and potential before agreeing to work with her, and at the same time, he was still quite wary of her, since she had pretty much popped up from nowhere. He didn't know that much about other owners, and Konomai was the first one he had met besides the ones who went through his first challenge. Remaining vigilant was still of utmost importance to him now. My name is Konomai, and I'm from Osaka, Japan. I've been through a total of 7 challenges, but I haven't been lucky enough to activate my spirit power, so I can't really consider myself a veteran yet. I'm best at infiltrating enemy camps and being a sniper, so I can provide support from afar. My greatest weakness is dealing with any supernatural enemies, or rather, I don't possess any ability to deal with such enemies yet. If we run into such enemies in a challenge, I'm almost useless. And because I don't have spirit power, I'm not able to use any weapons that require it. For close-range attacks, I have a starlight sword. For long-range attacks, I use a Soul Whisperer sniper rifle. That's all. Sujin started tapping his nose lightly after hearing what she said. He wasn't sure if she had told him everything, but whatever she had told him was probably true. The only thing that bothered him was how she still hadn't been able to activate her spirit power despite going through 7 challenges already. That only went to show how difficult it was to activate spirit power. In that case, congratulations, Konomai. You're the second member of this team. Sujin stuck a hand out at Konomai to welcome her to the team. Man of culture. I respect him again. Chapter 26, Team Boning Knife. Konomai reached out to shake Sujin's hand as well. She was tall and she had very slim fingers. Sujin didn't dare to use too much strength to shake her hand. After they were done with that handshake, they looked at one another without knowing what to say, and the atmosphere became awkward. Konomai glanced at Sujin's handbook and said, I believe I also need to be confirmed by your mark of a leader in your handbook in order to officially become a member of your team, right? Is that so? I have no idea. You're the first one to join my team and I've never done this before, said Sujin with a laugh. He held his handbook out to her, and she took it from him, then placed her hand on his handbook. A black smoke rose from where the mark of a leader was. It covered Konomai's hand and extended outwards from her palm until it looked like a frightening demonic claw. Sujin, I need a drop of your blood, she said to him. A drop of my blood? What's this, a paternity test? That's a terrible way to conduct a paternity test. You've got to do it the scientific way, said Sujin very patiently. I'm not kidding. You're the owner with the mark of a leader, and the handbook needs your blood to verify that it is your decision to take me in as a new member on your team," said Konoha in an exasperated voice. "I was just trying to crack a joke. Didn't you find the atmosphere really awkward just now? I thought a joke or two would help to ease the tension." Sujin made a face, then picked up a fruit knife on the table, made a cut on his finger and let one drop of blood drip onto the hand of smoke on Konoha's hand. Once his blood hit the hand of smoke, it dissipated for a moment before gathering again. But this time, the smoke entered Konoha's arm and moved up and down her arm like a rain cloud. "You didn't set your own team crest." Konoha looked puzzledly at Sujin. "Like I said, this is the first time I'm doing this." Sujin shook his head. Blackie had disappeared immediately after briefly introducing what the mark of a leader was and didn't even let Sujin ask too many questions. He now realized that Blackie had skipped a number of these administrative details in his description earlier. Konoha didn't seem to believe that Sujin seriously had no idea about these things, but she had no choice but to explain it to him now. Every team has their own team crest. This crest is like the name card of the team and it has certain powers depending on the challenge. A crest? So, you mean like the symbol on a pirate ship's flag? Yup. Something like that. How do I set my own team crest? You can either leave it to the handbook to design one for you, or you can design your own custom crest. You just need to think of a design while holding onto your handbook, she replied. He nodded slightly, held onto his handbook, then closed his eyes slightly. After a short while, Konoha noticed that the black smoke on her arm was beginning to take shape. About 10 seconds later, the black smoke on her arm had formed the shape of a boning knife. "All right. That will be our team crest. From now on, our little team shall be called Team Boning Knife." Sujin was very pleased with his artwork. The boning knife he had drawn in his mind comprised of just a few black lines of different thickness and lengths, but the blade looked nice and sharp, which made it look like one touch of the blade could cut through flesh and bone easily. Konoha seemed pretty satisfied with the crest that Sujin had designed as well. She used her finger to touch the crest and the crest stuck to her finger as she moved it along her skin. "Wow, it's like a human touch screen." Sujin looked curiously at the way Konoha shifted the crest around. She finally decided to place the crest on her shoulder. That way, it would be difficult for others to see it. She smiled and said, "Yes, you can move it to anywhere you want." Another wisp of black smoke came out from the handbook, but this time, it headed for Sujin's arm instead. After it took the shape of a boning knife, Sujin also tried moving the crest around and eventually settled on leaving it on his shoulder as well. "All right. Now that you've joined my team, what do you intend to do next?" Sujin started paring an apple. Konoha shrugged. She looked around the house and said with a smile, "I want to stay in this city for a while more, so if you don't mind, why don't you let me stay here for the time being? Rental here is very expensive," joked Sujin. "And do you think money still means anything to a handbook owner?" Konoha took out her black card and waved it in front of Sujin's face. Sujin laughed and shook his head. "That's why I'm not collecting money as rent. If you want to stay here, you've got to pay with your body. I don't think that's really appropriate, is it? Then again, I don't really mind." Despite saying that, Konoha remained in her seat and didn't move at all. He laughed and said, "What do you mean by it's not appropriate? I'm going to be away for some time, so if I don't get anyone to clean up and look after this place on a regular basis, everything will waste away on its own. So, I'll be counting on you to do this for me. If you want to stay here, then you'll have to watch this place and keep it clean for me. Don't you stay here." Konoha was a little surprised at first, but she figured it out quickly and laughed. "Ah. I see, you're going back to that luxurious neighborhood with all those bungalows, aren't you? Well, that Chinese girl is very pretty indeed. You've got good taste. I'm going to have to warn you about that. Do not follow me around like that ever again." He got up and had a threatening look on his face as he pressed his palms against the coffee table and stared down at Konoha. Of course. I won't do that again. Konoha nodded immediately. Sujin started smiling again after hearing her response. He pointed to the second story and said, "The third room on the second story will be yours. I'll leave this place to you, but you are not allowed to bring random strangers back here, you hear me? Also, when do you have to start your next challenge? I still have about 10 more days or so." "What about you?" said Konoha. "I've just completed one recently." "But we've got to start challenges as a team, right?" asked Sujin. Konoha nodded. "That's right. But don't worry, the handbook will calculate the time in between challenges according to the team member with the longest period of time left till the next challenge. So, thanks to you, I'll be able to have at least another 2 weeks of peace or so." "Ah, looks like you've really got to thank me. In that case, help me to pack my things then. My room's over there." Sujin placed the apple in her hands, then pointed to his room before plonking back down on the couch and shut his eyes to rest. Konoha was a little stunned at first, but she soon stood up and went to help Sujin pack his things. Sujin's eyes were only half closed as he watched Konoha walk into his room. This woman was probably not as simple as she seemed to be. She seemed to be very familiar with the team system, so this might not actually be the first time she was joining a team. But he wasn't really bothered by the idea that Konoha might be hiding some things from him. Handbook owners had to go through very frightening challenges, and it wasn't surprising for any owner to keep their trump cards hidden away from others. But at the same time, since she might not be honest with him, he wasn't going to be fully honest with her either. She had talked about herself during their conversation earlier, but Sujin hadn't revealed anything about himself. He wasn't going to tell her much until she had earned his trust. It didn't take long for Konoha to pack Sujin's things. Sujin didn't check what she packed either. He took the bag from her, waved goodbye to her and walked out. After Sujin left the house, Konoha started eating her apple. She smiled to herself as she quietly murmured, "What a careful newbie. But he's got so much potential. He'll be a good teammate for the time being." Then she bit down hard on the apple. Sujin stopped thinking about Konoha and got back to the estate where Yayun lived. The blue card that Yeshayashi passed to him was an access card to the estate, but Sujin felt like this card was pointless. Konoha had obviously started following him from inside the estate, but the security hadn't detected her at all. It wasn't going to be hard for Sujin to slip in and out either, since he had a bottle of witch's concealing potion. When Yeshayashi saw that Sujin had returned, he got Uncle Yu to bring Sujin's things to his room. Then he said to Sujin, "That will be your room. When Sun Tong and I aren't around, you can let Uncle Yu know if you need anything. He'll settle it for you." "Boss, I think Miss Ye will be fine for the moment, actually. I really don't think you need to insist on me staying here," said Sujin. "It's really not the first time she's behaving like this. I agree that there are times when her mood improves tremendously, but eventually, she will slowly become more and more depressed again. You don't have to do anything else, just keep her company. If she tries to kill herself, I don't care what you do to stop her. You can try to convince her with caring words, or you can knock her out with a hit. In any case, I want to come back and see that she's still alive." Yeshayashi looked at Yayun's room as he spoke and he looked so frustrated and helpless at the same time. Sujin looked at Yayun's room as well and nodded. "You're not asking for much, but I can only promise you that I will try my best. I believe you understand that if a person really wants to end their life, it's really not easy for others to stop them." I understand," murmured Yeshayashi. He suddenly looked like he had aged 10 years as he patted Sujin's shoulder listlessly and sighed. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. By the time Sujin woke up the next day, both Yeshayashi and Sun Tong were on a plane to the US. The huge bungalow was left with just Sujin, Yayun, Uncle Yu, and a few other house servants and gardeners. "Good morning, Uncle Yu. After Sujin washed up, he walked over to greet Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu nodded back at Sujin with a friendly smile and bowed slightly. Mr. Su, would you like something to eat? I'm afraid, it's past breakfast time, so if you don't mind waiting, we'll be serving lunch soon. Oh dear, is it noon already? Sujin looked out of the window. The noon sun was shining down very brightly indeed. Oh look! Young mistress is home. Uncle Yu pointed at the door to the house. Yayun was in a tracksuit and her collar was drenched in sweat, as though she had spent a long time exercising. Why, hello, my cousin. Sujin waved at Yayun. Then he asked Uncle Yu, there's meat for lunch, right? Yes, there will be, of course. Looks like the meals provided at work are going to be great. Sujin nodded with a pleased smile on his face. He walked towards Yayun and asked with a smile, you didn't see your parents off? I saw them off before going for my exercise. Hey, you've got pretty good stamina, but you'll lose it if you don't train up on a regular basis. Why don't you exercise with me from tomorrow onwards, said Yayun. Exercise, you say? That sounds like a great idea. Sujin immediately agreed to it. While exercising with a beauty did sound like an excellent idea, Sujin had no idea what sort of exercise Yayun normally did and he had no idea what he had just signed up for. Chapter 27, Challenge to Fight. Yayun started banging on Sujin's door very early the next morning. Perhaps it was because Sujin had a renewed outlook on life, but he went from never sleeping in to sleeping in 2 days in a row. After he washed up, he was still bleary-eyed as Yayun dragged him into a Ferrari. Once he got in, he saw Tang Ning in the driver's seat greeting Yayun. I was just thinking that this car looks really familiar. So, it's yours, said Sujin after greeting Tang Ning and rubbed his eyes sleepily. Tang Ning noticed that Sujin looked really sleepy, so she asked curiously, you didn't have to go to work for the past couple of days. Why do you still look so tired? He hasn't been exercising for too long, that's why I'm bringing him along today, said Yayun with a big grin on her face. Tang Ning continued driving as she said, exercising? Are you referring to that sort of exercising? I thought you gave up on that. I did give up before, but I noticed that there are a few new ones in town lately. I don't have anything to do anyway, and I've got a cousin to entertain, so I thought I'd bring him around. Yayun gave Sujin a cheeky wink and Tang Ning couldn't stop laughing too. Sujin had a really bad feeling about this, but he was already in the car, so he had no choice but to go along with wherever they were bringing him to. The car soon arrived at the heart of town. This was the busiest district in S City and every inch of land here cost an arm and a leg. There were a lot of tall buildings, fancy restaurants, gyms, clubs, and more. A taekwondo school? Wait, are you here to challenge someone to fight? For some reason, that was the first thought that entered Sujin's mind. And judging from the expressions on Tang Ning and Yayun's faces, he was probably right. Sujin followed the two of them into the taekwondo school they had arrived at. He had never been to such a place before, since the monthly membership and lesson fees here were sometimes even higher than his salary. He had only seen such places on TV. Hello there, are you here to register for a class? Asked the receptionist politely with a smile. Yayun replied, no. I would like to have a sparring match with the instructor of this school. Please help to pass him the message. The receptionist didn't look too surprised by Yayun's words. She nodded and said, sure. Please wait here for a while. Sujin was surprised by the receptionist's response, so Yayun explained, it's very common for instructors of these martial arts schools to meet martial artists of other schools or even martial artists trained in a different martial art from their own. When someone comes to challenge them to fight, the school will also get their students to watch the fight and take notes. Well, if the instructor wins, that's good for them. But what if he loses? Wouldn't that be really embarrassing for the school? Asked Sujin. Yayun shook her head. To a martial artist, there is no way anybody can keep winning forever. And even if the instructor does lose, it's still a good time of learning for the students. Sparring matches between martial artists are really not as cruel or bloody as the way those novels and movies portray them to be. Everyone just wants to put their own skills to the test, and whether you win or lose the match, it's all part of the journey to achieving excellence. If that's the case, the match isn't going to be exciting anymore, right? Sujin was surprised that challenging someone to a fight was actually not meant to be violent. And what were you hoping for? Did you think that every sparring match was supposed to end only when one party died? Said Yayun as she glared at him. Just then, the receptionist put the phone down and walked over to the three of them. Which one of you will be challenging the instructor? I will need you to sign this agreement. The receptionist took a document out and placed it in front of them. Him. Yayun pointed at Sujin immediately and started filling his name out on the agreement. Me? Hey, I'm just here to watch. Besides, if it's just a sparring match, why do I need to sign an agreement? Sujin reached for the document, but Yayun dodged him nimbly. You'll go first, and I'll go after you. The better fighter always appears last. As for this agreement, well, we're going to fight, so both sides are in danger of getting hurt. We've got to sign an indemnity form so that neither side has to be liable for each other's injuries, said Yayun with a grin. Sujin didn't know what to say. He whispered to Tang Ning, Miss Tang, be honest with me. Miss Ye didn't say so, but she's really unhappy with the fact that I've suddenly appeared, isn't she? Don't worry so much about it. If you don't think you can win the fight, just admit defeat and the match will end. As for my cousin's attitude towards you, I think she's fine with you. Besides, if you had someone constantly watching you, I'm sure you'd get a little annoyed from time to time too, right? Replied Tang Ning with a smile. Sujin shook his head and sighed. But he didn't particularly mind doing this, actually. He didn't have any experience in fighting, so if he could get some experience in the real world, it might come in useful when he had to go through a challenge in the future. It didn't take the school long to get everything ready. The instructor had brought some of his students along for the match and they were all waiting. Sir, would you like to get changed? We have douboks available in all sizes, so we can lend you one of the staff said to Sujin. Sujin was dressed casually, and his clothes weren't tight-fitting, but it would be a little difficult to fight in, so he nodded and followed the staff to the back to get changed. Once he had gotten changed, he started stretching his arms and legs. He hadn't learned any form of martial arts before at all, but his stamina, speed, and strength had reached the highest level a normal human could reach, so even if he had to fight, he wasn't particularly worried. This is our school's instructor, Mr. Yoon Jian-grok, an 8th Dan black belt. A staff member of the school introduced their instructor to the three of them and the instructor bowed slightly at Sujin. Sujin. I don't belong to any school of martial arts. He too, bowed towards Yoon Jian-grok. The staff member was their judge, so once both sides had greeted each other, he took a step back and motioned to them to proceed. Sujin didn't have any experience, so he chose not to attack first. He took a step back carefully so that he could observe the situation first. But to his surprise, the moment he took a step backwards, Yoon Jian-grok lunged forward and aimed a quick and powerful kick at Sujin's waist. Sujin's body was still moving backwards, and it was hard to suddenly move forward to attack, but it was also impossible to dodge the attack. And because he didn't have any experience, he wasn't sure what was the best way to defend himself either, so the only thing he could do was to quickly raise a leg to block the attack. Dong! Yoon Jian-grok's foot landed on Sujin's calf, but that didn't stop him. He bounced off Sujin's calf and used that momentum to launch a roundhouse kick that was aimed at Sujin's neck. Yoon Jian-grok had a black belt in Taekwondo after all, so he had plenty of sparring and actual fighting experience. That first kick was actually to test the waters. After making that first kick, he realized that while Sujin's reflexes were pretty quick, he didn't seem to have any experience at all. He was surprised that Sujin's first move was to actually retreat, and even after retreating, he didn't have any moves up his sleeve either. Sujin had no choice but to use his arm to block Yoon Jeongrok's oncoming kick. But he knew that he couldn't keep this up forever. He might be stronger and faster than Yoon Jeongrok, but Yoon Jeongrok's experience and use of techniques was going to defeat him eventually. I can't let him take the lead anymore, thought Sujin to himself. After he had blocked Yoon Jeongrok's kick with his arm, the next thing he did caught everyone by surprise. Sujin took a step forward and suddenly wrapped his arms around Yoon Jeongrok's waist. Yoon Jeongrok was stunned for half a second before concluding that Sujin must be trained in judo or some form of wrestling. So, he raised one of his legs and brought his foot down hard on Sujin's thigh. Even a trained martial artist would have buckled if they had been stepped on like that by a taekwondo expert. But Sujin merely winced a little and didn't let go of Yoon Jeongrok at all. Instead, Sujin used both arms to throw Yoon Jeongrok onto the floor. His level of endurance was very high, so he started punching Yoon Jeongrok with both fists. His punches were fast and powerful, plus Yoon Jeongrok was completely confused after getting flung to the floor by Sujin. He couldn't even do anything when faced with Sujin's furious punches besides raising his arms to protect his face while waiting for Sujin to finish expending his energy. All the students of the Taekwondo school, Yayun and Tangning, watched the match with their eyes and mouths wide open. Sujin had not displayed any technique whatsoever throughout this match. All he had done was to forcibly press an 8th Dan black belt Taekwondo instructor against the floor and punch him in the face. What sort of martial arts is this? Tangning exclaimed in shock. If I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary douchebag boxing. Yayun pretended to be really impressed and marveled, I didn't expect my cousin to know this technique. That's amazing. Meanwhile, the match between Sujin and Yoon Jeongrok had ended. Yoon Jeongrok had a lot of experience and had judged Sujin's situation accurately, but he had underestimated Sujin's stamina. Sujin's stamina was actually at a level higher than the average human, so by the time Yoon Jeongrok realized this and figured that he was going to lose if he didn't fight back, he had run out of energy to launch a counter-attack and ended up getting knocked out instead. Gosh! I didn't know that fighting was so tiring. Sujin exhaled deeply as he got off Yoon Jeongrok and stood up. If his stamina weren't this good, he would have collapsed from exhaustion before the fight was over. The students of the school looked completely flabbergasted. They knew that it was possible for their instructor to lose a sparring match, but to lose to someone with zero technique really blew their minds. Okay, I'm done fighting. Can we go now? Sujin asked Yayun and Tangning. Yup. Good job. Let's go to the next school. Yayun nodded. What? You want me to fight some more? Sujin stared at her in horror. He did have a lot more stamina than the average person, but each fight required too much energy out of him. If he had to go through this one more time, he was going to pass out first. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to watch you continue embarrassing yourself with the way you fight, so you can watch me fight the rest. Yayun left the agreement they had signed behind on the floor, said a few things to the staff, then left with Tangning and Sujin. After they left the school, Sujin asked, why do I sense that the staff seemed really angry when we left? I thought we were just having a friendly match and we were not responsible for each other's injuries. No. Your douchebag boxing technique knocked their instructor out. How was that a friendly match? At least they didn't turn on you and bash you up. Even though martial artists treat all sparring matches as an accumulation of experience regardless of whether they win or not, they still want to be treated with respect and they would want others to know that they put up a good fight. If others found out that Mr. Yoon got thrashed by some fellow with absolutely no technique, he'd be too embarrassed to even say he's learned Taekwondo before. Yayun felt really bad for Yoon Jeongrok. He had run into a challenger who didn't have any technique but had Herculean strength, so he didn't get any chance to display his techniques and got flung to the floor and punched repeatedly like a ragdoll. After they had left that first Taekwondo school, Yayun proceeded to walk into several other martial arts schools. But regardless of what sort of martial arts that school taught, once the fight started, it would take Yayun only a few moves to defeat their representatives. Her fighting technique was incredible. This routine continued for about a week and Yayun had gone through every new martial arts school in town. She lost interest in them and decided to groom an opponent for her to spar with. So that's why you decided to send me sprawling first thing in the morning. Sujin was lying on the grassy yard of the bungalow as he looked resignedly at Yayun. Chapter 28, Temple of the Origin of Heaven. It was mundane yet exciting at the same time for Sujin to immerse himself in the world of martial arts every day. Being able to train himself in martial arts with a girl he liked was certainly something to be happy about, and it was equally important to him that he was able to improve his fighting abilities before he started on his next challenge. Some things happened at the house I've rented, so I need to go home and settle it. Sujin took a day off from Yayun and returned to the bungalow that he had rented. Konoha had been staying in the house all this time and knew that Sujin must have returned because he wanted to start his next challenge. Are we going to start the next challenge now? Asked Konoha. Yup. It's almost the end of the month now. Instead of letting the handbook forcibly drag me into a challenge at a bad time, I'd rather choose the timing myself, replied Sujin with a nod. He opened his handbook, turned to the page after Fengzi Town and saw words begin to appear on the blank page. Everything went dark and Sujin lost consciousness. Darkness has fallen, and the world is under the control of evil. The only hope that those in the light have is hidden within the temple of the origin of heaven. At this moment, you and your companion have managed to overcome several major obstacles to finally arrive at the temple of the origin of heaven. You must go to the deepest part of the temple and there, you will discover the sparks of light. If you do not reach that place, all that is awaiting you is death. A voice began narrating the introduction to the challenge inside Sujin's head. Just like the last time, this voice was unfeeling, cruel, and could strike despair in the hearts of the listener. It was like a combination of the darkest things in the world. By the time Sujin regained consciousness, he realized that he was in front of an ancient-looking Daoist temple gate. The temple glowed faintly but the entire area outside of the temple was shrouded in complete darkness. Besides himself, there was Konoha and 4 others. The other 4 comprised of 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men were generally older than himself. One was wearing sportswear and looked around 27 or 28 years old. He had a large build and his muscles looked like they were made from steel and ready to bash through anything. The second man looked like he was in his 30s, wore a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles and seemed like the scholarly sort. He wasn't very tall and was on the skinny side. The third man also looked like he was in his 30s and was wearing a pair of blue faded coveralls. He looked like an honest and hard-working guy, and even though he wasn't as muscular as the first man, he still looked pretty strong. The only female looked like she was in her early 20s and looked like a student. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses and looked like the quiet type. She was still holding her handbook in her hands. Everyone had already regained consciousness at this point and the 4 others all looked a little panicky and lost. After Sujin saw them, he realized how Lu Yingying and Zhongli had immediately identified him and the other 3 as newbies. They had probably looked just as confused as these 4 in front of him right now. "Where are we?" asked the girl fearfully. She had obviously been frightened by how she had suddenly appeared in a strange place and took 2 steps backwards in horror. "Calm down, everyone. You can try to think of the last thing you remember hearing in your minds and ask me anything you want. I'll answer your questions." Sujin tried to calm them down. As they recalled what they last heard, Sujin took the chance to open his own handbook. A new introductory page had appeared in his handbook and the text was identical to the narration he heard earlier. The level of difficulty this time was level C and 3 missions had also appeared. Mission 1, reach the deepest part of the Temple of the Origin of Heaven. Mission type, must be completed. Mission 2, find the spark of light and release it. Mission 3, kill the guardian of the Temple of the Origin of Heaven. These 3 missions were something that had not appeared in his first challenge. He looked through them and started analyzing the missions. The introductory narration had mentioned the spark of light, but it didn't say anything about the guardian of the temple. It was likely that he would have to fight the guardian in order to find the spark of light, just like how he had to fight off the hunters in Fengzi town. But missions 2 and 3 were not the type that he had to complete, so he could choose not to complete them if he liked. But the first mission was the one that was mentioned in the introductory narrative. The owners had to reach the deepest part of the Temple of the Origin of Heaven, and this was a mission that had to be completed. If they didn't complete this mission, they would definitely die. May I ask if all of this is real? Or am I just dreaming? The girl asked nervously. Sujin nodded slightly and said to the four of them seriously, "This is a challenge started by the Hell's Handbook and it is controlled by mysterious forces. Please do not treat this as a game or a dream. If you die during this challenge, you're going to stay dead. Let's assume this is real. How do we get back?" the man in the gold-rimmed spectacles suddenly piped up. He looked extremely uneasy as well, but he was still able to think quite clearly. He didn't question the existence of the handbook and went straight to asking how they could get out first. "You just need to survive this challenge and you'll be able to go back. But the handbook will give you a challenge once a month, so I hope you'll be mentally prepared for that," replied Sujin. "This is going to happen once a month? What about our usual lives? I don't have time for this crap every month," sneered the muscular man as he glared at Sujin in a rather unfriendly manner. Sujin wanted to explain more, but Konoha stood in front of him and motioned to him to stop talking because she would take care of things from here. Sujin had no idea what Konoha wanted to do, but since she had already gone through 7 challenges before this, she was probably very familiar with what to do in this situation. "We don't have time to waste talking to you guys like this. Once the challenge begins properly, this place will become the most terrifying place in the world. I'm not in the mood to stick around and wait to die. Whether you believe us or not is none of our business. But because my team leader is a kind soul, I've decided to provide you with some reasons why you should believe us," said Konoha in a calm and controlled tone of voice. "Is that so? I'm looking forward to how you're going to prove that this crap is real," sneered the muscular man disdainfully. Konoha walked over to the muscular man and held her hand out at him. He was surprised for a moment before quickly grabbing hold of her hand with a smile. "What a soft little hand you have. Why, have you fallen for me?" He held onto her hand and rubbed it greedily and looked like he was really enjoying himself. Konoha smiled faintly for a moment, and then it faded almost immediately. Her expression was icy and the next thing she did shocked everyone present. Konoha suddenly exerted strength in her hand and actually lifted the muscular man off the ground, even though he probably weighed 3 times as much as she did. This was a shocking sight to behold. A petite and frail-looking woman was holding onto only the man with just one hand, yet she was able to lift him up. That was terrifying. The muscular man's eyes were as wide as saucers and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He felt like his wrist was about to break, but no matter how hard he tried to get his hand out from her grip, he simply couldn't break free. Konoha's hand seemed so weak and supple, but it gripped him like a pair of heavy-duty pliers. Let go," the muscular man began to howl in pain. Konoha smiled faintly, then flung him aside. She looked at the rest of them and said, "If anyone else still doesn't believe what my team leader said, you can come forward and have a go." None of the other 3 dared to challenge her or even say anything since she was obviously a lot stronger than they were. Only the man in gold-rimmed spectacles frowned and said, "Your strength is indeed shocking, but that doesn't prove that what he said is true." "That's an excellent point, but like I said, whether you guys believe us or not isn't our problem. Jin, we can't waste time on these people anymore. Every time a new challenge starts, we're given only 15 minutes to get ourselves ready. Once this grace period is over, everything around us will be filled with danger," said Konoha to Sujin. Sujin nodded in agreement and said, "Just like what my friend here said, we don't have a lot of time to waste here. If you believe what I said earlier, you can come along with me, and even though I can't guarantee your safety, I will try my best to protect you. But if you don't believe me, then, well, suit yourselves. Out of the other four, the first one to make a decision was actually the muscular man. After experiencing Konoha's strength for himself, he immediately chose to follow Sujin and Konoha. The quiet girl decided to follow Sujin and Konoha as well after thinking about it, while the man in the gold-rimmed spectacles and the man in blue coveralls chose not to follow them. Since you're not willing to believe me, fine. But I'll just leave you with two important pieces of advice. Firstly, this handbook is very vital to your survival, check it often. Secondly, do not leave the temple of the origin of heaven. Sujin did have compassion on the newbies and didn't mind protecting them, but if there were some who turned down his offer, he wasn't going to bother trying to convince them otherwise. Konoha looked rather perplexed by Sujin's decision to protect the two newbies and seemed to hate the idea, but Sujin was her team leader, so she had no choice but to go along with it. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. We've got to enter the temple, Konoha hurried Sujin. Sujin nodded and led the other three into the temple. The other two men remained silent and didn't move. After Sujin and the rest left, the man in gold-rimmed spectacles and the man in blue coveralls exchanged glances. What's this about not being able to leave this place? I think this must be some sort of reality show. How could they knock us out and bring us here without our permission? This is outrageous. I'm going to sue these people once we get out of here, snapped the man in gold-rimmed spectacles angrily. Sue them? It's very expensive to hire an attorney, said the man in blue coveralls quietly. He wasn't the initiative type, so if he hadn't been convinced by the other man earlier to stay behind, he would have gone along with Sujin like everyone else. Don't worry, I'm an attorney. As long as you trust me, I'll make sure they compensate us appropriately. Once you get sufficient compensation, my fees won't be a problem for you anymore, said the man in gold-rimmed spectacles with a big smile as he patted the other man's shoulders in an assuring manner. The man in coveralls felt relieved to hear that. The man in gold-rimmed spectacles turned on the torchlight function of his phone and they started trying to make their way out of this place. But the two of them soon realized that something was terribly wrong. Even when the man in gold-rimmed spectacles shone his torch into the darkness, they still couldn't see anything. The darkness seemed as thick as a liquid and was completely opaque. This is really strange. The man in gold-rimmed spectacles looked at the darkness puzzledly. Just then, the darkness seemed to come to life as a black fog began to gather in front of the two men. What's going on? The man in coveralls reached out to touch the black fog curiously. Whoa! A gust of black fog suddenly rushed towards the man in coveralls, and he was so frightened that he tried to withdraw his hand from the fog. But the fog was faster than him and the thick fog soon enveloped the man's arm. AHH! The man in coveralls shrieked and fell to the ground. He kept rolling about frantically and the man in gold-rimmed spectacles wanted to help him, but once he saw the man's arm, he instantly took several steps backwards. His arm looked like it had been bitten and chewed off by something and one could even see his bone already. Save me! The man in coveralls tried to reach out to the other man for help. His face was contorted in pain and his eyes bulged like they were going to pop out any minute. The man in gold-rimmed spectacles hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to reach out to pull the other man away from the black fog. But just before his hand reached the other man, the fog around his arms suddenly intensified and dragged the man entirely into the darkness. Chapter 29, Black vs. White. The four of them slowly entered the temple of the origin of heaven. This deist temple was huge, so even after they entered the temple, they could only see the silhouette of some buildings in the distance behind the front hall. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sujin, I'm an office worker and I've gone through one challenge so far, Sujin introduced himself to the two newbies. My name is Konoha, I'm a freelancer and I've gone through 7 challenges so far, Konoha introduced herself after Sujin. The quiet female student timidly introduced herself, my name is Tan Xin, I'm in my 2nd year of university. My name is Shi Teng, I'm a fitness trainer. After Konoha taught him a lesson earlier, he had learned to behave himself. Sujin nodded at them to acknowledge their introductions. Out of the two of them, Shi Teng certainly looked like he could fight and would probably be helpful against ordinary humans. He didn't think Tan Xin would be of much help in that aspect, but thankfully, this challenge was only at level C. According to Zhang Li's explanation, ordinary humans would still be able to handle this level as long as they weren't too unlucky. Besides, he now had Konoha, an experienced owner who had survived 7 challenges before this. The chances of them making it through this challenge were quite high. The mission this time round is to reach the deepest part of the temple. Do you guys have any ideas? Sujin decided to gather some opinions, in case the newbies proved to be intelligent. The deepest part of the temple? Is that referring to the part of the temple that's furthest from the gate? Asked Tan Xin a little embarrassedly after thinking about it. Sujin nodded slightly to thank her for her opinion, but Konoha interjected, so, the deepest part of the temple that's above ground? But it can refer to a spot underground as well, right? If this temple has structures underground, then the word deepest could be referring literally to that. You're right. If you're talking about these two planes, both are possible. But this deepest part might have another meaning. It might be referring to the core, the central part of the temple. Sujin started considering his options. The information provided by the handbook wasn't very precise and the words it used could be easily misconstrued by the owners depending on how the owners defined them, so one had to chew on it very carefully. Is that very important? It's just a temple, isn't it? Let's just search for it and we'll find it, won't we? Asked Shi Teng puzzledly. Sujin and Konoha exchanged glances, and Sujin explained, every handbook challenge is filled with dangers. If you don't analyze the hints given properly, it could result in very severe consequences within the challenge. Severe consequences? How severe could they get? Shi Teng still wasn't taking this whole thing very seriously. To him, the temple was just a simple building and couldn't possibly be that dangerous. You could die, that's how severe, spat Konoha frostily. Both Shi Teng and Tan Xin looked taken aback, so Sujin said, Mai is right. So, if you don't want to die, you'd better be as careful. Be as careful as you can. By this point, they had already entered the front hall. Dim candles were burning within the hall, but these candles were gigantic and looked more like the pillars that held up the hall. Thick drops of wax had gathered at the bottom of the candles, which made them look like a raised platform that was a few stories high. A gigantic flame flickered around the wick, coloring the entire hall the same yellow color as itself. The two sides of the front hall were flanked by 2 huge statues. A general in white armor stood on one side with a golden sword in hand and a stern look on his face. The other statue was a demon covered in black flames and its expression looked maniacal. The 2 statues were directly opposite each other and were staring furiously at one another. At the foot of these 2 giant statues were a group of statues that were around the same size as an average human being. Some were white and some were black. All of them were carved differently, but they all looked like they were about to pounce on each other anytime. Be careful. I don't think this place is safe. Konoha narrowed her eyes slightly and Sujin spotted a purple flash in her eyes. I attained this skill from one of the challenges I completed. It can enhance my vision, but because I haven't activated my spirit power yet, I wasn't able to change the type of things I can see, Konoha explained to Sujin when she noticed him staring at her eyes. That's a pretty good skill to have. Sujin thought very highly of skills that could increase one's natural senses. As the 4 of them slowly moved along, they observed the statues on both sides of the front hall and realized that they seemed to be telling an ancient legend of sorts. Even though words weren't used at all, the position and poses of the statues from the beginning of the corridor to the end were enough to convey the story roughly. It looks like a war between good and evil. The white side represents good, and the black side represents evil. And in the end, Sujin's expression faltered slightly when he realized that there was a huge Taijutsu right at the end of the 2 rows of statues. A standard taijutsu consisted of a white side and a black side, and it represented the universe as well as light and dark, or yin and yang. There was also a white circle in the black part and a black circle in the white part, which made them look like two fish resting against each other's tails, which was a symbol that opposing natural forces were also forces that relied on one another to exist. The interdependence of two extremes was the core belief of Teiji, the philosophy that used this symbol. But this taijutsu was different. The black and white parts were drawn like most taijutsu, but there was no circle of a contrasting color in the middle. When Sujin looked closer at it, it seemed like this might not be a taijutsu, or at least it wasn't a complete one. So, did the good side win or did the evil side win in the end? Asked Tan Xin puzzledly. She couldn't tell who won from just looking at this incomplete taijutsu. Sujin thought about it for a while silently, then said to Tan Xin and Shi Teng, "Can you two take a look at your handbooks? The handbook usually gives newbies an additional hint or two, so that might give us an answer." Shi Teng immediately flipped his handbook open and noticed that there was indeed some new content inside. He read it out loud. There was no winner between good and evil. Just like how the light and the darkness can never destroy each other, which side you stand on will determine whether you live or die. "Mine says the same thing," said Tan Xin with a nod after she checked her handbook. As usual, the hint given by the handbook wasn't very precise, so the owners had to try and decode the message themselves. All of them thought long and hard and tried to understand the message, but the hint was simply too vague. But since it mentioned life and death, Sujin and Konoha wanted to be really careful about interpreting this message. "Which side you stand on, does it literally refer to which part we stand on?" said Shi Teng hesitantly as he pointed to the flagstones below the taijutsu. They had also been painted black and white. "That's possible. But which side should we choose?" Konoha nodded at the possibility, but none of them knew how to proceed. Which side should they stand on in order to remain safe? The information given by the handbook didn't mention anything about this. "I think the safest is to just choose a different side each so that we split the risk," said Konoha as she looked to Sujin for his opinion. Sujin nodded in agreement. After the four of them discussed their options, they decided that Sujin and Konoha would choose the seemingly more dangerous black side, while Shi Teng and Tan Xin would choose to stand on the white side. Sujin took the first step to stand on the part that was painted black, which was on the same level as the floor of the hall. Once he stood there, a black mist swirled around him for just 1 second and disappeared, as if it was just marking him. There was no other reaction besides that. Shi Teng then went to stand on the white part, which was raised. This time, a white light flashed for a second. After nothing else happened, Tan Xin and Konoha took their places. Just like what happened to the two men, there was a black mist and a white light appeared for a second and disappeared again. "Is it just making a marking of sorts?" murmured Sujin to himself. Based on what the hint in the handbook said, it did seem like they were supposed to confirm which side they were on. So now that they had confirmed which side they were on. "Crap," Sujin thought. Could it be trying to drive a wedge between the group, thought Sujin quietly. He started to think that there was something amiss now. The handbook wanted them to choose a side each, but if they now represented the opposing sides of good and evil, then they were definitely going to end up fighting one another. Sujin glanced at the other three with him. Konoha remained silent and looked down at the floor, as if she was taking a rest. He concluded that Konoha had already realized this right from the start but decided not to say anything. Meanwhile, Tan Xin had a strange look on her face for just 1 second before it disappeared. It flashed by so quickly that Sujin thought he might have been mistaken. Has she discovered this problem too? Sujin frowned, because if they had to end up fighting each other, then the newbie team was definitely going to die. I'm thinking, did the handbook want us to split into two factions because we were supposed to fight each other? Tan Xin looked as though it had been very difficult for her to decide whether to tell Sujin or not, and she had finally decided to pluck up the courage to raise this issue. Shi Teng's expression fell. After Tan Xin mentioned this possibility, he too felt that this was a possibility. But after he had experienced what Konoha was capable of, he knew that he was no match for Konoha. "It's possible," said Sujin as he nodded honestly. Then he said, "But you two don't have to be too worried. Even if we were supposed to be opposing sides, we might not have to fight to the death. Besides, the only mission we have to complete is to reach the deepest part of this temple. So even if we were in opposing teams, we'll be fine as long as our goal is the same." But Tan Xin was a very intelligent woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have discovered this possibility so quickly. She didn't believe what Sujin said and felt that he was just trying to console them. "Let me say this first. If we really have to reach a point where one side must win and the other side must lose, I'm willing to lose as long as I don't have to die. I just hope that both of you can keep me safe," said Tan Xin very earnestly to Sujin and Konoha. Sujin and Konoha exchanged glances. This girl was really an intelligent one. She quickly told them what her stand was on this matter so that they would know that she didn't pose a threat to them even if they had to fight each other. And since she was only a student, she certainly seemed harmless. "I share the same sentiments. I know both of you are really formidable, so as long as I don't have to die, I'd rather admit defeat," said Shi Teng. He seemed afraid that they might not believe him, so he raised both arms in surrender. Konoha whispered to Sujin, "You can make the decision." "All right then, we'll agree on that. But don't leave our line of sight, okay?" said Sujin. He was willing to protect the newbies, but he had to guarantee his own safety first. If the two newbies threatened his survival, then he was definitely going to counterattack and nip the problem in the bud. "Got it. Got it." Both of them immediately nodded vigorously. Just then, a terrible crackling noise resounded in the hall. Sujin and Konoha immediately became alert. A purple light flashed in Konoha's eyes, then her eyes widened in horror as she yelled at Sujin, "Run! The statues have come alive." Taijutsu is a term which refers to a Chinese symbol for the concept of yin and yang. It is the universal symbol of the religion known as Taoism and is also often used by non-Taoists to represent the concept of opposites existing in harmony. The Taijutsu consists of a rotated pattern inside a circle. Chapter 30, Compassion vs. Survival. The first white statue at the entrance has come to life. Konoha yelled at Sujin. They were nearly 300 meters away from the entrance, so Sujin couldn't really tell from this distance. But Konoha had heightened vision, so if she said those statues had come to life, she was probably right. But this is a dead end. Are we supposed to turn around, thought Sujin to himself. He looked around him, but there was nothing else but walls on all sides. Crash! Just then, the statue that Konoha talked about had fully come to life. It was about the same size as an average human and a piece of itself had crashed to the floor from its movement as it started plodding towards them unsteadily. Block that statue!" Sujin yelled at Konoha. Konoha nodded and quickly retrieved her Soul Whisperer sniper gun from her handbook as if she had magic powers. Both Tan Xin and Shi Teng were shocked to see a rifle suddenly appear in her hands. This sniper gun looked like it had been made from purple crystals. Even though Sujin had never seen a real sniper rifle before, he could tell that this thing was definitely extraordinary. The purple crystal-like body was translucent and sturdy, and a purple spark seemed to be running through it at the same time. This wasn't a weapon that any technology on Earth could create. After Konoha took her Soul Whisperer out, she didn't even have to get it ready or load it with anything. She could just pull the trigger without even taking aim. But at the same time, all the numerous bullets that were fired hit the target, which made the statue retreat by several steps. But her attacks had also angered the statue, so once it regained its balance, it started charging even more quickly at them than before. Sujin immediately yelled at Tan Xin and Shi Teng to snap them out of their shock. "The two of you! Help me find an exit out of here!" Sujin then took his handbook out and retrieved his demon lord's boning knife as well. But Konoha said to him, "Jin, I'll deal with the statue, don't worry about that. All right then. Sujin put aside his original plan to help her and focused his attention on searching for an exit. Since the handbook had blocked off the entrance, that meant the exit had to be in this place. He didn't think the handbook would trap them in a dead end with no exit. Sujin tried to focus. The walls were completely blank, so that wasn't it. And if it wasn't within his line of sight, he had to consider the exit being somewhere else. The floor. He looked down at the floor and his face lit up. There was something on the floor after all. The entire floor was covered in a layer of wax and there was actually a palm-sized dial beneath it. The dial stuck out from the surface of the floor and should have been very obvious, but after the wax had formed a layer over the floor, the dial no longer stuck out and that was why none of them had noticed it earlier. Help me stall for time. Sujin instructed Konoha. She didn't reply, but her gun was still firing, so that was her response to Sujin. But even after she had shot the statue so many times consecutively, she had only succeeded in slowing it down. Ordinary pulsed energy projectiles are pointless, mumbled Konoha to herself. She touched the rifle and the purple rifle instantly turned red instead. Bang! Bang! Two loud shots resounded in quick succession and the statue suddenly stopped moving forward. Those two shots had hit the head of the statue and caused it to explode. The Red Soul Whisperer was much more powerful. These high explosive rounds are clearly better, but this is not a solution either. Konoha started frowning because she noticed that right after she had blasted one statue, another two statues came to life. Meanwhile, Sujin was using his Demon Lord boning knife to scrape the wax off the floor. This knife had been honed by the Demon Lord himself and could cut through metal like it was tofu, so the wax didn't stand a chance. Once he had scraped off all the wax, he could now see the dial in detail. There was a 5-digit combination lock on it and one had to turn the dial to get the correct numbers in place. A 5-digit combination lock. Sujin frowned and began to think. He had been observing his surroundings ever since they stepped into the front hall, but he hadn't come across any numbers or anything that could be related to numbers. Could it be the number of statues, said Tan Xin to Sujin as she kept turning back anxiously at Konoha, who was still shooting at the oncoming statues. Sujin looked at the statues on both sides and made a quick calculation to get the correct total number. Both sides had the exact same number of statues. There were 49 statues that were the same size as an ordinary human and one extra large one in each color, which made it a grand total of 100 statues in the hall. No, it's not right. It's not right. This one is still not right. Sujin broke the numbers down and tried a bunch of 5-digit combinations like 49,492, 77,772, 24,949 and more, but none of them worked. The lock wasn't reacting at all. Jin, you've got to hurry. I can't hold them off much longer. The pressure was growing on Konoha because even though she had blasted 5 statues so far, that was only a small fraction of the total number of statues in the hall. She had attempted to blast the statues that hadn't come to life yet, but those statues seemed invincible. Even the most explosive shells the Soul Whisperer could fire didn't even make a dent in those statues. Sujin continued to look at his surroundings. A clue to the numbers had to be somewhere in the vicinity. All of a sudden, he realized that the colors of the taijutsu on the wall gradually led to and disappeared where the dial was. His eyes lit up as an idea struck him and he immediately started turning the dial. Once he locked in the last digit, a loud creaking sound resounded in the hall. Got it. Sujin looked up to see where the creaking sound was coming from and saw that the two halves of the taijutsu on the wall had become like two halves of a gate as they slid apart to reveal a corridor beyond the wall. Let's go, yelled Sujin. Konoha fired several shots in quick succession before running into the corridor without even looking back. Once they were inside the corridor, they all shuddered as the wall behind them slowly slid shut. The path in front of them was pitch black and they couldn't see anything at all. Sujin took his phone out to turn on its torchlight function when a strong beam of light suddenly lit up the place. Konoha was carrying a heavy-duty torchlight in her hands. "You exchanged points for this?" asked Sujin. Konoha shook her head and said, "I doubt an item like this would cost a lot of points, but points are so precious, I wouldn't waste it on something like this. I bought this myself." She passed one to Sujin and asked, "How did you get this corridor to open?" "I was lucky. When I looked at the taijutsu on the wall and saw that a 5-digit number code was required, I thought of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, since they're all part of the same philosophy. I put in the numbers according to how many strokes there were in each Chinese character, and it actually worked." The other 3 were all really impressed by Sujin. It wasn't really that difficult to think of the number combination, and even an ordinary person would eventually get it even if they just went by trial and error. But what made Sujin amazing was how he could still think logically and quickly in a life and death situation. Sujin kept his phone away since Konoha had an extra torch light, since phones were useless during challenges except for being a torch light. He shone his torchlight around him and realized that they were on a flagstone path. Or rather, they were really on a bridge that was made from rocks and the 2 sides of the path in front of them was filled with water. He couldn't tell how deep the water was. Meanwhile, all the statues that Konoha had destroyed in the front hall had turned into sand and disappeared in the wind. The eyes of the white statue of the general blinked a couple of times and seemed to be smiling, but all of this had happened in a split second, and everything went back to normal again, because another person had appeared in the front hall. Back on the dark bridge behind the wall, the 4 of them remained where they were without budging. Sujin didn't need a 6th sense to know that the road ahead wasn't going to be a smooth one. A pitch-black bridge over unknown waters was definitely the perfect place to get someone killed. Can you see anything in the waters?" Sujin asked Konoha. Konoha took a step forward and the purple light flashed in her eyes, but a few moments later, she shook her head and said, "I can't see anything. The water is preventing me from seeing into it, so I don't know what's in it." "Do you think we could just dash across?" asked Shi Teng. Sujin shook his head immediately. "If there's something in the water, I'm very sure that it will attack you faster than you can run." "What are we going to do then?" asked Shi Teng. "I'll think of a way to get across first." Cover me," said Sujin to Konoha after thinking about what to do. Konoha stared back at him in shock and shook her head. "No. In such a situation, you should let the useless newbies do this sort of thing. You shouldn't be the one doing this. They can't protect themselves. If they run into any danger, they'll definitely die," replied Sujin. Konoha stood her ground and said, "Newbies are supposed to fight for their own lives in these challenges. They're already lucky enough that someone like you is willing to protect them. They can't just be part of the team and do nothing. Besides, the only ones who can fight these things are you and me. If anything happens to you, I doubt they'd survive either." Sujin hesitated. What Konoha said sounded heartless, but she wasn't wrong either. He looked at Tan Xin and Shi Teng and the 2 of them immediately looked back at him fearfully. "Oh, forget it," sighed Sujin as he decided to just do it himself anyway. "Look, I don't mind if you want to be nice to newbies, but I think you have to ensure your own survival before you can extend any compassion to others. The 2 indispensable members of this team are you and I, not the 2 of them." Konoha was insistent that Sujin not put himself in harm's way. This is a world that's controlled by Hell's Handbook. In short, we're basically in Hell now and compassion is something that doesn't exist here in the first place. And even if you're kind to them now and they manage to survive this challenge, what will they do when they go for their next challenge? If you protect them, they'll never learn and they'll never grow, so they'll still be as terrible as newbies. "Mr. Su, I'll go." Tan Xin suddenly spoke up. Fear filled her eyes, and her fingers were trembling slightly, but she still volunteered herself anyway. Sujin didn't know what to do. Konoha had been through many more challenges and was a lot more familiar with the world within the handbook, so it was probably better to listen to her advice. He was about to agree to let Tan Xin go ahead when Shi Teng suddenly took a step forward and volunteered himself to, "Mr. Su, I'm no coward. I'll do this. I'm a man, so I ought to be a gentleman and step up to the challenge. All right then, we'll be counting on you. We'll cover your back," said Sujin as he patted Shi Teng on the shoulder. Konoha wasn't going to be so mean that she would really leave a newbie in the lurch, so she retrieved a handgun from her handbook and passed it to Shi Teng. "I've got 1,000 rounds in this gun, so use it to protect yourself. You know how to fire a gun, right?" "Yeah, I've used hunting rifles before, so this shouldn't be too different." Shi Teng wet his lips, took the handgun from Konoha and took a deep breath before he finally started walking towards the bridge. Chapter 31, Tiger Water Dragon. Shi Teng tread very carefully and didn't dare to even breathe too loudly. Konoha held onto her soul whisperer and stood on guard to make sure that she could shoot at anything that might try to attack Shi Teng as quickly as possible. A minute passed and Shi Teng was almost at the other end of the bridge. But the fear that had built up in his heart all this time had also reached its peak and he was clearly beginning to walk faster than before, which was only a natural human reaction in such situations. When humans faced something that terrified them, some people were able to remain calm. But when humans were going to finally get out of a terrifying situation, few were able to continue remaining calm. And clearly, Shi Teng wasn't one of those. But because he had started walking faster than before, his footsteps became heavier and louder as well. Just then, Konoha suddenly shuddered as she seemed to have spotted something. "Shi Teng, run! Don't look back!" Konoha yelled at Shi Teng. Shi Teng could sense that something was approaching him as well, so once he heard Konoha tell him to run, he started running immediately. Konoha fired the soul whisperer once he started running. Whoosh! A snake-like monster rose from the dark waters and was headed towards Shi Teng. But Konoha was already prepared for this and fired targeted bullets at the monster in quick succession, and every bullet hit the monster. But despite her accuracy, all the bullets managed to do was to force the monster to shift slightly off course. It was still making its way towards Shi Teng. Boom! The monster crashed against the bridge and the three of them couldn't see Shi Teng anymore. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. "Damn it!" Sujin cursed inwardly. He took the Demon Lord's eye out from his handbook and activated its skill, Discernment of the Demon Lord. As Sujin was holding the Demon Lord's eye in his hand, nobody noticed that a black mist was rising from his hand and had entered Sujin's body through his pores. He shuddered all over and felt like his vision was blurry. He felt like a million ants had just crawled into his body. But this sensation disappeared as quickly as it came, and he felt fine after 1 second. Konoha and Tan Xin's attention were focused on the bridge, so they didn't notice what was happening to Sujin. "Haha," Sujin exhaled quietly. The physical sensation he felt earlier was gone, but the feeling in his heart was still there and it made his hair stand on end. "Damn it," he thought, "it's really like what I expected. Then again, there's nothing to be surprised about. He's a demon lord after all, so it's only natural for him to use such tactics." He just knew that the demon lord from the Fengzi town challenge hadn't been sincere in making a deal with him right from the start. He had managed to snag some benefits for himself, but the amount of risk involved was tremendous as well. Haha! It's begun! It's finally begun! Somewhere in a lonely courtyard located deep among the crevasses of time and space, a pair of eyelids covered in veins were stretched over a pair of empty eye sockets. The empty eye sockets trembled slightly, and its demonic mouth seemed to laugh maniacally as it roared mightily. But back inside the Temple of the Origin of Heaven, Sujin had no time to think about the feeling in his heart now. He quickly flipped open his handbook and found the results of using the Demon Lord's eye skill. A tiger water dragon is a creature born out of the waters. It is naturally vicious with a strong will to live. Special characteristics: it can live without food for 1,000 years and a little food can keep it alive for 1,000 years. As long as it eats just a little, it will definitely live for the next millennia. It is often kept as a pet by powerful beings to guard their residence or their ancestral graves. Weakness: the tiger stripes on its stomach. Any attack to that part will result in certain death. The information in the handbook was actually quite detailed. Sujin was surprised that it actually stated the monster's weak spot so specifically. Are you able to see tiger stripes on that monster's belly? Sujin asked Konoha. A purple light flashed in Konoha's eyes as she focused on the monster in the water and nodded immediately. Yup. The stripes are obvious and covers a fairly large area. Shoot the monster there, said Sujin. Konoha used her hand to smack her soul whisperer without hesitation, and the purple gun changed colors again. This time, it turned green and looked like it was made from emeralds. Bang! A green light shot out and hit the tiger water dragon accurately in the stomach where its tiger stripes were. And just like the description in the handbook, the tiger water dragon immediately stiffened up after it had been hit in the stomach and stopped moving altogether. Cover me! Sujin leaped onto the bridge. It had only been about 10 seconds or so since Shi Teng had been attacked, so if he was lucky, he might still be alive. Sujin ran very quickly and made a lot of noise on the bridge, so several tiger water dragons emerged from the water under the bridge. But immediately after they emerged from the water, the same number of green bullets were fired from Konoha's gun. Splash! Splash! All the tiger water dragons that had been charging towards Sujin were annihilated by those green bullets after the bullets hit them in the stomach. They fell right back into the water where they came from lifelessly. Meanwhile, Sujin had already jumped over the one that died on the bridge, but he still couldn't see Shi Teng anywhere at all. Did he fall into the water? Sujin sighed. If Shi Teng fell into the water, then he was definitely dead. Save me! Just then, Shi Teng's weak voice resounded from behind him. Sujin blinked a few times in surprise before turning to look for where Shi Teng's voice was coming from. He eventually found Shi Teng inside the dead tiger water dragon's mouth. The bottom half of Shi Teng's body was inside the monster's mouth while his top half was squashed to the side, and he looked really miserable. Sujin used the demon lord's boning knife to cut the tiger water dragon's mouth open and pulled Shi Teng out from there. His injuries were a lot less than Sujin had imagined. Shi Teng only had a few minor cuts from the monster's sharp teeth and was injured anywhere else. Xin, come over! Sujin shouted to the girls on the other side once he had helped Shi Teng to the end of the bridge. Now that they knew the weak point of these monsters, the monsters no longer posed such a big threat to the four of them now. Besides, Konoha was such a sharpshooter, so these monsters weren't dangerous anymore. After Konoha and Xin made it to the other side, the four of them were reunited. Konoha smiled at Sujin and asked, "How did you know that the monster's weakness was its stomach?" "I used one of my skills." Sujin didn't answer Konoha in detail and continued to check if Shi Teng was injured anywhere else. But Shi Teng had been really lucky. The tiger water dragon had brought its jaws down on his body, but he hadn't been badly hurt at all. "Why didn't you shoot at it?" asked Sujin. Shi Teng was still traumatized by what happened, so he stammered as he replied, I was too frightened." Sujin laughed quietly at Shi Teng, but Shi Teng's experience also taught him that if one didn't have enough training and experience, having a weapon did not necessarily keep you safe in times of danger either. After taking a short rest, the four of them walked out of the dark corridor and found that they had also walked out of the front hall. The sky outside was getting darker and darker, and they also noticed that the area around the temple was also shrouded in darkness. A wide and empty pavement led from the back of the front hall to the main hall of the temple. Compared to the front hall, the main hall was even bigger and grander. The place was so brightly lit, it was as if there was a mini sun within the main hall. The four of them walked down the pavement to the main hall without any problems at all. But the smoother the journey, the more uneasy Sujin felt. When they entered the main hall, their breath was taken away by what they saw inside. Statues that were as large as the general and demon in the front hall filled the entire main hall. The black and white statues stood in groups like rolling hills, with one side representing the light and the other side representing the dark, as they seemed to be engaged in a great battle between good and evil. "Look over there." Konoha pointed to the other side of the main hall. A statue was seated with a long sword in its hand, as if it was the king of the gods. It looked down on the black and white statues as if these fighting statues were no more than playthings to it. "I'm not sure if you guys think the same way, but I feel that the deepest part of the temple thing has something to do with that particular statue," said Sujin as he glanced at his three companions. The other three nodded without hesitation. That statue seemed so much like the king of the gods, so it reminded them of the mission they had to complete. But at the same time, this gigantic hall of giant statues also made all of them shudder in fear. "It's not going to be a problem. If this entire hall of statues were to come to life, I don't think this challenge would have been merely a level C challenge." Konoha seemed to be able to tell what everybody was worried about. Sujin nodded as well. Fengzi Town had been a level B challenge and it hadn't looked this crazy. So, it was impossible for a level C challenge to turn out the way all of them were afraid it would. "It doesn't matter, we'd better go in first. There's no point standing out here. Besides, the challenge is forcing us to keep moving ahead." Sujin turned around and saw that the pavement they had walked through just moments ago had already been completely engulfed by darkness. The four of them started walking into the main hall carefully when Tan Xin suddenly let out a yelp. A white light flashed beneath her feet, and she disappeared after that. "Stop!" shouted Sujin immediately. Tan Xin had been just behind him. He turned and looked around but couldn't find anything wrong. Konoha and Shi Teng looked equally confused by what just happened. They had been behind Tan Xin just now and didn't notice anything amiss about the place either. "Help! Help!" The sound of someone crying for help came from the entrance to the main hall. They thought it was Tan Xin, but when they turned around, they realized the person standing at the entrance was actually the man in gold-rimmed spectacles. The man looked a complete mess. His neatly combed hair looked more like a bird's nest now and his sleeves had blood splattered on them. He started running towards the three of them, and as he came closer, there was a creak from under his foot, after which a white light suddenly shone from beneath Shi Teng, and he also disappeared right after that. "Crap! Are we triggering some sort of mechanism?" Sujin muttered under his breath before yelling at the man approaching them, "Stop right there! Don't come any nearer!" The man stared back at Sujin in confusion while Sujin continued to instruct Konoha, "If he dares to move a single inch, shoot him dead. Got it? I'm more than happy to do that for you." Konoha immediately aimed her soul whisperer at the man. The man gulped and trembled all over before waving his arms about desperately. "Don't do that! Aren't we supposed to be on the same team? I'll come with you guys. Please don't leave me here." Sujin and Konoha's brows were both furrowed slightly. They weren't too bothered by this man in front of them. They were now very bothered by the hidden traps within this huge hall and were worried about where Tan Xin and Shi Teng had gone. The dragon here is actually referring to a Chinese mythical creature. Chapter 32, The Fake. "The main hall is too big and we can't see the whole place either. It's going to be very hard to locate them," Konoha said to Sujin. Sujin nodded slightly in agreement. "I don't think they're in any danger at the moment. I don't think a level C challenge would ensnare us with traps that kill us on the spot. That would be rather unreasonable. What should we do now?" asked Konoha. After contemplating his options for a while, Sujin said, "Let's settle the matter we've got on our hands right now first." He looked at the man in gold-rimmed spectacles and said, "Hello there, how should we address you?" "My name's Chen Jing," said Chen Jing as he pushed his spectacles up. But now that he looked like he had gone through some sort of terrible ordeal, those glasses didn't make him look elegant anymore. Sujin glanced at him and asked, "What happened to the other guy who left with you?" He touched the black mist and turned into ash on the spot. "His entire body dried up and disappeared right in front of my eyes," said Chen Jing in horror, as if he hadn't gotten over that terrifying sight. Sujin looked Chen Jing up and down, then focused on the blood splatters on Chen Jing's sleeves. He pointed at Chen Jing's sleeves and asked, "Are those bloodstains from that guy?" Chen Jing nodded. Sujin raised another question, "You said his entire body dried up and turned into ash. If that happened, then there shouldn't be any blood on your body, right?" I was too frightened and I don't remember exactly what happened. He got injured before being gobbled up by the black mist. I suppose that's when some of his blood splashed on me. Chen Jing smiled awkwardly and looked rather dazed. Sujin didn't continue probing him on this issue and continued with his next question, "So how did you get through the front hall?" "Oh, I found a dial, keyed in the number code and got through the front hall. After that, I went down a corridor that had a stone bridge built over some water. There was a dead tiger water dragon on the bridge and it seems like there were more in the water," replied Chen Jing. Sujin's eyelid twitched slightly as he got Konoha to turn around and whispered a few things to her. Konoha blinked at him in surprise at first, then nodded. Once they turned back to face Chen Jing, Konoha aimed her soul whisperer at Chen Jing and fired a stream of bullets at him. Chen Jing was hit by the bullets and flew backwards without even having any time to react, then crashed onto the floor and didn't move anymore. "Did you make a mistake?" Konoha asked Sujin after she had shot Chen Jing down. Sujin shook his head. He addressed the fallen Chen Jing, "Mr. Chen, right from the start, you had purposely convinced one of us to stay behind with you and now you've suddenly appeared right behind us. I don't know if you ran into the statues that came to life in the front hall. Maybe you didn't. But even if you didn't, I actually put the wax layer back over the dial before running into the corridor that opened up behind the wall. Of course, if you looked at the floor carefully, you'd find it again. We killed off all the tiger water dragons in the water, so getting through that part would also be no problem. But, as a newbie, how did you even know what a tiger water dragon is?" "I have a special skill, so I know what that creature is called. But I didn't tell anybody else the name of that monster, so I should be the only person in the challenge who knows that monster is actually known as a tiger water dragon. It's plausible that you could have single-handedly gone through the earlier stages as a newbie because we pretty much cleared the way for you, but to know the name of a creature that you couldn't possibly have known? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but you've blown your own cover." After Sujin said those things, the seemingly dead Chen Jing suddenly started getting up again slowly. He cackled and said, "Wow, I'm impressed. I slipped up a little and you've caught it." Chen Jing's body was riddled with bullet holes but he didn't seem to be bothered by them at all. He straightened his clothes out and adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, then smiled as he said to Sujin and Konoha, "The two of you are very clever, but not quite clever enough either. I wanted to play with you two for a while longer, but since you've exposed my true identity, I'm going to have to kill both of you." Sujin smiled as well as he scoffed disdainfully, "If you were capable of killing us, you wouldn't have had to trick one into leaving with you and then pretend to be a hapless newbie in order to get close to us." Chen Jing froze for a second, then suddenly started running towards a corner of the main hall. He hoped to hide behind one of the giant statues in the hall and avoid getting killed by Sujin and Konoha. "My!" Sujin called out to Konoha. But Konoha didn't need Sujin to tell her to shoot at Chen Jing. She slammed a hand on her soul whisperer and it immediately turned red. 3 high explosive rounds shot towards Chen Jing at high speed, but just when they were about to hit Chen Jing, a white light flashed from beneath Chen Jing and he disappeared immediately. "He's been teleported too." Konoha frowned unhappily. If Chen Jing had been just that tiny bit slower, he would definitely be hit by her bullets. 3 of those bullets managed to blast one of those statues in the front hall to pieces, so Chen Jing would definitely have died. "It's all right. At least now we know that one will be fine even after getting teleported," said Sujin quietly. Konoha noticed that Sujin's brows were tightly furrowed, so she asked puzzledly, "You seem to be worried about something." He nodded and replied, "Yeah. Among the 4 of us just now, I'm afraid there might be an enemy among us." "Well, I did experience one challenge where a monster disguised itself as a newbie, but there's usually only one. If there's going to be more than one, the handbook would hint at us about it, said Konoha. But Sujin shook his head. I can't put my finger on it. Besides Chen Jing, there's one more. That person might really be just a newbie, while Chen Jing is really a monster. Despite getting shot multiple times by Konoha's soul whisperer, Chen Jing seemed perfectly fine, so he had to be some monster of sorts. It would be ridiculous for a newbie to be this invincible. After Konoha heard what Sujin said, her expression suddenly fell as she muttered, an undercover mission? It's rare for a level C challenge to come up with an undercover mission. Undercover mission? Sujin looked puzzledly at Konoha. She explained, so, every time an owner starts a new challenge, he would get a main mission as well as some side quests, and these side quests can vary from person to person very widely. One type of mission that can appear is a mission to kill your companions. If one of us is really a snitch, then it's possible that the person actually has an undercover mission to complete. Sujin chewed on these words for a while before saying, Tan Xin, if one of us is a snitch, I think the most likely among us is Tan Xin. Do you have proof? Asked Konoha. Sujin shook his head. I don't have any proof, it's just my guess. When I was putting in the numbers for the dial earlier, Tan Xin was right next to me. Let's say Chen Jing needed the number combination to get to the passageway behind the wall. If he did, then the only person who could have told him the number combination would be Tan Xin. Of course, you could say that Shi Teng has been putting on an excellent act all this time, but I think that if Shi Teng were the snitch, he wouldn't have risked his own life and be the first one to walk across that bridge just now. But he didn't die in the end either, said Konoha. Sujin nodded and fell silent for a while, then said, but his chances of dying were much higher, which is why I suspect Tan Xin more. But there's also a chance that both of them are snitches and both have such a mission to complete. Now do you understand why I didn't want you to let them tag along, said Konoha with a sigh. Sujin looked a little apologetic as he laughed bitterly and said, I guess that's the price I paid to learn this lesson. Actually, even if you didn't agree to let them tag along, they get certain advantages as newbies and might still manage to survive this challenge, said Konoha to Sujin after hesitating for a bit. You're right. Well, since that's the case, let's just put our focus back on the mission. Sujin sighed at himself. Perhaps Shi Teng and Tan Xin were innocent, but just like what Konoha said, if the newbies went through the challenge by themselves, they might actually have a higher chance of surviving than if they followed him around. There might be more traps lurking inside this main hall, so if we don't find them, we're going to have a lot of trouble moving about. Konoha glanced at the area around her. Even though these traps merely seemed to teleport one to some other place, it was still very dangerous. Even if one didn't die immediately upon stepping on these traps, it would also cost you time trying to get out from wherever you were. Sujin started looking around too, and after a while, a smile spread across his face because he realized where all the traps were. He said to Konoha, follow me and just be careful. You know where the traps are? Asked Konoha puzzledly when she saw how confident Sujin was. He nodded and pointed to the floor of the main hall as he said, that's the place where Chen Jing disappeared, while that's the place where Chen Jing stepped on and sent Shi Teng away, and that's the spot where Tan Xin disappeared. Look carefully, do you spot a pattern? A pattern? Konoha furrowed her brows for a few seconds before the answer suddenly hit her. She looked at Sujin and said, oh, I see. It's always the spot right next to the midpoint of the side of each statue's right foot. That's right, said Sujin with a nod. All three of them had activated the trap at that part next to the midpoint of the side of a statue's right foot. That couldn't have been merely a coincidence. The two of them avoided those areas and made it across the hall without any problems. They breathed a sigh of relief as they finally arrived at where the King of Gods was. This particular statue was seriously humongous. As they stood next to it, they realized they weren't even as tall as its foot. So, my clever team leader, what should we do now, said Konoha as she grinned at Sujin. Let me see. Sujin activated the Demon Lord's eye again. This time, the Demon Lord's eye quivered and sent a black mist into his arm as well, but it wasn't painful like the last time. Instead, it actually felt so comfortable that Sujin enjoyed it. Looks like I've got to limit my use of this Demon Lord's spirit power, Sujin told himself. The Demon Lord was clearly eating into him and was even making him addicted to using this Demon Lord's spirit power. He suspected that by the time he finished using all the spirit power inside the Demon Lord's eye, he would have become a devotee of the Demon Lord. Sujin flipped open his handbook and frowned immediately at the information he had received. This time, the Demon Lord's eye had given him very little information. It was clear that there was a correlation between the type of target he was reading and how much information he would receive. A heavenly statue made in the image of a powerful and invincible god. The fact that humans managed to sculpt such an enormous statue is a miracle in itself. Its two bright eyes are made from the most perfect gems in the world. Each eye is worth billions. Chapter 33, Inside the Statue. This thing is alive, whispered Sujin to Konoha. The Demon Lord's eye was only able to give Sujin information on any living thing. If the statue were just a piece of stone, the Demon Lord's eye would not have reacted at all. But since the Demon Lord's eye had actually given him information, it meant that this statue wasn't a non-living thing. Konoha had no idea how Sujin knew that this statue was alive, but she didn't doubt his words. Since this man was someone who understood the mystery of parallel universes, it seemed natural for him to also have a few skills that she didn't know about. If I said that I think the deepest part of the temple that our mission talks about is actually the stomach of this statue, do you think it's plausible? Sujin started thinking about what the next step was. If this main hall did not have a secret door to open like the dial in the front hall, then the next possible path ahead was possibly actually inside the statue. Konoha looked up at the statue. The statue was humongous, so it was highly possible that there was something on the inside. She said to Sujin, well, if you want to know whether it's plausible or not, we'll just need to get up there and take a look. She aimed her soul whisperer at the statue's head and patted the rifle. It turned white and shot a beam of light out towards the statue's head. The other end of the light turned into a hook and hooked itself onto the statue's mouth. Come on, let's go. Konoha stretched an arm out and motioned to Sujin to hold on to her. What? Sujin was suddenly a little awkward. An incredibly beautiful woman was offering to embrace him with open arms. That was something he used to only dream about. Hurry up. The longer we wait around, the more dangerous this place will become. Konoha started hurrying Sujin when she saw him hesitate. He wasn't the one getting taken advantage of anyway, so he walked over and put his arms around her waist. She immediately tugged on her rifle and the beam of light began retracting and pulled both of them upwards. As they flew up towards the statue's head, Sujin trembled as he looked down at the main hall and felt that something didn't seem quite right. When he looked more closely, he gasped. What's wrong? Konoha noticed his panic. Look at the white statues in the main hall. They've come alive. Sujin pointed to the statues in the main hall. The white statues weren't moving, but they were no longer engaged in a fighting position with the black statues like before, so it was clear that they had moved. Watch out! Sujin stomped hard against the statue with his foot, causing them to swing to the side. And immediately after they swung aside, a spear made from stone that was as thick as an arm hit the spot where the two of them had been and turned into dust. They looked at where the spear came from and saw one of the giant statues standing with an empty but raised arm. That statue must have thrown that spear just now. Look at the statue's shoulder. Konoha had excellent vision, so she could see someone hiding in the shadows on top of that statue's shoulder. That's Chen Jing. Sujin narrowed his eyes. Even though his vision wasn't as powerful as Konoha's, he could roughly make out the person on the statue's shoulder to be Chen Jing. Chen Jing had already hopped off that statue and jumped onto another one instead. This second statue had a longbow in hand, so after Chen Jing hopped on it, the statue immediately drew the bowstring back and aimed its arrow at Sujin and Konoha. Damn it! Can this thing go any faster? Asked Sujin. Konoha didn't say anything as the beam of light continued to propel them upwards. The longbow was aimed straight at them, so Sujin held on to his demon lord's boning knife. If he activated the knife's skill, he would probably be able to slice right through the oncoming arrow. But he threw that idea out immediately after thinking of it. Even if the knife could slash through the arrow, the force from the oncoming arrow alone might kill him first. He grabbed hold of his handbook again. If he really had to, he was prepared to use his demon lord's longbow. But that was his trump card, and he didn't want to use it if he didn't have to. Hang on tight, yelled Konoha suddenly. Sujin was stunned, but before he could ask why, he heard a terrible whooshing sound headed towards them. And now, he didn't need to ask why he had to hang on to Konoha, because they suddenly started falling at high speed. Konoha had cut off the light beam that was carrying them up to the statue's head, and so they managed to avoid getting hit by the oncoming arrow. After that, Sujin could feel them stop mid-air as Konoha shot a new beam of light at the statue's head and steadied them. Hey, you don't have to hang on so tightly anymore, Konoha's voice rang in his ears. His entire face was buried in her bosom now, but it wasn't because he was trying to take advantage of her. Sujin's greatest weakness was that he was afraid of heights. I'm sorry. Sujin pulled his face away from her chest, but he was still clinging tightly to her. Konoha had probably figured out by then that he was afraid of heights considering his face was so pale, so she comforted him softly, if you're scared, just close your eyes and leave the rest to me. He had been trying his best to put on a brave front earlier, but after Konoha assured him, he shut his eyes and stopped thinking about the height they were at. But he could still feel himself rising and falling multiple times along the way. Chen Jing was clearly still using the statues in the main hall to attack them. A few minutes later, Sujin's feet landed on solid ground. They had reached the head of the heavenly statue and were now standing on its eye socket. That must have been really tough, thank you, Mai. Sujin noticed that Konoha's face was pale and looked very exhausted. Those few minutes must have taken a lot out of her both physically and mentally. Nah, don't worry about that. But could you not hold me so tightly next time? I nearly suffocated to death, teased Konoha as she smiled sweetly at Sujin. He rubbed his nose apologetically and turned to look back at the main hall. Chen Jing was standing at the top of a statue's head and glaring at them from afar. We're too far from him now, so he can't do anything about us, said Konoha. Sujin nodded in relief. After thinking about what happened earlier, he said, Chen Jing is able to control the statues, but he can only control the white ones. So it seems. But so what? Asked Konoha puzzledly. Before this, we had to choose to stand on the black side or the white side, and we both chose to stand on the black side, which represents darkness. Chen Jing can only control the white statues, which represent light. There might be some sort of connection between the two. Sujin was just guessing because he didn't have enough information to be sure. Perhaps. Do you think that's probably also why Tan Xin and Shi Teng got teleported just now? Sujin nodded slightly. Only a short time had passed since they started on this challenge, and this challenge had given them very little time or space to explore the place. Darkness slowly engulfed the temple, which in turn forced the handbook owners to keep moving forward. This had made it very difficult for Sujin to gather any information. Is it because the difficulty level is at level C? If the owners were able to gather more information, it might make the challenge too easy, I suppose, thought Sujin to himself. From the looks of it so far, this challenge was difficult because one had to keep moving forward. They had Chen Jing, a monster disguised as a newbie, and the possibility that one or two of the newbies was actually a snitch. In short, the difficulty of this challenge lay in the fact that Sujin had very insufficient information to work on at all times. This statue seems to have only one eye. Konoha looked into the eyes of the heavenly statue and found that while the eye socket they were standing on was empty, the other eye socket was filled with a huge diamond eye. Sujin had never seen such an enormous diamond in his life. The diamond seemed as tall as a hill, and the multifaceted gemstone reflected the lights in the main hall so brightly, it made it hard for anyone to look upon it. The sparkle of the diamond was blinding. "Aren't diamonds a girl's best friend? How do you feel now that you're looking at such a huge one?" asked Sujin with a laugh. Konoha laughed too and shook her head. "In the past, I might have gotten really excited. But now, I don't feel anything towards such things anymore. I can swap my points for such things in my personal hell domain, and it doesn't even cost a lot." As they spoke, they suddenly heard some noise coming from the foot of the statue. Konoha looked down and her smile faded instantly. She said to Sujin, "Look. It's those life-sized statues from the front hall." Sujin held on to Konoha and looked down for a bit before straightening back up almost immediately after. "All the statues are white, so this must be Chen Jing's doing. We can't stay here anymore. Let's go." They started walking into the empty eye socket, which felt like a gigantic mountain cave of sorts. After walking for a while, they noticed that the path seemed to be moving downwards. If this statue was built like a normal human on the inside, this eye duct would lead to the nose, the mouth, then down the esophagus and into the stomach. "Be careful," said Sujin as he tried to shine his torch downwards to see what was ahead, but the light of the torch wasn't powerful enough. Konoha used her soul whisperer to shoot a beam of light out and secured it before getting Sujin to hold onto her again. It was safer to lower themselves this way rather than attempt to climb down. They held onto each other and slowly made their descent. As they went down the esophagus, Sujin could see that his surroundings were no longer filled with statues. Instead, a thin and sticky film covered the walls of the esophagus, and he could also see dark veins trembling in some places. It looked really gross. "This thing is really alive," murmured Sujin to himself. After they had descended for some time, they could hear a pounding sound. They exchanged glances and concluded that the sound they were hearing was the sound of a heart beating. This heart wasn't beating quickly, but it was strong. Each beat of the heart sounded like an explosion, and the vibration was enough to make their entire body vibrate as well, which made them feel very uneasy too. Boom! Just then, a life-sized statue suddenly fell past them and into the darkness. Sujin frowned at this. Several of those white statues had been climbing the heavenly statue earlier, so the statues were probably not far from them now. "Jin, there's something over there." Konoha suddenly patted Sujin and pointed to one side of the throat. Sujin narrowed his eyes and shone his torch at it. The place where Konoha was pointing to was a mess of veins and he couldn't see anything at first. But after he looked more carefully, his eyes widened in horror. SMH. Chapter 34, The Heart. A person was hidden among the mess of black veins. After shining a light at the area, Sujin realized that the person stuck here was actually Tan Xin. Her entire body was covered with the sticky liquid and she seemed to be unconscious. The two of them exchanged glances. Sujin had suspected that there was a snitch among the four of them. He wasn't sure, but the possibility existed, and if there was a snitch among them, Tan Xin would most likely be the one. Sujin thought about it for a while, but eventually said to Konoha, "Can you think of a way to get me over there?" After taking a moment to think, she nodded. She retrieved a long whip from her handbook, then whipped it towards the black vein that was holding onto Tan Xin. One end of the whip wrapped itself very accurately around that vein and Konoha pulled hard on it. Sujin lodged his feet in between the black veins, then carefully used his demon lord's boning knife to cut through the black veins around Tan Xin. He was really surprised to find that these black veins were so difficult to cut through. The demon lord's boning knife had been sharpened by the demon lord himself and was extremely sharp even without activating its powers, but cutting through these veins proved to be tough for even such a knife. It took Sujin quite some patience and energy to finally get through the vein. "Something's coming for us!" Konoha suddenly exclaimed. 3 statues suddenly started falling from above and were headed towards them. Sujin immediately let go of Tan Xin and pushed Konoha in the stomach so that she would move out of harm's way, while the black vein he was hanging onto ensured that he wasn't going to fall. Doing this managed to help them avoid one of the statues, which fell right to the bottom. But the other two managed to catch hold of the black veins and started heading for Sujin and Konoha separately. Sujin held up the boning knife, wrapped a vein around his arm, then activated the boning knife's attack of the Demon Lord skill. A flash flew out from the blade of the knife. The statue approaching Sujin stopped in its tracks, then fell apart at the waist. That attack had actually slashed the statue into half. Crap! Sujin let out a gasp as that chilling feeling spread through his body again and made him feel weak for a moment. If he hadn't already wrapped the vein around his arm securely earlier, he would have fallen. Meanwhile, Konoha was still suspended in the air. She wasn't able to use her Soul Whisperer, which made it very hard for her to defend herself. The statue used its palm to strike her, and the impact of that strike caused her to fly and crash loudly against the other side of the throat of the heavenly statue. Sujin ignored the discomfort he felt in his body and sent out another attack of the Demon Lord from his boning knife. The statue shook violently, cracked from its shoulder to its waist, then fell to the bottom. Are you alright?" yelled Sujin. "I'm okay." Mai's face was pale and she was bleeding from the mouth because of the statue's attack. She clearly wasn't as okay as she claimed to be. Once Sujin got Tan Xin out from the mess of veins, Konoha used her whip to hook herself onto the vein near to Sujin and he pulled her over to his side. Sujin found that having to carry Tan Xin made it very difficult for him to move, so he cut another piece of vein and used it to tie Tan Xin onto his back. The injuries Konoha suffered earlier weakened her, and carrying an additional two others with her made her face turn a whiter shade of pale. Sujin could even see beads of perspiration on her forehead now. "Why don't you rest for a while?" he said to her. She smiled faintly, gritted her teeth and shook her head. "I'm fine. Judging from the distance so far, I think we're almost at the bottom." Shortly after she said that, they realized that they could now see the floor. They noticed that there were smashed pieces that belonged to those statues that came after them earlier. But to Sujin's horror, the broken pieces seemed to only make up about 2 statues or so, and he didn't see any other statue nearby. In other words, one of the statues did not get destroyed when it hit the floor. "Is it hiding somewhere?" wondered Sujin to himself. Sujin and Konoha found a dim corner to check if Tan Xin was all right. Neither of them had any sort of medical knowledge, so besides confirming that Tan Xin was still alive, there was nothing else they could do. "If this statue is the same as a human anatomically, then we should be in the lungs now. The heart is behind the lungs and the sound of its heartbeat is very clear now." A blasting sound resonated at a regular pace in her ears, so the heavenly statue's heart had to be nearby. Sujin nodded in agreement. Since the heart was probably just behind the lung lobe they were in right now, it meant that he just needed to slice through the lobe and they would be able to see the statue's heart. So, the spark of light mentioned in the handbook is probably referring to the heavenly statue's heart, right? Sujin murmured to himself. It's possible. The deepest part might be referring to some place in the heart. "We could try getting there," said Konoha. Joshua gave it a thought, then said, "We have no choice but to do that. Our priority is to complete this challenge successfully. We don't have to complete the other missions." The 3 of them were not really that powerful, so if he could complete his additional missions along the way, that would be a bonus. But if he couldn't, then he wasn't going out of his way or risking his life just to complete those missions. After going through the first challenge, Sujin felt that leveling up his own body and abilities was the wise thing to do. The 2 of them continued moving forward. They didn't dare to stay in one place for too long since Chen Jing was still sending statues after them. On top of that, one of those statues had gone missing in the vicinity, so there was the possibility that it could jump out from nowhere and attack them at any time. Other than Chen Jing, they weren't in any immediate danger, so Sujin's boning knife and Konoha's soul whisperer were good enough to get by. If possible, Sujin didn't want to use the Demon Lord's spirit power anymore. But Konoha was injured now, so he wasn't sure if that was possible anymore. After walking for a bit, they suddenly heard the sound of gunshots. Their eyes lit up because the only other person other than Konoha with a gun in this place was Shi Teng. Just as they had thought, they turned a corner to see Shi Teng shooting like mad at a statue. The statue that had fallen earlier but did not break had run into Shi Teng instead. Shi Teng's shooting skills were really terrible and he wasn't even aiming as he just kept shooting randomly at the statue. Thankfully, the gun that Konoha had given him had plenty of rounds and the bullets could shoot at high speed. The powerful weapon itself helped Shi Teng to keep that statue attacking him at bay. Konoha aimed her soul whisperer at the statue and shot an explosive round at its head. The statue immediately collapsed onto the floor. Shi Teng, calm down, it's Sujin, shouted Sujin. He didn't dare to walk over now while Shi Teng was in a panic. Shi Teng might shoot him in a frenzy. After the statue collapsed, Shi Teng went into a daze for a while. But his face brightened when he heard Sujin's voice and Sujin decided it was safe to walk over. You guys are still alive. I'm so glad. Shi Teng looked like he was about to cry. It's all right, calm down, tell me what happened after you disappeared suddenly, said Sujin once he had calmed Shi Teng down. Shi Teng took a few deep breaths and said, I'm not entirely sure either. I fainted and found myself here when I regained consciousness. I kept hearing these blasting sounds around me, so I didn't dare to move. The blasting sounds he was talking about referred to the heartbeat of the heavenly statue. Sujin didn't get any additional information from Shi Teng, but after looking at the fallen statue and Shi Teng, he got an idea. He didn't say anything and just asked Shi Teng to follow them. The four of them were back together again. Even though one of them was unconscious, the fact that all of them were still alive was good enough. After some time, they noticed that the blasting sounds had suddenly gotten much louder. Sujin guessed that they must be really near the heart, so they just needed to cut a hole in the lung lobe. Naturally, he chose the boning knife for this job, but the knife disappointed Sujin this time. The purple lung lobes were so tough, the boning knife only left a scratch mark on it. Arg! Attack of the Demon Lord. Sujin had no choice but to activate the knife's skill again and a slit appeared in the lung lobe. But the slit was so thin that not only was it impossible for them to get through, Sujin couldn't even use it to see what was going on outside. He sighed heavily. He was now very sure that he lost part of himself every time he used the Demon Lord's spirit power, and the Demon Lord had been very clever in providing him with this source of spirit power. But in order to complete this challenge and get out of here alive, Sujin had no choice but to consume more of the Demon Lord's spirit power. So, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the skill 2 more times, which effectively scored a triangle onto the surface of the lung lobe. The 3 of them combined their efforts to push that triangle outwards and a white light instantly poured in once the flap was out of the way. The light was coming from a ball of light that resembled a tiny sun. The ball of light jumped up and down to a slow rhythm. Every time it jumped, it would not only give off a sound as loud as an explosion, but it would also shoot out glaring beams of light. This was definitely the heart of the heavenly statue. We'll probably have to face the biggest crisis of this challenge next, so I need everyone to be in their best possible state, Sujin said to Konoha and Shi Teng. Konoha frowned and said softly, we don't have time to rest and heal. You don't have to worry about that. I've got all-purpose healing pills here and you just need 1 pill to recover from any injuries and illnesses. I don't suppose Shi Teng needs one of these, but Mai definitely does. Sujin took one of his pills and passed it to her. All-purpose healing pills. I can't believe you actually managed to get your hands on this sort of thing. Such items are extremely precious to teams that don't have any members with healing powers. It seemed like Konoha was very familiar with this particular pill. Is that so? Dang, I should have exchanged for a few more. Never mind that now, you'd better take one quickly. I'll give Tan Xin one too. Carrying her around like this will limit my movement and that might put us in danger later on. Sujin deliberated for a while and eventually took another pill out and put it into Tan Xin's mouth. Konoha exhaled deeply after taking the pill and color returned to her face in seconds. The pill had clearly taken effect. Meanwhile, Sujin untied Tan Xin and put her down, and she slowly began to regain consciousness. He helped her to sit up and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thanks, what the?" Tan Xin's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt as she stared at Sujin puzzledly. Sujin had just stabbed her arm with his demon lord's boning knife. Chapter 35, Schemes and Murder. Sujin didn't intend to kill Tan Xin, so he only stabbed her hard enough to incapacitate her. She clenched her teeth and shoved him aside, then held onto her bleeding left arm and moved further away from him. "Are you crazy? Why did you do that?" shrieked Tan Xin furiously. Sujin got up as well, wiped away the blood on his knife and said frostily, "The pill that I ate was the real deal, while you merely got an ordinary mint." Tan Xin blinked in surprise. Her furious expression slowly turned into a wary look as she asked Sujin, "When did you notice?" "I wouldn't really say I noticed anything, but I made some deductions after Chen Jing appeared. I wasn't sure which one of you was the snitch and I wasn't even sure if there was even a snitch in the first place. But if there really was one, I figured that you were more likely to be it, so I decided to test my hypothesis out. If you passed my test, then I'd shift my attention to Shi Teng," Sujin explained slowly. Tan Xin scoffed and sat back down on the floor. She raised her arms in surrender and said, "Fine, you win. But could you spare my life? I'm just a newbie after all. Now that you know I'm the snitch, I'm no longer a threat to you guys." Sujin and Konoha exchanged glances. Konoha hesitated for a moment, but she nodded after seeing how pathetic Tan Xin looked. Tan Xin was right after all, she was dangerous only when they didn't know she was the snitch. Now that her identity had been exposed, she was no longer dangerous. If this is indeed the deepest part that the handbook mentioned, then we just need to get in and we'll complete the challenge. "Miss Tan, I'll need you to take the first step." Sujin was no saint. Since she was the one who tried to plot against them, she had to face the consequences of doing so. "You want me to take the first step? But if that leads to my death, I'd die." Tan Xin yelled back at Sujin when she realized the possible dangers ahead. "Don't worry, I'm 80% confident that this will be just fine," said Sujin. "What about the remaining 20%? Tan Xin wasn't going to agree so readily. The statue's heart didn't look particularly safe to her. "Miss Tan, I highly doubt your chances of successfully turning on us were anywhere near 80% when you chose to start on that mission after entering this challenge. So, what are you afraid of now?" said Sujin quietly. Tan Xin took 2 steps back and made sure she was far, far away from the 3 of them, then started screaming at them, "Dream on! You're just sending me to my death. You're nothing but a hypocrite after all. So much for saying that you were going to help us newbies. You wanted to use us as stepping stones in the first place, didn't you?" Then she started yelling at Shi Teng, "Brother Shi, if I end up dying, I'm afraid you won't survive either. You'd end up dead sooner or later too." But Shi Teng didn't believe a thing she said. He sneered, "You were the one who betrayed us and you're trying to act like you're a victim now? Seriously, do you have to yell this loudly?" Shi Teng's last sentence made Sujin realize something. He narrowed his eyes and said to Tan Xin, "I'm really impressed. It's hard to find a bold yet meticulous newbie like you. You're purposely trying to stall for time by arguing with us here and you're yelling this loudly because you're trying to attract the attention of your fellow comrade, aren't you?" "What fellow comrade? I don't know what you're talking about." Tan Xin continued feigning ignorance as she tried to stall for more time. "You've been giving us trouble time and again, so you can't blame us for getting nasty. Send her off with a pile of bullets." Sujin was really furious now. If he didn't have to, he really didn't want to hurt Tan Xin. None of them were in the Handbook's world by choice, so he could sympathize with other owners and was willing to spare them. But Tan Xin refused to give up on her mission and persisted in going against them. He couldn't let her live anymore. Konoha aimed her soul whisperer at Tan Xin and pulled the trigger. The gun started spewing bullets at her, but a figure came flying out of nowhere and stood in front of Tan Xin. The bullets hit this figure, only to send rock fragments flying in all directions. "You're finally here. It's hard to call you an ally when you behave like this, you know." Cold sweat dripped down Tan Xin's forehead, but a smile slowly crept over her face. "I'm so sorry. But hey, I've come just in time, haven't I?" Chen Jing walked out from the shadows. His smile was sinister and frightening, and dozens of statues followed behind him. Sujin and the rest felt their hearts sink. Sujin quietly said to Konoha, "Let's run for it. This area is very narrow and we'll lose if we try to fight. We just need to complete the challenge." Konoha nodded as unnoticeably as she could. They weren't very far from the statue's heart, but they were still unsure about whether it was really where they were supposed to go. If it turned out to be a dangerous place, the three of them were dead meat. "We don't have a choice. If we don't give it a shot, we'd die here too," said Sujin. Chen Jing had placed statues everywhere, so there was nowhere else for them to run. The only way out of this was through the hole they made in the lung lobe that led straight to the heart. Of course, they could try fighting Chen Jing. But Sujin didn't think that was a good idea at all. Konoha was best at being a sniper from afar and poor at close-range battles. He himself only had the skills that came with his weapons, neither of which were very useful for close-range battles. Both of them were at a disadvantage because they were trapped in a small space. "Let's go," whispered Sujin as he instantly activated the attack of the Demon Lord from his boning knife, while Konoha coordinated perfectly by activating another mode on her Soul Whisperer. The gun shot out pink projectiles which burst open with a loud bang, filling the air with pink smoke. When Shi Teng saw that both Sujin and Konoha started running for it, he started running too. Thick arteries connected the lungs to the heavenly statue's heart, and these arteries were so thick that it would need at least 2 or 3 people to join hands and surround it, so it wasn't difficult for 3 of them to run down these arteries. Meanwhile, Chen Jing and the statues had emerged from the pink smoke. One of the statues carried Tan Xin on its back, but her weight didn't affect its running speed at all. "I'm going to see how far the 3 of you can run." Chen Jing cackled before letting out an ear-piercing shriek. "Damn it!" Sujin turned around to look and felt his hair all stand on end. More than 10 of those statues with Chen Jing had longbows and arrows, and they were all ready to shoot now. The arteries were wide enough for them to run on, but not wide enough for them to dodge an oncoming rain of arrows. They would have to take the arrows head-on. "I've got this." Konoha suddenly stopped, switched her Soul Whisperer to green mode and pulled the trigger just as the statues released their bows and sent their arrows flying. Her bullets flew out and hit every single arrow, breaking them midair. Whoong! Just then, hundreds of silver needles suddenly came flying towards them. These needles didn't come from the statues nor from Chen Jing. These came from Tan Xin. "You're not a newbie!" Sujin roared as he pulled both Shi Teng and Konoha behind him and used himself to shield them from the rain of silver needles. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The silver needles clanged loudly as they hit Sujin's body. Sujin allowed himself to be a human shield for the other 2 because he had his ultralight mecha armor on. Unfortunately, while the armor could protect his upper half, it didn't cover his legs. More than a dozen needles punctured his legs, making them look like 2 cactuses. "You're right. I'm not a newbie." Tan Xin smiled gleefully, then shouted to Chen Jing, "My thunderstorm tears needs time to recharge, so use your statues to kill them. Your wish is my command." Chen Jing tapped the air lightly with his finger and a dozen statues instantly charged towards Sujin and the rest. Sujin's legs were numb and he couldn't move at all. A statue with a long sword swung it towards him, so Sujin held up his boning knife, ready to use his knife to fight the statue head-on. But just then, he felt his entire body move backwards. Shi Teng had wrapped his arms around Sujin and turned around. In doing so, Sujin avoided getting slashed by that statue, but Shi Teng wasn't so lucky. The statue's long sword sliced through the air horizontally and chopped Shi Teng's body in half at the waist. Shi Teng looked like he was in excruciating pain as his lower half collapsed miserably onto the ground while his upper body flew out. Sujin instinctively grabbed hold of Shi Teng's hand and pulled his upper body into his arms. Shi Teng. Sujin tried to call his name, but all he got was Shi Teng's ugly expression as his facial features became contorted from the pain. Secret skill, Soul Whisperer Rain. Konoha suddenly gave a shout and her Soul Whisperer turned transparent before shooting scores of multicolored bullets. The bullets rained down on the statues and they were unable to move any further. Hurry! If he can get to his personal hell domain in time, he'll live. Konoha yelled at Sujin. Sujin pulled as many silver needles out of his legs as he could, then endured the numbing pain as he carried Shi Teng towards the heart of the statue. Chen Jing and Tan Xin didn't expect Konoha to still have a powerful skill like that up her sleeve. This move of hers had increased the distance between them and the other three they were chasing. "You can't get away," screeched Chen Jing as he suddenly grabbed his ears with both hands and tore the skin off his face to reveal the face of an evil monster. He then blew out black air from his mouth, which started howling like vengeful spirits. The black air flew swiftly towards the other three and caught up with them in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Tan Xin's thunderstorm tears was ready to go again. She raised a jade tube and aimed it at the three as she sat atop a statue and smiled wickedly. When Sujin saw what was happening, he immediately passed Shi Teng to Konoha and yelled, "Just keep running. Don't turn back." Konoha didn't ask any questions and trusted him like she always did. She took Shi Teng's upper body from him and ran with all her might towards the statue's heart while Sujin retrieved the Demon Lord's longbow from his handbook. "Farewell, you two." Sujin activated the roar of the Demon Lord and aimed it at the other two. When they were trapped in the lung lobe, he had considered using this skill to kill off Chen Jing and Tan Xin, but it was too difficult to kill them back there. Now, both parties were stuck on these arteries. This made it perfect for using this particular skill on them. As Sujin drew his bow back, Chen Jing and Tan Xin immediately sensed danger. They could tell that Sujin was probably using his trump card on them, so they quickly unleashed their best attack on him. On one side, there were statues, the vengeful spirits and silver needles. On the other side, there was Sujin with his longbow. He let go of the arrow and sent an arrow of sparkles roaring down the huge artery of the heavenly statue. Chapter 36, Challenge completed. The roar of the Demon Lord swooshed through the air easily, turning everything into nothing but ash, regardless of whether it was the statues or the vengeful spirits. After the sparkles disappeared, Tan Xing and Chen Jing were the only ones left standing on the artery. Chen Jing's clothes were all gone and so was his human skin, revealing a monster body covered with nothing but blisters. At the same time, half of his monster body was gone too, as if a ferocious dragon had bitten a chunk off. Tan Xin, on the other hand, was surrounded by a red glow. Once the attack was over, the red glow disappeared and she could be seen panting heavily. That red glow was probably some form of protection she had exchanged for in a previous challenge. Dang, a handbook owner isn't always so easy to kill. Sujin scoffed before collapsing onto the ground. The roar of the Demon Lord had also caused great damage to his own body. Wisps of black smoke rose out from the Demon Lord's longbow and entered his body, making him feel like an army of ants was eating slowly into his flesh. The pain he suffered drove him to the brink of insanity. Damn you! I can't believe you had so many tricks up your sleeve. But so what? You've lost. And now, you're going to lose your life too. Tan Xin walked towards Sujin with a maniacal smile on her face. As she walked past Chen Jing, a vajra appeared in her hand and she suddenly thrust it backwards into Chen Jing's head. Chen Jing convulsed violently as he fell to the ground. Tan Xin cackled as she pulled the vajra out again and licked the blood on the vajra. Her entire body shuddered and she looked like she could die happy now, as if she had just tasted the most delicious thing in the world. Sujin's vision was getting blurry and it was hard for him to even remain conscious, but he could sense that Tan Xin was coming for him. I lost to Tan Xin after all. Sujin's eyelids trembled slightly as a feeling of indignation filled his heart. At the end of everything, it was his fault for not being decisive enough. If he had killed Tan Xin immediately after he realized she was suspicious, he wouldn't be in this state and Shi Teng wouldn't have been sliced into half either. Time to meet your maker. Tan Xin raised her vajra and brought it down hard towards Sujin's head. But just then, a beam of light hit Sujin from behind and pulled him backwards at high speed. Konoha was standing right next to the heart and had already flung Shi Teng in, so she quickly used her soul whisperer to snag Sujin from behind to pull him towards her. Tan Xin was surprised for a second, then ran with all her might when she saw that Sujin had been rescued from under her own nose. But because she was badly injured, she couldn't run for long. So, she retrieved a gun from her handbook and started shooting like a madwoman at him. Sujin had no strength to avoid any of her bullets, so the best thing he could do was to curl up and hope hard that his mecha armor could block most of the bullets for him. But even so, Sujin's arms and legs were hit multiple times and he left a bloody trail behind as Konoha reeled him in. Konoha pulled Sujin aside and raised her soul whisperer to shoot at Tan Xin when the entire area suddenly started shaking violently. There was nothing for them to hang on to, so if this shaking went on, they might end up getting thrown off the artery they were on. Never mind her. Let's go. Sujin yelled through his heavy panting. Konoha quickly helped him up and they exchanged glances before she carried him and jumped into the heart of the statue. Immediately after they had leaped in, Sujin could hear a voice announcing in his ears, "Temple of the Origin of Heaven challenge completed. Entering personal hell domain now." Once inside his domain, Sujin's body was enveloped by a white glow and all the pain he felt earlier disappeared. This place could heal all injuries, illnesses, and curses, so any owner that made it back here would be able to revert to his best state. Sujin exhaled deeply, then placed his handbook in its slot on the pedestal. Start point calculation. Level C challenge Temple of the Origin of Heaven completed, 1000 points. Number of surviving team members, 200 points. Degree of challenge participation, A, 700 points. Completed optional mission of killing Guardian of the Temple, did not eliminate special characters, 500 points. Points received, 2,400. Total points, 2,700. Remaining points, 2,700. Compared to the Fengzi Town Level B challenge, he had received more points for this Level C challenge. But that was also because he had completed an optional mission and there was a new category for surviving team members. Without points in these two areas, he would have gotten fewer points than the last time. So, Tan Xin had suddenly killed Chen Jing just now because she wanted to complete the mission. Even though we were enemies in the challenge, the optional missions are for any handbook owners in the challenge to complete and we share the achievement. Sujin was surprised that he had actually completed an optional mission without intending to at all. On top of that, he noticed that the analysis and deduction of challenge category that appeared in the last round didn't appear this time. He guessed that not every challenge had a special story behind it, or perhaps an analysis of the events in the challenge was too hard. He had completed that category inadvertently the last time too. Start the reward exchange, said Sujin to the handbook. The handbook instantly flipped itself to a page with a whitish glow. This page only appeared when he was in his personal hell domain. While Sujin looked through the new selection of items, Blackie piped up, "I need to remind you at this point that your ultralight mecha armor has been destroyed and you need to do something about it ASAP. It has been destroyed." Sujin blinked in shock before looking down at his chest. He realized that the armor that usually concealed itself from sight was now in full view and in very bad shape. It's in such bad shape now and I actually survived the challenge. I was so lucky, exclaimed Sujin as he marveled at his good fortune. There were areas on the armor that were even broken. If he didn't have this armor on, those silver needles or the final shower of bullets would have killed him if he were hit in these areas with no protection. Since the armor was beyond saving, Sujin's top priority was now to find something that could protect him like this armor did. This challenge had taught him that having bodily defense was really important for his survival. His first instinct was to look for the exact same armor, but the menu he was given this time didn't have this particular armor. In the end, he chose to exchange points for a different defense armor, the Tensen silk armor. Tensen silk armor, made from the rare Tensen silk and weaved together by the best craftsmen, this armor provides an extraordinary level of defense and it is both fitting and comfortable to wear. 150 points. Once he had received the armor, he put it on. This armor looked no different from an undershirt and it was as comfortable as advertised. Now that he was done with finding a new armor, his next priority was to find a weapon. He had relied entirely on his boning knife and longbow, but he knew that he couldn't use these items too frequently from now on, or he'd lose himself before long. Since he couldn't rely on these two powerful weapons, he had to try finding something equivalent to them. Only 3 weapons were offered to him this time. One was a rhombus-shaped piece of blackened metal, a stealth weapon named Rumor, one was a black gun with gold carvings named Black Fire, and the last one was a handheld cannon named the Tyrant. Rumor, stealth weapons are the best weapons in the world, and nothing is as lethal as rumors and gossip. This weapon is named Rumor and it used to be a pair with another weapon named Gossip. But now, Gossip no longer exists, so Rumor is the only one left. Requires 1 point of spirit power per attack. After it hits its target, it will fly back to the owner automatically. Damage inflicted will depend on the owner's ability. Points required, 900. Black Fire, used to belong to an infamous pirate and has gone on countless strange and incredible adventures with him. Black Fire is a gun that uses special bullets and they can be exchanged for within the fixed items category. Points required, 700. Tyrant, a handheld cannon. Requires 100 points of spirit power per attack, powerful enough to blast a hole in a city wall. Points required, 600. Sujin nearly cursed out loud after looking at all 3 items available. He was only offered one cheap weapon the last time and had no idea how expensive these things could actually get. It was impossible for him to exchange for all 3 at the same time since they cost so much. 2 was his maximum. I've got to think through this carefully. I've got to think this through carefully. Sujin reminded himself to think twice before making his selection as he kept looking at the 3 items again and again. Chapter 37, Team Hell Domain. Out of the 3 weapons, Rumor required the least amount of resources and could be used again and again. Since Black Fire required special bullets, Sujin guessed that it could take different types of bullets, so it would work very similarly to Konoha's Soul Whisperer. Judging from the description for Tyrant, that was probably considered heavy artillery. It didn't require as much spirit power as the Demon Lord's longbow, but the damage it could create was pretty impressive. I'll exchange for Rumor. Sujin's first choice was Rumor. Both weapons he had on hand right now required large amounts of spirit power, and he was now very sure that the Demon Lord's spirit power was eating into him every time he used some. It was highly possible that he would become a devotee of the Demon Lord the moment he finished consuming the spirit power in the Demon Lord's eye, or turn into something even worse than he could imagine. Rumor was a weapon that only required 1 point of spirit power, so that would greatly reduce the rate at which the Demon Lord's spirit power would eat into him. It was unfortunately not possible for him to completely give up using any of the Demon Lord's spirit power. If he was in a life and death situation, he was still going to end up using it just to survive. After confirming his choice, 900 points disappeared from his balance and he now held a rhombus-shaped piece of blackened metal. It was a little rough to the touch and fit perfectly in his palm, so he could hide it easily. He didn't have any know-how on using stealth weapons, but he could just spend some points here to learn and practice his technique, so that wasn't really a problem. He thought about his options again and eventually decided on taking Black Fire. Tyrant was more powerful, but Black Fire didn't require spirit power at all, which was more important to Sujin right now. Once he confirmed his choice, Black Fire floated above the handbook. He held it in his hand and gave a pleased nod. He had no idea what material this gun was made from, but it was a good weight and fit well in his hand too. Now that he was done looking for weapons, he continued to look through the other items available to him to see if there was anything else worth exchanging. The last item listed made his eyes widen and his heart started pounding excitedly. Lucky Draw Bag. In theory, you have a chance of picking absolutely any item available within the handbook. But the higher the value of the item, the lower your chances of getting it. Items include various spirit power equipment, rare items, and even the spirit power activation potion. Each bag only requires 100 points, so it's a real value for money choice that everyone can afford. Sujin gulped his saliva down when he read the introductory paragraph on this lucky draw bag, especially when he saw that he might stand a chance to get the spirit power activation potion. Calm down. Calm down. All those best-case scenarios I'm thinking of now could just turn out to be like clouds in the air that get blown away easily by the wind. Nobody's that lucky. Besides, I'm always so terrible at playing any games that are based on chance. Sujin smacked his forehead to snap himself back to reality. He had never been the lucky type and never got anything good from a lucky draw. Every time he tried his hand at a lucky draw, he usually got some message to thank him for participating and nothing more. I've already spent 1,750 points on exchanging for 2 weapons and 1 armor, but I still have 950 points. Sujin glanced at his remaining balance, then looked back at the lucky draw bag and couldn't decide what he should do. Maybe I'll just buy 4 bags and hope for the best. He finally caved into the temptation and went ahead with getting 4 lucky draw bags. There were now 4 drawstring bags stacked up on his handbook. Each bag was woven with gold silk with a red string around the opening and silver clouds embroidered on the front. These clouds, is the handbook mocking me? Sujin grumbled under his breath when he saw the embroidery. He picked up the first bag, took a deep breath and pulled it open. A beam of light shot out from inside and a joyous melody filled the air. Wait, could I have gotten an amazing prize after all? On my first try. Sujin was about to jump for joy when a doll made from straw floated out of the bag next. What on earth? Sujin stared at the doll. This is a voodoo doll. You can use it to increase your target's body temperature, make him dizzy, cause blindness, make him weak and other negative effects. The actual effect on the target will vary depending on how strong the target's body already is. It's 100% effective on an ordinary person and you get to choose what effect you want on others, explained Blackie. Sujin sighed. His luck was still as terrible as it usually was. He kept the voodoo doll away in his handbook and continued opening the other bags. 2 bags later, Sujin's heart was filled with regret for doing this in the first place. The next 2 bags contained different things and were probably worth more than the 100 points he used to exchange for them, but there was one major problem with all these items: they were all useless to him. Super oxygenated chewing gum. After chewing, the gum will provide enough oxygen to keep a grown man alive for 3 days. Comes in a pack of 10. Foldable stool for the lazy. You can unfold it anywhere and use it on any terrain. After a tiring day, this could help to relieve your exhaustion. Fuck my life, muttered Sujin as he stared at the items from the first 3 bags. He had one last bag left. He took a deep breath and opened it. The same cheery music filled the air again, but this time, a bottle of red liquid appeared before his eyes. Mid-level body strengthening elixir. Sujin was stunned when he first heard Blackie tell him what it was, then the feeling of ecstasy took over. Blackie told him the last time that it was rare for the body-strengthening elixir to appear among the items for exchange, and it was true that it hadn't been part of his list this time. He was so pleasantly surprised that he had actually gotten it through a lucky draw, and it was a level higher than the last two. "This must be fate!" Sujin exclaimed. He immediately knocked back the entire bottle of liquid without hesitation. This time, he didn't black out, although he really wished he did. The mid-level body strengthening elixir felt as though it was ripping his entire body apart from the inside, and he felt like every bone in his body had been broken. "Ah!" Sujin screamed miserably from the excruciating pain he felt deep within his body. He was certain that there was no form of torture or execution in the world that could match up to this. 10 minutes later, the pain slowly subsided. But Sujin also didn't have any energy to do anything. He didn't even have the energy to tell Blackie to restore his body. Thankfully for him, Blackie had artificial intelligence and restored Sujin's body without needing Sujin to instruct it. After the restoration process was complete, Sujin instantly felt the difference. The low-level version had made him feel like his muscles were filled with energy, but this mid-level one made him feel like there was energy bursting from even his bone marrows. "Blackie, how strong am I now?" Sujin asked Blackie. "Your body is now stronger than an average human, and you are now at level C. If you need a comparison to a fictional character, you're now at the same level as Captain America," replied Blackie. Sujin pondered this for a moment, then asked, "Are there many other handbook owners who are as strong as I am?" "I am not able to answer your question. There are many aspects in which an owner can strengthen himself. There are many other owners who are as strong as you in terms of their actual physical bodies, but there are many others who have strengthened themselves in other areas even if their physical bodies are not as strong as yours," explained Blackie. Sujin looked at the lucky draw bag option again. These bags could contain items which were seriously pointless, but they could also contain good stuff. He didn't get something as amazing as the Spirit Power Activation Potion, but getting a mid-level body strengthening elixir was incredible too. The low-level one already cost him 1,000 points, so he imagined that this mid-level one would have cost him at least double. He had gotten a good deal this time. He was now left with 550 points. He wasn't going to spend them on a bunch of lucky draw bags anymore, so he went to look at the menu with the special bullets. But after looking through the menu, he sighed again. These special bullets weren't that cheap either. Each bullet would cost him 1 point. If you need bullets, I suggest you take a look at the menu in your Team Hell domain instead. That area will offer you higher level bullets at the same price, Blackie suddenly piped up. That's right. I've got a Team Hell domain. Sujin smacked his own head. How do I get there? Opening your link to your Team Hell domain right now. A black hole soon appeared within Sujin's personal Hell domain. He walked into the hole and found himself in another space. Konoha was already waiting for him here, and there were 5 podiums in front of her that looked just like the one in his personal Hell domain. "You're here." Konoha stood up to greet him. He walked further in and noticed that the 5 podiums were evenly spread in a circular formation. He placed his own handbook on one of them and the book immediately flipped open. "Does 5 podiums mean our team can only have 5 members?" he mumbled to himself. Konoha nodded and said, "Our team is newly formed, so it's considered a level D team which can only have a maximum of 5 members. But as the team rises in level, the maximum number of members will also increase and you'd also be able to access a number of other team functions." Sujin nodded slightly and looked around. "We don't get butler service here." "Nope. The Team Hell domain is a private space for teams, so our personal Hell domain butlers are not privy to anything that happens here. Only our handbooks and members are allowed in this space," said Konoha with a nod. He looked curiously at her and laughed. Why do you know so much about this team?" "Once I found out that owners could form teams, I started gathering any information I could about teams, that's why I know so much," explained Konoha in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. He nodded and said, "I'm looking to exchange points for some special bullets. Is there anything I should be looking out for?" "Special bullets? You need some domain clips first." "Domain clips? Yet, the same type of bullets have to be placed together in the same clip, and each clip can take up to 1000 bullets. The more types you have, the more clips you'd need, said Konoha. Sujin nodded and looked through his handbook for these clips. Each one cost him 10 points, which wasn't really too expensive. He asked her for advice on which bullets to take and ended up spending 400 points on some of the better types. After that, he exchanged some points for $10 million, since he would always need money in the real world. When he saw that he was left with only 50 points, he sighed at how he never seemed to have enough points. Meanwhile, Konoha opened her own handbook and started looking at the items offered to her. She moved very quickly, as if she had already decided what she wanted beforehand and was done with everything in less than 10 minutes. What items did you exchange your points for? Sujin asked curiously. You know, for a handbook owner, every item we exchange points for is a secret. It's not nice to ask so directly, said Konoha with a cheeky smile. This woman behaved very differently during a challenge and outside a challenge. During a challenge, she was so resolute, calm and seemed aloof and unapproachable. But once the challenge was over, she became bubbly and her perfect smile made one want to befriend her. It was so hard to hate her. Chapter 38, Training. We're teammates, so it's good for us to know more about each other, said Sujin with a smile. Let me treat you to a meal when we're back in the real world then. We can take the time to get to know each other better, suggested Konoha. He nodded and said with a laugh, I should be the one giving a treat. It's not my country's culture to let the girl foot the bill. Sure. Konoha wasn't going to argue with Sujin over something like this. Money didn't mean much to either of them anymore, so they didn't have to fuss over a simple meal. Sujin and Konoha started introducing their newly exchanged items to each other. The items that Konoha had chosen were indeed very specific. They were chosen to strengthen her attack and survival. Skill, Soul Crusher. Requires 10 points of spirit power. You can add this to your attack, which will instantly crush your enemy's spirit. Points required, 1200. Shadow Cloak, requires 50 points of spirit power. Wearing it will turn you into a shadow. It will also increase all your attributes and you will be immune to all physical attacks. Points required, 1500. Sujin's jaw dropped. These two items alone cost Konoha 2700 points. He asked her rather puzzledly, but you don't even have spirit power. Why are you exchanging points for these items? The best part about the team's Hell domain is that you get offered a lot of high-level spirit power equipment. But there are many types of spirit power equipment and it's not easy to find something that's suitable for yourself. Since I've come across something that's suitable, I've got to take this chance to exchange for it. I still have some points anyway, explained Konoha. After Sujin heard her explanation, he thought he ought to take a look at the items offered inside the team's Hell domain. He didn't have enough points to exchange for anything right now, but he could reserve them this time and exchange for them the next time. Just like what Konoha said earlier, several of the items available here were all spirit power equipment. He was only offered about 4 or 5 spirit power equipment within his personal Hell domain and most of them weren't suitable for him. On the contrary, the Team Hell domain offered him a few dozen spirit power equipment. It would be much easier to find something suitable since he was given so many choices. Besides spirit power equipment, the number of other helpful items were way more than what he saw in his personal Hell domain. There were even a few that made him regret getting some of the things he did earlier. Wait a minute. This is a high-level body strengthening elixir. Sujin noticed this item and his eyes widened. Was this just a coincidence? He got the mid-level one through a lucky draw earlier, and now, the high-level one was being offered here. Oh, that's not very useful. But if you've got extra points to spare, you could get that, said Konoha after she glanced at it. It's not very useful? Why not? Sujin didn't understand. That's because you need to get the low-level and the mid-level ones before you can consume the high-level one, otherwise you could exchange for it but you wouldn't be able to use it at all. It's also very rare for these body-strengthening elixirs to appear in the point exchange menu. I've heard that some have gone through 20 or 30 challenges and never came across this item, said Konoha. Sujin scratched his head. He had always been an unlucky fellow, and the fact that he had been chosen to enter the Handbook's world was proof of that. But it seemed like he was lucky in this aspect. So, if you never come across a body-strengthening elixir, does that mean that an owner will never be able to strengthen his body? Asked Sujin. She shook her head and said, that's not necessarily true. Body-strengthening elixirs are just the fastest and more efficient way for one to strengthen your body, but it's not the only way. Both the challenge itself and one's personal hell domain will offer owners the chance to strengthen your body. For example, you could spend some points on doing some training. These other methods are just slower in building you up, that's all. Sujin felt enlightened suddenly and thought further along this line. If I want to strengthen my body to the point where it feels like I've taken a high-level body-strengthening elixir, how many challenges would that take? I'm not really sure about that. But I've never met any owner at that level yet, so I suppose it must be very difficult to reach that point. Konoha had no definite answer to his question and could only shake her head and make a guess. Sujin immediately reserved the high-level body-strengthening elixir. Unlike a personal hell domain, each member of the team could reserve one item in a team hell domain and it wouldn't count against the items he had already reserved in his personal hell domain. When Konoha noticed that Sujin had reserved the high-level body-strengthening elixir without hesitation, a thought struck her mind as she said, Jin, you mean you? Oh. Well, I got pretty lucky 2 times in a row and got both the low-level and mid-level ones. I don't have enough points for this high-level one, so I thought I'd just reserve it first. It's just that 6,000 points is really a lot, said Sujin with a sigh as he glanced at the price of the item. This was way higher than the price he had paid for the 2 lower-level elixirs. Team Leader Sama. Konoha suddenly hugged Sujin and even kissed him on the cheek, which made him both dazed and confused at the same time. Sorry. I'm just really so happy to hear this. You've been really lucky. Konoha quickly let go of him when she saw his awkward expression and stuck her tongue out in embarrassment before hooking his arm again. Yeah, I guess. Haha, Sujin wasn't sure how to react. A girl had never come this close to him like that before. But Konoha looked at him seriously. You've been really lucky, she reiterated. It's really useful to have a physically strong member in the team. I've met owners who were so strong that even bullets couldn't kill them. Such people are practically invincible in challenges that involve modern weaponry. I could be bulletproof. Then again, Blackie did say that his body was now comparable to Captain America's. In that case, as long as no weapon managed to hit his vital organs, it would be very difficult to kill him. And if he did manage to get his hands on that high-level body-strengthening elixir, his physical body might really become invincible. You've got to work hard to get this high-level body-strengthening elixir. That way, we'll be able to ace the modern technology challenges. She pumped her fists in support of Sujin. He laughed and reminded her, I'm pretty sure the handbook isn't going to let us become invincible. I'm sure there's some way to kill even the most physically strong without the use of supernatural powers. Tisk, Jin, you don't have a girlfriend, huh? Konoha suddenly asked with a wry smile on her face. Wah dash. Yeah, I don't. No wonder, she laughed. He blinked a few times before realizing what she was driving at. He just laughed bitterly before moving to the next topic. I'm thinking of exchanging some points for training time. What would you suggest? How many points do you have left? 50. His shoulders drooped sadly. He had finished using all the points he gained from this challenge and the leftover from the previous challenge was almost all gone too. What sort of training do you want? I want to train myself in martial arts and shooting. Sujin's body was now stronger than the average human, so he wasn't going to let that go to waste. Learning martial arts was definitely a good way to make use of this strong body. At the same time, he needed to learn how to shoot a gun now that he had black fire on hand. After thinking about it for a while, Konoha said, "You should go for the martial arts training. I can teach you how to shoot. My friend owns a shooting range in S City, so we can go there to practice." "How is that possible?" "Guns are outlawed in my country," said Sujin with a puzzled look on his face. He came from a country with extremely strict gun laws, so nobody found it profitable to run a shooting range since nobody could own guns. "I didn't say my friend was some ordinary person on the street," said Konoha with a smile. "Well then, I'll see ya later." Konoha turned and walked through the black hole to return to her own personal hell domain, while Sujin also returned to his own personal hell domain to exchange points for training. "I want to exchange points for martial arts training." His surroundings instantly transformed into a traditional-looking martial arts school. The floor was lined with linen carpets and calligraphy of martial arts-related phrases were hung on the walls. "Please choose a coach," said Blackie as a telephone booth appeared before Sujin's eyes. He walked closer to the telephone booth and a shadow of a man appeared within the booth. "What on earth, is Superman going to teach me martial arts?" Sujin nearly rolled his eyes. "The handbook will provide a coach according to the type of martial arts you want to be trained in, but if your attributes are too poor or you do not satisfy certain requirements that the coach has, the coach may refuse to teach you," said Blackie. "Oh? So what types of martial arts can I choose from?" asked Sujin. "You can choose anything from cudgel techniques, spearing techniques, boxing, kicking techniques, Thai boxing, kickboxing, and more. The handbook has several coaches for each type of martial arts," Blackie explained. "I want to learn how to use a stealth weapon. Who should I learn from?" Sujin had exchanged his points for what was basically a throwing star, so he had to maximize what it could do for him. In other words, he had to learn how to throw it unnoticeably but accurately. "Here is the list of coaches you can learn from. Please pick a name. Please bear in mind that if you are not good enough for the coach has the right to refuse to teach you." A long string of names appeared on the glass of the telephone booth and Sujin looked through the list carefully. He didn't know most of the names here, but the few he did know made his jaw drop in shock. Lee Sun-huan, Zilong Nu. Zhang Qing, the head of the Tangmen, is it that same Tangmen I'm thinking about? Sukyungshu. From Furious Sword, Mad Flowers. Sujin gawked at the names he actually recognized. These were superstars in the world of stealth weapons. Well, even though the little Li flying dagger isn't really a stealth weapon per se, Lee Sun-huan is a truly admirable character, so I'll choose Lee Sun-huan. Sujin didn't hesitate any further. The little Li flying dagger wasn't always used in secret, but it was even more dangerous and mysterious than an actual stealth weapon. There were book critics that even claimed that this weapon was some sort of clairvoyant weapon because the target would die the moment it was thrown. After making this decision, a light flashed in the telephone booth. A handsome man slowly opened the booth door and walked out. "Jiao and Jun. Lee Sun-huan. Zilong Nu. Zhang Qing. Tangmen." There's nothing in English on this, but basically this character appears in two of Gu Long's Wuxia novels, Lover's Arrow, actually written by Gu Long, and Furious Sword, Mad Flowers, written by a ghostwriter. TLDR, Sukyungshu was a beautiful but scheming woman who created a poisonous arrow that could be shot secretly, using Tangmen invented technology, and it could send her ex-lovers, who were all high-level martial artists, into a daze, thereby making them easy targets for killing. Little Li Flying Dagger. Vincent Tiao, Taiwanese actor who played a bunch of famous characters in TV dramas based on Wuxia novels in the 1990s, including Lee Sun-huan. Chapter 39, Drained of Energy. The man standing in front of Sujin right now was very familiar not only to Sujin, but possibly anybody who had watched this man's TV dramas before. A mention of the name Lee Sun-huan would definitely bring this man's face to mind. "You want to learn my little Li flying dagger technique?" Jiao and Junli Sun Huan folded his hands behind his back and looked emotionlessly at Sujin like a martial arts grandmaster. Esteemed senior, please teach me your ways. Li Sun Huan looked Sujin up and down, then shook his head. No. No. You do seem to have an aptitude for it and your body is in fairly good shape. Unfortunately, you don't have any foundation, so it's hard for you to learn this technique. Li Sun Huan shook his head again and turned to walk back to the telephone booth. Senior, wait up. So, if I get my foundation right, does that mean I'd be able to take lessons from you? Sujin asked. Li Sun Huan stopped in his footsteps and turned his head slightly. If you're able to get it right, I'll teach you. Thank you so much, senior. Sujin knew that there was no point in trying to hold Li Sun Huan back. As Blackie explained earlier, the coaches had the right to turn him away if they deemed him an unsuitable student. Since he couldn't get Li Sun Huan to teach him, he had to try another name. Eventually, he decided to choose Zhang Qing. The featherless arrow, Zhang Qing, was a character from Water Margin, one of 4 great classical novels in Chinese literature and ranked 16th among the 36 heavenly spirits, which was the Agile Star. He was also the garrison commandant of Dongchang Prefecture. The featherless arrow he used as his main weapon actually referred to the little stones in his hand that he could fling at his enemies with deadly accuracy. That part was very similar to how he would use rumor, and that was also why Sujin had chosen him as a coach. A light flashed in the telephone booth and a middle-aged man pushed the door open this time. He wore a turquoise long robe and didn't look like a military man at all. Instead, he resembled a scholar. Senior Zhang Qing. That is correct. Zhang Qing nodded. Just like Li Sun Huan, Zhang Qing looked Sujin up and down. The look in Zhang Qing's eyes made Sujin a little antsy. Was Zhang Qing going to reject him too? The structure and proportion of your body is good and you have much internal and external energy as well. You are very suitable to learn martial arts. Thankfully, Zhang Qing eventually nodded and seemed very pleased with Sujin. Sujin let out a long sigh of relief. Zhang Qing turned his palm and an ordinary stone appeared in his hand. My technique doesn't depend on the choice of weapon, but the more you have on hand, the better. I've chosen to use ordinary stones like these because you can get them anywhere and they are easily hidden. After saying that, Zhang Qing stomped his foot once and several figures appeared in the arena. None of these figures had facial features and they came in all shapes and sizes. Once they appeared, they started jumping and running in all directions. Zhang Qing flicked his wrist and one of the figures immediately collapsed to the ground. He continued to flick his wrist in various directions and he was so fast that Sujin didn't even notice that a stone had flown out at all. But every time Zhang Qing flicked his wrist, a figure would collapse and become unable to get up. Before long, every figure in the arena had fallen to the ground. That's amazing! Sujin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Anybody would be able to hit a fixed target with enough practice, but Zhang Qing had managed to not only hit moving targets, but he had also hit the head of all the targets. Now, it's your turn. You have a good body constitution, so you should be able to pick this up faster than the average person. However, you must still start from the basics. Zhang Qing stomped his foot again and fixed target boards appeared in the arena. A pile of stones also appeared next to Zhang Qing's feet from nowhere. Konoha felt a strange feeling in her heart. This odd sensation had been bugging her ever since she left her personal hell domain. She would feel it for just a few moments, then it would suddenly disappear. This really puzzled her. What's going on? I've never had this feeling before. She shook her head and was still thinking about it when she felt the couch suddenly sink a little, as if someone had plonked down next to her. But she wasn't shocked by this. A bright smile spread across her face instead. Sujin appeared next to her and his eyes were unfocused, as if he had gone into a daze. She immediately retrieved a bottle from her handbook, poured a little of the lotion it contained onto her hand and dabbed it on his face. Phew! Sujin exhaled deeply and his eyes looked a little more alert now. He leaned back weakly and shut his eyes. He was clearly extremely exhausted. You really overworked yourself. Time passes differently in your hell domain, but intensive training over a long period of time is still going to drain you of all your energy. She moved to sit across from him and placed a cup of hot tea in front of him. He massaged his face with his hands and laughed bitterly. You're right. But after suffering a little now, I'd have a higher chance of surviving the next challenge, right? I know you're the type who can really withstand pain and tough situations, but you've got to stop once you realize your training is no longer producing better results, she said out of concern. After working together on a challenge, they trusted each other a lot more now and were on much closer terms now. He nodded, then asked, I was training in there for 2 years, which means only half a day has passed in the real world, right? So it's around noon now. Yup. I've made lunch, so let's eat first. All right. I didn't feel hungry during training, so I didn't have to eat. Gosh, that means I haven't eaten anything in 2 years? Oh, how I miss eating. Sujin chuckled. He had spent the equivalent of 2 years in the real world training in there and he had hoped to stay longer, but he had reached the limit of his physical and mental energy. For an ordinary person, practicing the same thing day and night would wear a person out in a matter of hours, but Sujin spent 2 years practicing. If he had continued to stay inside there, he might have gone insane first. The first time I went for training, I stayed in there for 3 months and it took me 3 days to recover from it. You're really a lot more amazing than I was, said Konoha very seriously. But Sujin shook his head. You were right about stopping when my practice no longer yields results. I don't think I'd choose to stay in there for so long next time. After nearly collapsing from exhaustion, Sujin couldn't imagine making himself go through this all over again. Konoha brought the food she had prepared out and laid them on the table. It was simple Japanese home-cooked food and wasn't very sumptuous, but much effort had been put into each dish. Sujin nodded in approval each time he took a bite. Firstly, Konoha was a pretty good cook, but secondly, he hadn't eaten in 2 years and anything edible tasted fantastic to him now. He finally felt well again after he finished eating. But it was mostly thanks to that lotion that Konoha dabbed on his face earlier. That was a special lotion she had exchanged points for that could relieve one of exhaustion. After lunch, Sujin bade farewell to Konoha, since he was perfectly fine with leaving the house with her. This time, they exchanged phone numbers and became proper friends. We'll talk about the shooting training in a few days, okay? I need some time to recuperate. She nodded in agreement. Sure, just give me a call when you're ready for it. I don't have anything else to do here anyway. Sujin then headed back to Yayun's house and returned in time to see Yayun and Tang Ning having a chat. When Tang Ning spotted him, she immediately said, You're finally back. How could you go gallivanting all night and leave my cousin all alone at home? Ahem. Miss Tang, please, don't put it like that. Others might misunderstand, complained Sujin. Yayun grinned and didn't look like she cared at all. She said to Sujin, My cousin said she needs your support to meet some people. I want to go too and I've been begging her for hours now. Why don't you put in a good word for me? My support to meet some people? Who? The company is preparing to expand into the security business and we're hoping to become the best security company in the country. We've signed an agreement with a security company from the US and they're sending some people over to train our folks. Their flight arrives today and since we're going into this line, we shouldn't look too shabby when we receive them at the airport. Yoon says that you've improved quite a bit recently, so I wanted you to come along and beef up our image, explained Tang Ning. Sujin scratched his head. Miss Tang, this isn't within my job scope, right? Besides, we're all civilized people, right? It's not very good for us to engage in fighting and killing, don't you think? Tang Ning rolled her eyes. And why didn't you say something like that when you knocked out that poor guy at the Taekwondo school? I don't care, you're an employee of the company and I'm your superior, so I have the right to delegate the work accordingly. Tang Ning wasn't here to negotiate or plead with Sujin, so she quickly put him in his place. What about me? Yayun hooked her arm around Tang Ning's and looked at her cousin with hopeful eyes. Tang Ning wasn't giving in. She pressed a hand against Yayun's head and said, "And how do you expect me to bring you along? What if you suddenly feel the urge to hit someone and end up in some fight to the death with the trainers? I'd like to keep my job, thank you very much. Hey! I've turned over a new leaf." Yayun puffed her cheeks angrily, which only made her look like a greedy little hamster to Sujin. Yayun looked at Sujin and used her eyes to signal to him to convince Tang Ning. Sujin couldn't bear to disappoint Yayun, so he said to Tang Ning, "Why don't we just bring her along? Uncle Yu can't possibly watch her by himself, and if she suddenly does feel the urge to bash someone up, I don't think it's a good idea to leave her at home either. It'll be better if she's constantly under our watch. Hey, don't make me sound like I'm some terrorist, will you?" Yayun was clearly displeased by Sujin's method of convincing her cousin, but both Tang Ning and Sujin chose to ignore her displeasure. "Fine, we'll go with that then. But if she makes any trouble, you're in charge of cleaning it up." Tang Ning felt that what Sujin said made sense too, so she agreed to it. After all, if she brought Sujin along and Yayun got into trouble as a result, it would be her fault. Sujin eyed the overly excited Yayun and suddenly felt like he had made the wrong decision to help her convince Tang Ning. This girl definitely had some tricks up her sleeve. Tang Ning eventually drove them to the airport. Their other colleagues were already there, but Tang Ning was in charge of this part of the business and had to be there too. After they arrived at the airport, Sujin saw a number of familiar faces among the welcome team. Li's Hikai was here, and even Li Man, the female colleague he helped at the gathering the last time, was here too. "Is everything in place? Their flight is about to arrive, right? No delay?" Tang Ning asked Li's Hikai. "There's no delay announcement so far, so their flight should be on time. I heard that these trainers are all Special Forces soldiers who have retired from the US Army. They're all real experts who have actual battle experience." Li's Hikai seemed especially excited. "Well, we did ask the US side to send their best, so I'm not surprised that they have actual battle experience. Everyone, put on your best behavior, I want to give our guests a good impression," Tang Ning said to everyone. "Their flight has landed. You over there, get the welcome sign out," yelled Li's Hikai to his colleagues after checking the flight status on his phone. Chapter 40, Thor Security Services. Sujin raised an eyebrow when he saw the banner that the welcome team had prepared. He wasn't sure about what their guests would think, but he certainly didn't fancy this cutesy pink banner. "Who made this thing?" Tang Ning obviously didn't like this banner either from the way she asked Li's Hikai about it. Li's Hikai glanced at Li Man, then laughed as he said, "Well, we didn't have a lot of time to do this, so we just used whatever we had on hand. Don't scrutinize it so hard." Tang Ning frowned but didn't ask further questions because passengers from that flight were starting to stream out from the gate. It didn't take Tang Ning and her colleagues long to confirm who their guests were. After all, it was hard to miss a group of fierce and terrifying men who looked ready to kill someone on the spot. Those men started walking towards Tang Ning immediately when they saw the pink banner with their company name on it. At least the pink banner was good for one thing, it was easy to spot. "Hello, I'm the leader of the team representing Thor Security Services, you can just call me Kevin," said a muscular Caucasian man whose Mandarin was actually not bad. He looked like he was in his 30s and tattoos covered his hairy arms. The tattoos seemed to be depicting a scene from hell. Sujin made a face at the tattoos. He couldn't believe someone was actually a fan of hell. He wondered if such people would still be a fan if they had to go through the hellish world of the Handbook. "Hello, I'm Tang Ning from Stellar Skies. It's been a long journey and all of you must be tired. Let's head to the office first," said Tang Ning as she shook Kevin's hand with a smile, then turned to her colleagues. "Why are all of you still standing there? Help our guests with their things." Li's Hikai led a few other male colleagues over to help with the suitcases, but their expressions instantly faltered when they tried to carry them. These suitcases weren't very large, but they were incredibly heavy. It was simply impossible for them to even lift them off the floor, especially since most of them hardly exercised. Ha ha! I think you should just forget it. I wouldn't want my bags to hurt your little arms and legs, said a black man with equally excellent Mandarin as he burst out laughing. Li Zikai and his colleagues went red in the face and could only smile awkwardly. What's in these bags? They're really heavy. They're all equipment for training. But, if you guys are the ones we're training, then I think we might not get to use them, said the black man cheekily. Thomas, that's enough. Kevin didn't like what the other man said and glared at him to keep quiet. What are you glaring at me for? I didn't say anything wrong. You saw that yourself. These fellows can't even carry our bags. They won't make good fighters, Thomas continued to ramble on. Li Zikai and his male colleagues were feeling really awkward and Tang Ning felt pretty embarrassed too. She had called all the younger men in the company to help so that she could give Kevin and his team a good impression, but her plans had the opposite effect instead. I'll help. Just then, Sujin suddenly walked over and took the suitcase that Li Zikai had been trying to carry. It's not that heavy. Brotherly, you're so funny. After Sujin took the suitcase from Li Zikai, he even threw it from one hand to the other. This suitcase that had seemed impossible to even lift off the floor looked as light as paper in Sujin's hands. What the? Sujin's male colleagues were shocked and even the team from Thor Security Services was surprised. They knew very well how heavy those suitcases were. The suitcases were full of special training equipment and it was very hard for anybody to even lift them without going through training, never mind throw them from hand to hand. Sujin proceeded to take the suitcases from his other colleagues, using just a few fingers to carry each suitcase. He had 2 suitcases in each hand but he looked like they weighed nothing. Hi! Li Zikai and the others were speechless. They couldn't even lift those suitcases by themselves a moment ago. Sujin did look a little more muscular than them, but surely he couldn't be that much stronger. Shit, are the suitcases empty or what? Thomas couldn't believe it either. He picked up his own suitcase to check and confirmed that it was just as heavy as he remembered it. I don't think it's that heavy either. Hey, it's not nice to pretend it's heavy and make our guests carry their own bags, you know. Yayun also picked up one of the suitcases easily. Sujin's strength had been shocking, but the fact that a skinny young lady like Yayun could carry one effortlessly really flabbergasted them. What the fuck is going on? Everybody in the Thor Security Services team couldn't help but curse in shock. Kevin's eyes widened because the suitcase Yayun had chosen was his own and his suitcase was even heavier than the others. Yayun was barely 1.7 meters tall and didn't look like she had any muscles at all. How did she manage to carry his suitcase? Tang Ning's mood lifted when she saw how impressed Kevin and his team were. Her only explanation for this incredible display of strength was a flippant, "It's Kung Fu. Chinese Kung Fu, that's all." Catered dinner was waiting for everyone at the office, so everybody got into their cars and headed back to the office. Li Zikai was in the same car as Sujin, so he nudged the younger man and said, "That was pretty incredible. Do you know magic or something?" "That was some David Copperfield level magic. Brotherly, if I were as amazing as David Copperfield, I wouldn't be working my guts out in this company now. I just happened to be pretty strong." Sujin wasn't sure if he ought to laugh or cry at Li Zikai's comments. "But what about that young lady? I've never seen her before. Is she from our company too? Have we been desk-bound employees for so long that we're not even as strong as a young lady like her?" Li Zikai started doubting himself after he saw Yayun lift the suitcase so easily. In fact, all the other men in the welcome team felt the same way. "You don't have to feel bad about yourself. Maybe she seriously knows Kung Fu," said Sujin with a laugh. "Oh please. I've been to Shaolin Temple before too and I've never seen anybody with real Kung Fu there. They're all stuntmen who do things like break rocks with their chest and hold down spears with their throats." Anybody can do those things with some physics calculations, Li's Hikai scoffed. Then he glanced at Sujin and added, by the way, Li Man told me she wants to visit you at your place. Whatever for? Whatever for? You helped her the last time and she wants to thank you for it. Don't get any funny ideas, she just doesn't want to owe you anything. Sujin shrugged nonchalantly and said, sure. You guys can come over tomorrow night. Okay then. Tidy up that little apartment of yours. I know it's small, but it's more important to make sure it's clean, said Li's Hikai as he patted Sujin's shoulder. Sujin hadn't told anybody else about his new address. He didn't really have any friends in S City and there was no need to update anybody. But since Li's Hikai and Li Man wanted to come over, he had no choice but to tell them his new address. By the way, I moved recently. I'll send you my new address. Don't lose your way, said Sujin as he texted Li's Hikai his new address. Li's Hikai glanced at the message and said, sure, I'll bring her there tomorrow. The cars soon arrived at the office. Tang Ning arranged for Kevin and his team to take a rest in the meeting room, got some staff to bring them coffee and snacks, then asked Sujin and Yayun to accompany them while she went to grab her notes and other documents to discuss the training. Inside the meeting room, Thomas fiddled with a toothpick and kept looking Sujin and Yayun up and down, which made Sujin frown. Hey, since we don't have anything to do now, why don't we play a little game? Thomas asked Sujin with a bored look on his face. Sujin wanted to turn him down but Yayun gently patted his arm and there was a look of excitement in her eyes. He gave in and nodded. Sure. What game would you like to play? It's a bit small in here, so there's no space for us to stretch our arms and legs. Why don't we play arm wrestling? Do you know arm wrestling? Do you guys play that here? Or you're all glued to your computers? Haha. Thomas laughed loudly. Sujin really didn't like this Thomas person at all. He was so fidgety and spoke without any filter. Sujin didn't bother responding to any of Thomas's questions and put his elbow on the table, showing that he was ready to start an arm wrestling match. Kevin was the team leader but he didn't try to stop this arm wrestling match. He agreed that the way Thomas spoke could really test one's patience, but he also felt that there was no harm in finding some entertainment while they waited. If Thomas got into any trouble, he'd deal with Thomas individually later. Thomas's muscles looked like they were made from iron. Every fiber in his arm looked like they were full of energy and it might explode upon touching. He smiled at Yayun, flexed his muscles a little, then slowly sat down across from Sujin. All right, young man. You want to place a bet of sorts? Asked Thomas with a grin. Sure. How about, the loser gets punched by the winner? Sujin grinned back. Thomas continued to grin as he said, I like the sound of that. Do you have medical insurance? I assume your company would cover that? Looks like you might have to use that insurance soon. Oh? I'm looking forward to that. Sujin shook his wrist slightly to tell Thomas that he could go ahead. Thomas grabbed hold of Sujin's palm, then looked at Sujin as if to ask if Sujin were ready. Once Sujin nodded, he started to exert strength. But he soon realized that something was amiss. Sujin's arm seemed to be fixed to the table or something. It hadn't moved at all even though he had increased the amount of strength he used. Arm wrestling wasn't just a matter of who had more strength. It required some control as well. Thomas hadn't used all his strength earlier, but after he noticed that Sujin's arm hadn't budged, he started to use all the strength he had and his muscles looked like they were about to burst. But Sujin's expression remained as unbothered as before, since he wasn't really using much strength. He had to admit that Thomas was pretty strong, but after taking 2 body-strengthening elixirs, Thomas's strength was equivalent to the strength of a child to Sujin. Shit! Thomas clenched his teeth and exerted as much force as he could. Sujin noticed that Thomas was at his maximum, so he suddenly exerted some force and brought Thomas's arm along with his upper body down onto the meeting room table. They could feel the entire table shake violently and it nearly broke from the impact. Good God, what are you made of? Thomas muttered under his breath. Then he shook his head at Sujin and said, I've always heard about how Chinese martial artists have some special technique to release energy. Looks like those rumors were real. Of course, of course. But even without using special techniques, we can be pretty strong too. Mr. Thomas, are you ready? Sujin swung his fists. He hadn't forgotten their bet. All right then. Thomas was a little afraid of what was to come. He hadn't been able to hold up against Sujin at all earlier. But a bet was a bet, so there was no room for regrets. Sujin wasn't going to go soft on Thomas either. He was already quite annoyed by the things Thomas said earlier, so he was going to take this chance to teach Thomas a lesson. Whoosh! Sujin threw a punch at Thomas's stomach that was so swift and so powerful that his fist made a noise as it cut through the air. Chapter 41, Acting Crazy. Sujin knew that if he threw this punch with all his might, Thomas might die, so he only used 40% of his strength. But even so, Thomas flew out like a kite whose string had been broken, flying backwards, and crashed hard into the doors of the meeting room, then slumped down onto the floor and lost consciousness. The entire room fell silent. Thomas was taller than 1.9 meters and weighed at least 130 kilograms, so he was at least twice Sujin's size. Nobody could believe that Sujin managed to send someone twice his size flying like that. Oh dear! He's considered an international partner of ours, you know? You've really crossed the line. Yayun sounded like she was chiding Sujin, but she was obviously enjoying the show. Sujin's lips twitched. He didn't expect things to get so bad. He was so glad that he hadn't used every ounce of strength that he had. Otherwise he might have punched a hole in Thomas's stomach instead of making him fly across the room. Well, when he said those rude things earlier, the fact that I'm an international partner of his didn't seem to bother him either. What was done was done. Sujin wasn't going to apologize for it. It was Thomas's fault for speaking without a filter. But the rest of the team from Thor Security Services had gotten angry. All of them were seasoned fighters and coordinated their actions well as they immediately came forward to hold Sujin down. They couldn't possibly sit there and do nothing while Sujin bashed up a brother of theirs and ruined their reputation at the same time. However, Sujin's reaction time was way faster than the average human. He was already prepared to counterattack the moment the other men got up, but to his surprise, Yayun was the one who actually started fighting first. Her fighting prowess was truly incredible. Even though Sujin was now a lot stronger physically, he wasn't confident of defeating Yayun in a fight because she had technique that he didn't have. Also, Yayun was very experienced in actual fights. Any martial arts school in this city could vouch for that. Yayun's strategy was clearly to take the leader down first. She moved nimbly past everyone and was next to Kevin in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Kevin's attention was focused on Sujin, and even if he did notice Yayun approaching him, he didn't think much of it. But he soon regretted not being wary of Yayun. She grabbed hold of his arm, pulled it behind him, then used her right foot to step down on Kevin's calf from the back while keeping her own knee pressed against the back of Kevin's knee. She pulled his arm back in such a manner that his body was bent like a bow, which made it impossible for him to attack her at all. At the same time, her other hand had somehow managed to grab hold of the pen that was already on the table. She had already removed the pen cap and its sharp nib was now pointed at Kevin's jugular vein. "All of you, don't move." Yayun had no idea if the rest besides Kevin and Thomas understood any Mandarin, but she was pretty sure that her actions didn't need any explanation. Everyone immediately stopped and stared at Yayun in shock. Sujin was the most horrified as he quickly shouted, "Oh my god! Don't make things worse! Let go of him! What do you mean by don't make things worse? I've already come to the point where I don't care anymore. If you don't agree to my conditions, I'll kill him." Yayun seemed even more excited now. The pen nib inched even close to Kevin's throat and looked like it was about to pierce his skin. "Calm down. If you end up making your cousin angry by doing this, you might not get anything you want in the end. Sujin had no choice but to use Tang Ning to threaten Yayun, since Yayun seemed to listen to Tang Ning. But Yayun scoffed and kicked Kevin's butt as she yelled back, "I'm not afraid of her. You'd better agree to all my conditions, or I'll kill him." Sujin tried not to burst out laughing. This girl was obviously being dramatic, but he had no choice but to play along. Otherwise, who knew what this girl who used to threaten to commit suicide would do? "Okay, okay. Let go of him and we can talk about what you want. Let's sit down and talk nicely, how about that? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm going to state my conditions right now. 1. I want independence. I want to move into my own place. 2. Do not get anyone to follow me or watch me 24/7. 3. I want to go bungee jumping." What the? Sujin couldn't believe what he just heard. This girl had obviously planned this right from the start. She had intended to threaten a business partner in order to force her parents into letting her have what she wanted. And if she succeeded in getting her way, Sujin was sure he was going to get blamed for this. "You're still taking your time to consider? I'll slice his arm off first then." Yayun looked a little panicky and she raised her voice to scare Sujin. But Sujin was no longer worried when he saw the fear in her eyes. She had planned all of this, but she didn't dare to actually do anything to hurt someone else. If her parents were here, she might revert to being the good girl she usually was if they told her to. "Yayun, I hear you're gonna slice someone's arm off? I'd bet you don't have the guts to do so." Just then, Tang Ning marched into the meeting room with a pile of documents in hand. Sujin immediately noticed that Yayun's gaze trembled slightly. Sis, Yayun even started to stammer. Tang Ning narrowed her large eyes and said threateningly, "If you let go of Mr. Kevin now, I will take it that nothing ever happened." Yayun looked like she was in a dilemma, but a few seconds later, she gritted her teeth and yelled, "No. I've taken a huge risk to come this far. I'm not leaving with nothing." Tang Ning wasn't upset by her cousin's retort. She nodded thoughtfully and said, "You're right. This is the most meticulous plan I've ever seen you come up with, so I think it's only fair that you walk out of this place with something. Tell you what, I'll agree to your third condition." "Really?" Yayun looked like she didn't expect this at all. She blinked several times and asked, "You're good with my third condition?" "Yes, I've agreed to it. Also, don't worry, I guarantee you that your parents won't make any protest. But, we will still decide who goes with you." Yayun let go of Kevin and she only handed the pen over when Tang Ning stretched a hand out towards her. Sujin rolled his eyes as he said, "For the sake of going bungee jumping, you went so far as to hold someone hostage. You don't know the backstory, so you don't understand." Yayun had a mysterious look on her face when she said this and Sujin wasn't sure if he should believe her or not. Tang Ning patted Sujin's shoulder and sighed. "Stay calm at all times. You'll get used to this girl. It isn't the first time she's pulling a stunt like this. Also, I'll have to trouble you to accompany her bungee jumping." "No way." Sujin wasn't afraid of most things, but he was really afraid of heights. An activity like bungee jumping would never make it to his bucket list. "No way am I letting you say no way," said Tang Ning with a big grin as she patted his shoulder. "Now I know why you didn't want to bring her along." Sujin pulled a long face. Even though Yayun hadn't actually injured anyone, she did pose a threat to most people. It was little wonder that Tang Ning had been unwilling to let her tag along. Tang Ning told Sujin and Yayun to leave the room, then smiled as she apologized to Kevin and his team. "I'm really sorry about this, Mr. Kevin. My cousin is really... It's all right. Both of them are real fighters, perfect in both strength and technique. Are they the trainers from your company whom we will be working with?" Kevin wasn't offended and actually showed his admiration for the two of them. Tang Ning shook her head and laughed. No, those two, if you need troublemakers, no problem, but if you need security personnel, you've got to look elsewhere. I'll still be counting on everyone here to train our staff." "That's too bad. But if it's possible, I hope that we could get more chances to interact with the both of them. Also, could you call a doctor for my subordinate over there, said Kevin calmly as he pointed at the unconscious Thomas by the door. Of course. Tang Ning smiled. Meanwhile, Suchin and Yayun were walking around the office. It seemed like it was Yayun's first time visiting the office. She kept asking him questions and looked about with a curious look on her face. When did you start being so unrestrained? Suchin wasn't sure how else to describe Yayun's behavior. Yayun continued skipping along and said, I'm not going to answer you. Why? Like I said before, you don't know the backstory. If I could live like an ordinary person, I'd definitely be the good daughter my parents want me to be and I'd find a nice boy to settle down with. But unfortunately, that's not the case for me. What's happened? You can see your future? You saw a vision of how the world got destroyed and so you decided to just live life in any way you want, remarked Suchin casually as he waved at his colleague to greet him, then realized that Yayun had suddenly stopped walking and was staring at him in shock. Well, you're quite close. Yayun broke into a smile after snapping out of her initial shock. For that moment, Suchin felt like this seemingly outrageous girl was really facing some trouble of her own. You know, I've said this before, if you're facing any difficulties or if you're worried about something, you can talk to me about it. I know, perhaps you don't see us as friends and I guess that's only normal but if you don't mind, I don't mind being your friend. Suchin rambled a bit in between nervously probably because he did really like this crazy girl. Yayun didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. She waited until he was done talking, then nodded slightly and smiled. Of course we're friends. It's not easy to find someone who's still willing to talk to me after getting bashed up by me for an entire month. Looks like you've discovered one of my strengths. You've got a body that can take a beating. I'm resilient. If you say so. When are we going bungee jumping? I'm not going bungee jumping. My cousin said you have to. So when are we going? Little Miss Trouble, can we talk about something else? No way. Tang Ning's discussion with Kevin went very smoothly. Thor Security Services was willing to be trainers for Stellar Sky's new security subsidiary. Also, after Thomas regained consciousness, the first thing he did wasn't to get angry at Suchin but to start insisting that he wanted to learn Chinese Kung Fu from Suchin. The next morning, Suchin returned to his rented bungalow after he had bought a pile of groceries. Even though Li Man was just dropping by to thank him formally, he felt that it was common courtesy to ask her to stay for a meal. This was the first time a female colleague was coming to visit him and he didn't want to seem rude. You've bought so much food and you're just passing it all to me. Konoha glared at Suchin. I'll leave this food in your good hands, teammate San. Suchin bowed deeply towards Konoha. Chapter 42, Suchin the Scion. Li's Hikai and Li Man arrived outside Suchin's place slightly after 7 p.m. Their first thought when they saw the bungalow was that they must have come to the wrong place, so they walked down the road again but couldn't find a second place with the same address. Eventually, they called Suchin and confirmed that this huge bungalow was indeed where Suchin was living. What's going on? Are you some rich man's son pretending to be poor? Or a government official in plain clothes hoping to get in touch with the underground? Li's Hikai stared in amazement at Suchin's house. He could hardly believe that the young man who used to live in some tiny place in a basement would live in such a place now. Oh, this place belongs to my friend. He's gone overseas so he let me stay here for the time being, said Suchin casually. But Li's Hikai wasn't going to be fooled so easily. He grinned and said, oh please, you can't fool me. Your friend could have rented this place out for at least 20 or 30 grand a month. You mean your friend isn't interested in that sort of money? He doesn't like the idea of someone he doesn't know staying at his place and he's not short of money anyway. Okay, no need to explain to me. It's none of my business anyway. As long as you know what you're doing. Li's Hikai shook his head and continued his slow tour of the house, refusing to listen to Suchin explain his situation. Meanwhile, Mandy's eyes were wide as she stared at the house in awe. Her mind had automatically classified Sujin as some rich man's son who was just pretending to be an average guy all this time. So that was why he bashed up the mayor's son without even thinking, she thought. Brother Su, if you hadn't helped me out the last time, I would definitely have been taken advantage of, so, thank you very much for doing that. Li Man no longer spoke to Sujin haughtily and her voice was even softer than before. Of course, Sujin could tell what Li Man was trying to do. He just smiled politely and didn't say anything. The last thing he wanted was to have anything to do with her. But just because he didn't want to have anything to do with her didn't mean Li Man thought the same. She was one of the few pretty young ladies of stellar skies, so she was very picky about who she went out with. She despised all the male colleagues of her rank but couldn't get any chance to work with higher management. Now that she had assumed that Sujin was rich, there was no way she was letting go of him so easily. Brother Su, since I'm here to thank you, why don't you let me treat you to dinner? I know of a pretty nice place and I think we can still get seats at this hour. Li Man looked so imploringly at Sujin, it was as if she was ready to swallow him whole. No need, we can just have dinner here. Sujin was creeped out by the way Li Man was staring at him and quickly started making his way towards the kitchen. Li Man was pleasantly surprised by this offer and said with a smile, Brother Su, you know how to cook too? My mother always said that men who know how to cook are kind and considerate. Haha. I don't know how to cook, but I've got someone in the house who knows how to, said Sujin as he laughed awkwardly before yelling into the kitchen, are you almost done? Yup, almost done. You can ask your guests to make themselves comfortable at the dining table. The sound of Konoha's voice coming from the kitchen made the smile on Li Man's face freeze instantly. There's another woman in the house? It must be his family nanny or someone like that, Li Man assured herself as she quickly fixed her smile. She had to make sure Sujin saw her most perfect side all the time. Li Man was extremely confident in her looks. She came from a low-income family, but she was born with naturally pretty features and the perfect figure. Even those women from rich families with access to expensive makeup and skincare products would look lackluster next to her. She was very certain that if she had hailed from a rich family, she wouldn't lose to anyone in the looks department, not even to the hottest celebrities. She was also very sure that Sujin would eventually fall for her charms. But she also knew that she had to take the initiative when it came to these rich men, so she walked towards the kitchen and called out sweetly, Brother Su, I can help. No. How could I let our guest help? Just then, Konoha emerged from the kitchen with a plate of food. She was dressed in a blue dress and a pale yellow apron, while her black lustrous locks were tied into a bun behind her head. A few stray strands had slipped out from the bun and covered her forehead. Sujin couldn't help but go into a daze when he saw Konoha dressed like this. Her looks and figure were always so perfect that he felt that she was unattainable and never harbored any ideas about her. But today, he was mesmerized for a moment by her approachable and homely look. He wasn't alone. Li's Hikai was blown away by her beauty and even Li Man suddenly felt her confidence collapse. She had been so sure of her looks and figure just seconds ago, only to clearly lose to Konoha in both aspects. Jin, this young lady is. Li's Hikai could tell that Li Man was interested in Sujin and thought he could help her out. He didn't expect another woman in the house. Before Sujin could say anything, Konoha spoke up first, Hello. My name is Konoha and I'm living together with Brother Su. Living together. These two words hit Li Man like a brick and Li's Hikai looked like he had trouble processing this new piece of information. Sujin was equally speechless. Describing their situation like this without any details would definitely make everyone's imagination run wild. But he quickly also realized that Konoha was actually trying to help him out of this sticky situation with an overly enthusiastic Li Man. Yet. That's right. Sorry I didn't tell you guys. Sujin walked over to Konoha and put an arm around her shoulder. But the moment his hand landed on her shoulder, she put her hand around his waist and gave him a good pinch, causing him to nearly double over in pain. Li Man felt so frustrated when she saw how intimate Sujin and Konoha were but couldn't do anything about it. She grabbed her bag and said to Sujin, "Well, I'm done with my visit then. Bye." She turned around and marched towards the front door, leaving Li's Hikai alone with the couple. He felt equally awkward and grinned sheepishly at Sujin before turning to say to Konoha, "Nice to meet you, Miss Kono. It's not safe for a young lady to walk around by herself at this hour, so I'm going to send Li Man home." "Thanks, brotherly." Sujin smiled at Li's Hikai while enduring the pain in his side. Li's Hikai shook his head and quickly ran after Li Man. Once the two of them had left the house, Sujin hurriedly let go of Konoha and she let go of him as well. She laughed merrily and said, "Did your pain sensitivity drop after drinking those body-strengthening elixirs? You didn't have to pinch me so hard." Sujin started massaging his sore ribs vigorously. She rolled her eyes at him and walked back into the kitchen to get the rest of the food. When she walked out again, she burst out laughing when she saw that Sujin had already taken his seat at the dining table and looked all ready to start eating. He mumbled awkwardly, "You've already cooked all this food, so I wouldn't want it to go to waste. Seriously though, that girl was rather pretty. Why don't you like her?" Konoha put the food down, then poured Sujin a glass of red wine, as if she were really a sweet and dutiful wife. Sujin started eating the food hungrily and gave her a big thumbs up for the delicious food. "I can't possibly fall in love with every pretty woman, right? Besides, she's nowhere as pretty as you are. You've raised my standards so high. Ah, how sweet of you. But I didn't add any honey to the food." Konoha laughed as she happily accepted Sujin's compliments. She poured herself a glass of red wine too and they clinked glasses. "By the way, how did you know I don't like Li Man?" asked Sujin curiously. Konoha had obviously detected this early on, which was why she had helped him out. "It was pretty obvious. You looked at her like she was the most burdensome thing in the world," replied Konoha with a faint smile as she took a sip of red wine. Sujin gave her another big thumbs up, then asked curiously while eating, I realized you've cooked Chinese food today. I didn't know you knew how to cook Chinese dishes too. I learned during my time in my personal hell domain." "It didn't take me long to pick it up anyway," said Konoha as she stuck her tongue out a little shyly. "I like to eat these dishes too anyway. So I might as well learn how to cook them myself instead of having to go to a restaurant." Sujin was more than happy to hear that Konoha had such a wonderful hobby. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. It wasn't a number he recognized. "Hello, are you one of Suqing's family members?" "I am Suqing's homeroom teacher, Lu Ying," a middle-aged woman's voice came over the phone. Sujin was surprised to hear that this was a call from his younger sister's homeroom teacher. He quickly responded, "Hello, Ms. Lu. I'm Suqing's older brother. Did something happen to Suqing? Please don't be alarmed, it's nothing very serious. I just wanted to inform you that Suqing's grades have fallen very badly recently. I know she lives in the school dormitory and rarely goes home, so I was afraid that she might be mixing with the wrong company or there might be some other reason for this sudden drop in her grades. After much consideration, I thought it would be better to check in with her family first." "I see, thanks for calling, Ms. Lu. I'll head over to the school tomorrow and talk to her about what's going on." Suqing had always been an obedient girl and did well in school. He was surprised to hear her teacher say that her grades had fallen badly and wondered if it was because he had given her too much money the last time. "Yes, I was hoping you could do that. But I also hope that you could be sensitive and listen to her as well, especially since Suqing is at an age where she might not take advice from her family members very well if you're too harsh," said Lu Ying patiently. "Sure, I'll take note of that. Thank you so much for letting me know, Ms. Lu." "Don't say that. As Suqing's homeroom teacher, I'm just doing what I ought to." "Sorry to interrupt your day," said Lu Ying. "Thank you. Bye." Sujin hung up and started frowning immediately. If Suching had really started misbehaving because she suddenly had the money to do so, then he shouldn't have transferred her so much in the first place. "What's wrong?" asked Konoha when she saw the deep frown on Sujin's face. He tapped his nose and smiled sadly, "Nothing. My younger sister is now at the height of her teenage years, so I'm going to visit her in school tomorrow to rectify any bad decisions someone her age might make." Konoha immediately shook her head in response. She would have loved to help, but it wasn't her place to. Early the next morning, Sujin seemed to be in turbo mode as he took the first flight out of S City and made the long journey all the way back to his hometown, finally arriving in the evening. He didn't tell his sister that he was coming at all. He was going to spring a surprise inspection on her. It's common for the rich families to have their own in-house cook who's usually an older and married female too, doubles up as a maid or nanny for the family's children, shuttling between the parents and the children's houses if necessary. Chapter 43, Eating into Him. Sujin arrived at his sister's school and met up with Lu Ying almost immediately. Lu Ying was in her 40s and looked like a very strict sort of teacher. "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I'll write you a note, you can just show this to the female dormitory warden and she'll let you in," said Lu Ying as she quickly filled out a visitor form for Sujin. "It's not appropriate for a grown man like me to just walk in like that, no." Sujin was a little hesitant. He had visited the female dormitory himself when he was a student and knew very well what sort of dangers lurked in that place. He had been pretty traumatized back then. "It's fine. We don't have a lot of students living on campus, so you'll be fine as long as you don't walk into the wrong place." Lu Ying went back to marking her students' homework. Sujin thanked her, then headed for the female dorms with the note he had gotten from Lu Ying. When he got to the dormitory, he realized why Lu Ying wasn't worried at all. The dormitory was a very simple and open 3-story building. If anything happened to the girls, they just needed to scream and the entire school would hear it. The dormitory warden was a lady in her 50s who just waved him in without even looking at the note carefully. Sujin found his sister's room with the information Lu Ying had given him, only to find that she wasn't in the room. The dust on her doorknob told him that she hadn't been inside the room for several days now. His expression darkened. "Getting bold now, huh?" he thought. He couldn't believe his younger sister actually started staying elsewhere without telling her family. "Hello there, do you know where Suching is?" Sujin asked the girl staying in the room next to Suching's. Unfortunately, Sujin had arrived after school hours. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the classrooms to look for her. The girl was very helpful as she replied, "Suching? She doesn't stay here anymore. I think she's staying with Yang Mengmeng." "Yang Mengmeng?" Sujin blinked. That sounded like a girl's name. "Yeah, she's the girl who sells dumplings just outside the school. You'll definitely see it once you step out of the main gate," said the girl as she pointed the way out to Sujin. "Thanks." Sujin smiled at her gratefully and quickly walked out of the dormitory. After he left, the few girls in the dormitory started talking about him. The girl who talked to him looked infatuated as she said, "Was that Suching's boyfriend? He's so handsome." "Handsome? I don't think that's the right word. But there's something about him that makes one feel very comfortable around him," said another girl. The first girl thought about it for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Sujin's looks were only average, but after going through 2 challenges and 2 years of training inside his personal hell domain, he carried himself very differently now. He used to be just another man on the street whom nobody would even take notice of, but now, he was like a highly polished sword outside of its sheath, attracting attention everywhere he went. When Sujin walked into the school earlier, he had noticed a shop just outside the school, so he knew which place the girl was talking about. The place looked like it was both a shop front as well as a home for residents. It was only slightly past 8 p.m. but the shop was already closed. The front of the shop was made from a panel of wooden planks and the entire front was sealed. Sujin knocked on the wooden planks but nobody responded, so he started knocking harder. To his surprise, someone on the inside slammed something heavy against the back of the wooden plank. Sujin raised an eyebrow and was about to say something when he heard a voice yell out from inside. "Go away! If you guys make trouble for us again, I'm going to call the police." "Meng Meng, you've got to pull yourself together. She's really inside." Sujin recognized his younger sister's voice immediately. But judging from what she said, it seemed like she was being harassed. "How dare you tell your older brother to go away? I'm going to spank you for being rude," yelled Sujin. Wait, what?" Suqing was about to curse at Sujin when she suddenly froze as she recognized her own brother's voice. There was a rustling noise as one of the wooden planks was removed and Suqing stuck her head out. Sujin immediately rapped his knuckles on her head and she yelped. But after that, she squeezed out from between the wooden planks and threw herself into his arms. "You're here." Suqing held onto her brother and refused to let go. Sujin sighed and couldn't find it in himself to be angry with his sister. He gently patted her head of fine and soft hair and she rubbed her head against his palm. "Hey, don't think that you can get away by pretending to be a cute little girl. What's going on?" Sujin purposely put on a stern expression to exert his authority as her older brother. "Come in first." Suqing's eyes darted about, then pulled Sujin into the shop. After Sujin entered the shop, he realized that there was another girl inside. She looked around the same age as Suqing and she was staring at him. The shop used old tungsten bulbs, so the light was bright but yellowish, which made the girl look especially frail. "Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Yang Meng Meng. Meng Meng, this is my older brother, Sujin." Suqing hooked an arm around Sujin's and looked like she was about to make an extremely important announcement. "Hello, brother Su." Yang Meng Meng spoke very softly, like an easily frightened bunny. "Hello, Meng Meng." Sujin nodded, then looked around the shop. The shop space was very small and there was no second story nor separate room. Besides the kitchen, the only other thing in the shop lot was a double bed, which meant that Suqing and Yang Meng Meng were the only ones staying here. "Have a seat." Suqing got Sujin a stool. Sujin sat down, looked at Suqing and asked calmly, "Ms. Liu called me and said that your grades have been slipping recently, then I found out you're no longer staying on campus. Don't you think you owe me an explanation for this?" Suqing was mentally prepared that her brother would ask about what was going on, so she made a face and was about to start explaining the situation when the sound of someone banging against the wooden planks echoed in the small shop. "Come out, you two. I know you're in there. Did you think you'd be safe inside? If you don't hand the shop over today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." There were a number of voices yelling from outside, so there was more than one man outside the shop. Sujin saw the two girls instantly tense up and guessed that this must be the issue affecting his sister. He got up to walk towards the shop front but Suqing pulled him back. "Don't go out. They're nothing but a bunch of gangsters. If we ignore them, they'll eventually go away." But immediately after she said that, the banging noise from outside grew even louder. The men outside were attempting to break the planks. Yang Meng Meng trembled frantically and even the usually brave Suqing started feeling scared. Sujin patted his sister's hand to assure her, then walked to the front. He followed the noise and pulled the wooden plank there aside. "Oh my God!" The man trying to break the plank was shocked to see the plank suddenly disappear. "I see the two girls have gotten a man to help them out. And you think that would make a difference? Do you know who the hell I am? I'm the big brother around here. Young man, if you know what's good for you, fuck off, or I'll break your legs." Standing outside the shop were 6 men in their 20s who looked like thugs. The one speaking was only about 1.6 meters tall and wore chains all over himself. His fashion sense was very weird. Sujin slapped the man across the cheek without saying a word. This time, he knew how much strength to use. The man stumbled backwards after being slapped and his cheek instantly swelled up. The other men didn't expect Sujin to suddenly strike like that, so they stood in stunned silence even after Sujin had slapped their leader. My sister has only one big brother and that's me. If you want to be her big brother, I can send you to hell right now and you can reincarnate as her brother in your next life, spat Sujin frostily. These men were clearly just small-time hooligans, yet they were so daring. This was a very unsafe place for his sister, he thought. Why, you! How dare you slap me? All of you, thrash him, yelled the man as he clutched his cheek in pain. Sujin's slap had broken several of his teeth and his mouth was filled with blood. The other 5 immediately charged towards Sujin. If Sujin were still that ordinary office employee of the past, these 5 men might have ended up killing him. But now, these fellows weren't even enough for a warm-up. In mere seconds, Sujin had given each of the 5 men a slap across the cheek as well. In fact, he had slapped every single one in the same place, so all of them clutched the same cheek and wailed in pain on the ground. Come on, let's go. Let's go. The leader could see that they were no match for Sujin, so it was better to just run for it. They had come to threaten the 2 high school girls only to run off with their tails between their legs. Suqing and Yang Mengmeng were still in shock from Sujin's first slap. By the time they snapped out of their daze, all the men had disappeared out of sight. Sujin sat back down on his stool and cupped his face with both hands. He could sense this angry sort of restlessness inside him threatening to gush out from within his body, and there was something very wrong about it. It was probably the power of the Demon Lord taking its effect on him. After he started using the Demon Lord's spirit power, he started feeling this odd restlessness inside. It usually disappeared almost instantly, but after he punched Thomas the day before and slapped those men earlier, Sujin realized that this rage wasn't normal. It was a rage that didn't come from himself. He had already guessed that bad things would happen once he started using the Demon Lord's spirit power, but in a life and death situation, he didn't have a choice. The good part was that the Demon Lord was eating into him at a fairly slow pace, so he still had time to prepare himself for what was to come. Calm down, he told himself. The Demon Lord's hold over me isn't too strong yet, so as long as I keep myself in check, I should be okay. Sujin's quickened breathing slowly calmed down. When he took his hands away from his face and looked up again, he saw that Suqing and Yang Mengmeng were both looking at him like he was their hero and their eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 44, The Vamp. I've known you all my life and I never knew you were this amazing. Brother Su, you're amazing. Those men are from one of the most powerful gangs around here and everyone's really scared of them. The 2 girls were in awe of Sujin's heroic actions earlier. But Sujin was getting really worried. If this went on, he might lose the morals and values he believed in. Would he still be himself if that happened? Don't treat violence as something to be celebrated. Why were those people here? Suqing started explaining everything in detail to her older brother. It turned out that this dumpling shop was actually owned by Yang Mengmeng and her mother. Yang Mengmeng's mother was ill and had to be hospitalized, but they couldn't afford the hospital fees, so Yang Mengmeng had no choice but to ask her father for help even though her parents were already divorced. Yang Mengmeng's father had already remarried, and not only was he unwilling to help with the bills after hearing what happened, he even started scheming how he could take over the little shop his ex-wife owned. On the contrary, it was his new wife who was magnanimous and willing to help. She eventually gave Yang Mengmeng $10,000 2 days later. Yang Mengmeng gratefully accepted the money and went to the hospital to pay the bills. She thought everything would get better from then on, but it was only the beginning of her nightmare because those gangsters started appearing at the shop. The money that the new wife gave to Yang Mengmeng wasn't her own money at all. Instead, the new wife had used the dumpling shop as a guarantee to borrow $30,000 from those gangsters, giving $10,000 to Yang Mengmeng and keeping the remaining $20,000 for herself. The new wife was someone with some clout in this area as well because she was related to someone in that gang. So, even though Yang Mengmeng and her mother were victims, the gangsters refused to let her off no matter how hard Yang Mengmeng tried to explain things. They wanted to repossess her shop and collect the interest of the debt from her. At this point, the interest was even higher than the original loan itself, so it was impossible for Yang Mengmeng to repay them. So, they decided to get violent. Did you girls call the police? Sujin frowned in disbelief. The government had a tough stance towards gangsters, so they were either all in jail or operating covertly, not boldly banging on doors and threatening schoolgirls like that. We didn't dare to call the police. Mengmeng is all alone at home and her mother is still in the hospital. If we call the police and they fail to apprehend the gangsters, things will only get worse and it could also affect her mother's treatment, explained Suqing. Sujin nodded. He understood where the two girls were coming from. Yang Mengmeng had taken everything upon herself and was afraid that the police would tell her mother about what happened if she called them for help. Her mother wouldn't be able to rest well in the hospital if that happened. While the two girls had the best of intentions, they weren't mature enough to handle the situation. They were best friends, so Yang Mengmeng told Suqing about her situation, and because Suqing was worried about Yang Mengmeng, her grades slipped and she even moved in with Yang Mengmeng. Both of you are brave young ladies, but you are also a little too rash and you've not covered every possibility. Just imagine, what would have happened if I weren't here just now? What if they managed to remove the planks and get in here? Do you know how dangerous your situation is? Sujin spoke very sternly to them. They had good reasons for doing what they did, but it endangered their lives and he felt that he should not condone such behavior. Suqing and Yang Mengmeng hung their heads and he knew they understood the gravity of the situation. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll go settle this matter tonight. You two just stay put here and call me if anything happens. Where are you going at this hour? Why don't you wait till tomorrow?" Suqing pulled her brother back. Sujin glared at her to tell her to stay put, then patted her head to assure her. After Yang Mengmeng told him where her father stayed, they replaced the wooden plank he yanked out earlier, made sure it was safely in place, and then, Sujin left the shop. Since this entire problem started with Yang Mengmeng's father's current wife, it had to end with her. Actually, Sujin didn't have to do anything about this whole situation. In fact, he didn't really feel bothered by this matter at all. But the more unbothered he was, the more worried he felt. He knew he was different from before. In the past, even if he didn't have the means to do anything about the situation, he would have at least felt angry or aggrieved. But now, he didn't feel anything. This change of heart made him very worried, so he decided that he had to do the right thing. If he was going to become completely evil, then he had to do as much good as he could before that happened. And perhaps, if he did more good deeds now and felt more love and warmth from others, evil might not seep into him so quickly. It was past 10 p.m. by the time Sujin arrived at his destination. The lights in the house were still on, so he marched up to the door and knocked on it. A woman in very thick makeup opened the door. Sujin nearly burst out laughing. This woman was so vampish, she fit the stereotypical look of a man's mistress in dramas and movies. "Who are you looking for?" asked the woman. "Is this Yang Qian's home?" asked Sujin with a faint smile. "Who's looking for me?" said a man from inside before walking to the door. He wore a pair of glasses and had a nice blue tie on his neat white shirt. From just his outward appearance, no one would have guessed that he was such a heartless man. "Hello, Mr. Yang. My name is Sujin and I would like to talk to you about your daughter." Sujin went straight to the point in hope of settling this matter as quickly as possible. "Mengmeng? What's happened to her? Her mother and I are already divorced and her mother is now her legal guardian." "Please look for her mother instead," said Yang Qian impatiently as he pushed his glasses up. "Her mother is now in the hospital for treatment, so I'm afraid you will need to help to deal with certain matters since you are her father," said Sujin icily with a frown. "Didn't you hear what my husband said? Look for her mother instead. Are you deaf? Get lost." The woman reached out to push Sujin away from her door. Sujin shifted slightly and flicked his fingers at her in a place that was out of their line of sight. It was a simple technique for stealth weapons, and this flick was enough for her to lose her balance and end up falling flat on her face. Ouch! She wailed in pain as she landed on the rough cement floor. The skin of her palms were grazed and she started wailing even more loudly when she saw that she was bleeding. "How dare you hit her? I'm going to call the police," said Yang Qian as he pointed a finger at Sujin. Sujin glanced at him and said calmly, "Mr. Yang, I'd advise you to watch your mouth. It was your wife who tried to push me and all I did was to dodge it. Did you expect me to stand there and let her push me instead? Why, you..." Yang Qian didn't know what to say to that. It did look like his wife was the one who tried to push Sujin and landed on the floor only because she lost her balance while doing so. "Why are you still reasoning it out with him? Call my younger brother and his men to come over right now. I'm going to make sure they beat this boy to a pulp." The woman held up her bloodied hands and did look rather pitiful. Yang Qian pulled his phone out to make a call while Sujin ignored their antics and continued saying what he came here to say. "Your ex-wife is now in hospital for treatment and your daughter, Yang Mengmeng, came here to ask if you could help with the hospital bills. You refused to help, but your wife did. She gave Yang Mengmeng $10,000. Did you know about that? Hello? Gozi? Come over here quickly. Someone's bullying your older sister." Yang Qian ignored Sujin once the other side picked up the phone. Sujin wasn't bothered either and continued, "But where did this $10,000 come from? Your wife used your ex-wife's store as a guarantee to borrow $30,000, gave Yang Mengmeng $10,000 and took the remaining $20,000 for herself. And now, the moneylenders are forcing Yang Mengmeng to pay up. What are your thoughts on that?" Yang Qian pursed his lips angrily. He didn't know that his wife had done such a thing. At the same time, tears welled up in his wife's eyes as she yelled at him, "Yang Qian, I did this for your own good. Those two burdensome women keep trying to take advantage of you. If I don't teach them a lesson, you won't be able to live in peace. But, you've gone a little overboard too. How much trouble could those two women give me?" said Yang Qian quietly as he tried to calm her down. "That's bullshit. Don't you know what that mother and daughter is up to? They can see that we're childless, so they're waiting to gobble up your assets once you're dead. If I didn't find a way to keep them off your back, those two would definitely find a way to kill you sooner or later," the woman shrieked back. Sujin could hardly believe what he was hearing. This woman was making up an even better story than the one he had deduced out of Fengzi town. Yang Qian was obviously afraid of his wife, so even though this woman's view of the other two women was clearly twisted, he didn't speak up. Sujin could only sigh and said, "I'm not going to comment on anything else. I'm just here to say that your wife's the one who borrowed the money, so she ought to be the one to repay the loan. It's hard enough for Yang Mengmeng and her mother to make ends meet. I'd advise you not to burn bridges like this." Just when Yang Qian started to hesitate, the sound of metal hitting the floor could be heard from downstairs. A man shouted, "Who the fuck is making trouble for my older sister? Are you tired of living?" Sujin found this voice and manner of speech very familiar, but couldn't place it. But before he could recall who this voice belonged to, 6 men came walking towards him. Once he saw their faces, he immediately chuckled. These were the exact same 6 men he slapped outside Yang Mengmeng's shop earlier. "You, how dare you find your way to my sister? Brothers, show your weapons," shouted the leader. All 6 of them immediately brandished the knives they were holding. But despite being armed, the 6 of them were still a little afraid of Sujin and none of them moved. Sujin tapped his nose and chortled, "So, this whole thing was an inside job. What a great deal. Gozi, what are you waiting for? Beat him up now. Chop one of his legs off too. Don't worry about anything else, I'll clean up the mess for you," the vampish woman yelled at the leader of the 6 men. "Are you guys here because you realized your faces are asymmetrical now and you'd like me to help you fix that problem?" Sujin grinned at the 6 men. Everything the vamp said earlier had really riled him up and he was looking for a place to vent his frustrations. And now, a few punching bags had come knocking on his door. Chapter 45, God of the Soil. The 6 men were a little wary after Sujin taught them a lesson earlier, but they were a little emboldened by the weapons in their hands, so they started charging towards Sujin. These thugs were actually a really difficult lot to deal with. They made a lot of trouble for everyone in town, but it was hard to actually charge them with any crimes. On top of that, they were locals and also had a lot of friends in high places. If they really committed a major crime, they could find a place to hide themselves fairly easily without being found for a long time. This made these local gangsters complacent and unafraid of the consequences, so they were also vicious when it came to fights. If Sujin didn't have super strength, these fellows would have definitely been able to saw one of his legs off. The 6 men were charging towards him with all their might, but they seemed to move very slowly to Sujin. It was too hard to dodge their attacks since the corridor was very narrow, so Sujin decided to just meet them head-on. He suppressed the violent streak surging in his heart, then slapped each of them once. All 6 of them ended up flinging their knives away and howled miserably as they clutched their painful cheeks. The vampish woman was surprised that a nice and decent-looking boy like Sujin turned out to be such a fierce fighter. She shivered all over and quietly moved towards the door, hoping to secretly sneak back into the house. Sujin immediately blocked her way and said, "If these hooligans are the only help you can get, then I'd advise you to put an end to this matter right now. Of course, if you prefer to call the police, I'll cooperate with the police too." There was no way she was calling the police. She knew that all these men dabbled in illegal dealings and calling the police would only get them into more trouble. Besides, since these men were well-known gangsters around here, the police would definitely think that they were the ones at fault. Just then, Goze's phone started ringing. His eyes lit up when he saw the number, as if he just saw a ray of hope. "Hello? Big Bwather, the Tubamakur at the shop is now at my sister's house. The troublemaker at the shop is now at my sister's house. Come and save us please, come and save us please." Both of Goze's cheeks were swollen and he couldn't speak clearly. Even Sujin didn't think the person on the other end of the line could understand. "Pass it to me." Sujin walked over to Goze and stretched his arm out. Goze quickly handed his phone over. He was genuinely afraid of Sujin after he had slapped him twice. This wasn't the first time Goze had gotten slapped, but this was definitely the first time someone had slapped him so hard that he lost teeth. "Hello? This fucking Goze? What the fuck are you talking about? Speak properly," said the man on the other line. "Hello." I think what he was trying to say just now was that the person who hit them at the shop earlier is at his older sister's place now, and he wants you to save them. "What? Who are you?" "I'm that person who hit them." The other end fell silent for a moment, then the man began to cackle. "Ha ha! What great timing! I was still thinking of ways to track you down. Those men over there are just my subordinates, so don't make life difficult for them anymore. Come over to meet me and we can have a good chat." "What's this, a trap?" Sujin chuckled. These gangsters were clearly very confident that Sujin couldn't do anything about them. "To put it simply, those 2 girls are now with me. You can choose whether you want to come over or not." The other party hung up without waiting for Sujin's response, then sent an address via text message. Sujin narrowed his eyes, and if one looked very closely, you could see that his eyelid was quivering very slightly but at very high speed. If Suching were here, she would know immediately that her brother was about to blow his top. He could feel a fire burning furiously from deep within his heart, and he started gnashing his teeth so loudly that everyone around him felt their scalps go numb in fear. He took his phone out and tried calling Suching, but nobody picked up. The other party wasn't lying when he said that he had the 2 girls. "Goze, was it? Why don't you take me to this place?" After a while, the gnashing sound stopped. Sujin grabbed Goze by his ponytail and dragged him along. Goze yelped in pain but didn't dare to fight back. Once Sujin was out of sight, everyone couldn't help but shiver in fear. They felt like they had just been to hell and back. "What's going to happen to Goze?" asked the vampish woman with a trembling voice. Yang Qian was a lot calmer than her. He took a deep breath and glared hard at his wife, but his words were still comforting. Don't worry. Goze's boss is involved now, so everything will turn out okay. That young fellow is just asking for it. Meanwhile, Sujin had hailed a cab, flung Goze into the car, then showed the address to the driver. Please drive us to this place. Sure. The driver didn't recognize Sujin, but he certainly recognized Goze. Goze was notorious around here and many cab drivers had been bullied by Goze before, including himself. You little bastard, you little bastard, you wa-ded meep, you're dead meat. Sujin threw him a glance but didn't say anything. After returning to the real world, he had been relying on this newly strengthened body of his to resolve matters with violence and hadn't given the consequences much thought. Even though part of his violent tendencies were a result of the demon lord's power taking over him, he was the one who made the decision to fight after all. I hope the girls will be alright, thought Sujin worriedly as he kept tapping his nose anxiously. Goze didn't dare to continue yelling at Sujin since Sujin was ignoring him, afraid that Sujin might suddenly punch him again. The car soon arrived at their destination. After paying the driver, Sujin grabbed Goze's hair again and dragged him out of the car. The cab driver watched all of this gleefully and cheered for Sujin in his heart. The address given was actually a warehouse, but the area had been abandoned for some time. The sound of dogs barking instantly filled the air as the two men approached the warehouse. Sujin didn't barge in immediately. His rash way of dealing with things earlier had taught him not to do that anymore. While it was true that he was probably strong enough to kill everyone inside with his bare hands, these gangsters might hurt Suqing and Yang Mengmeng if they were pushed into a corner. Saving the girls is the most important thing right now. Once Sujin was decided, he hit Goze on the back of his neck and Goze immediately lost consciousness. Sujin then took his handbook out and retrieved a small bottle from his inventory. Which is concealing potion. The bottle in his hand right now was the concealing potion he had exchanged for after the first challenge. This was the best thing he had for rescuing hostages. He drank it down in one mouthful and both his body and his clothes became invisible. He walked towards the warehouse only after the potion had taken effect. The large black dogs at the entrance immediately started barking like crazy when he walked in. He was invisible to others, but the dogs could still catch his scent, so he was still visible to the dogs in that sense. What are you stupid dogs barking about? So noisy. I'll turn all of you into dinner someday. A bald man walked over with a steel bat in hand. He whammed the steel bat hard against the metal pole that the dogs were chained to and the dogs didn't dare to bark anymore. Sujin continued to walk further into the warehouse while observing his surroundings. The warehouse was extremely large and was divided into several rooms by simple metal sheets, like some sort of themed hotel. Each little room was occupied by a group of people who were either gambling or drinking and yelling away. He used his phone to call Suqing and listened quietly for her phone ringtone. His hearing had improved tremendously after being strengthened a second time, so now, he could pick up very faint sounds even in such a noisy place. It took more than 10 calls for him to finally locate Suqing. The two girls were locked in a room far from everyone else. Two burly gangsters with arms covered in tattoos stood guard outside. Sujin used the side of his palm to knock out the two gangsters, then pushed the door open. Suqing and Yang Mengmeng were sitting in a corner with their arms and legs tied up. Suqing still looked fairly calm while Yang Mengmeng's face was already covered in tears. Why do you keep crying? Don't worry, my brother will definitely come and save us. Suqing was very certain that Sujin would come and save them. They have so many men on their side, so if brother Su comes to save us, he'll be in great danger. It'll be better if he doesn't come. Yang Mingmeng's words made Sujin smile. She was a very timid and frail girl, but she was kind and strong in her own way. She had decided to carry this burden on her own shoulders so that her mother could go through her medical treatment without having to worry about her daughter. That alone took great resilience. Sujin dragged the two unconscious gangsters into the room after he opened the door. The two girls instantly felt their hair stand on end when they saw this happening. Suqing, it's a ghost. Yang Mengmeng was so frightened that she immediately moved as close as she could to Suqing, as if she wished she could hide herself in Suqing's clothes. Suqing was normally a fairly bold girl, but her teeth started chattering in fear when she saw that some invisible force was dragging the two burly men into the room by their feet. Anybody with a weaker heart would have fainted by now. Oh dang! I'm still invisible to them, thought Suqin as he whacked his own forehead. But he had no way of making himself visible again. He had to wait until the potion's effects wore off by itself. So he made his voice much lower than usual and spoke like an old man, "Brave young ladies. You need not fear, for I am the kind-hearted god of the soil. In other words, the god watching over this particular area, and I will bring you out from here. God of the soil." The two girls shuddered in fear and shut their eyes tightly when they first heard a voice from nowhere, but they slowly opened their eyes again after hearing what the voice said. "That is correct. I am the god who watches over this place. Both of you are good girls and do not deserve to suffer like this. I shall save both of you, then punish these evildoers," Suqin continued in his mysterious voice. "A god has come to save us." The faces of both girls lit up. None of this made sense, but the two girls immediately chose to believe this god of the soil was real. Actually, the two of them just wanted to be rescued from this awful place. It didn't matter who it was. If they heard such a story from someone else, they wouldn't have believed it. But now, they were prepared to do anything as long as they could get out of here. Suqin used his boning knife to cut the ropes around their arms and legs, then whispered, "Let's tie these two up first, then we'll leave this place." After they were done tying up the two gangsters, Suqin said to them, "When I say move, you two move. When I say stop, you two stop. Understand?" "Yes, Almighty God of the soil," the two girls responded without any hesitation. "You wa ded me, ha 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 ha, my sense of humor is broken." Tudagong. Chapter 46, A crime scene like no other. Suqin led the way and decided to settle this very simply by just knocking out every person they walked past. He was now invisible to everyone else, so he wasn't worried about being seen. Instead, those who noticed their friends who had fallen, would run over to take a look, and they would also be knocked out promptly by Suqin. Nothing unusual happened along the way. Suqin was someone who could knock them out easily in the first place, regardless of whether he was visible to the rest or not. The two girls were even more certain that Suqin was the god of the soil that he claimed to be as they watched the men fall to the floor unconscious time and again. It only took Suqin a few minutes to lead them out of the warehouse. "Both of you, find a good place to hide for the time being and someone will come to pick you up," said Suqin to the two girls. "God of the soil, are you going to teach those bad guys a lesson?" asked Yang Mengmeng. "That's right. Evildoers must pay the price for committing evil deeds. All right now, quickly run and hide now." Suqin then turned and walked back towards the warehouse. At the same time, Suqing pulled her phone out to call Suqin. Since the two of them had already been rescued, there was no need for her older brother to risk his life to save them. But to her surprise, a familiar ringtone filled the air once she made that call and she blinked several times in surprise. Suqin's heart skipped a beat as he cursed himself for not thinking about this. His own phone had given him away. He ran as quickly as he could away from the two girls, then picked up the phone when he felt that he was far away enough for them not to hear him. "Suqing? Are you girls all right? Wait, elder brother, are you the god of the soil? What on earth are you talking about? Are you talking gibberish because you were too traumatized by what happened earlier?" Suqin's heart started pounding anxiously. He didn't want to involve his younger sister in the mysterious and dangerous world of the Handbook. Suqing started doubting her ears and said, "Never mind that. Come and pick us up now." "Okay. Find a safe place to wait first, I'll come over as quickly as I can." Suqin hurriedly hung up after that because he was afraid that Suqing might notice something amiss. But Suqing was even more puzzled after hanging up. It was strange that her brother didn't seem curious about how they got out at all, and the fact that she did hear his phone ringing earlier made her even more perplexed. By the time Suqing entered the warehouse again, the entire place was in chaos. More than a dozen men had suddenly collapsed for no reason after all. Anybody would have gone into a panic. "Is this some sort of infectious disease?" someone yelled frantically. "It's hard to say. Stupid number 7 caught some stray dog and stewed it, could he have gotten some sort of rabies or virus?" Several other men started discussing among themselves. Just then, a man in his 40s surrounded by his subordinates walked over. His expression was aloof and he was definitely the ruthless sort. He kicked a few of the men who were unconscious on the floor, then squatted down to take a closer look. "It's not some virus. Someone hit them from behind so hard that they fainted." The man frowned, got up and scoured the men around him. Since someone could knock out more than a dozen men without raising the alarm, it must have been an inside job. "Which one of you was bold enough to do such a thing? Own up now." Everyone looked at each other but none of them owned up to doing this. The man scoffed disdainfully and said, "What's going on now? You had the guts to attack your own brothers but you don't have the guts to own up to it." Suqing watched them in amusement for a while, then suddenly called out, "Don't bother searching for the culprit among your men. It's not one of your men who did it." "Who's that?" A glint flashed in the man's eyes as his sharp eyes looked around but couldn't find where that voice came from. Everyone else froze as well and looked around to see who had spoken. Suqing didn't bother saying more. He walked to one of the men and knocked him out on the spot. This caught everyone by surprise but before they could react, Suqing knocked everybody out swiftly. The only one he didn't knock out was the middle-aged man. Suqing recognized his voice as the man on the phone earlier who told him to come over. He was clearly the leader of the gang. There was a good reason why he was the leader after all. Despite being faced with such an eerie situation, he still remained calm. Perspiration covered his forehead and he narrowed his eyes as he stuffed a hand into the pocket of his jacket. He probably had a weapon inside that pocket. Suqing walked to the man, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the floor as he said in a frosty voice, "It's been a little hard for me to control my emotions lately, and given the things you've done in the past, I think killing you would be a suitable judgment for your deeds. Don't kill me, please." "Who, what are you? Are you a ghost?" The man couldn't keep it together anymore and started to tremble involuntarily. The possibility of death made him feel a deep sense of terror for the first time in his life. "I am the god of the soil." Suqing decided to just continue using this narrative. It wasn't going to impress this gangster boss as much as it impressed the two girls just now, but it was better than a more realistic narrative. The man obviously didn't believe in the existence of gods, otherwise he wouldn't be living a life of crime right now. But he didn't really have a choice right now. Suqing was holding his throat so tightly that he was about to suffocate, so he wheezed, "Let me off and I'll turn over a new leaf. I promise. I'm sorry but I don't trust you. However, I'll still give you a chance," said Suqing slowly. The man breathed a small sigh of relief, then tried to struggle to get out of Suqing's grip. He was seriously going to suffocate soon. Suqing let go of him, then knocked the man out without waiting for the man to catch his breath. But Suqing didn't leave just yet. He started to set up the place. After looking around the warehouse for a bit, he found several pills that looked like illegal drugs and a few guns. He was surprised that the gang in a small place like this would have so many contraband items, but then again, that worked in his favor. Suqing proceeded to make it look like everyone had gathered here to take drugs, placed all the guns in obvious spots, then used the leader's phone to call the police. "Hello? Is this the police? I want to report a group of men taking drugs in a warehouse in the southern part of town. They've got guns here too. I think these guys might be part of a syndicate." Yes, that abandoned warehouse in the south. Yes, there are quite a number of them." "Me? Oh, you can just consider me part of the Chaoyang masses. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/chow_yang_masses, then Sujin hung up the phone and flung it aside. He left the warehouse and waited for a while. It didn't take long for the police to arrive, enter the warehouse and carry everybody out. That's so strange. It's one thing for a huge party to take drugs together, but how much drugs does it take to knock all of them out like that? One of the police officers was stumped. This was the first time he had come across something like that. You're not the only one completely floored by this case. Even our team leader was shocked. He said he's been a policeman for a few decades now and he's never seen an easier drug case than this. Apparently these people are famous locally for getting into a lot of trouble with the law, and the local police have been waiting for a chance to arrest them but never found enough evidence to do so. I can't believe these people ended up doing themselves in this time, commented another police officer. The team leader they were talking about earlier walked out of the warehouse, removed his cap and scratched his head. This is really insane. Guess who called the police on these guys? Who? It's the leader of this gang. I simply can't believe it. But never mind that now. We're going to get so much credit for rounding up these guys. Make sure we get them all, said the team leader with a big smile as he patted the shoulders of his younger subordinates. Sujin finally left when he saw that everything was going as planned. But he had one more problem. It was going to take another 20 minutes before the potion's effects wore off, so he ended up calling his younger sister again. Suqing? Which hospital is Mingmeng's mother warded in? I was thinking of visiting her. Wah dash. It's almost 11 p.m. now. Why don't we go together tomorrow instead? Suqing was stunned by her brother's question. It didn't seem appropriate to visit anyone in the hospital at this hour. But Sujin said, I need to go back to S-City first thing tomorrow morning, so let's go tonight. Send me the address, I'll meet you girls there. Okay, Suqing was still puzzled by her brother's insistence but sent him the hospital's address and ward number anyway. The effects of the potion wore off just as Sujin arrived at the hospital. He bought a basket of fruit just in time to see Suqing and Yang Mengmeng arrive in a cab and quickly greeted them with a big smile. Elder brother, I still don't think it's appropriate to visit the sick at this hour. Suqing rolled her eyes at Sujin. It's really alright. My mom has trouble sleeping every night anyway. Yang Mengmeng fiddled with her shirt hem as tears welled up in her eyes. Suqing immediately put an arm around her bestie's shoulder to comfort her and the three of them walked into the hospital. Just like what Yang Mengmeng had expected, her mother was unable to sleep because of the discomfort her illness gave her. Seeing her daughter drop by to visit her actually made her feel a lot better. Mom, how are you feeling today? Asked Yang Mengmeng worriedly as she held her mother's hand. Her mother squeezed a smile out, then smiled at Suqing, since this wasn't Suqing's first time visiting her. But she looked a little puzzledly at Sujin. Auntie, this is my older brother Sujin. He came back to visit me and heard that you were ill, so he wanted to visit you too, Suqing quickly introduced Sujin. Yang Mingmeng's mother tried to sit up and Sujin hurriedly stopped her from doing so. Auntie, it's really alright. You need a lot of rest right now, so it's better to lie down. I don't know what fruits you prefer, so I just bought a whole basket. Thank you so much. Suqing already takes such good care of Mengmeng and now you've spent money on fruits like that. I really don't know how to thank you both, said Yang Mingmeng's mother in a hoarse voice. Her illness had clearly taken its toll on her body. Mom, I'll get you some warm water. Tears immediately spilled from Yang Mingmeng's eyes when she heard her mother's voice. She grabbed the hot water flask and ran out of the room to refill it. Suqing ran out to accompany her as well. Sujin sighed and asked quietly, Auntie, what illness are you suffering from? It seems I might have late-stage stomach cancer, I really wish I could just die now. The longer I live, the more of a burden I am on Mengmeng. Yang Mingmeng's mother had clearly given up any hope of surviving her illness. The look of despair coupled with the worry for her daughter in her eyes was enough to make anyone cry. "Have you confirmed the diagnosis?" Sujin asked. "Not yet. This hospital is too small. I'll have to go to a larger hospital to get it confirmed. But there's no point in doing that. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather die here. At least I'd be able to be with Meng Meng during this time," she said with a sad smile. Just then, a nurse walked in with the medicine that Yang Mengmeng's mother needed. There were more than 20 pills in total. Yang Mengmeng and Suqing came back with the warm water and Sujin helped to pour her a glass. He quietly flipped his palm and an inconspicuous-looking pill quietly fell into the large pile of pills that Yang Mengmeng's mother had to take. "Since it's not confirmed, don't give up hope. Sometimes, having hope can make miracles happen," said Sujin with a faint smile. Chaoyang Masses. Chapter 47, Shooting Genius. Sujin went to Yang Qian's place first thing the next morning. Now that the vampish woman knew that her younger brother's boss and the rest of the gang had been arrested, she didn't dare to speak arrogantly anymore. Sujin threw $10,000 at Yang Qian to put an end to this matter. On the way back to S City, Yayun called him. Of course, she was calling him only because she wanted to know when he was taking her bungee jumping as promised. Sujin couldn't understand why Yayun was so insistent on going bungee jumping and had to try his best to find a reason to stall for time. After he arrived in S City, he met up with Konoha at a farm in the suburbs. It was only when he walked into the farm that he realized that it was a fully equipped shooting range. "Let me introduce you guys. This is my good friend, Oda Shinako. This is also my good friend, Sujin." Konoha introduced another pretty Japanese young woman to Sujin. "Hello," said Sujin with a slight nod. He was really surprised that Oda Shinako had been able to maintain such a large shooting range in S City. He doubted that even the richest tycoons in the country could make this happen, never mind a young lady from a completely different country. "A good friend of mine is a good friend of mine. Mr. Su, please feel free to use any equipment you like. At first, I thought of introducing a few renowned instructors to you, but Mai said she'll teach you herself, so I gave up that idea. There's probably no sharper shooter than Mai in the world," said Oda Shinako cheekily. Her Mandarin was fluent enough for her to host a TV show. "Shinako, are you blaming me for not teaching you? If you really want to learn, you can tag along with us today." Konoha rolled her eyes at her friend. She knew what Oda Shinako was thinking. Oda Shinako brightened up and bowed slightly towards Sujin. "This is all thanks to you, Mr. Su. Don't say that. Mai will be our teacher today, so as fellow students, we've got to help each other out," said Sujin with a laugh. Konoha ignored their banter and led the way to the actual shooting range. It didn't take them long to reach an enclosed range. The range was in a quiet and secluded place, so nobody would be affected by the sounds of the gunshots here. "I'm best at using sniper rifles, but you two don't have to learn that since you don't have any use for that. Besides, I don't know how to teach you the exact skills required either. So, I'll just teach you the basics of shooting today." Konoha picked out 2 handguns and passed them to Sujin and Oda Shinako. "Go ahead and start shooting. Just fire 10 rounds. Oda Shinako went first. From her posture, Sujin could tell that she was an expert and was certainly no newbie who had never held a gun before. But that wasn't anything to be surprised about. After all, why would someone who knew nothing about guns maintain a professional shooting range? All 10 rounds were fired in quick succession and the sound of the last bullet could still be heard even after Oda Shinako put the gun down. That was how quick and steady her shots were. The machine brought the target board closer to them and Oda Shinako's 10 shots were almost all within the 9th ring. This was an excellent result. If she had taken more time between shots, she would definitely have gotten a better result. Even some professional athletes might not be as good as her. Not bad. Steady, accurate, and fast. "Jin, it's your turn." Konoha motioned to Sujin to go ahead. Sujin picked up the gun and found that it was a little heavier than black fire. He released the safety catch and started shooting. He also fired all 10 rounds in quick succession and didn't seem to have fired them any slower than Oda Shinako did. Oda Shinako was initially surprised by Sujin's steadiness and thought that he was secretly an expert. But once the machine brought the target board closer, all 3 of them burst out laughing. Only one of Sujin's bullets hit the target board and it was only on the 3rd ring. Haha. Mr. Su, shooting fast doesn't mean you'd shoot better, said Oda Shinako with a hand over her mouth as she laughed. Sujin scratched his head in embarrassment. This was the first time he had fired a gun. Since he didn't have any experience, he didn't even know how to aim at the target and could only go with whatever he felt was right. He didn't expect his results to be this poor. But Konoha looked like she was in deep thought as she took a closer look at the target board. A few moments later, she exclaimed, "Your hands are really steady." "What?" Sujin asked puzzledly. Oda Shinako didn't understand why Konoha made that remark either. She looked at Sujin's target board again but still didn't notice anything different. None of the 10 bullets he fired hit anywhere near the bullseye, but all of them went through the same spot. Konoha spelled it out when she saw that Oda Shinako still didn't get it. "Wait, what? That's impossible." Oda Shinako was shocked for 2 seconds before expressing her disbelief. "That's simply impossible. No matter how steady a shooter's hands are, there are other factors that can affect the bullet. It doesn't take much to affect a bullet's trajectory, so it's impossible for 10 bullets to all hit the exact same spot." "Well, let's take a look at the tapes then." This shooting range was also equipped with high-speed cameras. Oda Shinako pulled out a tablet from one side of the counter and played back Sujin's shots in slow motion. They were watching it in slow motion, but the entire video was done in less than half a minute. The footage completely blew Oda Shinako's mind. Just like what Konoha said earlier, all of Sujin's shots had gone through the exact same spot. The hole in the 3rd ring of his target board had actually been created by 10 bullets. How can this be? Oda Shinako was a sharpshooter herself, but she had never met anybody who could shoot like this before. "Nothing is impossible." Konoha suddenly held up a handgun and shot 10 rounds in quick succession. The machine brought her target board close to them and they saw that there was only one hole in the bullseye. "You always complain that I don't teach you how to become a sharper shooter, but that's not the real problem. Your own constitution has to become stronger before you can improve, otherwise there's no way you can replicate my technique." I'm very sure that Sujin made those shots mostly by instinct. His body made several unnoticeable adjustments in order to achieve this result. All he needs now is to learn basic technique. Once he's practiced enough, he'll become one of the best shooters in the world very quickly. As for you, you'd need to do something about your physical body first. Konoha had agreed to let her friend tag along, but she was actually using Sujin to illustrate her point. Oda Shinako nodded with a disappointed look on her face. Then she looked at Sujin with some surprise. You said that one needs a very strong body, right? But Mr. Su doesn't seem all that muscular." "Muscular? If you think that having a strong body just means you've got to look like a gorilla, I'm afraid you've got the wrong concept." Konoha shook her head. Oda Shinako considered Konoha's words for a while, then laughed sadly. "It looks like I'm really unable to understand your world and our standards are really too far apart. But I'll catch up someday." "All right then, I won't interrupt your practice anymore." She bowed slightly at Sujin. Sujin bowed in return and Oda Shinako left. Konoha then said to Sujin, "Just like what I said before, you've got a very powerful body now. Techniques that require extremely high levels of control is child's play to you, while most other people have to spend years of training to achieve it. Shooting for you is not really something you have to learn. It's just something you need to practice." Sujin nodded. He understood what Konoha was saying. Over the next few weeks, Sujin spent his day perfecting his shooting technique. He estimated that he must have used up more than 10,000 bullets thus far, but Oda Shinako never seemed to run out of bullets for him to use. He began to wonder if this shooting range was secretly some illegal arms dealer's warehouse. More than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Suqing called him to say that Yang Mingmeng's mother had gotten much better. All the doctors in the hospital were amazed and considered her a miracle, and they even wanted Yang Mingmeng's mother to publicize their hospital for them. But Suqing didn't care about any of that. He knew that Yang Mingmeng's mother was completely healed of her illness because he had slipped in an all-purpose healing pill that night. Tang Ning and Yayun had called him too. Their agenda was almost identical. Tang Ning wanted Suqing to come back to accompany Yayun and keep an eye on her cousin, while Yayun wanted to go bungee jumping as soon as possible. Suqing managed to get them off his back by claiming that he was still settling some problems at home. He wasn't going back until he had survived the next challenge that was coming up soon. Meanwhile, Yayun sat on her bed and shut the book in her hands. Exhaustion was written all over her face as she collapsed weakly onto her bed. She had survived yet another challenge, but she was a long way off from getting out of this universe, regardless of whether it was the number of points she had accumulated or the number of challenges she had survived. In fact, she had barely made it through this last challenge. A vengeful ghost in red had pushed her into a corner after swallowing the souls of more than 10 others. If not for an item she exchanged for after her first challenge and the fact that the challenge ended shortly after that, she wouldn't have emerged unscathed. I've been lucky so far, but, will I still be lucky the next time? Yayun lay down and looked at her hand. The light shone through her window and in between her fingers, casting a shadow on her face that made her seem especially fragile. Meanwhile, Suqing and Konoha got ready for their next challenge. They opened their handbooks at the same time and darkness instantly engulfed them. At a time where heavy snowfall covers the land, Rebel Village stands out as a paradise. This is a place where you don't feel any cold, you don't see any snow and you don't have any hope. A maniacal, icy, cruel, and violent voice that could paralyze one in fear resounded in Suqing's mind. Every word uttered by the voice seemed to be leading him towards the deepest part of hell. 13 people. What an unlucky number. A rough voice resounded in Suqing's ears as he opened his eyes. He realized he was surrounded by other people and after giving them a quick count, he confirmed that there were 13 people in this place including himself. They were all on board a bus that was surrounded by snow. But oddly enough, none of them felt cold at all. If there are 13 of us, I'm sure not everyone here is a newbie. Are there any other old-timers like me? The same rough voice spoke again. It belonged to a bearish man in his 30s. Chapter 48, Rebel Village. The bearish man looked at everyone on the bus but nobody spoke up. Suqing glanced around at the rest as well and he could tell immediately that a few of them definitely didn't look like newbies. Well, since none of you want to cooperate, good luck to you guys then. Let's go. The man walked to the door of the bus, grabbed the handle and forced it open, then 3 others followed him off the bus. Suqing and Konoha exchanged glances. The 4 who just alighted were definitely a small team like theirs and the bearish man who spoke earlier was probably the team leader. What's going on? How did I end up here? Have we been kidnapped? It was night time when I lost consciousness. Why is it daytime already? It's true that it's almost winter time, but this amount of snow doesn't make any sense. It didn't take long for the rest of the people on the bus to start talking among themselves. Suqing flipped his handbook open to look at what this challenge was about. After a quick glance, his expression faltered a little. This challenge was actually a level B challenge. A 13-person level B challenge meant that a lot of them were probably going to die. Mission 1, stay alive until the challenge ends. Mission type, must be completed. Mission 2, find the truth behind Rebel Village. There were only 2 missions, but the only compulsory one was to stay alive until the challenge ended. But how would he know when the challenge came to an end? There was no time frame or any other parameters given. It was impossible to define this challenge. Let's go. Sujin glanced at Konoha. There were probably other old-timers among this group anyway. Sujin didn't want to talk to the rest so early on if he didn't have to. After his previous experience with Chen Jing, the monster in disguise, and Tan Xin, a powerful owner disguising as a newbie in order to kill him, he had learned his lesson. Until he could confirm exactly which ones he could trust, he wasn't going to interact with them. After he alighted from the bus, he saw that there was only one road through the snow, so there was no need to worry about taking the wrong path. They walked for a while and soon noticed the four-person group that had alighted first. But there was a fifth person driving a tractor as well. An NPC in the challenge. Sujin and Konoha ran over immediately. They had way too little information this time round, so they hoped to find out more from a character within the challenge. There's a huge bus that's broken down over there? You'd better be telling the truth. We've sealed off the roads leading up this mountain for several days now, so how could a bus get here? The tractor driver was a villager in his 50s and he didn't seem to believe what the bearish man was telling him. We're telling the truth. If you don't believe us, you can come with me to take a look. The bus is still lying in the middle of the snow. Do you think you could take us to the village for some warmth and shelter? We can pay you, said a demure-looking girl next to the bearish man. She sounded like she was good with words. The villager thought about it for a while, then nodded. Never mind the payment part. Our village doesn't have a lot of space for any of you to stay the night though. If you need somewhere to stay, you'll have to stay in the ancestral hall. That's fine with us. We're good as long as we have a place to stay. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we will leave once the snow melts, said the demure girl with a sweet smile. The bearish man noticed that Sujin and Konoha had joined them, so he quietly asked, "Are you an old-timer?" "Yes." Sujin nodded and stretched his arm out. "My name's Sujin, I've been through 3 challenges. My name's Yu Guangd, I've been through 13 challenges." Yu Guangd shook Sujin's hand, then looked at Konoha. "What about you, pretty girl?" "My name's Konoha, I've been through 9 challenges, said Konoha with a slight nod and no smile on her face. Yu Guangd looked mildly surprised. He was probably surprised that Konoha had survived so many challenges. "What do we do with the rest of the people in the bus? Are we going to just leave them there?" asked Sujin. Yu Guangd glanced in the direction of where the bus was and said calmly, "Don't worry about them. They'll get off sooner or later. They will just have to believe that Hell's Handbook is real. Of course, if any of them stupidly refuse to believe it and stay inside, then they're definitely doomed." Sujin wasn't surprised by what Yu Guangd said. Since Yu Guangd was an old-timer with 13 challenges behind him, he was probably very familiar with the way newbies thought. Sujin was reminded of Zhongli and Lu Yingying's attitude towards himself and the other newbies the first time round. It seemed like newbies were really not welcome around here. "Are you guys a team?" asked Sujin. Yu Guangd nodded. "That's right. Pretty girl, do you want to join my team?" The way he skipped Sujin and asked Konoha instead was clearly a sign of disrespect and disdain for Sujin, but Sujin wasn't offended. If he were in Yu Guangd's shoes, he would definitely prefer someone with 9 challenges in the bag instead of someone with only 3 challenges of experience. "No thanks," Konoha rejected the offer immediately. She pointed at Sujin and said, "He's my team leader." "What? You've only been through 3 challenges and you were able to deduce the concept of parallel universes?" Yu Guangd was really surprised now. He had taken 10 challenges and a few happy coincidences to discover this concept and receive his mark of a leader. Sujin smiled and said, "I was lucky." "Mr. Yu, what are your thoughts on this challenge? The details are very vague and I can't glean much from the description." "Well, why don't you talk to my other teammate? He's the brains of the group. Xiang Nan, come over for a while." Another man in his 30s walked over when Yu Guangd called out to him. "This is Xiang Nan, the brainy one of our group. He's a very intelligent guy. This is Sujin, he's also an old-timer. You two can discuss more about this challenge. Yu Guang's way of managing his team was very simple, he just left the best person for the job in charge of that job and wouldn't interfere if he didn't have to. That was also why his 4-member team could work so well together. The demure girl had already led the villager to the bus to take a look, so Sujin started chatting with Xiangnan about the challenge. Mr. Su, what are your thoughts on this challenge? Xiangnan asked first. It's a dangerous one. 13 owners is a lot of people and it's a level B challenge, so I think the handbook already assumed that the death rate this time will be very high. But, even if we manage to define the parameters clearly, we might not get through it easily either, said Sujin. Xiangnan agreed with the front bit, but didn't understand the last part. Why do you say that? The description of the challenge is way too simple. It's so minimal, it looks as though the handbook is purposely hiding every useful piece of information from us. And if that's the case, why do you think the handbook is doing that? Sujin smiled. Xiangnan pondered this question for a moment, then nodded with a frown. You're right. If the handbook is hiding information from us, the only explanation would be that the handbook revealing these pieces of information would lower the difficulty level of the challenge. That's right. Therefore, I think gathering information would be our most important task right now. Sujin nodded in agreement. Xiangnan was clearly a smart man, so if they could work together, they would have a higher chance of getting through this challenge. Xiangnan said a few things to Yu Guang and Yu Guang nodded. Then Yu Guang walked over and asked Sujin, Mr. Su, would your team like to work together with mine for this challenge? That would be great. Sujin wasn't going to turn this offer down. The other team had 4 experienced owners after all. If the two teams worked together, they'd at least be able to put up a good fight if necessary. Excellent. I like your decisiveness. Zhang Shuhan, come over here too. Yu Guang called the last member of his team over and introduced Sujin and Konoha to him as well. There are 4 members in my team. Xiangnan is the brains of the group and he also has an edge in speed. Zhang Shuhan is our expert in close combat and very good at hand-to-hand fighting. The girl who left with the villager just now is Tian Lily. She's a real nerd. Sometimes we come across strange languages in the challenge and she's been able to decipher them at a basic level. She's a really useful talent to have sometimes. As for myself, I'm also an expert at close combat and I've got an ability to destroy everything within a pretty large area, but I need to fulfill several conditions before I can activate that skill. Yu Guang's introduction of his team was a fairly detailed one, which showed how much he valued this partnership. It was probably because he realized how dangerous this challenge was going to be after Sujin and Xiangnan had discussed the few clues they had earlier. My team member, Konoha, is an expert sniper and not very good at close combat. You can consider me an expert at close combat too. Sujin's introduction was a lot simpler since there were only 2 of them and they didn't have too many skills to offer. But Yu Guang wasn't bothered by that. While they were speaking, Tian Lily and the villager had already returned and 4 other owners had followed them out. So, we've got some stubborn ones on the bus. Yu Guang scoffed. The last 3 didn't seem to believe me and said they'd find their own way out. I didn't stop them, Tian Lily whispered to Yu Guang. Well, nobody can stop them if they'd rather die. Let's go. Yu Guang nodded. The 10 of them squeezed onto the villager's tractor and the villager drove the tractor back to the village. The large group quickly caught the attention of the other villagers when they arrived. The villagers stared at them with very curious looks on their faces. Village chief, who are these people? Someone shouted out at the tractor driver. That villager on a tractor had actually turned out to be the village chief of Rebel Village. They've run into a snowstorm and want to stay here for a few days. They'll leave once the snow clears up. Go back to whatever you were doing, don't block the way. The village chief waved his arms about to chase the villagers away. But a few young men approached him and one of them said in a low voice, Village chief, I don't think it's a good idea to let them stay. I think you should chase them away. psh. You don't know anything. Didn't I teach you boys to be helpful when others are in trouble? Shoo! The village chief stretched his leg out of the tractor to kick them and they quickly ran off. But the one who spoke up earlier still looked like he had more to say. Xiangnan and Sujin exchanged glances. They felt like something was amiss, but they decided not to ask now. The village chief continued driving the tractor towards the middle of the village. The ancestral hall of the village was located here, and it was where the village chief was willing to let them stay. There are very few houses in Clear Pond Village, so this is the only place where all of you can stay. Just make yourselves comfortable, said the village chief to everyone. But Sujin raised an eyebrow as he murmured to himself, Clear Pond Village. Ancestral Shrine. Chapter 49, An Evil Spirit. The ancestral hall had more than enough space for everyone. The village chief was very hospitable as he provided them with blankets and some daily essentials. Our village has 3 water sources, there's water from the spring, water from the pond and a well. The well is located on the east side of the village and it's hard to get water all the way from there, but water from the spring flows to the back of the ancestral hall, so you can get water from there, said the village chief with a merry laugh. Sujin asked the village chief, Sir, your village is named Clear Pond Village. That's right. We've got a large pond on the east side of the village and that's why we're called Clear Pond Village, said the village chief with a nod. Sujin nodded slightly, then Xiangnan piped up, Sir, it's snowing so heavily out there. Why does the temperature feel like springtime in the village? I'm not really sure about that either. It's something to do with the geography of this place. Just make yourselves comfortable, look for me if you need anything. The village chief waved at everyone and left. Everyone settled down inside the ancestral hall, then Yu Guangd asked the 4 owners who joined the group later, is anyone else here also an old-timer? Me. I've been through 5 challenges. A man in his 20s stood up. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses and looked like he was still studying. So, the rest are all newbies. Yu Guangd glanced at the other 3, then laughed and said, well, it doesn't matter. I just have one thing to say, if there's secretly an old-timer among the 3 of you, too bad. Don't count on us to help you if you run into danger. After saying something like that, even if there were an old-timer among them, that person wouldn't dare to own up now. Meanwhile, Xiangnan walked over to Sujin and whispered, didn't the handbook mention Rebel Village? Why is it Clear Pond Village now? Xiangnan had picked up the village chief's words too. The handbook can't be wrong, so it's the village that changed its name. Sujin tapped his nose and said, but a village wouldn't change its name for no reason. If they had really changed their name, does that mean that these 2 names of the same village are related to this challenge? We don't have enough information, but I'm sure the names of the village have something to do with this challenge. Xiangnan nodded in agreement. Yu Guangd and a few others helped to tidy up the place so that they could get to sleep. He made sure that everyone took turns to keep watch while they slept, since letting everyone sleep at the same time was as good as committing suicide. Yu Guangd was certainly a very experienced handbook owner. Nobody knows how long this challenge will be, so we'll take turns to rest. Mr. Su, I'll pair you with Ms. Kano. We'll take the first 6 hours, you 2 will take over after that, Yu Guangd said to Sujin and Kano Mai. Sujin agreed to the arrangement and waited as time slowly ticked by. Everyone was surprised that absolutely nothing dangerous had happened during this time and the 3 newbies among them started to suspect whether they had been tricked all along. All this talk about some dangerous challenge is nonsense, isn't it? So much for thinking they were serious. How silly of me, muttered one of the newbie girls to her 2 fellow newbies. They were feeling uneasy at the beginning of the challenge, yet none of the terrifying things these old-timers claimed would happen had occurred. Sujin found this very strange too. The handbook usually sent dangers their way very quickly. But this time, hours had gone by without anything happening at all. This was very unusual. Time to change shifts. It's our turn, Sujin said to Kano Mai. They got up and suddenly heard a shriek. The newbie who complained earlier had let out a shriek as if she had seen something terrifying. Everyone hurried over to see that one of the newbies was curled into a ball and his entire body was stiff. Yu Guangde walked over and turned the man's head to the front. A sticky liquid flowed out from his nostrils and he was no longer breathing. "He's dead." Yu Guangde's expression was rather grim. "So, this is that sort of challenge." Xiang Nan paled and even Konoha looked a little distressed. "My, what does he mean by that sort of challenge?" Sujin asked Konoha. "The challenges of the handbook are divided into several types, and this is the type that we want to find ourselves in the least. This is the type where owners will die mysteriously and their deaths are caused by supernatural beings. In other words, spirits." Konoha's breathing grew heavy. She had gone through one challenge like that. Out of the 8 owners that were thrown into the challenge, only 2 of them survived. And they had survived only because they had found an item within the challenge by chance that could ward off the evil spirit. "Be cautious, everyone. This challenge might be really difficult," said Yu Guangde with a grim look on his face. The other 2 newbies who thought they had been tricked started trembling violently. A person they had been talking to just moments ago was suddenly dead for no reason. It was very hard for them to accept this. Sujin checked the body of the newbie and was rather puzzled. There was water in the body's nose and mouth and the body was curled up. It was as if this man had drowned. "Mr. Su, have you discovered anything?" Xiang Nan walked over to ask when he saw Sujin inspecting the corpse. Sujin was quiet for a while, then said, "Look at the way he died. He looks like he has been drowned." Well, in challenges like these, most of the evil spirits are able to manipulate minds. Even if the person literally died from fright, the way they die might be consistent with the imaginary situation that the evil spirits showed them, said Xiang Nan. "But if he died simply from believing he was in a deadly situation, how do you explain all the water in his nose and mouth?" Sujin gently touched some of the water. It was just water and not any of the victim's bodily fluids. Xiang Nan was stumped after hearing Sujin's question and could only shake his head. He didn't have any answers either. Sujin sighed quietly. Now that the first person among them had died, more were going to follow. It wasn't going to take long for another victim to surface. But because there was no pattern or logic to follow, anybody could be the next victim. This feeling of helplessness annoyed Sujin. Everyone in the ancestral hall were uneasy and jittery. They were allowed to take turns to sleep, but after what just happened, nobody dared to actually sleep. Everyone was afraid because they were worried that if they fell asleep, they might never wake up again. The flame of the kerosene lamps inside the ancestral hall flickered in the wind. The newbie who had complained earlier said something to Tian Lily, then Tian Lily ran over to say something to Yu Guangde. "What the hell? At this time? If you're not afraid to die, go ahead." Yu Guangde waved her away. The 2 women approached Konoha, but after they said a few things to her, she shook her head. The 2 then shrugged and left the hall. "What did they want?" Sujin asked curiously. "They're going to bathe." Sujin's eyes widened. The 2 women were going to bathe at such a time? Hadn't these 2 watched horror films before? Someone always died while bathing. You guys don't have to be so nervous. Rest while you can. Otherwise, all of you would be too tired to do anything even before the spirits come for you, said Yu Guangde to the rest in the hall. But his words didn't calm anyone down at all. The air in the hall was very heavy. Zhang Shihan boiled some water while the other old-timers ate the food they had packed for the challenge. They were in no danger of starving at the moment. But just when everyone was eating quietly, Zhang Shihan suddenly froze for a moment. After that his limbs began to struggle uncontrollably, but his actions weren't very violent. If Yu Guangde hadn't been fairly close to him, his actions might have gone unnoticed. Crap! Shihan, what's wrong? Yu Guangde noticed something wrong with his teammate very quickly, but couldn't seem to be of any help. He could only grab hold of Zhang Shihan and call his name repeatedly. He's drowning. Sujin immediately recognized the way Zhang Shihan was moving as a sign of someone drowning. If anybody has something to ward off evil spirits, take it out now. I'll give you something really valuable in return. Yu Guang looked at Sujin, Konoha, and the other old-timer, since the last remaining newbie was definitely of no use here. But the three of them shook their heads. First of all, anything that could ward off evil was very useful in any challenge, so you could only get such an item from your personal hell domain or during a challenge. Such items cost way more points than a standard spirit power weapon, and it was almost impossible to find one in a challenge. Secondly, even if any of them had something like that, they weren't going to exchange it for anything during this challenge. That item was vital for their own survival, so nobody would give it up. Yu Guang was getting frantic, but there was nothing he could do since nobody in his team owned such an item either. Sujin tried to think of a solution and walked towards Yu Guang, which made Yu Guang give Sujin a hopeful look. Mr. Su, if you've got anything to ward off evil, I'm willing to use a valuable item of mine in exchange for it. I'll make sure you get a good deal. Sujin shook his head and said, I don't have anything that can ward off evil, but this item of mine might be useful. He pulled out a piece of chewing gum and held it out to Yu Guang. Yu Guang stared at him strangely and was about to speak when Sujin explained, he looks like he's going to drown, and victims of drowning die because water gets into the lungs and they eventually suffocate to death. This is super oxygenated chewing gum. One piece is equivalent to 3 days of oxygen supply, so it might save him. Yu Guang immediately stuffed the super oxygenated chewing gum into Zhang Shihan's mouth and made him chew it. A few moments later, Zhang Shihan slowly stopped struggling and his breathing became even again, but he was still unconscious. But that was enough for Yu Guang to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. You're welcome. Sujin shook his head. He squatted down in front of Zhang Shihan and noticed that there was water in Zhang Shihan's nose and mouth too, so he said to Yu Guang, I suspect there's water in his lungs as well. You'd better find a way to expel the water from his lungs. Got it? Yu Guang nodded, then slammed his palm hard against Zhang Shihan's chest. Zhang Shihan immediately sprayed a mouthful of water out along with the super oxygenated chewing gum. He started struggling again once the chewing gum left his mouth. Yu Guang quickly caught the gum midair and stuffed it back into Zhang Shihan's mouth. Sujin left Zhang Shihan to Yu Guang and focused on the water that Zhang Shihan had spat out. He started making some guesses when a clattering sound came from behind the ancestral hall. It's the girls. Konoha was the first to respond. The two ladies were bathing, so it wasn't convenient for Sujin to save them. Go save them. Sujin gave 2 pieces of chewing gum to Konoha and she ran out of the hall immediately. Chapter 50, Water. A few moments later, Konoha came back with Tian Lily. Tian Lily was leaning weakly against Konoha and had clearly worn her clothes in a hurry. Konoha shook her head at everyone. I was too late. The other girl died by the time I got there. The looks on everyone's faces grew even grimmer. Earlier on they felt that the challenge was moving very slowly, but now they realized it was just the calm before the storm. In such a short time, 4 of them had met with danger. 2 had died and 1 had lost consciousness. Lily, what happened just now? Please tell us everything in detail. We really need as much information as we can, Xiang Nan said to Tian Lily. But Tian Lily had a perplexed look on her face as she shook her head. I don't know what happened either. I felt as though I had fallen asleep. If Mai hadn't come in to rescue me, I would have died without even realizing it. This answer made both Sujin and Xiang Nan sigh. Tian Lily was the only victim who was still alive and conscious, but she wasn't able to provide them with any useful information. Sujin tapped his nose rapidly and said to Xiang Nan, the only thing we know right now is that all the victims had something to do with water. That's right. The first victim had water in his nose and mouth. Zhang Shihan also looked like he was drowning and Brother Yu also forced water out from his lungs. Then Lily and the other newbie ran into danger when they went to bathe, Xiang Nan summarized the four victims' situation clearly for Sujin. Sujin nodded as his finger continued to tap on his nose in a peculiar rhythm. His finger suddenly stopped and he said to Konoha, could you go back in with brother Yu? I want the water from the newbie's lungs. Yu Guang nodded and followed Konoha to the back of the hall while everyone else was trying to figure out why Sujin had asked them to do this. They returned shortly and Yu Guang had a cup in his hand. Sujin took the cup from Yu Guang, then went to look for the boiled water that Zhang Shuhan had boiled for everyone. He poured a cup out and compared the water inside with the cup he had taken from Yu Guang. Then he asked, "Where's the cup that the newbie used before she went to bathe?" "It's here, nobody touched it." Xiang Nan brought a cup over. There was still some water left inside. Sujin poured the water in the cup he took from Yu Guang into the newbie's cup. The volume in both cups added up to almost exactly 1 full cup of water. Xiang Nan's eyes lit up while Sujin sighed heavily. It's the water. Regardless of whether it was the previous newbie, this newbie, or Mr. Zhang, the one thing they had in common was that they all drank water. But so did the rest of us, said Konoha puzzledly. That's right. So I'm guessing that this evil spirit uses water as a medium to kill its victims, but it can only kill one person in a given time frame and you must have drunk the water. That doesn't sound right. If the evil spirit can only kill one person in a given time frame, why did Zhang Shuhan, the newbie with me and myself, meet with danger at almost the same time? Tian Lily couldn't understand. Xiang Nan explained things to her this time, just like you said, Zhang Shuhan and the newbie met with danger at almost the same time, but only the newbie died. Tian Lily froze in horror. Xiang Nan was right. Zhang Shuhan had merely fainted and she had come out unscathed. The only one among the three of them who actually died was the newbie. Does that mean this evil spirit only targets the handbook owners? There are so many families in the village after all. You mean we're the only ones in danger? Yu Guang raised a question. Sujin shook his head and said, the village chief said earlier that the village has 3 sources of water, the spring, the well and the pond. We're drinking from the spring while the villagers take water from the well. Are you saying that the village chief set us up? Asked Xiang Nan. That's a possibility. Mr. Xiang, could you get some water from the village chief and ask him more about this village at the same time? Said Sujin to Xiang Nan. Sujin had somehow become the brains of the group, superior even to Xiang Nan. And Xiang Nan didn't seem the least offended or upset by this. No problem, replied Xiang Nan before heading out of the hall. But Yu Guang called him back, then said to Sujin, Mr. Su, I'd like to buy some of your chewing gum. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Sure. I should have enough to last the rest of this challenge. Sujin did have quite a few pieces on hand, so it wouldn't be a problem even if he sold a few. Would this item be good enough to exchange for your chewing gum? Yu Guang took his handbook out and retrieved a bottle from inside. Sujin was stunned to see this bottle. He knew this bottle very well. A low-level body-strengthening elixir. You know what this is? Oh, you've already consumed this before. Yu Guang was rather surprised. This item was hard to come by and he wouldn't have offered it if he hadn't already consumed a bottle before. Yeah, I got it in my selection the last time and exchanged points for it too. But a bottle of this stuff is a lot more expensive than my chewing gum. Yu Guang sighed. It's more important to have items that can help one to survive a challenge. As long as it's a useful item, I'm very willing to use something of higher value in exchange for it. But if you don't want this, I can offer you something else. Oh, no, I'll take this. Why don't I give you 3 pieces of chewing gum in return? Sujin agreed to the deal and held out 3 pieces of super oxygenated chewing gum to Yu Guang. No problem. Yu Guang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Sujin might only offer him 1 piece, since Sujin clearly had the more useful item for this challenge and called the shots. He was surprised that Sujin was so generous. Sujin passed the low-level body-strengthening elixir to Konoha and said, you can have this. but it's better to consume it after you return to your personal hell domain. You can't restore your body while you're here. Konoha didn't expect Sujin to give this to her. After all, Sujin could have kept it as a high-value item for exchange like Yu Guang did. There would always be other owners willing to exchange their items for this elixir. You're giving it to me. What does it look like to you? Konoha took the bottle from him and swallowed its contents with one gulp. Sujin got a shock and said, "Why did you do that? You'll be in a lot of pain after drinking this." But she wiped her mouth and laughed. "Did you think I learned nothing after going through so many challenges? If your body is strong enough before you consume this elixir, you won't go through much pain." Sujin breathed a long sigh of relief and shook his head. Yu Guang passed one piece of gum to Xiangnan and said, "Hold on to this. If you meet any danger, come back immediately." Xiangnan nodded and left the hall. After Xiangnan left, the hall was left with 7 of them. 2 out of the 4 who had joined them later were dead. Out of the remaining 2, one was an old-timer while the other one was supposedly a newbie as well. The 2 of them were feeling rather uneasy and the old-timer approached Sujin first. "Mr. Su, I'd like to form an alliance with you." "With me? I think you're a little confused. I've formed an alliance with Mr. Yu's team, so if you want to join me, that's the same as joining us all." The old-timer nodded and said, "It doesn't matter either way. My name's Yang Mo and I can use spirit power for a short period of time." Sujin was surprised to hear this. Yu Guang had clearly heard these words as well and turned with a start to look at Yang Mo. But the way Yang Mo described his spirit power sounded a little strange, so Sujin asked, "You have a spirit power battery of sorts. How did you know?" Yang Mo was surprised. His spirit power battery was his trump card and he had relied on it to survive most of his previous challenges. He had never run into anybody who knew that such an item existed. "That doesn't matter. How much spirit power does your battery have left?" 800 points. "I can use my spirit power to activate an energy barrier for defense purposes. I believe this will be useful to all of us," said Yang Mo without withholding any information. "A defensive skill." Sujin considered Yang Mo's offer for a while, then nodded in agreement. "Don't worry. Since you've got spirit power on hand, we will definitely make sure you stay alive. But when we need you to activate your skill, you must activate it without hesitation. Are you able to do that?" "Of course. As long as all of you can protect me, I will not stinge on using my spirit power." Yang Mo was relieved to be accepted as an ally. They were all stuck in the hall together, so if anything happened, Sujin and the rest would definitely be able to put up a fight. But if the situation reached a point where saving another person might put their own lives in danger, they might choose to abandon him. That was why Yang Mo decided to tell them about his spirit power battery. That way, they would agree to protect him as well. "Brother Yu, what do you think?" Sujin turned to Yu Guang for his opinion. Yu Guang was the boss of this alliance after all. "I'm good. Anyone with spirit power would be able to fend off evil spirits to a certain extent, so he'd definitely be useful to us." Yu Guang was agreeable as well. Everyone sat around the hall and continued to wait. The last newbie kept shifting about uneasily and Sujin felt that even if an evil spirit didn't kill this guy, he was going to scare himself to death. Then again, nobody knew if this guy was really a newbie like he said he was. After 2 challenges, Sujin didn't take anything at face value anymore. Nobody dared to drink water anymore and an hour slowly passed by. Footsteps approached the hall from the outside and everyone thought that Xiangnan had returned. But when the footsteps reached the hall, they realized it was a villager. It was that young man who stopped the village chief earlier on. "All of you need to leave immediately. If you continue staying here, all of you will die." The young man was very kind and kept telling them to leave as soon as possible. "2 of our companions have already died," snapped Yu Guang in response. The young man's expression faltered and he sighed. "I'm really sorry to hear that. I should have told you right from the start to leave immediately." Perhaps you would have a greater chance of surviving. No way. Our friends died here, so we're going to find the murderer. Sujin purposely tried to agitate the young man. You won't find any murderer. The one who killed them isn't human, it's an evil spirit. It's an evil spirit that has cursed this village, said the young man anxiously. Is this village called Clear Pond Village or Rebel Village? Asked Sujin calmly.